Chapter 1 Sign in with a richest mother-in-law. Late at night in Chengdu, there was a heavy rainstorm. There were few pedestrians and vehicles passing by on this already remote road. A small electric scooter broke through the rain curtain, splashing several strings of water. "Hello, the takeaway you ordered has arrived." The boy, wearing a bright yellow helmet, was talking on the phone with one hand and skillfully operating the handlebars with the other. Just as he finished making one call and was about to make the next one, a silver-gray BMW came speeding towards him. Herewith, a sound of tearing cloth was heard in the dull air. Then there was a huge crash. Bang! The e-donkey and the teenager who was dialing a number were knocked several meters away, leaving the ground in pieces. Looking at the figure lying in a pool of blood, a pair of narrow eyes appeared in the BMW, with the corners of the eyes raised proudly. The owner of these eyes snatched the mobile phone from the young girl on the passenger seat, found the name that he despised in the address book, and sent him a text message imitating the girl's tone. "Chen Feng, you poor bastard, you are not worthy of me at all, go to hell." The world was spinning. "It hurts. My whole body hurts." The young man, with medical devices all over his body, slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a spacious ward. There is satellite TV inside the bed, as well as a sofa and coffee table. The decoration is luxurious and the lighting is soft. It is just like a luxury suite in a star-rated hotel. Checking the current environment. Name, Chen Feng. Age, 21. Gender, male. Occupation, student part-time delivery worker. Identity confirmation completed, the sign-in system is binding. Sign-in system? What the hell is this? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Perhaps he had a concussion from the collision and was beginning to hear auditory hallucinations. The sign-in system has been successfully bound. Do you want to sign in for the first time? Then sign it. Maybe it was just a game played by someone out of boredom. As a person living at the bottom of society, he could not give the world anything more except a little kindness and gentleness. Sign in successfully. First sign-in reward, the richest mother-in-law, has been issued. The richest mother-in-law? What is this? Chen Feng was puzzled. At this moment, the door of the ward was gently pushed open and a strange woman walked in. She looks to be in her 30s or 40s, with neat short hair, handsome features, and an exquisitely tailored black and white business suit that shows off her curves to the fullest, especially her long legs, which are slender, straight and even. Seeing Chen Feng looking at her with a puzzled look on his face, the woman smiled and said, "You were in a car accident and have been receiving treatment in the hospital during this period. The best doctors in the country are now gathered in this hospital and can do all kinds of examinations for you at any time until you are fully recovered and discharged from the hospital." Chen Feng was even more confused. He didn't even know this woman, why was she so eager to help him? Could it be that because he looks young and handsome, she wants to do something bad to him? "I know you must be curious about who I am and why I saved you." The woman continued, "From now on, I am your mother-in-law. I know you are still in school, so the wedding with my daughter can wait until you graduate." Mother-in-law? Chen Feng couldn't help but think of the sign-in system just now. The reward for signing in seems to be the richest man's mother-in-law. The beautiful woman in front of him did look like a strong businesswoman, but Chen Feng could not accept the fact that the richest woman in Chengdu suddenly wanted to be his mother-in-law. Even though he is so rich, he still forces his daughter to someone else. How ugly and sickly her daughter must be. Just rest and recover. After you are discharged from the hospital, someone will take you to where my daughter lives. I have something else to do at the company, so I have to leave now. Before leaving, the woman turned around and smiled at Chen Feng. "Don't worry, as Zhang Lindi's son-in-law, I will never treat you unfairly." From then on, the most authoritative doctors would conduct all kinds of physical examinations on Chen Feng in his ward every day. The 3 meals a day are comparable to the menus of a big hotel. All kinds of high-end tonics are delivered continuously and fed to the mouths personally by young and beautiful nurses. With everyone's meticulous care, Chen Feng's body recovered quickly. In less than half a month, he was able to move downstairs freely. The day before being discharged from the hospital, Chen Feng shook off the young nurse who insisted on accompanying him downstairs for a walk and walked alone on the tree-lined path. "Chen Feng?" Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Feng turned around and saw his college roommate Wang Minghua hugging his ex-girlfriend He Wei. He Wei's belly was slightly bulging. Chen Feng frowned. In fact, Chen Feng had already noticed the subtle relationship between Wang Minghua and He Wei, but he loved He Wei deeply at that time and didn't want to suspect too much. It was not until the car accident when the BMW he had seen several times hit him that Chen Feng realized that He Wei did not love him at all. The money he earned from his part-time job was nothing compared to the huge amount of pocket money Wang Minghua gave her every month. "Oh, you're not dead yet?" Wang Minghua looked at Chen Feng with his nose and said disdainfully, "You are lucky, but seeing me with your girlfriend should be more uncomfortable for you than being hit by a car, right? You have had a girlfriend for 3 years and you haven't touched her. Now she is pregnant with my child. It has been 3 months. Ha, Chen Feng, you must be feeling very bad right now, right?" Chen Feng curled the corners of his mouth slightly, his face calm. During these days lying in bed, he had already figured out a lot of things. He Wei looked at Chen Feng, stuck to Wang Minghua, and said coldly, "Chen Feng, you don't have to put on a forced smile, don't blame me for betraying you, who told you to be a good-for-nothing pauper. The little money you made from delivering takeout for a month is not even enough for the red envelope that Minghua casually gave me. My mother is right, following you will only bring bad luck." Chen Feng, did you hear that? This is what Wei Wei really thinks. After a pause, Wang Minghua continued, "Oh, by the way, Wei Wei and I are getting married on the 5th of next month. He Caixia, my mother-in-law, who has always disapproved of you being together, personally picked the date. I would be very happy if you could come." He Wei curled her lips. "Why invite this unlucky guy? My mom will be mad to death if she sees me. Baby, I was just teasing him on purpose. How could a poor guy like him be worthy of attending our wedding? Then I wish you happiness." Chen Feng looked straight through the two of them and said calmly, "Please move aside now. You are blocking my way for a walk." He Wei didn't expect Chen Feng to have this attitude when he heard that she was going to get married. She gritted her teeth and said, "Chen Feng, you." At the same time, another clear voice like a silver bell sounded, "Chen Feng?" A girl in a blue off-shoulder chiffon skirt walked towards Chen Feng. She was probably about 18 or 19 years old, with honey-colored curly hair casually draped over her shoulders, starry eyes, cherry lips, and delicate facial features. She was as lively and lovely as if she had walked out of a comic book. She walked in front of Chen Feng, then paused, looked up, blinked her big eyes and asked, "Are you Chen Feng?" Chen Feng nodded. "That's right, you are the one." The girl grabbed Chen Feng's hand. "Come on, come home with me." Chapter 2 Dare to insult my son-in-law. Looking at the little hand that was holding his, Chen Feng decisively refused. "I don't know you, please let go." The girl looked at Chen Feng suspiciously and pouted. "If my mother hadn't asked me to come and pick you up, do you think I would be willing to come out in such hot weather?" She let go of her hands, pointed at her cheeks and said aggrievedly, "Look, my face is all sweaty, and my makeup is all off." The sunlight scorched her fair cheeks, staining them a faint cherry red. Her skin was as delicate as that of a newborn baby, and if you looked closely you could see the soft little hairs on it. It's like a slightly ripe peach, with just the right amount of moisture and sweetness, making people want to take a bite. "I have already completed the discharge procedures for you. You can come home with me now. With a beautiful woman like me coming to pick you up personally, I really don't know what you have to worry about." From the girl's tone, Chen Feng guessed that she should be his fiancée. Although she is pretty and has a nice figure, her personality is too spoiled and she has a bit of the temper of a spoiled daughter. Su Bingyue. When Wang Minghua saw the girl, his eyes lit up, and from the moment she appeared, he hardly took his eyes off her. "Are you Su Bingyue from Shark Live? I'm your fan and have been following you for 2 years. I even gave you a gift worth 100,000 yuan when you were live yesterday." When recognized by fans, the girl nodded generously in acknowledgement. However, her real name is Su Xinyue, and Su Bingyue is the ID she chose for her live broadcast room. "It's me, but I have no impression of you." As the #1 shark, her average income from each live broadcast is hundreds of millions. People like Wang Minghua who only gave 100,000 gifts are like clockwork white barrages, and Su Xinyue doesn't take them seriously at all. But Wang Minghua was obviously excited. "I never thought I would have the honor to meet you. You are even more beautiful than when you were live streaming. When I go back tonight and give you another 200,000, I will be eligible to add you on WeChat." Su Xinyue blinked and encouraged, "Okay, then keep working hard." As she spoke, she looked at Chen Feng and pouted her cherry lips. "Chen Feng, are you really unwilling to go home with me? Or do you have to wait for my mom to come pick you up before you are willing to go back?" Chen Feng glanced at her and said, "The doctor clearly said that I will be discharged tomorrow. If I go back with you like this, I'm afraid you will do something bad to me." "TSK, who wants to do something bad to you? I have plenty of suitors, why would I care about you?" Wang Minghua was very surprised when he heard Su Xinyue repeatedly saying that she wanted to take Chen Feng home. No matter what, he could not connect the poor bastard Chen Feng with the beautiful anchor Su Xinyue, and he could not imagine any relationship between them. Su Bingyue, may I ask, what is your relationship with Chen Feng? Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng. Although she didn't want to admit it, she still answered truthfully, he is my fiancé. Fiancé? How could a beautiful anchor who earns tens of millions from a live broadcast fall for Chen Feng, a poor boy who has less than 2,000 yuan for living expenses every month? Wang Minghua was extremely surprised. But seeing how serious she was when she spoke, it didn't seem like she was joking. But Su Xinyue didn't have time to deal with Wang Minghua. She stamped her feet in anger and asked Chen Feng, what do you want in exchange for me going home? Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, call your mother-in-law. I want to confirm this with her. Hit me if you want. Su Xinyue took out her cell phone. No need to fight, I'm here already. Zhang Lindy walked in wearing a neat professional suit, and her delicate makeup could not hide her tiredness. 2 bodyguards in black followed behind him. Mom! Why are you here? Didn't you say that there was a very important multinational meeting to attend? Su Xinyue pestered her and said coquettishly. Zhang Lindy rubbed her hair lovingly and looked at Chen Feng with a smile. Let's change the time. Nothing is more important than taking my son-in-law home. Su Xinyue raised her thin little chin towards Chen Feng. My mother is here. Now, you should believe that what I just said is true, right? Chen Feng nodded. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Lindy pretended to be angry and blamed. Why are you calling me Zhangzong? You should call me Mom. Yes, Mom. Zhang Lindy was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Yeah, Xiaofeng has just been discharged from the hospital and is still very weak. You have to take good care of him. Come, support him and let's go home. Oh, I see. Although Su Xinyue was extremely reluctant, she still took Qin Feng's hand obediently. This is the first time I've held a boy's hand. You're lucky. Chen Feng disagreed. It's my first time too, let's cancel each other out. Seeing Chen Feng and Su Xinyue about to leave the hospital, He Wei suddenly screamed. Chen Feng, I know you hate me for being with Minghua, but there's no need for you to deliberately put on such a show for us, right? What beautiful anchor. There are a lot of people like her in those dirty places. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Feng slapped her in the face. He Wei's eyes suddenly turned red. Minghua, he hit me. Bang! He Wei was also slapped on the other side of her face by Wang Minghua. You are not allowed to insult her. He Wei's eyes widened. Wang Minghua, you actually hit me for a woman on the internet, and I'm pregnant with your child. Then you are not allowed to insult her either. Wang Minghua looked at He Wei coldly. I think there is no need to hold our wedding. Your father owes our family 2 million. If he can't pay it back next month, I will sue him directly. No. Minghua, I was wrong. I didn't mean to insult her. I was scolding Chen Feng just now. I was scolding that unlucky guy, the unlucky star. He Wei cried until her eyes were swollen like walnuts. Please, for the sake of the baby in my belly, don't cancel our wedding. Zhang Lindy's face turned pale when she heard He Wei scolding Chen Feng. Who dares to scold my good son-in-law? He Wei cried out, he is just a pauper. Whoever follows him will not have a good life. Really? Zhang Lindy snorted, then I'll make life miserable for both of you. She turned to look at the 2 men in black behind her and instructed them respectively, go and check Wang Minghua's background and assets, and make him lose everything within half an hour. Yes. You go and arrange 2 planes to take them, one to the South Pole and the other to the North Pole. Yes. Wang Minghua was very disdainful after hearing this. You old woman, are you trying to scare a 3-year-old child? After that, the phone rang. Hello, Dad? Wang Minghua's face suddenly changed, and his jaw almost dislocated in surprise. What, our company went bankrupt? Chapter 3, Slapping the Ex-Girlfriend's Mom. The news came so suddenly, like a bolt from the blue. Wang Minghua looked at Zhang Lindy in horror and suddenly felt that the woman's face was somewhat familiar. Wasn't this Zhang Lindy, the richest woman in Chengdu, whom he had seen on TV and in newspapers? Chen Feng's poor mother-in-law is actually the richest woman. Mr. Zhang, I didn't say those insulting words to Chen Feng. If you want to blame someone, blame He Wei. It has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. Please don't let my family go bankrupt. Zhang Lindy had a stern face, and the light in his eyes made people shudder. Xiaofeng is my good son-in-law. I will not let anyone who gives him a hard time off. If you dare to say another word, the United States has a new moon landing plan recently. I can introduce you two to it. No, Mr. Zhang, I know I was wrong. Wang Minghua held back his tears and shut his mouth obediently. Xiao Feng. Zhang Lindy looked at Chen Feng and asked, do you think that my punishment for them is too light? Do you have any good suggestions? Chen Feng thought for a moment and said coldly, the temperature in the North and South Poles is low, and they can't adapt to it. It would be better to ask a few more people to go with them so that they can gather together for warmth. Zhang Lindy praised Chen Feng's suggestion. Okay, let's do as you say. She looked at the two black-clad bodyguards behind her and said, find all 3 generations of their ancestors. As long as they are still alive, send them all over. Wang Minghua and He Wei were completely dumbfounded. One was crying with tears in her eyes, the other was regretting with tears streaming down her face. Chen Feng saw it and felt happy. There is something hateful about pitiful people, but there is nothing pitiful about hateful people. Su Xinyue kept wiping the hot sweat from her face and said coquettishly, Mom, I'm almost dying of the sun. Let's go home. Zhang Lindy nodded, glanced at the time, and said with a smile, it's time for dinner. Xiaofeng should be hungry. Let's go eat first and then go home. Su Xinyue widened her eyes in surprise. Mom, you don't have to go to the company? Send Xiaofeng home, it won't be too late for me to go later. Thank you, Mom. If your company has something to do, I can go back by myself. Chen Feng was flattered. Zhang Lindy suddenly smiled like a flower, with a tenderness and satisfaction that she had never shown before on her face. Xiaofeng, your calling me Mom makes me feel that all the hard work in this half of my life is worth it. Let's go and eat. Sitting in the Pagani Huayra BC worth more than 30 million yuan and looking at the scenery passing by on both sides, Chen Feng felt as if he was in a dream. A car accident turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Not only did he obtain a sign-in system that only appears in novels, but he also signed in the mother-in-law of the richest man in Chengdu. This mother-in-law is not only rich and beautiful, but also treats him like her own son. Although my fiancée has a spoiled temper, she is beautiful enough to outshine even the most popular young actresses. She is also the top anchor of Shark Live, and the income from one live broadcast is equivalent to the income of an ordinary family for decades. No wonder Chen Feng felt that he had bad teeth since he was a child. It turns out that he was born to be a gigolo. Chen Feng was thinking happily here, but Su Xinyue, who was sitting in the back row, had a frown on her face and pouted her lips. She glanced at Chen Feng, who was sitting in the passenger seat with dissatisfaction, and complained, Mom, what's so good about this Chen Feng? You don't even go to the company, but you pick him up from the hospital and have dinner with him. Even a biological daughter like me is not worthy of sitting in the passenger seat. Zhang Lindy chuckled, yeah, you have to believe that Mom's vision is not wrong. I have always been very accurate in judging people. After you have been together for a while, your attitude towards him will change a lot. Mom, I will never fall for him, and you don't have to try to bring us together. A forced melon is not sweet. Zhang Xinyue curled her lips in disdain. Zhang Lindy was afraid that Chen Feng would be unhappy to hear this, so she immediately explained, Xiaofeng, Yeya's temper is a bit willful, but she is a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I believe you will get along very happily in the future. Chen Feng nodded, Mom, I know, I will give in to her more. No, you don't have to give in to her. If this girl dares to lose her temper with you in the future, just educate her directly. If she dares not listen to you, just tell me. Zhang Lindy sighed, she is spoiled by me all the time. It's time for someone to cure her princess temper. Looking at Zhang Lindy's sad face in the rearview mirror, Chen Feng felt the helplessness of a mother. He promised earnestly, Mom, you can rest assured to leave Yeye to me. I will educate her frequently in the future. As they were talking, the car had already arrived at the largest hotel in Chengdu. Zhang Lindy went to find a parking space, while Su Xinyue went straight to the bathroom near the parking lot to touch up her makeup. Chen Feng strode to the hotel entrance, but was stopped by the security guard at the door before he could enter. Kid, if you want to take pictures, stand further away. This is not a place for you to eat. Don't stand at the door and spoil the view, blocking the distinguished guests from entering. When the security guard was scolding Chen Feng, a well-dressed man and woman had already entered the hotel. When they passed by Chen Feng, the man snorted disdainfully from his nostrils. Chen Feng was puzzled, You are blocking me, how do you know I am not worthy of going in to eat? The security guard looked Chen Feng up and down and sneered, With your clothes, the total cost is no more than 200 yuan, right? This is the largest hotel in Chengdu. Just ordering a table of dishes will cost tens of thousands. You should cross the road and eat at the food stalls across the street. You can dress however you want there. As soon as he finished speaking, a sarcastic voice sounded. For a poor boy like him, being able to afford a meal at a food stall is a luxury for him. Chen Feng was very familiar with this voice. Apart from Itsaisha, He Wei's good mother, there is probably no other woman in the world who speaks so harshly and unpleasantly. During the 3 years she was with He Wei, she found Chen Feng many times and humiliated him severely. Not only did she use cold words to insult Chen Feng, she also did not spare his ancestors. At this moment, she was wearing a navy blue cheongsam, holding the arm of a pot-bellied man in a suit, standing on the steps, looking as arrogant as ever. Xia, do you know this guy? The man in the suit asked curiously. Itsaisha rolled her eyes. He's just a hapless delivery guy. He's a toad wanting to eat swan meat and he wanted to pursue my daughter. My daughter was young and didn't know much, so she was almost deceived by him. Fortunately, she listened to my advice and found a rich young man whose family runs a company. They're getting married next month. Mr. Li, you must come to the wedding when the time comes. Sure. The man in the suit agreed readily. Itsaisha crossed her arms and looked down at him. Oh, I heard you were in a car accident some time ago. How come you weren't killed? If you really died, it would be a good thing for you. The sooner you die, the sooner you can reincarnate. In your next life, you can find a rich family to reincarnate into, and you won't have to live such a miserable life. Chen Feng looked coldly at Itsaisha, whose face was full of sarcasm. In the past, considering that she was He Wei's mother, he endured the humiliation and dared not say a word. But now he has nothing to do with He Wei, so there is no need to continue to have any kindness towards this bitch. Bang! Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped Itsaisha directly on the face. Chapter 4, My Own Hotel. 5 clear finger marks appeared on his face. Itsaisha was completely stunned. She couldn't believe that Chen Feng, who had never fought back no matter how he humiliated her in the past, would actually slap her in the face today. She was so angry that she was shaking all over. Well, you poor boy have grown up now and you even dare to hit me. It's a pity that I didn't agree with you being with my daughter in the first place. You are such a jinx. If anyone follows you in the future, her whole family will be killed by you. Shut up. Zhang Lindy had just walked to the entrance of the hotel with Su Xinyue when she heard that Itsaisha, a shrew, dared to curse at Chen Feng, and her face suddenly became gloomy. Bodyguard. At the command, 2 bodyguards in black stepped forward immediately. One of them quickly controlled Itsaisha's hands with one hand and kicked her kneecap, forcing her to kneel on the ground. The other man raised his palm, which was as thick as a brick, and slapped her face left and right, slapping her dozens of times in a few seconds. Ah! Itsaisha's face was covered in blood, and she kept shouting miserably, "Who are you? I have no grudge against you, why are you hitting me?" Zhang Lindy looked down at her, and the powerful aura emanating from her body gave people a strong sense of intimidation. Xiaofeng is my good son-in-law. If you disrespect him, you are disrespecting me. I just slapped you a few times to shut you up. This is already a light punishment. Su Xinyue pouted and clenched her fists. Mom, this old woman has a very vicious mouth. She just said that if anyone follows Chen Feng, the whole family will be killed. You asked someone to slap her a few times, isn't that too easy for her? Yeah. Zhang Lindy nodded, looked at Chen Feng, and asked with a smile, Xiaofeng, do you think I should send her to Syria as a mercenary, or to Afghanistan to mine? Chen Feng replied coldly, it would be most appropriate to send her to Afghanistan to mine. As for the quota to Syria, it cannot be wasted. This is a rare opportunity, so give it to President Li. Okay, Xiaofeng, I'll do as you say. Zhang Lindy was very satisfied with this answer. Mr. Li was petrified on the spot. He was so scared that he fell to his knees, crying and begging for mercy. Boss Zhang, this matter has nothing to do with me. I just came here to have a meal and was just passing by. I have elderly parents and young children to support. My whole family depends on me for support. I can't go to Syria to be a mercenary. Zhang Lindy snorted coldly, since you have said a bunch of nonsense again, your company has been officially acquired by me. I will transfer the money to you when you arrive in Syria. As for whether you will have the life to use this money, it depends on your own luck. Mr. Li couldn't even cry anymore. Itsaisha had screwed him over so badly. Chen Feng obviously had a powerful backer. The richest woman in Chengdu was his mother-in-law. How could he be a poor delivery boy? The security guard who witnessed the whole process was trembling with fear. Mr. Zhang. He bent down 90 degrees and bowed deeply. You're fired. Zhang Lindy didn't even look at him. She gently took Chen Feng's hand and asked, Xiaofeng, I scared you just now. Are you okay? Her eyes were doting and her tone was gentle. She was completely different from the domineering female referee who acted decisively a second ago. Chen Feng shook his head. Mom, I'm fine, thank you. Tell me thank you, we are a family, let's go in and eat. Take the elevator directly to the top floor of the hotel. Under the guidance of 2 waiters, Chen Feng and other 2 entered the box. The decoration of the box is so luxurious that it is not enough to describe it. It features a variety of exquisite handmade products, gold foil decorations, precious antiques, luxurious crystal chandeliers and delicate handmade tapestries, each of which is a work of art. The Baroque art space with carved beams and painted buildings is built entirely by hand, and the tableware and home furnishings are from Italy and France. In addition, the antique furnishings collected from all over Europe and the classical mirror gallery fireplace give people a visual enjoyment of luxury and wealth. It was Chen Feng's first time to eat at a big hotel. He was very careful when sitting down, for fear of damaging the valuable art treasures. Mom, it's expensive for you to eat here. Su Xinyue chuckled and said, why spend so much money? This is our own hotel. We can eat whatever we want. It turns out that the largest hotel in Chengdu is owned by my mother-in-law. Even if it's not ours, as long as Xiaofeng is happy eating it, I will buy it immediately. Zhang Lindy handed the menu to Chen Feng. Xiaofeng, just order whatever you want. Okay. Chen Feng took the menu and flipped a page. At a glance, most of the dishes cost 4 or even 5 figures, and a fruit dessert after the meal would cost at least 200 or 300 yuan. Based on this calculation, if you order 5 or 6 dishes with a balanced combination of meat and vegetables, it would cost at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Chen Feng looked at the waiter, pointed at the menu and said, I want some spicy melon strips and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Thinking that his mother-in-law was not short of money, Chen Feng decided to order a more expensive meat dish and another salt and pepper shrimp. After ordering 3 dishes with satisfaction, Chen Feng was about to close the menu when Su Xinyue asked in surprise, You've ordered already? When she reminded him, Chen Feng remembered that he had indeed missed ordering the most important staple food. I'd like another bowl of rice, thank you. Xiaofeng. Zhang Lindy looked at Chen Feng, her eyes filled with tears. She knew that Chen Feng must be afraid that her treating would be too expensive, so he ordered the cheapest dishes. Apart from Chen Feng, you won't be able to find another son-in-law as virtuous as him in this world. If only Ye were half as sensible as you are. She said with relief, Xiaofeng, you don't have to think about saving money for me. The more money you spend, the happier I am. Just order whatever you want to eat, just order something more expensive. In order to make Zhang Lindy happy, Chen Feng gritted his teeth and turned to the last page of the menu. The price of any dish on there was over 5 figures. Then I'll order this. Chen Feng said, pointing to the most expensive dish in the lower right corner. The waiter explained awkwardly, sorry sir, this is the landline number of our hotel. Su Xinyue couldn't help laughing. Although the menus on the back few pages are all written in foreign languages, they at least have pictures. Why did you have to order a landline number? Yeah. Don't laugh at Xiaofeng. Zhang Lindy glared at Su Xinyue, then said to the waiter, bring up all the dishes on the menu that cost more than 4 figures. Okay, Mr. Zhang. The waiter nodded. Don't forget to serve the 3 dishes Xiaofeng ordered just now. Okay, Mr. Zhang. The waiter confirmed the menu and left the box. After a while, all kinds of exquisite dishes were served on the table. They were delicate in shape and fragrant. No matter their color, aroma, or taste, they were all mouth-watering. Su Xinyue bit her chopsticks and said enviously, Chen Feng, you know, my mom is a workaholic, the kind who works hard to the point of death. I can count on one hand the number of times she has eaten with me since I was a child. But today, for your sake, she even stopped going to the company and had dinner with you. Where do you get such a great magic to make her, a workaholic, rest? After hearing this, Chen Feng felt very distressed for his mother-in-law. The richest woman in Chengdu, with a diamond-studded and gilded label in the eyes of others, displays her glamour in the public eye, but few people can understand the hard work behind it. Mom, you have to pay more attention to rest. Taking care of your health is the most important thing. Zhang Lindy was so moved that her eyes turned red. Xiaofeng, I will take care of my health in the future, you don't have to worry about me. Chen Feng nodded, picked up a salt and pepper shrimp with chopsticks, and started to pick it carefully. Chapter 5, Spoiled Like a Little Princess. The shrimps are made from fresh ingredients. After being soaked in oil, they are stir-fried with pepper and salt. The seasonings remain on the outside of the shell but not into the meat. The outside is crispy, salty and spicy, and the meat is tender and delicious. It is Chen Feng's favorite dish, and it is also a dish that reminds him of his mother's tenderness. Thinking of his mother, Chen Feng hadn't seen her for more than 10 years. The year he started elementary school, his mother and father flew abroad, and the family had never been reunited since then. He had no contact information for them, only the 600 yuan living expenses that he asked his second aunt to transfer to him every month. 600 yuan was not enough, so he looked for part-time jobs everywhere, such as writing homework, posting advertisements, handing out flyers, and delivering takeout. He basically did all the part-time jobs he could find that were not illegal. Fortunately, God treated him well and a rich mother-in-law came to him, allowing him to have the care and love of a mother again. Mom, eat shrimp. Chen Feng put the chopped shrimp meat into Zhang Lindy's bowl. Zhang Lindy looked at the shrimp but didn't move her chopsticks. Chen Feng realized that his behavior was a bit abrupt, which might have made his mother-in-law feel a little disgusted. He immediately stood up and said, "Mom, I'm sorry. I'll go get you a new set of bowls and chopsticks." No, Xiao Feng, you misunderstood me. Zhang Lindy immediately stood up and gently pressed Chen Feng's shoulders with both hands, asking him to sit back in his seat. With red eyes, she picked up the shrimp meat, handed it to her mouth, and said with emotion, "Xiao Feng, I'm not disgusted, but I'm so moved that I can't bear to eat it for a moment." So this is what my mother-in-law meant. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Mom, this shrimp meat is delicious. Come and try it. If you think it's good, I'll give you more." Okay. Zhang Lindy nodded and slowly put the shrimp into her mouth. The teeth bite together. The fresh, tender and smooth taste is about to burst into life under the stimulation of the taste buds, and the mouth is full of fragrance, which is indescribable. She closed her eyes in enjoyment, and suddenly felt that what was melting in her mouth was not just a piece of shrimp meat, but a unique delicacy that was carefully cooked and combined with all the precious ingredients in the world. It's delicious, so delicious. Zhang Lindy praised it highly. Seeing that his mother-in-law was enjoying the meal, Chen Feng put 2 freshly peeled shrimps into her bowl. "Xiao Feng, don't just focus on peeling shrimps for me. I'm worried that your hands will get tired. Eat the food quickly and see if the dishes prepared by our chef are to your liking." Chen Feng said sincerely, "Mom, I am not tired of peeling shrimp for you, and I am very happy. If you like salt and pepper shrimp, I will make it for you every day at home in the future." "You're the only one who can cook?" Su Xinyue asked with a questioning look on her face. Chen Feng nodded. "Although I am not as good as the chefs in the hotel, I am still good at making some home-cooked dishes, especially this salt and pepper shrimp. I learned a few tricks from my mother when I was a child." TSK, just keep bragging. "I'm afraid everyone will have diarrhea after eating the food you cook." Su Xinyue curled her lips. Seeing Zhang Lindy eating with a satisfied look on her face, she looked at Chen Feng and said, "Why are you only peeling shrimps for my mother and not for me? Don't you have hands yourself? Then my mother also. Mom works hard and it's not easy for her to manage a company alone. It's my duty to peel shrimp for her." As she spoke, she put a freshly peeled crystal-clear shrimp into Zhang Lindy's bowl. "Besides, Mom is so beautiful, with skin as delicate as a girl's. The salt and pepper on the shrimp shell will irritate her skin." Yeah, you are not young anymore. You should be more sensible and understand our mom's difficulties." When Su Xinyue heard this, she rolled her eyes and muttered in a low voice, "Flatterer. You've already started to criticize me before you even enter the door." Chen Feng chuckled, pretended not to hear, and continued to peel shrimps seriously. He is also very good at peeling shrimps. Hold the shrimp tail with your right hand and the shrimp head with your left hand, and press gently on the second section of the shrimp tail. Until it becomes slightly soft, hold it still with your left hand, use your right hand to apply force and gently squeeze the shrimp shell towards the shrimp head. The shrimp tail falls off, and by squeezing the shrimp body with appropriate force, a complete shrimp can be easily taken out. Eating more shrimp can not only protect the cardiovascular system, reduce the cholesterol content in the blood, help dilate the coronary arteries, and prevent high blood pressure, but also remove blood stasis and detoxify, and beautify the skin. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Lindy, who couldn't stop eating, and praised her from the bottom of his heart. "Mom, while you were eating these shrimps, I found that you are more beautiful than before. Ha ha. Zhang Lindy laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. Listen, Xiaofeng's mouth is as sweet as honey. My good son-in-law is really good at talking. Su Xinyue snorted coldly, you were so slick and you look so dishonest at first glance. Chen Feng could clearly feel that his fiancée had a lot of opinions about him. Although he had no feelings for her, they would still have to spend every day together in the future. If their relationship became too strained, Zhang Lindy would definitely feel uncomfortable if she saw it. So, in order to ease the relationship, Chen Feng decided to give in. He peeled the last shrimp left on the plate, picked it up and was about to put it into Su Xinyue's bowl. Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened and she refused directly, I don't want it. My mother doesn't mind it, but I do. Yeah, Xiaofeng is sincere to you. It's so rude of you to reject him. Zhang Lindy couldn't bear it anymore. The shrimp meat peeled by the son-in-law tasted delicious, but her daughter actually refused it. She was so ignorant. Mom, don't blame Yaya. I understand what she means. Su Xinyue curled her lips, it's best if you understand. Chen Feng smiled brightly and passed the chopsticks with shrimp meat to Su Xinyue's mouth. Yaya wants me to feed her. She is my fiancée. You spoiled her before, now it's really my turn to spoil her like a little princess. Chen Feng looked at Su Xinyue's tightly closed lips and half opened his mouth. My princess, please eat shrimp, come, ah. I don't want to eat it. Stop disgusting me. Su Xinyue turned her face away, her face full of disgust. Come on, have one. I was so busy peeling shrimps for my mother-in-law that I ignored my fiancé's feelings. It is understandable that she is jealous and resentful, and now she is playing some tricks to satisfy her lust. Seeing how Chen Feng was so attentive to Su Xinyue, and how romantic and thoughtful he was in every move, Zhang Lindy enviously said, Yeah, Xiaofeng is feeding you personally. If you refuse, then you have a problem with me as your mother. Mom, that's not what I meant. Zhang Lindy's attitude was very tough, and she showed her strong woman attitude again. If that's not what I meant, then eat it. Su Xinyue felt so aggrieved that she almost cried. She turned towards Chen Feng extremely reluctantly, closed her eyes and slowly opened her mouth. Her long eyelashes trembled and her cheeks flushed, as if she was shyly welcoming her lover's kiss. Chen Feng put the shrimp into her mouth, so good. Chapter 6 Pack a set for me too. Coming out of Chengdu's #1 hotel. Zhang Lindy smiled and asked, Xiaofeng, were you satisfied with the meal just now? Very satisfied. This is the most sumptuous and delicious meal I have ever had since I was born. Chen Feng answered truthfully, what's more, being able to have lunch with my mother and Yaya not only adds some color, fragrance, and taste to the dishes, but also makes me feel full of happiness while eating. I haven't been reunited with my parents for more than 10 years. The meal we just had brought back the long-lost warmth that only belongs to family. You are satisfied, but I'm not happy at all. Su Xinyue pouted her cherry lips and complained softly. A cool breeze blew towards her, but it still couldn't blow away the rosy red on her cheeks. From the moment she swallowed the shrimp meat that Chen Feng fed her, she felt uncomfortable all over, especially her face, which was burning hot and no amount of iced drinks could reduce the heat. Zhang Lindy looked at Su Xinyue and asked in confusion, Yeah, why are you unhappy? Didn't Mom order your favorite dishes just now? Mom, I'm not blaming you. Su Xinyue glared at Chen Feng with her beautiful eyes. Xiaofeng feeds you shrimps, serves you soup and wipes your mouth. He takes good care of you. What else can you be unhappy about? Su Xinyue stamped her feet in anger, pursed her lips and said nothing. Mom, I didn't communicate much with Yaya during dinner just now, and I ignored her feelings, so she has a problem with me. I understand, it's my fault. Chen Feng stretched his hand from behind Su Xinyue and placed it on her right shoulder. He raised his index finger and thumb and pinched her smooth chin. He continued, in the future, I will consider Yaya's feelings more, accompany her, take care of her, and let her feel my love for her from the details of life. Su Xinyue squinted at the dirty hand on her chin and said, Who wants you to accompany me? Take your dirty hands away. What a good son-in-law. Unique and one of a kind. If she were 20 years younger, Zhang Lindy felt that she would definitely fall in love with Chen Feng uncontrollably. Xiaofeng, I'm relieved to entrust Yaya to you. I'm deeply moved by your sincerity. As they were talking, Zhang Lindy had already brought Chen Feng to the shopping mall. She stopped in front of a famous brand clothing store and said with a smile, Yaya, accompany Xiaofeng in to pick out some handsome clothes. I will come to check out later. The purpose of doing this is to create an opportunity for Chen Feng and Su Xinyue to be alone and enhance their relationship. But Su Xinyue directly refused. Just let him go in and choose by himself. Why do you want me to accompany him? If you don't accompany Xiao Feng to pick out clothes, then accompany me to eat matcha cake. Then I'll choose to pick clothes. Su Xinyue felt like crying but had no tears. Knowing that she is allergic to matcha, she will never touch matcha food in her life. Ever since Chen Feng appeared, she began to doubt from the bottom of her heart whether she was Zhang Lindy's biological daughter or Chen Feng was her biological daughter. After Zhang Lindy left, Chen Feng looked at the famous clothing store in front of him and was moved. It was great to have a mother-in-law who was the richest man in the world. In the past, he would take a detour whenever he saw a brand name store, as a random pair of socks could be worth the price of an entire set of clothes. And now, because his mother-in-law was paying the bill, he could not only walk in with confidence, but also buy several sets of clothes. Walked into the store with Su Xinyue. Welcome. The clerk came up to me with a smile. Looking at the youthful smile on the clerk's face, Chen Feng sighed in his heart that the service in a famous brand clothing store was so enthusiastic. Not only are they beautiful, but they also speak nicely. He likes them here very much. I want to buy some clothes in your store. Do you have any recommendations? Before he could finish his words, Chen Feng was pushed out the door by the enthusiastic clerk. She looked Chen Feng up and down at his clothes, and said with disdain, "I'm sorry, the welcome I just said was not meant for you. This is a brand name clothing store, not a place where anyone can come in. If you want to buy clothes, you can go to the stalls at the night market. 3 pieces cost 100 yuan there." A young woman, working in the service industry, speaks so harshly. Chen Feng thought that although his clothes were cheap, they were at least clean and tidy, and he was definitely not the kind of person she described as a bad person. What if I want to buy clothes in your store? Have you ever looked in the mirror? Can you afford the clothes in our store? The clerk rolled his eyes at Chen Feng and snorted, "You are wearing clothes worth tens of dollars, but you are dreaming about tens of thousands of dollars. You don't deserve to wear high-end clothes. I don't have time to waste on you. Please leave quickly and stop standing at the door and hindering our business." As she spoke, she seemed to change her expression and looked at Su Xinyue with a smile on her face. "Su Bingyue. You are Su Bingyue from Shark Live, right?" Su Xinyue nodded. "It's me. Oh my god, it's really you. You're 10,000 times more beautiful than when you were live streaming. My boyfriend loves watching your live streaming the most. He has been following you for several years and dreams of meeting you in person." As she spoke, she began to look for paper and pen. "Can you sign for me? I'll bring it to him after get off work. He will definitely be very happy." "No problem." Su Xinyue agreed readily. She looked at Chen Feng proudly, with a hint of boasting in her eyes. Soon, the clerk found paper and pen, and Su Xinyue signed her name without hesitation. After collecting the paper with Su Xinyue's autograph, the clerk glanced at Chen Feng and asked tentatively, "Beautiful anchor, you probably don't know that man, right?" He. Thinking of the scene in the hotel where Chen Feng fed her shrimp, Su Xinyue immediately shook her head. "I don't know him." "That's good." The clerk breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Feng saw the obvious contrast in her attitude and smiled bitterly at the reality and ruthlessness of today's society. Fortunately, the sign-in system came down from heaven. My life has been changed. Those who look down on me now, one day I will make you look down on me. Thinking of this, a loud voice came from behind. "Hey, Xiaomei, our store is doing good business today. The customers are lining up outside the door." The clerk immediately greeted him with a smile. "Boss, how come you have time to come here today?" Zhang Jiqian laughed loudly and said, "I am here to treat you, my employees, because I am worried that you are too tired at work, so I am here to treat you to milk tea." He handed the full bag of milk tea to the clerk. "Thank you, boss. You are so nice to us. You are the best boss in the world." The clerk took the milk tea and did not forget to flatter him. Zhang Jilong felt very happy after hearing this. He glanced at Chen Feng, his eyes lit up. "Isn't that the new style of our store that this person is wearing? It's simple yet fashionable, low-key yet luxurious. This dress is nice, I like it. You can also pack a set for me. I'll take it away right away." Chapter 7. I bought your store. This. The clerk was embarrassed. "Boss, this suit is something he wore himself. It's not a new model in our store." "Oh?" Zhang Jiqian frowned. The clerk glanced at Chen Feng with disdain and continued, "The clothes he's wearing were also worn by the staff of the moving company I found last time. They're cheap goods, and you can buy a whole set for just a few dozen yuan. For a poor guy like him who has a living expense of at least 2,000 yuan a month, he still wants to come to our store to buy clothes. I kicked him out directly. As she spoke, she threw a wink at Zhang Jiqiang. Boss, do you think I'm doing the right thing? Zhang Jiqiang nodded repeatedly. Xiaomei, you did a great job. I will send you a big red envelope on WeChat later. Thank you, boss. After exchanging glances with the clerk, Zhang Jiqiang turned his head, looked at Chen Feng with his nose, and sneered, Poor boy, our store sells brand name clothes. Any one of them is equivalent to your living expenses for most of half a year. It's not that I look down on you, but you simply can't afford it. I'll go in and choose a few sets. My mother-in-law will come to check out later. Chen Feng said. Your mother-in-law? Ha ha. Zhang Jiqiang almost died of laughter. A poor boy like you is worthy of a mother-in-law? Even if there is one, the conditions of the one who chooses you as a son-in-law are not much better. You are a poor family. If you come to my store to try on clothes, I'm afraid you will lower the quality of the clothes. If you stand outside my store, I'm afraid you will ruin my business for the whole year. Get out of here now, and don't force me to do anything to you. Because Zhang Jiqiang spoke in a loud voice, his yell attracted passers-by and nearby shop assistants to come over and watch the fun. They looked at the shop, then at Chen Feng, their eyes full of contempt. A woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s stood up and said to Chen Feng enthusiastically, Young man, their store won't sell you clothes, but I will. Come to the night market after 9 o'clock in the evening and find me. I'll give you a discount. You can choose any 3 pieces for 100 yuan. The woman's words drew more ridicule. Just at this moment, a fragrant breeze blew over. Zhang Lindy strode towards the clothing store. The powerful aura she exuded made the onlookers make way for her. Many people felt that this face looked familiar, but they couldn't remember where they had seen it. Until Zhang Jiqiang stammered and shouted loudly, Zhang, Mr. Zhang? The group of people suddenly remembered that the woman in front of them was none other than Zhang Lindy, the richest woman in Chengdu who often appeared on local television and in newspapers. The sensation caused by her appearance was no less than that of a popular star. Mr. Zhang, I am honored to see you in person. Zhang Jiqiang immediately went to meet him, bending down 90 degrees, Are you here to buy clothes? Come to my store, you can choose from a variety of new and famous brands. As long as you like it, I will give it to you for free. Don't need too many people who fawn on you and flatter you. Zhang Lindy didn't even look at him and said coldly, No need, my son-in-law is buying clothes in your store, and I'm here to pay for him. Zhang Jiqiang looked around the store and asked curiously, Boss Zhang, who was lucky enough to be your son-in-law? The man standing next to you is my good son-in-law. Zhang Lindy looked at Chen Feng with endless tenderness in her eyes. Zhang Jiqiang looked around and his eyes finally fell on Chen Feng. I thought, this boy is dressed so poorly, he is definitely not the good son-in-law that Mr. Zhang mentioned. But there was no one else standing next to him. Who else could it be except Chen Feng? Could it be Mr. Zhang? Zhang Jiqiang's face was suddenly filled with horror. Could it be that this poor, young man is your son-in-law? If it's not him, then is it you? Zhang Lindy smiled and looked at Chen Feng. Xiao Feng, how is your selection of clothes going? Do you like any of them? Chen Feng answered truthfully, They wouldn't let me in, so I didn't even have the chance to take a look, let alone choose. There is such a thing. Zhang Lindy was so angry that her face turned blue. Her beloved son-in-law, whom she held in her mouth for fear that he would melt, was looked down upon by a clerk in a clothing store. If she doesn't vent her anger, then what will happen to her status as the richest woman in Chengdu? With a glance at Zhou Jiqiang and the female clerk, the temperature around them dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant. Mr. Zhang, this is definitely a misunderstanding. I'm in the clothing business, and the customer is God and the customer is my father. What's more, he is your son-in-law. I can't wait to welcome him, so how could I not let him in? Don't you think so, Dad? Zhang Jiqiang looked at Chen Feng and forced a smile. On his fat forehead, beads of cold sweat kept dripping down. Chen Feng said coldly, That's not what you said just now. Just now I didn't know the pearl, I was. Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was slapped in the face. Zhang Lindy's face was as cold as ice. You dare to bully my good son-in-law? I think you don't want to stay in Rongqing anymore. Thump! Zhang Jiqiang was so scared that he fell to his knees. Boss Zhang, I really know I was wrong. I didn't know he was your son-in-law before. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to do it even if I had a million guts. Su Xinyue stepped forward, clenched her fists, and said indignantly, Mom, what they said to Chen Feng just now was really unpleasant, you can't let them off easily. Thump! The clerk was so scared that he also knelt on the ground. She even wanted to die now, thinking, didn't this beautiful anchor just say that she didn't know Chen Feng? How come he became her fiancé in the blink of an eye? Zhang Lindy looked down at Zhang Jiqiang and said coldly, I've bought your store. You and your employees can get out of here. No, Mr. Zhang, I opened this clothing store with the compensation money from my parents' car accident. I have deep feelings for it. Mr. Zhang, please let me stay and don't chase me away. Zhang Jiqiang cried bitterly and kowtowed repeatedly. Zhang Lindy was not moved at all. This store is now owned by my son-in-law. It is up to him to decide whether you stay or go. Zhang Jiqiang immediately rushed to Chen Feng and begged bitterly, Dad, I really know I was wrong, please don't chase me away, even if you let me continue to work as a clerk in the store, I am willing to do so. The female clerk who had mocked Chen Feng before also knelt down in front of him, crying and begging for mercy, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't have looked down on you, please don't let me go, I don't have a high degree, I'm short of money, I really need this job. The two people's attitudes were completely different before and after. If their mother-in-law, the richest person in the country, had not arrived in time, they would not know how many more cold words they would have said next. Chen Feng snorted coldly and imitated the tone of the female clerk and said, I'm sorry, this is a famous brand clothing store. It's not a place where anyone with a bad reputation can come in. If you want to find a job, you can go to the stalls at the night market. If you stay in my store, I'm afraid you will lower the quality of the clothes and ruin my business for the whole year. Chapter 8, My Fiancé is Jealous. When Zhang Jiqiang and the female clerk heard this, they felt it sounded very familiar. Isn't that what they said just now when they mocked Chen Feng? Bang! Zhang Jiqiang raised his hand and slapped himself hard. This clothing store has nothing to do with you anymore. Why don't you two get out of here? Zhang Lindy ordered coldly. Yes, Mr. Zhang, I'll get out of here right now. Zhang Jiqiang and the female clerk immediately rolled out of everyone's sight in a round manner. Xiaofeng, I originally wanted to give you and you more opportunities to be alone, but I didn't expect this to happen. It's because I, as a mother-in-law, didn't consider it carefully enough. Zhang Lindy gently took Chen Feng's hand and patted it, her eyes full of heartache. Xiaofeng, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Chen Feng smiled and said, Mom, I'm fine. As long as I can be your son-in-law, it's worth it no matter how much grievance I endure. It feels so great to have a domineering mother-in-law who is the richest person to protect me. Zhang Lindy nodded repeatedly with satisfaction, her voice choking a little. Xiaofeng, my good son-in-law, this clothing store is now yours, you can wear whatever you want, go in and see if there is anything you like. Good. Just as Chen Feng was about to go in, the owners of several nearby famous brand clothing stores came over. Handsome guy, come to our store to buy clothes, we'll give you a 50% discount. Just go to my place, I'll deliver it for free. As long as you come to my store, not only will I get free clothes, I will also give you my sister's WeChat ID. Mr. Zhang, I run a women's clothing store. Although I don't have what your son-in-law wants to wear, there are a lot of clothes you can wear. Come to my store and take a look. Chen Feng knew that the reason why these clothing store owners were so enthusiastic was because they knew that Zhang Lindy was their mother-in-law. However, he didn't like being flattered, so he refused calmly, No, thank you for your kindness. As he spoke, Chen Feng walked into the store. Soon, after picking out 2 suitable sets of clothes, he changed into one and prepared to pack the other set to take back for changing. Mom, I've picked out the clothes. Let's go home. Chen Feng walked out with a smile. Zhang Lindy looked Chen Feng up and down, with a gleam in her eyes. As expected, clothes make the man, Xiaofeng. After you put on this outfit, you become incredibly handsome, much more handsome than those popular young actors on TV. She looked at Su Xinyue and asked with a smile, Yeah, what do you think? Su Xinyue came back to her senses and looked away from Chen Feng. He's just average. I don't see how handsome he is. Zhang Lindy saw through it at a glance, smiled and said nothing. She took Chen Feng to buy some daily necessities and then walked out of the mall. Wow, so handsome. Yes, he is exactly the Prince Charming in my mind. When 2 girls passing by saw Chen Feng, they felt as if nails were driven into their feet and could no longer move. They ran up to me and asked shyly, Hello, you are so handsome, can you add me on WeChat? Chen Feng looked at Su Xinyue, You should ask my fiancé's opinion on this. Whether you want to add it or not is none of my business. Su Xinyue snorted coldly and turned her face away, pretending to look at the scenery on the roadside. Chen Feng immediately refused with a smile. Sorry, my fiancé is jealous, so I can't give you my WeChat. The two girls looked disappointed. Okay, but even though I can't add you on WeChat, I can still take a photo with you, right? This. Chen Feng was hesitating when Su Xinyue suddenly shouted in dissatisfaction, no. Zhang Lindy looked at Su Xinyue with a meaningful look in her eyes. Her daughter finally got it and knew how to be jealous. Well, what I mean is, Chen Feng, are you done yet? It's okay for a rough guy like you to stand under the scorching sun, but you let my mom and I accompany you to bask in the sun. Do you have the nerve to do that? Su Xinyue blushed and stammered in defense. Chen Feng curled his lips slightly and asked the two girls, do you think my fiancée is cute when she's jealous? But, cute. She's not just cute, she's extremely cute. You can't compare to her at all, so go away. I won't take a photo with you. Chen Feng refused. Seeing that Chen Feng refused so straightforwardly, the two girls, although unwilling, still walked away hand in hand. Since we didn't walk far, I could still hear their quiet conversation. Not only is he handsome, but he's also very loyal. I wish I had a boyfriend like him. As expected, all the good men are from other families. The only ones we can meet are ugly, philandering scumbags. Su Xinyue naturally also heard the conversation between the two girls. She didn't dare to look Chen Feng in the eye, her cheeks flushed. She thought to herself, why did he shout no so loudly just now? She didn't like Chen Feng, so why should she meddle in other people's business? She could just let him and the two girls take pictures. On the way to the parking lot, Su Xinyue felt more and more embarrassed the more she thought about it. She whispered to Chen Feng, hey, let me tell you, don't think too much about what happened just now. Ahem. Chen Feng smiled harmlessly, raised his head and nodded, yeah, I didn't think much about it. Su Xinyue was so anxious that she slapped Chen Feng on the back. Why are you laughing without thinking too much, and why are you laughing so obscenely? Chen Feng looked innocent, my mouth is on my own face, and I'm not allowed to laugh? You. Su Xinyue shook her hair in annoyance, quickened her pace and walked ahead of Chen Feng, muttering, it's really hard to reason with you. Just as Zhang Lindy drove out, Su Xinyue got into the backseat, not wanting to deal with the narcissist Chen Feng anymore. Chen Feng walked to the front of the car and said to Zhang Lindy, Mom, wait for me for a moment. Zhang Lindy nodded, and then saw Chen Feng striding towards an old woman who was selling flowers nearby. In less than half a minute, Chen Feng came back with a large bouquet of carnations and got on the passenger seat. He turned around and looked at Su Xinyue who was sitting in the back row and throwing a tantrum, and said with a smile, yeah, this bouquet of flowers? I don't want it. I don't want it. Even if you give it to me, I will throw it directly into the trash can. Su Xinyue snorted coldly. I haven't finished speaking yet. What I mean is that this bouquet of flowers is from me to our mother, but she is driving now and it is not convenient for her to take the flowers, so please put it next to your seat. There is an empty space there and it won't be pressed down. As he spoke, Chen Feng handed the flowers to Su Xinyue. It turns out that this flower is not for me. Her face turned red and she thought to herself, why did she shout out so anxiously? Wouldn't it have avoided such an embarrassing mistake if Chen Feng had finished speaking the rest of his words? Moreover, the flower was a carnation, which was obviously given to Zhang Lindy. It didn't seem like it was bought intentionally to play a trick on her. It's so annoying. You're the only one who has so many things to do. Su Xinyue complained as she took the flowers and threw them aside. The expression on her face was so angry that she looked like she was about to cry. Chapter 9, The Fourth Sister is a Genius Painter. Yeah, don't be angry. I actually bought you flowers too. Noticing Su Xinyue's extremely aggrieved expression in the rearview mirror, Chen Feng guessed that she looked like she was about to cry because she was probably jealous again. They say women are made of water, but the fiancé in front of me feels like she is made of vinegar. She gets jealous when she takes photos with other girls, and she gets jealous when she gives a bouquet of flowers to her mother-in-law. The key is that she is so cute when she is jealous, which makes people unable to stop. Su Xinyue looked out the window and pouted, I've already said that I don't care about the flowers you sent me, so you don't have to be so attentive to me. Yeah, are you sure you don't want to take a look? I promise you will like this bouquet of flowers. I already told you I don't want it, just throw it away. Su Xinyue's face was puffed up, but the corner of her eye unconsciously glanced at Chen Feng. Woman. It turns out that they all say one thing and mean another. Chen Feng grinned and said with a smile, yeah, look carefully, this is the flower I gave you. As he spoke, he raised his hands, opened his palms to the left and right and supported them on his chin. Leaves, leaves, flowers. Su Xinhua realized that she had been tricked by Chen Feng again. Is this the flower you want to give me? Chen Feng nodded. Yes, how about it, my fiancé, do you like this flower of mine? Click. The pink fists were clenched tightly, and the slender finger joints made clear, crisp sounds. Her pearly teeth clenched together and her fair shoulders trembled with anger. Su Xinhua's beautiful eyes widened, and the look she gave Chen Feng was like two sharp ice blades, as if she wished she could cut him into pieces. Chen Feng, you bastard, I hate you so much. Pagani drove into a luxurious private villa. After getting off the car, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. My mother-in-law's family is so rich. What catches your eye is a huge swimming pool, big enough to host a large pool party. 2 large garages are specially used to collect limited edition luxury cars. The garden is many times larger than the community park, and there is also a bowling room, a cinema, a library, a wine cellar, and a banquet hall. If Chen Feng had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that such a luxurious villa could actually exist in real life. Xiao Feng, why are you still standing there? Come in quickly. This will be your home from now on. Zhang Lindy walked towards Chen Feng holding a carnation. Chen Feng nodded, still as if he was in a dream, and followed her into the living room. The living room is equipped with the most luxurious fabrics, furniture and electrical appliances. With rich yet lively tones and a bold and grand layout, it gives people a luxurious, comfortable and supreme experience. It's incredible. In the past, Chen Feng rented a small house of less than 20 square meters outside the school. Even in the hottest summer, there was no air conditioning, only a small fan. And now, he lives in such an exaggerated and luxurious villa that he never dared to imagine. He has saved more than 10 years of hard work in his life. My mother-in-law is so nice. Mother-in-law is the best in the world. Chen Feng looked around the living room and his eyes finally fell on an oil painting hanging on the wall. The oil painting depicts a girl in pink, who looks about 14 or 15 years old, with curved eyebrows, dark eyebrows, gentle and reserved, and dressed in the clothes of the Republic of China. The moment she looked back, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, but in this smile, there was a hint of sadness. Behind the girl in the painting are blooming chrysanthemums, pure white and lavender, which further highlight her purity and charm. Although she was just a flower or a person in a painting, Chen Feng felt that the girl was alive, and her every frown and smile was genuine and moving. If you sniff it carefully, you can smell the subtle fragrance filling your sleeves, which is endless aftertaste. Seeing that Chen Feng was fascinated, Su Xinhua snorted coldly. You are so obsessed with a woman in a painting, it shows that you are not a good person. Yeah, what fascinated me was not the girl in the painting, but the artistic conception it brought to people. Because our teacher spent a whole class explaining this famous painting in the PPT, I couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. Chen Feng explained seriously. Su Xinhua seemed to have heard a huge joke. No way? This painting was just casually drawn by my fourth sister, and your teacher actually used it as a teaching material for you? Chen Feng looked surprised. You said this painting of girl in pink was painted by your fourth sister? Yeah, I was there when she was painting this picture. She was halfway through and she said she was hungry, so I fed her several pieces of fried chicken. From the expression and tone of Su Xinhua's voice, it could be heard that she didn't seem to be joking. But Chen Feng was even more surprised. Could it be that Su Xinyan is your fourth sister? That's right. Su Xinhua nodded and pointed at the ceiling above her head and said, My sister is painting upstairs now. I see you are so surprised. You must be her fan, right? She sat down on the sofa and crossed her thin legs. But my fourth sister is not allowed to be disturbed by outsiders when she is painting. If you want to see your idol, you have to wait for her to come downstairs by herself. Otherwise, if you rush up to find her, the consequences will be very serious. After hearing what Su Xinhua said, Chen Feng expressed his understanding. Su Xinhua and Su Xinyan are indeed sisters. He walked closer to the painting and began to admire the girl in the painting carefully again. When it comes to Su Xinyan, everyone in the art world is familiar with her. At a young age, she was hailed as an outstanding female painter in the East. Since her youth, she has been known from her home country to the world with her superb painting skills. Judging from the auctions in recent years, her achievements in painting are enough to impress people all over the world, and any of her paintings can be sold for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan. Not only did many famous domestic universities hold exhibitions of her works, but the French Museum also held a Su Xinyan's 8-year retrospective exhibition of her art career for her. Just last year, she participated in the Chinese artists' exhibition organized by the French Museum Association and the Cernusky Museum, where her most proud work, Flute Player, was shown to the public for the first time. I never thought that such a talented young female painter actually lives in this villa. Su Xinyan is also my mother-in-law's daughter. My mother-in-law said she wants to marry her daughter to me. Will she be one of them? Just as Chen Feng was thinking happily, a piece of pink and white flesh suddenly hit him. Ouch, that hurts. The girl who was hit raised her hand and rubbed her forehead. I'm sorry. Chen Feng apologized immediately. The girl raised her head. Soft twin ponytails hang down on her shoulders, she has a round face and big eyes, her long eyelashes cast shadows lightly on her eyelids, she has bright eyes, white teeth, and lips as soft as cherry blossom petals. She was wearing pink and white bunny pajamas and holding a little white bunny doll in her arms. So kawaii. Even her speaking voice is soft and tender like a lowly. Seeing Chen Feng staring at her, the girl smiled faintly, her dimples looming. Are you brother Xiao Feng, my fiancé? Chapter 10, The Scumbag Seduces the Innocent Girl. The little lowly was so enthusiastic that Chen Feng almost couldn't control himself and his old face turned slightly red. Zhang Lindy introduced with a smile, Xiao Feng, this is my little daughter Su Xinyao. She was afraid that Su Xinyao would be too proactive and dependent on Chen Feng in the future, so she gave him a heads up in advance. She is still in high school. She likes to read romance novels about overbearing CEOs and their little wives, and she often takes some weird notes. So, Xiao Feng. Zhang Lindy looked at Chen Feng with some concern. If this girl does anything excessive to you in the future, you can tolerate it if you can. If you really can't tolerate it, tell me in time and I will discipline her. Okay. Chen Feng nodded. Su Xinyao held the little white rabbit in her arms and said aggrievedly, Mommy, she is so cute, how could she do something excessive to brother Xiaofeng? As she spoke, she raised her head, blinked her eyes as bright as stars, and promised earnestly, Brother Xiaofeng, don't worry, since you are my fiancé, I will definitely love you well in the future. I promise that my eyes will only look at you, my heart will only have you, I will be devoted to you, and we will never leave each other. The little girl's confession was sincere and touching. The little face, which has not yet lost its baby fat, looks round and plump, and the skin is as white and tender as tofu just out of the pot, making people want to go up and ravage it. This was the first time in Chen Feng's life that a girl took the initiative to confess her love to him. She is still a cute girl who looks like she came from the second dimension. How could he remain calm? He reached out his hand, touched Su Xinyao's head, and said gently, Yao Yao, I am very moved by what you said just now, but I think we. Brother Xiaofeng, but what? Are you going to reject my confession? The little lowly had tears in her eyes. Chen Feng hated to see women crying in front of him, especially beautiful women. He immediately comforted her, what I mean is that you are still young and should focus on your studies. As for those romantic relationships, it won't be too late for me to slowly develop them with you after you graduate from high school. No, Brother Xiaofeng, I'm still in the first year of high school. By the time I graduate from high school, you and my sisters will have already made it. How could you still have me in your heart by then? Su Xinyao straightened her chest and sobbed aggrievedly, besides, I'm not a child anymore. If you don't believe me, just look for yourself. Chen Feng lowered his head and looked at the little white rabbit on Su Xinyao's chest. Yes, it was the little white rabbit doll that she was holding tightly in her arms. With a round head and a plump body, it looks really good. The little girl was crying so hard that Chen Feng could only change the subject reluctantly. Yao Yao, can you give me your little white rabbit? Here, for you. Su Xinyao handed over the little white rabbit obediently. As long as Brother Xiaofeng wants it, Yao Yao can give you anything. Su Xinyao sat on the sofa, sipping a glass of ice juice. She glared at Chen Feng and looked at Su Xinyao. Seventh sister, isn't this your birthday gift from your father? You have been sleeping with it since you were a child, and now you are just giving it away like this? Although Su Xinyao's eyes were somewhat reluctant, she still said firmly, Brother Xiaofeng likes it, so I gave it to him. This is the first gift I gave him. Just think of it as a token of love. Puff Su Xinyue almost spit out a mouthful of juice. From the conversation between the two sisters, Chen Feng could tell that this little white rabbit doll meant a lot to Su Xinyao. He was moved and wiped her tears while saying, I'll keep this little white rabbit here temporarily. When you graduate from high school, you can bring your body and come to me to redeem your little white rabbit, okay? Su Xinyao had already been mesmerized by Chen Feng's gentle actions. Without even thinking about it, she agreed, okay. Pooh. Su Xinyue stood up and walked past Chen Feng, angrily scolding him in a low voice. You scumbag, you only know how to seduce innocent and ignorant girls. Su Xinyao blinked her eyes that were still wet with tears and defended herself aggrievely. Fifth sister, I am not an ignorant girl, but the word innocent is still very pertinent. I've been telling you to just read those brainless, naive novels. You don't study hard, you just fall in love early. Su Xinyue snorted coldly, sipping juice and walking towards the stairs. Su Xinyao pouted, looked at Chen Feng, and explained seriously, Brother Xiaofeng, don't believe what my fifth sister said. I'm not stupid. I'm very smart. I'm a top student in school. I always rank among the top 3 in the school in every exam. Chen Feng nodded. I know, your fifth sister is jealous of you. Ah, she is jealous of me? This time it was Su Xinyao who was confused. Chen Feng glanced at the white and long legs disappearing at the stairs, then looked down at Su Xinyao's proud figure that could not be hidden even by her loose pajamas, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There's an idiom called big breasts and no brains. She said you're brainless, but she's actually complimenting you on your big breasts. If she's not jealous of you, what is she doing? Chen Feng. Su Xinyue just stepped onto the stairs with her left foot and turned back, staring at Chen Feng and yelling with gritted teeth, how could I be jealous of her? Can't you just shut your mouth? It's really annoying, don't you know? Okay. Chen Feng nodded repeatedly, raised his hand in front of his mouth and made a zipper-pulling gesture. Zhang Lindy watched Chen Feng flirting with her 2 daughters and a smile appeared on her face. She smiled and said to Su Xinyao, Yao, take Xiaofeng up to see his room. I have to go to the company. Yeah. Su Xinyao agreed obediently, goodbye, mommy. Day. Su Xinyue, who disappeared at the stairs, turned around and reappeared in the living room. Fifth sister, why are you back again? Su Xinyao asked curiously. Su Xinyue grabbed the 2 long ears behind Su Xinyao's bunny pajamas with one hand and asked sternly, have you finished your homework today? I haven't started writing yet. Su Xinyao was trembling with fear as her rabbit ears were pulled. Since you haven't done your homework yet, why don't you go back and do it? Su Xinyao cast a look of help at Zhang Lindy, but mommy wants me to accompany brother Xiaofeng to see his room. I will write after we see the room, okay? No, write it now, immediately. But if I go to do my homework, who will accompany brother Xiaofeng to see the room? Su Xinyao felt that she had been dragged by Su Xinyue and slid on the ground for several meters. Zhang Lindy had seen through all of this and said with a smile, what Yaya said makes sense. Yao, go do your homework first. Let your fifth sister go to look after Xiaofeng's room. Su Xinyue frowned, why do you want me to go? Hey, if you don't want to accompany Xiaofeng to see the room, I, as your mother, can't force you. Then wait until your fourth sister finishes painting and let her accompany Xiaofeng. Zhang Lindy deliberately provoked. Chen Feng was afraid that his mother-in-law and fiancé would have a family conflict, so he immediately said, Mom, since Yaya doesn't want to, don't force her. I'll go by myself. Who said I don't want to? Su Xinyue screamed and her face turned red. She used the juice bottle to shield her increasingly hot face and awkwardly defended herself. What I mean is, our house is so big, it's your first time here, and you don't know where your room is. What if you accidentally break into our sister's room and do something bad in there? As she said that, she immediately turned around and walked quickly towards the stairs. Hurry up, follow me, I'll take you to see it. Chapter 11. The eldest sister is a popular actress. Chen Feng's room is on the 8th floor of the villa. The room is equipped with the most luxurious furniture and the most complete electrical appliances. All doors and windows are bulletproof. At the same time, there are dozens of 24-hour closed-circuit television surveillance cameras installed inside and outside. The room also features a 22-karat gold chandelier, gaming computers and marble floors, as well as a separate elevator and a huge cinema. The decoration and equipment of the entire room are several times more luxurious than those of a 5-star hotel. This will be your room from now on. Su Xinyue saw Chen Feng's surprised expression and looked at him as if he were a country bumpkin. She continued, my mother lives on the 9th floor. The 7 of us sisters live on the 1st to 7th floors. The independent elevator in your room can go directly to the living room. Chen Feng nodded. The room arrangement is okay. He lives on the 8th floor. His mother-in-law lives upstairs and his fiancée lives 7 floors below. This means that he is second only to one person and above everyone else. If there is nothing urgent, just stay in your room and don't walk around. Do you understand? Su Xinyue warned coldly. Chen Feng smiled harmlessly. Yeah, I promise not to walk around your room casually. Su Xinyue's eyes widened. No. Okay, then I promise to only walk around your room casually from now on. Chen Feng. Su Xinyue wanted to slap Chen Feng in the face. What I mean is that you are not allowed to walk around anyone's room, except your own. What a domineering and jealous fiancé. Chen Feng suddenly felt that his family status had been reduced. He agreed with a smile, looking around the room, and his eyes suddenly fell on the photo frame next to the TV. He was no stranger to the young woman in the photo frame. She was Su Weiniang, the most popular young actress in the entertainment industry. Su Weiniang is very beautiful. It can be said that Chen Feng grew up watching her TV series and movies. As early as 10 years ago, Su Weiniang was nominated for the Best Actress at the 7th China Venus TV Art Festival for her role in Zhao Jun Goes to the Frontier. Since then, she has won the title of Best Popular Actress of the Year for several consecutive years for her roles in TV series such as Fiancee. It can be said that her acting career has been smooth sailing. She has won many awards and made a lot of money. Chen Feng has been following her new drama The Strange Stories of the Gods recently, and even dreamed about Su Weiniang several times. Su Xinyue noticed the way Chen Feng looked at the photo frame. His gaze was so fixed that it seemed as if his eyeballs were almost popping out and sticking to it. Chen Feng, you said you were an honest man, but look at you, you can't take your eyes off a beautiful woman. Chen Feng slowly retracted his gaze and looked at Su Xinyue. You won't let me see it, and you won't allow me to look at other women? You. Su Xinyue gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Shameless, hooligan, your eyes can't do anything else except looking at beautiful women? Chen Feng clenched his fist and put it to his mouth, coughed lightly, and said seriously, it's a man's nature. What's wrong with me looking at beautiful women? As he said this, he deliberately moved closer to Su Xinyue, lowered his upper body, and said with a wicked smile, besides, you don't have to rely on your eyes to do serious things. Do you want to try it? I don't want to. Su Xinyue's pretty face turned red. Seeing Chen Feng's handsome face suddenly enlarged in front of her, she screamed in fright, lost her balance, and fell backwards. Ah! As she screamed, a rough and powerful hand firmly grasped her slender waist. She was held in Chen Feng's arms, her soft waist was bent at nearly 90 degrees, and her honey-colored curly hair spread out in the air like a blooming flower. It was a false alarm. Su Xinyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Although her waist was touched by Chen Feng, she did not fall to the ground thanks to his timely action. But before this gratitude could last for even a second, Su Xinyue realized something was wrong. She is safe now, but Chen Feng's dirty hands are still on her waist, and he is unwilling to let go for a long time. What's even more outrageous is that his fingers were like playing the piano, with his 5 fingertips pressing on Su Xinyue's waist, moving lightly or heavily. Just like a piece of gravel thrown into the water, it creates ripples. The ripples gradually spread, and the electric shock-like feeling spread throughout the body. Su Xinyue couldn't help but shiver. She scolded Chen Feng angrily, and the cold light in her eyes was sharp. For 20 years, her body had not been touched by any man, but now she was taken advantage of by the pervert Chen Feng. Asshole, why don't you let me go? Chen Feng said seriously, if I let you go, you will fall to the ground. Su Xinyue gritted her teeth and said, I'd rather fall to the ground than let a filthy pig like you take advantage of me. Yeah, you said this yourself. Chen Feng said this and suddenly let go. Ah! Su Xinyue didn't expect Chen Feng to suddenly let go of her at this time. She screamed and this time she really fell to the ground with her back facing up. However, since she and Chen Feng were sitting close to the big bed, which was covered with expensive imported carpets, they would not feel any pain even if they fell on it. But Su Xinyue was obviously still angry. She sat up from the ground, hugged her knees, and glared at Chen Feng. Can't you just hold me steady before letting go? Chen Feng expressed his innocence. Yeah, you didn't tell me this request before. You just asked me to let go, and I did what you said. Su Xinyue was so angry that her heart was in a state of ups and downs. She told herself many times in her heart that she must stay calm, and calm down again. Chen Feng curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and soon found several photo frames of Su Weiniang in his room. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Yeah, did you help decorate this room? Are you a fan of Su Weiniang? Don't be so self-indulgent. Your room was decorated by my mother. No one else is allowed to interfere. She walked up to Chen Feng and took the photo frame next to the TV. My elder sister is such a narcissist. She must have secretly placed her photo in your room. She looked around the room and soon, like Chen Feng, discovered several photo frames with Su Weiniing's photos. She put so much in there. I really admire her. Su Xinyue took the photo frames one by one. Chen Feng asked in surprise, "You said Su Weiniing is your elder sister?" "Yeah, is there any problem?" Su Xinyue hid all the photo frames behind her to prevent Chen Feng from continuing to covet the photos. Su Xinyue was very calm, but Chen Feng couldn't remain calm. The actress he had been pursuing since childhood, the popular young star in the entertainment industry who was adored by hundreds of millions of people, was actually his mother-in-law's daughter and his fiancée. Chapter 12. There's something on your face. Chen Feng couldn't hide his excitement. He continued to ask curiously, "The eldest sister is an actress, the fourth sister is a painter, so what do the other sisters do?" "My second sister went abroad to carry out a mission, and my third sister is treating patients and saving lives. They are both very busy, just like my eldest sister, and they rarely have time to go home. As for my sixth sister..." Su Xinyue turned on the TV, which was playing the recently popular romantic drama National School Prince. She pointed at the TV and said, "Sixth sister is a writer. This drama is adapted from her novel." Chen Feng likes to read novels, but knows very little about romance novels. "You just don't understand at first glance." Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng's confused expression and felt like she was talking to a deaf person. "I also read novels on a daily basis. I don't know what sixth sister's pen name is. If you tell me, maybe I'll know." Su Xinyue curled her lips and said in a tone that said, "Even if I tell you, you might not know it. Sixth sister's pen name is Yi Zisu." It turned out to be her. Chen Feng was very surprised. Although he doesn't read novels oriented towards women, Yi Zisu's name is still very familiar to him. As a platinum writer of Fenglai Academy, she has been named the most popular writer of the year and youth romance writer of the year for several consecutive years. She has great literary talent, many fans, and an annual income of over 100 million yuan. Her works are sold out on the day they are published, and the movies and TV series adapted from them are extremely popular. A talented female writer and a little queen of romance. She is covered in gold-plated labels, and her latest work has set a record of over 1 million sales in a single day. Unprecedented, making colleagues envious. Hearing this, Chen Feng sighed. "Our mom is amazing. All the daughters she gave birth to are so awesome. It really is a blessing for those who are capable to do more." However, while praising his mother-in-law, Chen Feng was also confused in his heart. She has 7 daughters. Which one should she marry as her fiancé? Should he marry the popular actress Su Weiniing, or the talented female writer Su Yunzi? Should he marry the cute and soft little lowly Su Xinyao, or the mysterious Su Yishuan who was on a mission abroad? In fact, Su Xinyue could accept it reluctantly. "I just have a bad temper and am a little jealous." Su Xinyue felt Chen Feng's malicious gaze on her, and she glared at him alertly, "Why are you staring at me?" Chen Feng looked at Su Xinyue's increasingly red face and said with a smile, "There is dirt on your face." "Chen Feng, I know you're trying to trick me again, but I won't be fooled by you this time." Chen Feng's smile deepened. "When did I ever trick you?" Su Xinyue snorted coldly, "Put away those tricks you usually use to deceive ignorant girls. You must be trying to get close to me by pretending that there is something dirty on my face, and then take the opportunity to touch my face and take advantage of me. I have seen through you a long time ago." Chen Feng looked innocent. "I'm serious, there is really dirt on your face, on the left side." Knowing that Su Xinyue didn't believe him, he picked up the mirror beside him, handed it to her, and said seriously, "If you don't believe it, look in the mirror yourself." Su Xinyue took a look in the mirror. There was indeed a grain of rice on the left side of his face. It must have been accidentally stuck on it during lunch. "Chen Feng." Su Xinyue hurriedly wiped the rice off her face and shouted angrily, "There are rice grains on my face, why didn't you tell me earlier?" She was going crazy. As the top anchor of Shark Live, she is also a public figure with tens of millions of fans. Yet, she walked around the mall with a grain of rice on her left cheek. What is even more hateful is that Chen Feng clearly knew that there were rice grains on her face, but he didn't remind her until now. Chen Feng expressed his grievance, Yeah, I just saw it too. If I had seen it in the hotel, I would have warned you a long time ago." Su Xinyue obviously didn't believe it. She felt that Chen Feng deliberately wanted to embarrass her in front of everyone. She crossed her arms and said angrily, "You're lying. I've been with you since we left the hotel. How could you not have noticed it before? What a magnificent scene of ups and downs." Chen Feng stared at her and explained, my mother-in-law was there at the time. She was like a red flower, and you were just a green leaf. How could I possibly focus on you? Su Xinyue felt that she might explode with anger at any time in front of Chen Feng. She stamped her feet and said very unhappily, Chen Feng, why do you like to flatter my mother so much? The person you want to marry is not her. Why, are you jealous again? Chen Feng came up to him and said with a playful smile, then I can also flatter you. Yeah, you are so beautiful that you can shame the moon and the flowers, sink fish and geese to the ground, have skin as beautiful as ice and jade, and are as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. You are as pretty as a flower and as beautiful as the moon, and I feel pity for you when I see you. You are so beautiful that you can overwhelm the whole country. Su Xinyue couldn't bear to listen any longer. She felt so disgusted that she could even vomit out her lunch. Just shut up, I know I'm beautiful, but I don't need you to praise me. Chen Feng shut up in time. Then he added calmly, those idioms have nothing to do with you. Chen Feng, you bastard. Su Xinyue went completely crazy. Boom. She only felt that the active volcano in her heart exploded in an instant, and the hot lava gushed out with great power. Looking at Chen Feng's face with that harmless smile, she wanted to slap him a few times until even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Chen Feng, don't let me see your face that deserves a beating again, or I can't guarantee that I will really hit you one day. Su Xinyue walked out of Chen Feng's room angrily, and before closing the door, she left a cold word. No matter who my mother wants to marry you, I, Su Xinyue, will never agree to marry a bastard like you. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Chen Feng touched his nose and realized that he seemed to have pissed off his fiancée again. After looking at the room, he was very satisfied with his future residence. He took the elevator back to the living room, and as soon as he got out of the elevator, he saw a white figure with disheveled hair floating in the living room. Fortunately, this happened during the day. If it was late at night, I might be scared when I saw it. Noticing other footsteps in the living room, the white figure suddenly turned around and looked at Chen Feng. Chapter 13 Men's Clothes. What an elegant and delicate face. Her skin was as white as cream, she was as gentle as jade, her eyebrows were as long as a painting, her eyes were as bright as stars, and she had thin lips with the corners of her mouth slightly raised naturally, but with a slightly sad smile. Her whole face was delicate and beautiful, as if without any trace of worldly matters. The young woman was wearing a long white dress that almost dragged on the ground. She was like a lotus bud emerging from the water, spotless. If you ignore the oil paint all over her face and clothes, she is as pure as a fairy who has descended to earth. You're the bastard who always kisses up to my mom, right? The young woman walked up to Chen Feng holding a paintbrush dipped in various paints and looked him up and down carefully. I heard my fifth sister mention you. You look pretty good. Do you have pectoral muscles? How many abdominal muscles do you have? As she spoke, she stretched out her other hand and touched Chen Feng's chest directly. Fourth sister, even though you haven't seen a living man for a long time, you don't have to act so hungry, right? Su Xinyue rolled her eyes, unable to bear it. Su Xinyan used her body to block Su Xinyue's gaze from behind, quickly touched Chen Feng's chest, then withdrew her hand, turned the paintbrush, and sat down on the sofa carelessly. The soft beige sofa was immediately stained with spots of paint. Chen Feng, help me get a bottle of coconut juice from the refrigerator. Su Xinyan added, thank you. Okay. Chen Feng nodded. I never thought that Su Xinyan, who is known as an outstanding female painter in the East, would be in such a state at home. On the way to get her the coconut milk, Chen Feng could still feel a little bit of residual warmth coming from his chest. Yen, your coconut milk is here. Chen Feng handed the coconut milk he had just taken out of the refrigerator to Su Xinyan. Just as Su Xinyan stretched out her hand to take it, a white and tender little hand reached out and quickly snatched the coconut juice from Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng and Su Xinyan looked at Su Xinyue at the same time. She pretended nothing had happened, holding the straw in her mouth, and sat down leisurely on the sofa opposite. Fifth sister. Su Xinyan looked at the coconut juice in Su Xinyue's hand pitifully. Quickly bring the coconut juice in your hand over to me and give it to me to drink. Su Xinyue held the coconut juice tightly in her hand. If you want to drink it, go to the refrigerator and get it yourself. Forget it. Su Xinyan shook her head and threw the paintbrush aside. She curled up on the sofa with her legs crossed, letting her waist-length black hair spread out casually. A few strands of hair covered her palm-sized face, making her look a little weird, like Sadako crawling out of a horror movie. Chen Feng sat down next to Su Xinyue and asked curiously, is your fourth sister always like this at home? Su Xinyue nodded, not surprised. When she runs out of inspiration, she'll wear this and hang out. Sometimes she'll be in the living room, sometimes in the kitchen, on the balcony, and often in the garden and swimming pool. After a pause, she added, "Oh, yes, and our room." Speaking of this, Su Xinyue still felt a lingering fear. She would suddenly appear at your door at any time, wearing what she is wearing now. One time, it was already past 1 in the morning, and the fourth sister suddenly knocked on my door. When I opened the door, I was almost scared to death. Chen Feng glanced at Su Xinyan, and a picture appeared in front of him. "Did my fourth sister touch you just now?" Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng with a sidelong glance, her eyebrows slightly frowned. Chen Feng nodded truthfully, "Yes, just for a moment." Noticing that Su Xinyue's face fell instantly, Chen Feng was afraid that she would be jealous again, so he said with a smile, Yeah, if you mind, you can also touch me. I allow you to touch me 3 times. Bah! Who wants to touch you? I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. Su Xinyue curled her lips and reminded, "If you don't want to be scared by my fourth sister at night, don't open the door when you hear a knock." Looking at the cherry lips so close, Chen Feng swallowed silently. What if it's not your fourth sister knocking on the door? Su Xinyue began to get impatient. She drank the remaining coconut juice in one gulp and stood up. "No matter who knocks on the door, don't open it. Otherwise, if you get scared and something happens to you, don't blame me for not reminding you." After saying that, she threw the drink bottle into the trash can and walked towards the stairs humming a song. Fifth sister. Su Xinyan, who had buried her head between her knees, suddenly raised her head. Su Xinyue paused. "Fourth sister, what's wrong?" Su Xinyan's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. "Why are there men's clothes in your room? Tell me, did you secretly bring a man home?" That is. Su Xinyue's face turned red. She glanced at Chen Feng secretly, then spread her long legs and was about to escape back to the room. Su Xinyan naturally wouldn't let her go easily. She jumped off the sofa and hugged Su Xinyue's neck. "Who is that man? Is he handsome?" Su Xinyue was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear on the spot. "No, fourth sister, I don't know what you were talking about. I'm so sleepy. I'm going back to my room to sleep." "You are not allowed to leave until you have a clear answer." Su Xinyan asked with a gossipy look on her face. "Where is that man now? If he is handsome and has a good figure, can you lend him to me for one night? I want him to be my model." Su Xinyue felt that her face was so hot that she could cook hot pot with it. She begged with tears in her eyes, "Fourth sister, please let me go, there is no man in my room, you must have seen it wrong." "Wait, fourth sister." Su Xinyue looked at Su Xinyan, her eyes gradually becoming horrified. "Have you been to my room again?" When?" "Just now." Now, Su Xinyue was really about to cry. She broke free from Su Xinyan's hand and rushed back to the room to save the situation. "She clearly hit a man, but she didn't tell me. It's boring." Su Xinyan shook her head and went back to the sofa to continue curling up. She collapsed completely on the sofa, appearing to be in a state of relaxation. "Hello?" She turned sideways and looked at Chen Feng, her beautiful eyes half open and half closed. "What's your name, that bastard who always flatters my mom?" Chen Feng answered truthfully, "Chen Feng." Oh, Su Xinyan nodded thoughtfully. "You are quite handsome, are you interested in being my model?" Chen Feng did not answer directly, but curiously changed the subject and asked, "Yin Yan, the men's clothes you saw in Yu's room, were they a white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of light blue ripped jeans?" "Well, it seems so." Su Xinyan nodded hesitantly. After saying that, she closed her eyes and fell asleep in a daze. Chen Feng looked at her sleeping face, the smile on his lips growing deeper and deeper. Su Xinyue's cute and proud face appeared in front of his eyes, and he thought that women are really hypocritical. She said all kinds of things that she didn't like it, but she actually turned around and collected all the cheap clothes that she had changed out of. TSK. Is this a woman? Chapter 14, Thick Milk. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. After taking a shower, Chen Feng came out of the bathroom shaking his wet hair. "I always heard people talk about how great it was to book a hotel room. Now I'm staying in a room that's even more luxurious than a 5-star hotel. It's really great." As I was thinking happily, there was a knock on the door. Chen Feng picked up the bath towel tied around his waist and walked to the door. Boom, boom, boom. "Chen Feng, are you in there?" Su Xinyue's voice came from outside the door. Chen Feng pretended not to recognize that it was her voice, and said seriously, "I'm sorry, my fiancé said that you can't open the door if you hear a knock at night." "I'm Su Xinyue, open the door quickly." Chen Feng leaned against the wall, his lips curled slightly. She also said that no matter who knocks on the door, don't open it. Su Xinyue outside the door was on the verge of exploding. "Chen Feng, open the door quickly, I have something to talk to you about." "If you don't open it, then don't open it." Chen Feng looked at Su Xinyue's cute and angry appearance in the surveillance video, and said seriously, "I can understand that you have some needs late at night, but I'm sorry that I can't help you. You should go back and solve it yourself. I won't open the door for you." Bang! This was the sound of a kick on the door. Su Xinyue squatted down and put the freshly heated milk on the ground. She waited outside the door for a few more minutes, but seeing that Chen Feng still had no intention of opening the door for her, she could only mutter and go back to her room. "This bastard, I was worried that he wouldn't sleep well at night after changing to a new bed, so I specially heated up some milk for him to help him sleep, but he didn't even open the door for me." He clenched his fist angrily and punched the air in front of him. "Humph, I've made a note of this account, and we'll see tomorrow." As soon as Su Xinyue left, Chen Feng opened the door and brought the hot milk into the room. Such a strong milky flavor. Take a sip. Fresh and sweet. Not long after, there was another knock on the door. The one who came back this time was Su Xinyue. In the surveillance video, the little girl was wearing a white lace nightgown, revealing her white and tender calves as thin as half a piece of lotus root. This nightgown is much tighter than the loose little white rabbit nightgown she wears during the day, showing off her beautiful figure that is superior to her peers. Her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders. She must have just come out of the shower. "Brother Xiaofeng, are you there?" Chen Feng responded, "I'm here." Su Xinyue said in a baby voice, "Brother Xiaofeng, mommy asked you to take me to cram school tomorrow. Now I am here to give you the car keys. Can you open the door for me?" Chen Feng saw that the little girl was indeed holding a pair of car keys in her hand. However, she held the key tightly in her hand, and it was impossible to tell what car it belonged to. "Please leave the key at the door. I'll come out and get it later." Su Xinyue blinked curiously, thinking that it would be great if she could see through the room. "Brother Xiaofeng, isn't it inconvenient for you to come out and get it now?" "I'm afraid it's not safe to leave the key at the door." Chen Feng laughed softly, "I just took a shower and I'm not wearing any clothes now." "Ah!" A little girl screamed outside the door. She blushed and hesitantly said, "Well, then, okay, then you have to come out and get it quickly." "Okay." Chen Feng agreed. Su Xinyue was reluctant to leave and kept circling her feet. "Brother Xiaofeng, I'm going back to my room now. You should get some rest early." "Good. Good night then." "Well, good night. Then I'm really going back to my room." Although Su Xinyue said this, her feet stayed at the door of Chen Feng's room and she refused to leave. She clutched her nightgown, her face showing a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Little did she know that her entire appearance was clearly seen by Chen Feng in the room through the surveillance camera. Su Xinyue waited at the door for several minutes. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't open the door, she could only go back to her room with a pout in disappointment. "Shake dry your hair." Chen Feng opened the door and picked up the car keys from the ground. Just as I was about to close the door, a figure emitting a sweet fragrance quickly flashed into the room. Her hair was disheveled, she was wearing the familiar white floor-length dress and dyed everywhere. Chen Feng curled his lips helplessly and closed the door. He refused Su Xinyue's hot milk and Su Xinyue's luxury car keys. In the end, he still failed to defend against Su Xinyue. Turning around, Su Xinyue was already lying on the sofa, half turning her body and looking at Chen Feng with half-open eyes. Chen Feng realized that he was not wearing a shirt, so he walked to the closet to get some clothes and said, "Yan Yan, let me get dressed first." "No need to wear it." Su Xinyue stared at Chen Feng's upper body without blinking. "Just keep it like you are now, very good. Healthy wheat-colored skin and sexy 8-pack abs." Chen Feng's figure is such that he looks thin when he's dressed, but has muscles when he's undressed. "Wow, I didn't realize you have such a good figure." Su Xinyue praised repeatedly. Chen Feng felt a little embarrassed being stared at by a woman, especially in the middle of the night. He turned on the TV and handed the remote control to Su Xinyue. "Yan Yan, do you watch TV?" Su Xinyue shook her head. "I came to see you in the middle of the night, not to watch TV with you." Chen Feng's pure mind couldn't understand this. "Yan Yan, then come to my room, what's the matter?" "You know." Su Xinyan threw a coquettish glance at Chen Feng. Just what I told you during the day, asking you to be my model. Do you really not agree? Do you want to reconsider it? This is a wink. Most people simply can't stand it. But Chen Feng held on. Yen, I can be your model, but I have a condition. What's the prerequisite? Su Xinyan asked lazily, putting one of her long legs on the back of the sofa. The light from the crystal chandelier above her head shone on her, making her skin look even whiter and more rosy. You can tell how smooth and delicate it feels without even touching it, with almost no visible fine hair. It feels like it has been soaked in milk for years to be so silky. Chen Feng took a look and said calmly, I am a principled person. I sell my art but not my body. Su Xinyan nodded, okay, but if you want to sell yourself to me, I won't mind. Tiger and wolf words. If Chen Feng hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed that such words came from the mouth of a beautiful and talented female painter. Chen Feng was caught off guard by this wave of driving. Oh, get off the bus. This isn't the bus to the kindergarten. Su Xinyan, however, looked very relaxed. She turned over on the large sofa and scratched her hair in annoyance. So annoying, what should I do if I have no inspiration? Chen Feng was anxious and distressed because his fiancée had no creative inspiration. But he was not an art student, so he could not help. It's past 12 o'clock. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded in his ears. Does the host choose to sign in immediately? Chapter 15, Give you guidance. Sign. Sign now. Sign in successfully. This sign in reward, become a first-class painter. Afraid that Chen Feng did not have a clear understanding of the identity of a first-class painter, the system made a detailed explanation. Painters are now divided into 5 levels. Level 5. The painting art has reached the upgraded member level, and his works have a certain influence within the county or city. Level 4. If the painting art reaches the national level, their works can be entered into the provincial calligraphy and painting auctions. Level 3. His works have a certain influence in the country, can be included in national auctions, and have collection value. Level 2. Have made significant achievements in national artistic creation, their works can enter the international auction stage, and are very popular in the domestic collection circle. Level 1. He has made significant creative achievements in the history of Chinese art. His works have fetched high prices in international calligraphy and painting auctions and have long been popular among collectors at home and abroad. Judging by this standard, Su Xinyan can only be considered a second-level painter at best. And Chen Feng, a first-class painter, is 1 level higher than Su Xinyan. The system is awesome, the system is mighty. Chen Feng looked at Su Xinyan, who was lying on the sofa with a frown on her face, and said confidently, Yan, I'll go to your room and give you some guidance. Su Xinyan woke up from her sleep with laughter. She hugged her knees and sat up, still unable to hold back her smile. Chen Feng, you want to give me some advice? Are you sure? Chen Feng nodded. The master can only lead you to the door, but the practice depends on yourself. You have no creative inspiration, I can provide suggestions, but it is impossible for me to help you draw. Ha ha ha. Su Xinyan fell down on the sofa laughing. The long skirt was messy, revealing her long legs and white feet. Seeing that Su Xinyan couldn't stop laughing, Chen Feng said seriously, I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. If you haven't made up your mind in more than 1 minute, you will lose the opportunity to be guided by me forever. Su Xinyan almost fainted from laughing. Look at Chen Feng's 8-pack abs. No, seeing that Chen Feng looked serious. She nodded, stood up, and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Okay, let's go to my room. Su Xinyan's room is on the 4th floor of the villa. Different from the overall luxurious decoration style of the villa, everything inside the room is simple and clean, with clear lines. The harmonious combination of cool and warm tones shows the taste of the artist everywhere. Come to my studio. Su Xinyan brought Chen Feng into the studio. As soon as you enter, the strong smell of paint hits you in the face. The clean white walls are covered with various watercolor paintings, some of which were painted by Su Xinyan casually, and some of which are famous both at home and abroad. The floor was littered with crumpled up drafts and specks of gouache paint. This is where I usually draw. It's a bit messy, but don't mind. Su Xinyan kicked a few pieces of waste drafts aside and cleared a passage with her feet that was wide enough for 2 people to pass through. Chen Feng looked at the half-finished painting on the drawing board by Su Xinyan. The painting shows a natural scene after the rain. The scenery is relatively open and the colors are soothing. The clouds were like colorful ribbons in the sky, the fields were golden, there were a few cows and sheep walking on the path, and birds flying up and down nearby. Although the scenery was outlined with paint, Chen Feng felt as if he was there in reality. It seems that I can smell the fresh air and hear the sounds of living creatures in the wilderness. Undoubtedly, this painting will cause quite a stir in the art world once it is displayed. It's a good drawing. Chen Feng praised, and then changed the subject. If an ordinary college student took it as a final assignment, it would definitely get a good score. What did you say? Su Xinyan laughed again. It took her several months to complete this painting, from conception to draft and then to coloring. What we pour into it is not only hard work and energy, but more importantly, expectations. She plans to exhibit this painting at an exhibition of Chinese and foreign artworks. If it is noticed by collectors, the auction price will start at tens of millions at least. Finally, it ended up in Chen Feng's mouth. Such a famous painting is only suitable for college students to submit as a final assignment. Su Xinyan asked with amusement, Chen Feng, are you also studying art? No, I am mainly researching scientific research projects on matter transfer. Recently, I am conducting an experiment on the space transfer of non-material energy objects. Chen Feng answered truthfully. Su Xinyan was confused. I don't understand. Chen Feng changed his words and answered, to put it simply, it is to transform energy into a physical entity and then add positive matter to the physical entity, and do work to make it perform random mechanical motion. I still don't understand. Su Xinyan looked confused. To put it simply, it's just moving bricks. Su Xinyan laughed while holding her belly. Her smile is very natural. The corners of her thin lips raised up in a beautiful arc, and she smiled as brightly as the sunshine in spring. After finally stopping her laughter, she looked at her paintings, crossed her arms, and said seriously, Chen Feng, even if it's just a casual painting I made, it can be sold for hundreds of millions. Since you're not a fine arts major, isn't that comment too derogatory of me? The tone was unhappy. My fiancé seemed angry. Chen Feng tried to save her with a strong desire to survive. Yan, you have a strong creative ability, but this painting does not fully demonstrate your level. Seeing that Chen Feng was analyzing very seriously, Su Xinyan asked curiously, based on what you said, what do you think I should add to this painting? Like? Su Xinyan was wondering when she saw Chen Feng walking towards the drawing board. He sat down on the chair, picked up the pen, and started drawing without saying a word. Su Xinyan hurried over and tried to stop him. Hey, didn't you say you were only going to give me guidance? Why did you just start drawing? Chen Feng turned his head and smiled confidently. Yan, believe me. The hand that had been placed on Chen Feng's right hand was slowly retracted. Seeing the confident light flashing in Chen Feng's eyes, Su Xinyan no longer tried to stop him. She squatted down silently, staring at the drawing board without blinking. No thinking, no hesitation. The skillful switching between brushes and the even blending of various colors were all done with ease by Chen Feng. Gradually, Su Xinyan's attention was no longer on the drawing board. This was the first time she had watched a man painting intently. He has an extremely handsome face, with facial features as sharp as sculptures. The corners of his mouth seemed to be smiling, revealing a hint of unruliness, but his eyes were focused. He has a tall and straight figure, his naked upper body is muscular and his abdominal muscles are strong. Since he had just taken a shower, he had a thin layer of sweat on him and the fragrance of shower gel wafted from his body. A few drops of transparent water drip from the ends of the wet hair from time to time, dripping down the neck, which is so sexy that all girls can't help but want to scream. So handsome. Su Xinyan looked at him in fascination, her lips becoming even redder. Chapter 16 Yan, you're awesome. Snap. He threw the paintbrush to the ground. All right. Chen Feng looked at the painting he had just completed and curled his lips in satisfaction. Turn your head. Su Xinyan still maintained her infatuated expression, with her saliva dripping all over the floor. Chen Feng smiled, stretched out his hand and wiped the corners of her mouth. Sorry. Su Xinyan suddenly came back to her senses. Seeing Chen Feng's hands sparkling with saliva from her mouth, her little face turned red. Yan, I allow you to be obsessed with me. As he spoke, Chen Feng turned the drawing board around and faced Su Xinyan. Yan, take a look at these few strokes I added for you, how do you think? Wow. Just one look and Su Xinyan was stunned with surprise. On the golden field, there are two poor girls who depend on each other. One of them had her eyes closed, looking like a blind girl. Another younger girl snuggled tightly in her arms, looking up at the rainbow in the sky and explaining to the blind girl the beauty of nature that she could not appreciate. 2 butterflies rested on her shoulders. The blind girl listened attentively to her friend's description, her mind already immersed in rich imagination. Although the overall mood of the picture is melancholy, the tranquility and depression of the countryside are full of tragedy. But the appearance of the 2 girls adds warmth and hope to the painting. Crash! Su Xinyan's saliva was flowing even more crazily. She asked in disbelief, Chen Feng, is this really drawn by you? Chen Feng nodded. Oh my god. Su Xinyan excitedly hugged Chen Feng's neck from behind and kissed him hard on the cheek twice. Chen Feng, you are simply a genius. She was very excited and kissed him twice more, still not satisfied. You are so handsome, I love you so much. Chen Feng let Su Xinyan hold him. Her lips were icy cold and as soft as freshly unwrapped jelly. You are my lucky star. After kissing 4 times, Su Xinyan felt a little tired. She straightened up and looked at the painting, her brows slightly furrowed. Chen Feng, what do you think should be the name of this painting? She propped her chin on one hand and tilted her head to ask, the girl in the rye, or the blind girl? Chen Feng thought about it and answered seriously, let's call it Sitting Love. It's the sitting part between standing and sitting. Chen Feng explained. Oh, it's this seat, I thought it was. Su Xinyan lowered her head and used half of her long hair to cover her blushing face. But he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Okay, then I'll follow your instructions and call it Sitting Love. She picked up a pen and signed her name in the lower right corner of the drawing. After signing, she handed the pen to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you are the biggest contributor to this painting. Please write your name on it as well. Chen Feng was not in a hurry to take over. He smiled harmlessly and refused modestly, Yan, you can write my name, but it's not necessary. Su Xinyan was puzzled, you gave this painting a new meaning, so your name must be written on it. My whole self can be yours. There's no difference between you and me in a painting. Chen Feng stood up, placed his hands gently on Su Xinyan's shoulders, and helped her sit down slowly on the chair. He hugged her from behind, controlled the drawing board with his left hand, and held Su Xinyan's hand holding the pen with his right hand. Should we write the title of the work here as well? Come, I'll write with you. As Chen Feng spoke, he grabbed Su Xinyan's hand and moved closer to the drawing. Write, what to write? Su Xinyan sniffed the scent on Chen Feng's body, her mind went blank. Chen Feng leaned close to her ear and whispered, sit and love. The rough big palm wrapped around Su Xinyan's small hand and began to write carefully, stroke by stroke. It took the 2 of them 5 full minutes to write these 2 simple words. Yan, you are awesome. After finishing writing, Chen Feng exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The more Su Xinyan looked at the painting, the more satisfied she became. She is full of confidence now. If it is brought to an exhibition of Chinese and foreign art exchanges, the name of the work alone will attract everyone's attention. After signing, Chen Feng smiled and said, Yan, let me discuss the details of Sitting Love with you. Su Xinyan shook her head repeatedly and refused, no need. Chen Feng's smile deepened, don't you want to know where my inspiration came from when I was painting Sitting Love? I don't want to know. Su Xinyan hurriedly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and ran out of the studio. Chen Feng, you must be hungry at this late hour. I'll go make you some midnight snack. Before Chen Feng could answer, Su Xinyan's figure had disappeared into the darkness. Brother Xiaofeng, good morning. Why do you look so haggard? Did you not sleep well last night? Su Xinyao asked Chen Feng curiously, holding a cup of milk. Although his facial features are still handsome, the 2 big dark circles under his eyes are really heartbreaking. Su Xinyue was chewing toast. She looked up at Chen Feng with an expressionless face. He turned to Su Xinyao and said, 7th sister, drinking hot milk before bed can promote sleep. Did you drink it last night? No. Su Xinyao shook her head aggrievedly, I wanted to drink it, but before mommy went to the company yesterday, she told me that the milk in the refrigerator had expired and asked me not to drink it anymore. Expired? Su Xinyue widened her eyes. Yes, she also asked me to remind you not to drink. Su Xinyao covered her mouth awkwardly and apologized, 5th sister, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, but when I went to check at night, the milk was gone. It should have been cleaned up by Aunt Zhang in advance. She patted her chest and secretly rejoiced, fortunately, I threw it all away, otherwise if you drank it, you would definitely have diarrhea. Cough cough. Chen Feng, who had just arrived in the living room, heard the conversation between the two sisters and couldn't help coughing. Su Xinyue thought that the milk she had prepared for Chen Feng was expired. She lowered her head in shame and gnawed on the toast in her hand. Su Xinyao didn't know anything about it, and greeted Chen Feng with a smile. "Brother Xiaofeng, come over and have breakfast." Seeing Su Xinyan also appear with Chen Feng, the little girl's smile became even brighter. "Fourth sister, good morning." "Morning." Chen Feng greeted them, took a look at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, and suddenly felt a pain in his stomach. "Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom." Su Xinyao blinked her watery eyes in confusion and looked at Su Xinyue. "Fifth sister, is brother Xiaofeng feeling unwell?" "I don't know, don't ask me." Su Xinyue picked up a bottle of milk and slipped back to the room. Su Xinyao looked at Su Xinyan again. "Fourth sister, why is fifth sister acting weird today? Do you know what's wrong with her?" "I don't know, but it's my fault that Chen Feng has diarrhea." Su Xinyan looked at Chen Feng running to the bathroom and stuck out her tongue guiltily. "I made him a midnight snack last night, and he kept running to the bathroom after he finished eating, so he didn't sleep well all night." Su Xinyao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Fourth sister, brother Xiaofeng actually had the courage to eat the midnight snack you made. How dare he?" Chapter 17. No fiancé, no money. Finish breakfast. Chen Feng is responsible for taking Su Xinyao to cram school. "Brother Xiaofeng, let's get in the car." The little girl looked excited. Today she is wearing a soft pink Japanese-style skirt, white stockings, and black round-toed leather shoes, looking sweet and cute. Chen Feng put his hand to his waist. "Wait a moment, I'm looking for the car keys." "I left the car keys at the door for you last night." Su Xinyao asked curiously. "Brother Xiaofeng, haven't you found them yet?" "I found it, but I haven't decided which one to use yet." Chen Feng pulled out a long bunch of car keys from his waist. Rolls-Royce, Maybach, Bugatti, Pagani, Aston Martin. There are keys for all kinds of luxury cars, and there are at least 10 keys in this bunch. Chen Feng didn't have a fear of making choices before, because poverty left him with no choice. But now, he has it. Seeing that Chen Feng couldn't make a choice for a while, Su Xinyao thought that he didn't like these cars. "Brother Xiaofeng, I just took this bunch of keys from the drawer. If you don't like the car, I can go get you another bunch of keys." "No need, let's take this one, get in." Chen Feng randomly picked up a car key and strode towards a cool white sports car. Su Xinyao jumped onto the passenger seat. "Start up." Boom! The engine roared like a beast. Chen Feng stepped on the accelerator. The sports car suddenly rushed out of the villa like an arrow and galloped freely on the wide road. As fast as lightning and as quick as the wind. The buildings on both sides turned into shadows, and the trees and pedestrians passed by. In the blink of an eye, the sports car stopped in front of the school gate. Chen Feng helped Su Xinyao carry her school bag and sent her to the classroom. Along the way, the handsome man and beautiful woman Chen Feng and Su Xinyao attracted countless eyes. "So handsome. I'm rarely interested in boys, and he's my 189,374th crush. This is a real Lolita, much cuter than many old ladies who use beauty filters and false voices to look younger. They are a perfect match, a perfect match. Another day to shed tears for someone else's beautiful love." Walking to the classroom door, Chen Feng handed the school bag to Su Xinyao. He raised his hand, ruffled the little girl's soft hair, and said with a smile, "Let's go in and attend class." "Brother Xiaofeng, thank you for sending me to school." Su Xinyao hugged Chen Feng tightly, rubbed her little head against his chest, and said in a sweet voice, "I will go to class and wait for you to pick me up after school." "Okay." There was a bit more tenderness in Chen Feng's eyes. The task of sending Su Xinyao to school is completed. After walking out of the school, Chen Feng found that his sports car was surrounded by people. Everyone was taking pictures with their mobile phones, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Koenigsegg 1. It is said that there are only 6 of these cars in the world. One car costs hundreds of millions of yuan. It's definitely not an ordinary person who can afford it. I need to take some photos and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. Be careful, don't break anything, or you won't be able to pay for it even if you lose everything you own. Have you all finished taking pictures? If you have, please move aside. I want to take a few too. Soon, a long line of people lined up to take photos. A young man walked towards the sports car and waved at the people who were taking pictures, signaling them to step back. He straightened his suit, leaned against the driver's door elegantly, and shook his bangs in a way that he thought looked handsome. This guy is obviously a rich young man. No wonder he can afford a luxury car that is limited to the world. I don't know if he has a girlfriend, but I find that I have fallen deeply in love with him. It doesn't matter if he has a girlfriend, as long as he doesn't mind having me as well. What if it's rented? There are only 6 of these luxury cars in the world. Go rent one and show it to me. When the young man heard the discussions around him, his expression became even more smug. He leaned against the car and posed in several handsome poses. In just half a minute, more than 10 beautiful girls came up to him and asked for his WeChat. The young man accepted everyone who came to him. Not only did he add WeChat, he also hugged the girls who came to him, making the onlookers envious. Chen Feng quietly watched him show off from the side. A minute later, he walked up to the young man and said with a smile, "I'll give you 1 minute to show off. Now please get out of the way. I want to drive my car." The young man was flirting with the beauties surrounding him, and was interrupted by Chen Feng. He felt very unhappy. Looking Chen Feng up and down, he snorted disdainfully, "You said this is your car, it can be yours? Can't you see I'm busy? Get out of the way and don't delay my good things." Seeing that he was pretending to be unsatisfied, Chen Feng took out his car keys. I pressed down, but the car didn't respond at all. Seeing this scene, the young man almost died of laughter. "Ah, country bumpkin, didn't you say this car was yours? If it's yours, then why is the car not responding? Could it be that what you're holding in your hand is the key to the electric car?" His words caused everyone to laugh. I failed to act cool and ended up being an idiot. Besides being handsome, what else does he have to deserve this luxury car? The owner of the car was already standing next to the car, but he still wanted to come up and show off. Is his brain stuck in the door? Is this car key a model bought from a toy store? Hearing the constant laughter around him, Chen Feng looked down at the car keys in his hand. He laughed and said, "I just took the wrong car keys." As he spoke, he took out a long bunch of car keys from his waist. Suddenly, the car keys of various luxury cars were displayed in front of everyone. Nowadays, most girls are very sharp-eyed, especially when it comes to knowing the keys of luxury cars. They were originally surrounding the young man, but when they saw Chen Feng take out a bunch of car keys, their attention was immediately attracted. It should be this. Chen Feng found the correct car key. One click. The car lights suddenly came on. When the young man saw that the car was indeed Chen Feng's, his face immediately blushed. Bang! Bang! Countless slaps were mercilessly thrown on his face. Bah! Scumbag! You have no money but you still act cool and deceive my feelings. After the slap, a group of beautiful girls swarmed towards Chen Feng. "Handsome guy, I can tell you're different at first glance, add me on WeChat." WeChat Zone Honor King 56 stars, am I worthy of having your WeChat? If you need a girlfriend, would you consider me? I like you not because you are rich, but because of your inner qualities. A mixture of perfumes wafted into the air. Chen Feng was squeezed in between a group of women and almost couldn't breathe. There are many women in this group with outstanding looks and figures, but compared with the group of fiancés in his family, they suddenly become vulgar. "My handsome boy, you are so handsome. If you agree to be my boyfriend, I can also give you a sports car," a plump woman said charmingly. Chen Feng coldly refused, "I'm not interested in you. Add another villa." The woman gritted her teeth. Chen Feng glanced at her calmly and said, "I'm sorry, no matter how rich you are, you're not as rich as my fiancés." After saying that, Chen Feng ruthlessly pushed her away, opened the car door, and sped away without any reluctance. Chapter 18, Lao Wang, your takeaway. Buzz. A bolt from the blue. With a loud roar, a cool sports car came speeding and stopped in front of Xingji food stall. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. What a cool sports car! Driving a luxury car to eat fast food, which young man is here to experience life? We don't understand the happiness of rich people. Click, click. The sound of taking photos continued. The onlookers surrounded the entire car, making it impossible to get out. At one point, the scene was even more lively than when a star appeared. The car door opened. Chen Feng walked out of the car. A ray of sunlight shone down on him, like a spotlight on the stage. Instantly illuminate the handsomeness. The group of women were so excited that they were almost crazy. So handsome. My God, I love you. It doesn't matter if you have money or not, I just like the feeling of crying in the passenger seat of a Koenigsegg. Bang! A girl of about 17 or 18 years old was so excited that she screamed a few times and then fainted on the ground due to lack of oxygen. Chen Feng didn't even look at them and walked straight into the food stall. It's not dinner time yet, and the food stall is completely quiet, with only a few waiters arranging tables and chairs in a half-asleep state. Seeing Chen Feng coming in, Zhou Ming immediately rushed over and angrily scolded him. "Chen Feng, where have you been these days? I called you but you didn't answer, and I sent you WeChat messages but you didn't reply. Do you still want to work in our store? My phone fell and the previous number is no longer accessible." Chen Feng said truthfully. Zhou Ming snorted coldly, took out the latest Apple mobile phone, and deliberately waved the Apple logo in front of Chen Feng. "It just so happens that I changed my phone last week. What's your number? Tell me and I'll save it." "Okay." Chen Feng nodded and took out his cell phone. Zhou Ming glanced at Chen Feng's phone and laughed disdainfully. "Chen Feng, the phone you used last time was about 2,000 yuan, right? Why did you change to a Nokia this time? Are you short of money recently?" He raised his hand and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "You are still young and have plenty of strength. As long as you work hard and insist on delivering food in my store, it will not be a problem to earn 3 or 4,000 yuan a month. Manager, there is a new takeout order." The waiter shouted. "Okay, I'll come and handle it right away." Zhou Ming nodded. While processing the order, he glanced at the waiter next to him. The waiter was swiping his phone and what he saw was a video on his phone. "Manager, look at this phone, the UNC Diamond Edition. It is the most expensive smartphone you can buy with money. Its shell is inlaid with 3,000 diamonds, weighing a total of 17 carats. The price is about 1 million. The clerk put the phone screen in front of Zhou Ming and sighed. "A mobile phone is equivalent to half a house in the city. Manager, do you think the network of such a phone will be faster than that of our ordinary phones?" The more Zhou Ming looked at it, the more he felt that this phone was very similar to the one Chen Feng had just taken out. But on second thought, how could a poor guy like Chen Feng afford a mobile phone worth 1 million? He sneered, "Don't tell me, I use the latest Apple phone, which is not in the same league as your 2 or 3,000 yuan Android phone." Finished taking out orders. Zhou Ming looked at Chen Feng. "Why are you still standing there? Come over and deliver the food." "Good." Chen Feng changed his clothes skillfully. The waiter took a look at Chen Feng's clothes and exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Feng, did you win the lottery? You are wearing famous brands from head to toe. This outfit must have cost several thousand, right?" Chen Feng said modestly, "It doesn't matter whether the clothes are expensive or not. What matters is the face. For a handsome guy like me, anything looks good on me." Zhou Ming snorted out a puff of air from his nostrils. He lowered his head and took a big step forward, showing himself in front of Chen Feng. Then he yelled in a sarcastic tone, "Hey, why are my shoelaces untied again? These AJs are comfortable to wear, but the shoelaces easily untie." The waiter looked envious and said, "Manager, your pair of imitation AJs look just like the real ones. I want to have a pair to show off to my mother-in-law. Can you send me the link?" Zhou Ming heard this and his face darkened. "My pair is genuine. With your monthly salary of 3 to 4,000 yuan, you still don't buy it. You can't afford it." "Manager, I saw it clearly when you were shopping last time. The pair you have is a high imitation. I can still afford it for more than 100 yuan." The waiter did not notice Zhou Ming's increasingly ugly expression and continued, "Well, you're fired." Zhou Ming's face was as black as pig liver. He originally wanted to show off in front of Chen Feng, but was exposed by the waiter. Why does a waiter like this stay in the store? The waiter was so scared that he burst into tears. "Manager, I was wrong, please give me another chance and let me continue to work in the store." "No need to say anything, just go away," Zhou Ming said coldly, and seeing a playful smile on Chen Feng's face, he immediately shouted loudly, "Chen Feng, the takeaways are already here, hurry up and deliver them. If one order is overdue, you won't get your salary this month." "Okay." Chen Feng agreed readily and walked out of the food stall carrying a few bags of takeout. Boom! The engine started and the sports car made a loud roar. Zhou Ming was attracted by the loud noise. He walked outside the store and saw Chen Feng get into the luxury car and speed away. His mouth opened wide in surprise and his eyes were as big as bells. "Chen Feng, you are quite something. In order to show off to me, you actually rented a sports car to deliver food. Ha, you are so childish to show off when you have no money." Zhou Ming looked down at his AJs and shook his head helplessly. "Why are the shoelaces untied again? Chen Feng didn't care what Zhou Ming thought. He drove his sports car and soon stopped in front of a row of rental houses. The first user was a young girl dressed coolly. Chen Feng handed her a large bag of takeout. "Hello, beautiful lady, these are the 10 lunchboxes you ordered." Seeing that she looked thin but ordered quite a lot of takeout, Chen Feng couldn't help but remind her, "Beauty, your body is the capital of revolution. You can't indulge yourself while you are young. You must be moderate. It's okay to have group exercise occasionally, but it will hurt your body if you do it too often." The young girl took the food and yelled at Chen Feng, "What nonsense are you talking about as a delivery man? I'm a food blogger, so what's wrong with eating more?" Chen Feng said sorry while driving fast and soon arrived at Huyuan community. "Lao Wang, the fried shrimp with leeks, braised loach, fried kidney, and burdock you ordered are here. Come downstairs and get them." I called several times but no one answered. At this moment, a resident in the community opened the window, and a young woman with outstanding appearance shouted to the neighbor next door, "Lao Wang next door, hurry up and go downstairs to get the takeaway. I am almost being annoyed by the delivery man downstairs." Chapter 19 Is the threshold so low? Within 10 minutes, most of the takeaway food had been delivered. In the writer's back end, all the reviews he received were 5-star reviews. "The little brother is very handsome and has a gentle voice. I love him. My delivery man has ridden in a top-of-the-line sports car. Are you jealous? Thanks to the handsome delivery guy for giving me the opportunity to take a photo with his sports car. I will order from this restaurant again next time." Not only did it receive a lot of positive reviews, but it also received a lot of tips. Chen Feng took a look and found that in just a few minutes, more than a dozen people had rewarded him with nearly 60,000 yuan. One of the users, named Sister Zhang, gave him a one-time reward of 52,000 yuan. Next order, Sun Yao Yang, Qingdu Art Museum. Buzz. A low roar was heard, and Chen Feng drove the sports car straight to the art museum. The art museum is particularly busy today, and the parking lot next to it is crowded with vehicles. Many people in suits got out of the cars and entered the art gallery under the guidance of the receptionists. Although there were many million-dollar luxury cars in the parking lot, the appearance of Koenigsegg still attracted everyone's attention. It was like a golden phoenix suddenly flying into a sparrow's nest, causing people to take out their mobile phones and start taking pictures. What a handsome car! This car must be worth tens of millions at least. Koenigsegg, a limited edition car with only 6 units worldwide, unexpectedly appeared in Chengdu. This is a once-in-a-century sight. Dirty smell of money. When they saw Chen Feng getting out of the car wearing a delivery uniform, they all laughed at the same time. Renting a sports car just to deliver a takeaway is childish and ridiculous. You stink of money. I beg him not to come over. I'm afraid he will pollute my pure and noble soul. We are all men of letters and should be ashamed of money and resist extravagance and waste. Although they said this, their eyes looked at the sports car enviously again and again. If the receptionist hadn't come up to invite them into the art gallery, many people would have wanted to stick their entire bodies to the sports car. Chen Feng followed them to the entrance of the art museum. Call the number on the order. Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Give it to the people at the door and have them bring it in. The voice on the other end of the phone responded. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng handed the takeaway to one of the receptionists. Sun Yaoyan's takeaway, please help him deliver it. The receptionist smiled and said, I can help you get it in, but you have to tell me your WeChat. Sure. Chen Feng gave his WeChat ID without hesitation. The receptionist excitedly entered the WeChat ID, searched, and sent a friend request. Seeing that Chen Feng did not agree to the friend request, she pouted and said unhappily, Why don't you agree? Please send it in for me first, and I will approve your friend request. The receptionist glanced at Chen Feng's sports car parked not far away. Nodding, he said, Well, since you are so handsome and don't look like a liar, I will go in and help you deliver it. Remember to agree to my friend request later. Well, go ahead. Chen Feng nodded with a harmless smile. While the receptionist went in to deliver the takeaway, Chen Feng looked at the posters displayed at the entrance of the art museum. Congratulations to Master Sun Jingfei for his successful solo exhibition. Below the poster is Sun Jingfei's personal profile. A series of pretentious titles such as famous calligrapher and painter, deputy director of Jiangnan Art Museum, etc., shine brightly. No wonder the art gallery is bustling with activity. Not even 1/10,000th of my yin-yan's level. Chen Feng sighed in his heart, but it doesn't hurt to go in and take a look. Guessing that the receptionist should have delivered the takeaway to Sun Ya-young, Chen Feng looked at the friend request on the WeChat page, clicked reject, and strode towards the art museum. "Delivery man, do you have an invitation?" The security guard stopped him and said seriously, "Don't even think about coming in without an invitation." "I don't have an invitation." Chen Feng looked at one of the posters and pointed, "Doesn't it say that art is for the masses?" The security guard glared at him and said, "All those who came to participate in the event today are well-known figures and artists. You are just a delivery boy. Do you know what art is?" His face was full of impatience. "Get out of here now, or don't blame me for being rude to you." "Security guy, please don't be so fierce." One of the receptionists walked up to the security guard, winked at him, and said coquettishly, "Look, he's so handsome, just let him in." The security guard couldn't control himself and pretended to be calm. "No, the higher-ups have clearly stated that no one is allowed in without an invitation." The receptionist twisted her slender waist. "Didn't you want my WeChat just now? As long as you are willing to let him in, I will give you my WeChat ID now." The security guard hesitated for a second, then pretended to be embarrassed and agreed, "Okay then." He looked at Chen Feng and waved, "You're lucky, little bastard, go in quickly." After a pause, he added, "But I warn you in advance, don't touch anything after you go in, and don't say that I let you in. Come out as soon as you're done, got it?" Chen Feng nodded, "Thank you, security brother." He looked at the receptionist who was helping him speak. "Thank you, sister." Brush. A line of nosebleed burst out instantly. The receptionist looked at Chen Feng's back as he strode into the art gallery and shouted in fascination, "You walk so handsomely, I'm so happy." Inside the art museum, each painting was surrounded by people who came to watch. Master Sun is indeed a painter with our oriental wisdom. After seeing his paintings, I realized that what I painted was even worse than dirt. Master Sun's birds are especially good, they look like they came alive. The realm in this painting is too high, it's not something that ordinary people like you and me can understand. In front of a long scroll titled White Tiger Scroll, people who came to watch were crowded together. Chen Feng took a look over. In the picture, big tigers and young tigers can be seen everywhere, on hilltops by the stream, in the grass and in the woods. Some are sitting, some are lying down, some are standing, some are running, some are playing, some are gazing into the distance, some are raising their heads and roaring, each with a different expression and all seem lifelike. The long scroll of 100 tigers, the king of beasts, is grand and breathtaking. This is a painting that brings the tiger to life. It's better than what I saw at the zoo. Master Sun must have put a lot of effort into this painting. This painting should only exist in heaven, how can we ever see it in the world? If it were to be auctioned, this painting would be worth at least 20 or 30 million. Everyone was talking excitedly and praising Sun Jingfei's work. However, at this moment, a sigh was heard. Is the threshold for holding an art exhibition so low now? If you can hold an exhibition at this level, then I can do it too. Chapter 20, Feeding You a Soft Meal. Which idiot is talking? When everyone heard Chen Feng's words, they turned around and looked at him as if he was an idiot. Whispering sound. Especially when he saw that Chen Feng was still wearing Meituan's delivery uniform, his eyes were full of disdain. A delivery guy is so arrogant, he really doesn't know his place. You don't even know how to hold a pen, and yet you're judging Master Sun's work. How ridiculous. Get out, you vulgar boy. This elegant place is not for you. Where's the security? Chen Feng looked at the White Tiger Scroll and said calmly, "The painting is indeed average, I am just telling the truth." Presumptuous. A middle-aged man wearing glasses stood up and scolded Chen Feng harshly. Master Sun Jingfei is a professor at the Academy of Fine Arts and is well known throughout the country. It is a blessing for all of us that his works can be exhibited in our Chengdu Museum. That's right. The people next to him echoed in agreement. The man with glasses pointed at the paintings on the wall and said, "Any one of Master Sun's works can be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions. You are a poor guy. You can't make that much money even if you deliver takeout for your whole life. What qualifications do you have to bark here?" Thump thump thump. The sound of high heels was heard. Accompanied by a gust of fragrant wind, Su Xinyue walked up to the man with glasses in a hurry under the astonished gaze of everyone, and said coldly, "Kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times, and then get out of here immediately." Beauty, didn't your parents teach you how to write the word quality? Judging from the attitude you have when you talk, there is a big problem with your family education. The man with glasses scolded disdainfully. Hiss. The onlookers gasped in fear and broke into a cold sweat for him. She is the fifth daughter of the Su family and the daughter of the richest man. Someone kindly reminded. Thump! The man with glasses fell to his knees, barking like a dog, begging for mercy. Woof woof woof. Miss Su, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. I deserve to die, I really deserve to die. Su Xinyue didn't even look at him. She glanced at everyone present and said loudly, I bought all the paintings in the exhibition. In a word, extremely domineering. It's like a huge rock thrown into the water, quickly causing thousands of splashes. I don't even dare to speak so arrogantly when I go to the market to buy vegetables. If we buy all of them, it will cost at least hundreds of millions of yuan, right? The starting price for this white tiger painting alone is tens of millions. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Everyone was talking excitedly, some even suspected that there was something wrong with their hearing. Just at this moment, a young man in a suit and tie rushed over after hearing the news. He kept looking at Su Xinyue's pretty face and introduced himself politely. Hello, Miss Su, I am Sun Yaoyang, a member of the Artists Association and one of the persons in charge of this exhibition. He looked at the painting hanging on the wall with a smug look on his face. Sun Jingfei is my father. He devoted his life's love to art. Every painting here is the result of his hard work, especially this painting of the white tiger, which is one of his proudest works. Then slightly in an inviting gesture, Sun Yaoyang smiled and said, if Miss Su is interested, I can take you to the exhibition and introduce these paintings to you. No, I'm not interested. Su Xinyue refused directly. I'll buy all the paintings here, name your price. All? Sun Yaoyang looked surprised. Miss Su, are you sure? I am sure. Sun Yaoyang was surprised and happy. Miss Su, my father was not at the scene because of something else, but if he knew the news, he would be so excited that he would not be able to sleep for several days. He looked at the crowd and said loudly, you all heard it. Miss Su wants to buy all the paintings here. She saw the value of these paintings as soon as she arrived. Miss Su is a soulmate. Su Xinyue crossed her arms and interrupted expressionlessly, don't get me wrong, I didn't buy these paintings because I think your father's paintings are good. It's not because of these paintings. Sun Yaoyang widened his eyes and asked narcissistically, could it be that Miss Su was because of me? Su Xinyue rolled her eyes. She originally thought that Chen Feng was narcissistic enough, but now she met someone who was even more shameless than Chen Feng. Glancing at Chen Feng, she said coldly, because my fiancé doesn't like these paintings, I want to buy all of them and destroy them to avoid dirtying his eyes. Fiancé? The fifth daughter of Chengdu's richest woman is actually engaged? Sun Yaoyang looked surprised. Miss Su, may I ask who your fiancé is? Is he also present? Facing the curious gazes from the crowd, Su Xinyue stood beside Chen Feng and took his arm openly. Chen Feng is my fiancé. What? A poor delivery man is actually Su Xinyue's fiancé? The singles present were in tears, no one could remain calm. Other people who deliver takeout are supported by rich women, but I only get complaints when I deliver takeout. I don't want to work hard anymore. Is there any rich woman who likes me? It's not easy to deliver food in a luxury car. It must be some rich man who came out to experience life. Miss Su, is your family still in need of a live-in son-in-law? If you really can't find one, I can be your stepfather even if I have to. Chen Feng was pressed tightly against a warm body, and he could clearly feel the envious and jealous gazes coming from all directions. He lowered his head to glance at Su Xinyue's little hand that was wrapped around his arm. He was a little confused. What did this arrogant fiancé, who had been arguing with him yesterday, mean by doing this now? Miss Su, it's not the right of a delivery man to comment on my father's work, right? Sun Yaoyang snorted coldly, his eyes red with jealousy. Su Xinyue sneered, my fiancé is bored at home, so he delivers takeout to experience life. His monthly pocket money is enough to buy all the paintings here. How can it be your turn to comment on it? Click. Sun Yaoyang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He glared at Chen Feng. If looks could kill, Chen Feng would have been cut into pieces by him. Miss Su, this guy is clearly a gigolo. He is not worthy of you, let alone evaluating my father's work. He knows nothing about art. Chen Feng put one hand in his pocket and took advantage of the situation to put his arm around Su Xinyue's slender waist. He lowered his head and asked gently, yeah, do you agree to let me be your gigolo? Su Xinyue blushed and nodded, not only do I agree to let you eat gigolo, I will also feed you with my own hands. Chen Feng smiled and looked at Sun Yaoyang, I have had bad teeth since I was a child, and the doctor recommended that I eat gigolos. My fiancé also knows this. Woo woo woo. The single guys watching the scene were already crying with their heads in their hands, tears streaming down their faces like a river. The only person in the whole Chengdu who can talk about being a gigolo so confidently is Chen Feng. They also want to live off others, but unfortunately they are not destined to do so. Chapter 21 300 million. Feng. Su Xinyue snuggled in Chen Feng's arms and asked with a sweet smile, after you buy these paintings, how do you plan to destroy them? Throw them directly into the trash can, or burn them? It's up to you. Chen Feng answered lovingly. Use it to paste on the wall like they do on TV? Or sell it to a junk collector, but it probably won't fetch much. Chen Feng smiled and said, put it at home. You can tear it up for fun when you are in a bad mood. These words caused Su Xinyue to giggle. She clenched her fist and gently punched Chen Feng's hard chest. When I'm in a bad mood, don't you come to comfort me? Chen Feng nodded, I will coax you and play with you while tearing paper. Su Xinyue pouted her cherry lips, then I don't want to tear paper for fun, I want to tear your clothes for fun, that will make me feel better. Being stared at by his fiancée's clear and innocent eyes, Chen Feng couldn't help but raise his hand and pinch her waist. He lowered his voice, leaned close to her ear, and said with a sly smile, yeah, I'll let you play with me when we get home. It's not good to be watched by so many people now. Damn. The single guys watching were already exhausted. You two have been so sweet and affectionate for so long, knowing full well that it's not nice to show affection in public. Is this really appropriate? Sun Yaoyang, in particular, was so angry that his entire body was shaking and veins popped out on his forehead. He looked at Chen Feng and sneered with gritted teeth, Chen Feng, if a talented female painter like Su Xinyan stood here today and criticized my father's mediocre painting level, I would have no complaints. But you, a rubbish delivery guy, are pointing fingers at my father. You have no right. I want you to apologize seriously. Seeing Sun Yaoyang's unconvinced look, Chen Feng smiled and said, even I don't like this painting, let alone Yan Yan. Yan Yan? Sun Yaoyang almost died of laughter. Don't call her that as if you know her very well. Even my father was only lucky enough to meet her once, and you will never have the chance to meet her in your lifetime. As soon as the words fell, the cell phone rings. Chen Feng took out his cell phone, glanced at the caller ID, and curled his lips. Hello, Yan Yan. Humph. Sun Yaoyang snorted disdainfully from his nostrils. Speaking of Su Xinyan will call him? Even TV dramas don't dare to be so punctual. The people around him also laughed at Chen Feng. This kid is addicted to acting. Is your phone turned on? I think Miss Su is also an actress he paid for. Chen Feng ignored the crowd's ridicule and chatted with Su Xinyan for a few words. Then, he smiled and said, Yan Yan, is it convenient for you to start the video now? After obtaining Su Xinyan's consent, Chen Feng made a video call with her. In the video, Su Xinyan is lying on the sofa in the living room, drinking yogurt comfortably. A little bit of milky white yogurt stuck to the corner of her lips, and she stuck out her little tongue and licked it quickly into her mouth. Seeing several paintings appear in Chen Feng's background, she jumped up from the sofa, hugged her knees and sat up straight, and asked curiously, Chen Feng, where are you? I'm in the art museum. Chen Feng answered truthfully. Su Xinyan nodded, you don't look at my paintings, but go to look at other people's paintings. Chen Feng, I tell you, if you do this, I will be jealous. These paintings can't even compare to yours. Chen Feng said, pointing his phone at the white tiger painting on the wall, Yan Yan, what do you think of this painting? Su Xinyan took a serious look at it. My painting is average, about the same level as when I was 12 years old. After a pause, she slapped her head and said, Chen Feng, actually I called you just now because I wanted to ask you some details about sitting love. If you hadn't mentioned the painting, I would have almost forgotten it. Su Xinyue frowned when she heard this. Fourth sister, what do you mean by sit, love? Could it be that you and Chen Feng have already? She looked at Chen Feng with sharp eyes as if she was examining a criminal. Yes, sitting and loving was completed by Chen Feng and I together. His technique is better than mine. I was very grateful for his teaching me last night. After Su Xinyan finished explaining, she hurriedly said, my eldest sister's TV series has started. I have to catch up. I'm hanging up now. The phone call was hung up. The gallery was completely quiet. The atmosphere became depressing. Everyone stared at Chen Feng with complicated expressions and intense inner thoughts. Su Xinyan. Chen Feng, you bastard. You and fourth sister have only known each other for one day, and you actually did such a disgusting thing at night. Scumbag. Beast. Sun Yaoyang. Damn, this guy really knows Su Xinyan. Now you can't deliver food without some background? Su Xinyan also said that my dad's paintings are average. Are they really that bad? Watching singles. This guy is no match for me in any other way except that he's handsome. How on earth does he get to know so many rich and beautiful girls? Showing off the love again. When a dog dies, no couple is innocent. Su Xinyue pinched Chen Feng's arm fiercely, and then shouted, I want to buy all these paintings now. She was very angry and wanted to vent her anger now. The person who is most unhappy right now is actually Sun Yaoyang. He frowned and snorted, Miss Su, these paintings are the painstaking work of my father. They are not meant to be ruined by you rich people. Su Xinyue raised a finger, 100 million. It is most shameful to measure art with money. 200 million. Miss Su, please don't use dirty money to humiliate my father's work. 300 million. Sun Yaoyang's tone softened, well, since you insist on buying it, I'll call my father now. Sun Yaoyang turned around and happily walked aside to call Sun Jingfei. After finishing the call, he walked back with a serious and unhappy expression on his face again. Chen Feng, although Miss Su is here to speak for you today, I can't do anything to you, but you insulted my father first, so when my father comes, you must apologize. It's indeed very ordinary. I'm telling the truth. Chen Feng said truthfully. It's not that he looks down on Sun Jingfei's paintings. If it were in the past, he would have admired and respected these paintings just like the other visitors to the exhibition. But now, the system has made him a first-class painter, and his level has far surpassed Sun Jingfei. At first glance, the paintings on the wall looked like the scribbles of a 3-year-old child and were not pleasing to his eyes. The people around were fed up with the dog food, and turned their anger into strength, and began to scold. That's right, you owe Master Sun a solemn apology. You must apologize in front of the media and reporters. Maybe he sneaked in to take advantage of the trending search? Where's the cameraman? Quickly film this shameless pretender. In front of several media and reporters, Chen Feng smiled and asked Sun Yaoyang, tell me the truth, what's wrong with you? Why do you need to apologize? Seeing Chen Feng's stubborn attitude, Sun Yaoyang sneered, you don't have to apologize. Since you are so arrogant, then show us your level in front of so many people and let us see what is extraordinary. Chapter 22 Humble Master Sun. Well said. I'm afraid your hands are shaking from fear? It's a waste of paint to let him paint. Everyone laughed at him and looked at Chen Feng with contempt and disdain. Okay, then I'll draw one. Chen Feng met Sun Yaoyang's gaze and nodded with a smile. Snort. He wanted to act cool even when he was about to die. Sun Yaoyang sneered and took Chen Feng to the exhibition hall. A T-shaped stage was built in the hall with about 100 chairs placed underneath. A PPT was playing on the stage, showcasing Sun Jingfei's award-winning experience and life's works. He ordered the staff to set up the drawing board and paint on the stage, and said to Chen Feng, you can go up and paint. Chen Feng nodded, walked to the stage with ease, sat down and started painting. The electric screen immediately switched the picture, and the camera was aimed at the drawing board in front of Chen Feng. This was deliberately arranged by Sun Yaoyang. Chen Feng's paintings were projected onto a large screen, and the onlookers could see them clearly as he drew each stroke. Reporters from several media outlets were already on standby, holding their cameras and taking a lot of photos of Chen Feng who was painting. It's over. This bastard can't draw. If he goes up there like this, he'll just be laughed at. Su Xinyue stamped her feet anxiously. She glanced at Chen Feng for a few seconds, then walked outside and called Su Xinyan. Hey, fourth sister, please come to Rongqing Art Museum soon. That bastard Chen Feng is going to be in trouble. Achoo! Chen Feng sneezed and continued painting. The people below looked at the big screen, sometimes shaking their heads, sometimes sneering. What is this drawing? My 3-year-old son can draw better than him. I can draw better than him with my feet. To question Master Sun's level is to overestimate one's own abilities. This kid really dared to go up and draw. Was it Liang Jingru who gave him the courage? Sun Yaoyang walked to the bottom of the stage, glanced at Chen Feng's drawing board, and almost laughed to tears. He crossed his arms over his chest and taunted loudly, "Delivery man, I advise you to get down quickly and stop embarrassing yourself." Everyone followed suit. Yes, come down quickly, I feel ashamed for you. You are young and reckless. Apologize to Master Sunday. With his magnanimity, he will definitely not argue with you. My dog's poop is prettier than your drawing. Just as everyone was laughing at Chen Feng's rubbish paintings, a loud noise came from the entrance of the art gallery. Sun Jingfei, who rushed over immediately after receiving Sun Yaoyang's call, strode into the exhibition hall surrounded by security guards and reporters. Master Sun, someone is willing to pay 300 million to buy all your works. Would you agree? How do you feel about being mocked by a delivery man for your mediocre painting skills? Master Sun, do you have any other hobbies besides painting? Facing questions from many media reporters, Sun Jingfei answered modestly, "Thank you all for coming to my exhibition today. I also welcome your comments on my works. I will accept them humbly and strive to create better works." Bang bang bang. There was thunderous applause at the scene. Master Sun is too modest. Master Sun is a man of both virtue and talent. He is truly a role model for my generation to learn from. It's much better than many of the current traffic stars. Sun Yaoyang walked forward, pointed at Chen Feng who was painting on the stage, and whispered to Sun Jingfei, "Dad, it was that kid who said your painting was average and tore up your painting for fun." Sun Jingfei glanced at the media reporters who were taking pictures of him frantically. "Stop filming. There will be a special time for you to be interviewed later." Sun Yaoyang raised his hand to block the camera. As soon as the media reporters put away their cameras, the smile on Sun Jingfei's face disappeared. He looked at Chen Feng and snorted with disdain from his nostrils. "Humph! You, a brat, dare to criticize my work. You really don't know your place." Sun Yaoyang sneered and said, "Dad, just let him draw. There will be plenty of opportunities for him to make a fool of himself in front of so many media. Even kids who are just starting to learn art can draw better than him." Sun Jingfei asked curiously, "By the way, where is the little girl who said she wanted to buy all my paintings? He was here just now, where is he?" Sun Yaoyang looked towards the exhibition hall and shouted excitedly, "Dad, it's her, Su Xinyue, she is the daughter of Zhang Lindi, the richest man in Rongcheng." He noticed that Sun Yaoyang and his son were looking at him at the same time. Su Xinyue walked forward and pouted, "Why are you two staring at me?" Sun Yaoyang introduced with a smile, "Miss Su, this is my father, Mr. Sun Jingfei." Su Xinyue looked Sun Jingfei up and down. Nodding, "Oh, so you are Sun Jingfei, I bought all the paintings in the exhibition today, 300 million, do you want to sell them?" Sun Jingfei said seriously, "Miss Su, art cannot be measured by money. The main purpose of my painting these pictures is to provide excellent spiritual food for the public, not to make money." "That's right, Miss Su, my father devoted his life's passion to art." Su Xinyue obviously couldn't bear to listen anymore. She interrupted impatiently, "If you think the money I give you is too little, you can ask for more." Pause. She continued, "As for your hypocritical words about providing excellent spiritual food for the public, my fourth sister also said that when she was interviewed." When Sun Jingfei heard this, his face turned unhappy. "Miss Su, don't compare me with any random painter. They paint to make money, but I am different from them." Sun Yaoyang couldn't help but whispered, "Dad, her fourth sister is Su Xinyan, the talented female painter." Sun Jingfei was suddenly speechless. His face was like a color palette, sometimes blue, sometimes red, and now it had turned liver color. Sun Yaoyang stepped forward to smooth things over for his father. "Miss Su, your fiancé is painting on the stage, but I think his painting skills are not even as good as those of an elementary school student." He glanced at the people below who were constantly mocking him, and said with a smug smile, "Look at all the scolding here. If it were me, I wouldn't have the guts to continue standing on the stage. There's a saying that goes, if a tree doesn't have bark, it's doomed to die." Deliberate pause. Sun Yaoyang raised his voice and said with a smile, "This guy is shameless, he is invincible. It's really invincible." At the same time, someone in the exhibition hall exclaimed, coinciding with Sun Yaoyang's ridicule. Sun Yaoyang's smile deepened. He looked at the big screen with contempt, but his smile froze in an instant. Chapter 23. She is not. It's incredible. It's breathtaking. This is genius. Chen Feng's drawing was projected on the big screen. In the painting, a young mother sits bent over her daughter with her arms around her face. Her attire is simple and elegant, she is dignified and beautiful, and her eyes are gentle and affectionate. The daughter is innocent and cute. She puts her face close to her mother and hugs her mother's neck, looking infinitely charming. This work vividly displays the love between mother and daughter, and the affection between parents and children. It is enough to show that the person who painted this picture is also a gentle and affectionate person. Zhang Liang, graduate tutor at the Academy of Fine Arts, exclaimed. He Yoji, vice chairman of the Watercolor Painters Association, also commented on the painting from a professional perspective. This painting has elegant and harmonious colors, beautiful and refined lines, and a background without any accompaniment, which better highlights the theme. This is definitely a top-notch painting. Even the president of the Chengdu Artists Association couldn't help but speak. To be able to create such a work in such a short time, even I don't have such skills, this young man is really extraordinary. With these three professional bigwigs giving positive comments, the crowd below couldn't hold back and started praising them lavishly. The mother's gentle gaze and her daughter's innocence and cuteness in the painting moved everyone present. Baby, mom will be strong and raise you up, said a pregnant single mother in tears. Tear. The newly divorced man tore up the divorce certificate without hesitation and ran home to reunite with his crying wife and children. Thump. An old man with gray hair knelt on the ground, crying and repenting. Mom, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I will take you back from the nursing home right now. The exhibition hall was in chaos. The halo of love showered down, and everyone was surrounded by an inexplicable warmth. A large number of media reporters flocked to the stage. Mr. Chen, what was the inspiration for this painting? Is the person in the painting based on your mother? Even the plain Meituan uniform cannot conceal your outstanding talent. May I ask what your real identity is? Do you plan to auction this painting on site? If so, what is your estimated price? Facing the praise from the crowd and the questions from reporters, Chen Feng ignored them all and slowly organized his brushes and paints. More and more people flocked to the stage, grabbing their phones enthusiastically and wanting to take photos with Chen Feng and his works, but were all rejected. After finishing the tidying up, Chen Feng stood up and looked at Su Xinyue, who was standing at the outermost layer of the crowd. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face and gave her a harmless smile. Click, click. This smile was immediately captured on camera. Soon, major online media outlets were scrambling to report on the incident. Great wisdom appears foolish, a genius painter who makes a big splash. This smile has gone viral. Behind the simple smile, there is unknown sadness and sweat. Meituan Writers, this huge and mysterious organization, has produced another expert. Everyone's attention was on Chen Feng, so much so that almost no one remembered that they were here to attend Sun Jingfei's solo painting exhibition. Sun Yaoyang called security to come and maintain order, but it was clear that the out-of-control situation could not be controlled for a while. He asked someone to switch the big screen to continue playing Sun Jingfei's works, and pulled the posters and banners placed in various locations in the exhibition hall onto the stage. This makes the articles and video information reported by the media more interesting. With Sun Jingfei's personal painting exhibition as the background, Chen Feng's paintings were highly praised. This is the first time in an art exhibition. Sun Jingfei's face turned green with anger. He strode onto the stage and said loudly to the crowd below, "Everyone, I." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. "Master Sun, please make way, we want to interview Mr. Chen." Some even pushed him off the stage impatiently. "Move aside, you're blocking us from taking pictures of Mr. Chen." "Mr. Chen, do you have other works before?" "Mr. Chen, your work is getting lots of likes on the internet right now. What do you think about that?" "Mr. Chen, stop being so low-key and show your true identity." Chen Feng smiled and looked at everyone, and responded calmly, "I am just an ordinary person, not worthy of your interview. I drew this picture casually, and I am very happy that you like it." Bang bang bang. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Mr. Chen is really amazing. He can draw so well with just a few strokes. The best person with both virtue and talent is none other than Mr. Chen. This painting should only exist in heaven. How many times can we see it in the world? Mr. Chen is a young talent with a promising future. A reporter rushed forward and said excitedly, "Mr. Chen, you are already famous. Many masters in the art world have given you high praise on the internet." They also raised some questions. "Can you pick a few and give simple answers?" Forced into action, I have no choice but to pretend. Chen Feng nodded. The big screen switched quickly. Chen Feng took a quick look and saw many professors from art academies and members of the Artists Association giving praise and comments. Many questions were raised. Facing the media, he selected one of the questions and said with a smile, "Then I will simply answer the question from 5th grade student Lulu." There was an uproar below. Instead of reading so many questions from masters and professional scholars, he chose to answer a question from an elementary school student. Chen Feng is indeed a true artist. Simple and approachable. The prototypes of this painting are my mother-in-law and my fiancé. His eyes passed through the crowd and fell on Su Xinyue. Chen Feng raised the corners of his mouth and continued, my mother-in-law is the greatest woman in the world. She is a strong woman in the eyes of others and a good wife and mother in the eyes of her relatives. Thank her for betrothing the most beautiful girl in the world to me. Su Xinyue blushed as she listened in the audience. A flatterer. She pouted, but her face was full of happiness that could not be concealed. Who cares about me when you paint a crappy picture? Someone asked curiously, excuse me, Mr. Chen, is the fiancé you are talking about Miss Su who just wanted to spend 300 million to buy all of Master Sun's works for you? Brush. Suddenly, everyone looked at Su Xinyue curiously. Asshole, this is so annoying. Why did you bring this up? It's like the whole world has to know that I'm his fiancé. I'm not interested in him. Su Xinyue forgot how she had just announced in front of everyone that she was Chen Feng's fiancé. She, who never gets nervous in front of tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, is now too shy to look up. Her two little hands nervously grasped her bag, and she thought in annoyance, what is this? It's like a love confession, so childish. Mr. Chen, is Miss Su your fiancé? A reporter asked anxiously again. Chen Feng smiled, looked at Su Xinyue, and answered loudly, she is not. Chapter 24 My Great Mother-in-Law. What, Miss Su isn't his fiancé? But didn't Miss Su admit it just now? Is it just her wishful thinking? Mr. Chen, if you were forced to be kept by a rich woman, please blink. There was an uproar among the crowd. The voices discussing Su Xinyue's wishful thinking were growing louder and louder. Chen Feng, you bastard, you make me so angry, you just know how to bully me. Su Xinyue was angry and aggrieved. Sun Yaoyang took the opportunity to step forward, his lips curled up. Miss Su, you are interested, but the man on the stage seems very ruthless. He is unwilling to admit that you are his fiancé in front of everyone. Su Xinyue bit her lower lip tightly, said nothing, and tears were almost falling out. TSK, you spent 300 million to buy paintings to make him happy, but who knew that he didn't even take you to heart? Sun Yaoyang raised his eyebrows with gloating. Don't say anything more, Chen Feng. Before he finished speaking, Chen Feng's voice on the stage rang out loudly in the exhibition hall. If she's not my fiancé, then who is? There was silence for 2 seconds. Immediately. Bang bang bang. There was thunderous applause. What a unique way of saying praise first, then criticize. 666, the longest road I have ever walked is Mr. Chen's routine. Showing affection again, I'm reporting it back. Brothers, do you think I did the right thing? Mr. Chen and Miss Su, a talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. A girl of the same age as Su Xinyue was already moved to tears. She said enviously, Miss Su, your fiancé really loves you, you two must be very happy. He is so smooth talking. How come I didn't realize that he loves me very much? Su Xinyue pretended to curl her lips in disdain, but her tears of excitement had already flowed uncontrollably. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. With the shoving of the crowd, Su Xinyue was pushed from the outermost layer of the crowd to the stage. She and Chen Feng stood side by side, the handsome man and beautiful woman, becoming the most pleasing scenery in the entire exhibition hall. Snap. Many media outlets excitedly took photos. The delivery guy versus the daughter of the richest man, another day of crying for someone else's beautiful love. An ordinary takeaway boy, the richest man's fiancé on his left hand, and a luxury car Ferrari on his right hand. The richest man's wife fell in love with me, the unknown transaction behind the 300 million. Give me a kiss. Kiss him. Faced with the booing from the crowd, Su Xinyue's face turned red. Especially when she noticed Chen Feng's fiery gaze towards her, she ran away shyly. Yeah, wait a minute. Chen Feng grabbed her little hand in time. Su Xinyue wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she angrily said in a low voice, Chen Feng, so many people are watching, don't mess around, I won't agree to kiss you. He raised his hand and his fingertips touched Su Xinyue's soft hair. Chen Feng, don't be like this. He leaned close to Su Xinyue's ear and asked in a deep voice, I want to ask what brand of milk you delivered last night. It tasted delicious. What? Su Xinyue was stunned. This bastard came so close, his actions and tone were extremely ambiguous, and it turned out that he just wanted to ask her what brand of milk she drank last night. She thought Chen Feng was going to really kiss her amid the jeers of the crowd. Result: that's it? Chen Feng, actually the milk last night has expired. Su Xinyue didn't have the heart to say the word expired as she couldn't bear to continue. After saying that, Chen Feng stood up, withdrew his hand, looked at everyone, and the smile on his face was extremely pure. Bang bang bang. There was another round of applause from below. So loving. I'll eat this dog food first as a sign of respect. Cover your mouth and try not to bark. Proceed to the next step. I don't lack that time. From everyone's perspective, the misplaced actions of Chen Feng and Su Xinyue just happened to turn into an extremely sweet kiss. The moment of their kiss was captured by the camera and uploaded to major websites, quickly becoming a hot topic among netizens. A reporter came forward and asked curiously, "Mr. Chen, your love with Miss Su was very touching. Now let's get back to the point. What is the name of the painting you created today?" Chen Feng thought about it and answered seriously, "The name of this work is My Great Mother-in-Law." But Mr. Chen, you said before that the painting shows your mother-in-law and fiancé, so why was it that when you named the painting, you only included your mother-in-law? A questioning voice came. Chen Feng lowered his head and glanced at Su Xinyue. This arrogant fiancé was also glaring at him, and there was a distinct sour smell in the air around them. He explained with a smile, "Because in my eyes, when I look at my mother-in-law, all I see is her gentleness and beauty." Sun Yaoyang sneered, "Isn't Miss Su your fiancé? But you didn't mention her at all when you named your work. In the final analysis, you don't love her at all, you just covet her beauty." Well said. Chen Feng looked at Sun Yaoyang, "I just covet the beauty of the unmarried woman." He paused and looked at the painting displayed on the big screen. As for why it is not reflected in the title of the work, it is because my fiancée is so lovely in my heart that I can't help but want to take her back to the cloud recesses and hide her away. Her every frown and smile can only be appreciated by me alone. Bang bang bang. The applause lasted for a long time. Although Su Xinyue pretended to be calm, the tears in her eyes betrayed her. "Asshole, you just keep saying those fancy words to deceive little girls, but I won't believe them," she thought to herself. At this time, in a conference room on the top floor of a towering office building. When Zhang Lindy saw the article reported in the media, tears quietly flowed down her face. Especially when she saw the painting My Great Mother-in-Law, she burst into tears and lay on the desk, unable to control her emotions. "I have no regrets in my life because I have a good son-in-law named Chen Feng." "Mr. Zhang, you are still attending an international conference. Please pay attention to your own emotions." The secretary couldn't help but remind him in a low voice. Zhang Lindy wiped her tears and changed the screensaver to Chen Feng's painting. Then she regained her seriousness and said coldly, "Continue." In the exhibition hall, a wealthy businessman stood up and said to Chen Feng with admiration, "Mr. Chen, I like your painting. I want to buy it. Please name a price." People came forward one after another. "I'll buy it. I'll pay 30 million. Double. Super double." Chapter 25, Not to Please Others. Sun Jingfei's personal painting exhibition suddenly turned into an auction of Chen Feng's paintings. 50 million. 100 million. 300 million. It only took 5 minutes to increase the amount from the initial 30 million to the current 300 million. Sun Jingfei was so angry that his face turned blue. A good art exhibition was ruined by a delivery man. This is intolerable. What is even more infuriating is that although he is a professor at an art academy and a painter with some fame in China, the highest price his paintings have ever been sold at auction is only 50 million. The auction price of a painting that Chen Feng casually drew has now been called up to 300 million. One of his paintings is worth an entire exhibition of paintings. Who can withstand this? Dad, calm down first. Believe me, there will definitely be a way out for this matter. Sun Yaoyang comforted him, took out his mobile phone, turned on the live broadcast, and pointed the camera at Chen Feng on the stage. Title of the live broadcast room: The takeout industry is full of garbage again. Soon, more and more viewers came to the live broadcast room. "Isn't this the delivery guy who drew my great mother-in-law? It's really him. He's much more handsome in the live broadcast than in the photo. Anchor, if you dare, send out the address. Did we, the delivery guys, provoke you? After reading the articles online, I feel that this person is definitely not just a food delivery guy. Now he is doing live broadcasts to attract attention. There must be a big team behind this. As the host, Sun Yaoyang sent a barrage in the live broadcast room. Don't be fooled by him. He is a piece of trash. He insulted Master Sun Jingfei maliciously at his exhibition and caused serious personal attacks on him. After showing this barrage to Sun Jingfei, Sun Yaoyang sent another one. He rented a luxury car to deliver food and invited beautiful actresses to support him. He is so shameless that he is not worthy of entering the sacred art hall. His paintings are rubbish. After the two comments were sent out, the audience in the live broadcast room were completely excited. Anchor, are you a hater? It's probably the team behind Sun Jingfei who's behind this. They're jealous. To be honest, Sun Jingfei's paintings are really not that good. The last time I saw him at an art exhibition, he was begging Su Xinyan for an autograph like a dog. It really disgusted me. Sun Jingfei was so angry when he saw the crazy comments flooding the screen that he was completely speechless. Yaoyang, didn't you say that things would definitely turn around? Dad, this. Sun Yaoyang was embarrassed. The audience in this live broadcast room are all blind, don't be angry. As soon as the words fell, a new round of barrage of comments started in the live broadcast room. Is this an auction of Mr. Chen's works? I want to participate in the auction, host. What is the highest price right now? I'll give you 350 million. 400 million. 450 million. Not only did people in the exhibition hall participate in the auction, but the audience in the live broadcast room also joined in excitedly. Moreover, those who participated in the auction in the live broadcast room included not only wealthy people, but also famous scholars and professors in the art world. The number of bidders was no less than that on site. Sun Yaoyang has no way to close the live broadcast room now. There are too many bigwigs in the room. If it is closed suddenly, these bigwigs will definitely have opinions. His face was as black as pig liver. The original intention of starting a live broadcast was to get netizens to scold Chen Feng. Who would have thought that instead of scolding Chen Feng, he helped to attract a bunch of big shots who were willing to bid high prices for his paintings? Ordinary people would never be able to do this kind of operation. But he, Sun Yaoyang, did it. Dad, let me explain. Sun Jingfei was too embarrassed to face it and hid in the bathroom to cry. The bidding continues. My great mother-in-law has been bid up to a high price of 800 million yuan. Su Xinyue tugged at the corner of Chen Feng's clothes and whispered, Hey, are they all crazy? How could that crappy painting you drew be worth 800 million? Then how much do you think it's worth? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Su Xinyue curled her lips in disdain, It's worthless. Even if you give it to me for free, I don't care. The smile on Chen Feng's face widened. Do you know what 4 words are written on your face right now? A look of disgust. Su Xinyue answered without thinking. No, it's just one thing and one thing. Chen Feng raised his hand and stroked Su Xinyue's head twice in a gentle manner that seemed very gentle to others. He whispered in her ear, The fiancé in this painting is really worthless. The reason they gave her 800 million is because they gave it to her mother-in-law. Chen Feng, you bastard. Su Xinyue clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. If there weren't so many media reporters below, she would have punched Chen Feng on the bridge of his nose. A reporter was eating dog food in his mouth and asked curiously, Mr. Chen, someone has already offered a high price of 800 million yuan. For such a price, are you willing to sell your work? Chen Feng took the microphone and answered modestly, Thank you for your support, I am very touched. He raised his hand and wiped his dry eyes. I paint simply out of love and my persistent pursuit of art and beauty. I am willing to work hard to create excellent spiritual food for the masses. I have no interest in the hundreds of millions of dollars you mentioned in the auction. His sharp and intelligent eyes swept over everyone present. Chen Feng concluded, I paint for myself, never to please others. Bang bang bang. There was thunderous applause at the scene. Many people were moved to tears. Mr. Chen, you are my idol. That's very well said. There aren't many artists like Mr. Chen who don't pursue fame or fortune. Mr. Chen, stop delivering food. I'll give you 10 million. Take a few years off. I'll donate 30 million. Just for Mr. Chen's good character of not seeking money, I will offer 50 million. In the exhibition hall, the auction soon turned into a charity donation meeting. Su Xinyue almost thought she was hallucinating. She couldn't help but stare at Chen Feng. What kind of medicine did you give them? How could they believe such hypocritical words? It's enough that I'm sincere to you. Chen Feng smiled. TSK Su Xinyue snorted coldly. At this moment, a beautiful figure hurriedly appeared in the exhibition hall. She was wearing a long white dress and ran straight to the stage. An enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted through the exhibition hall. Chen Feng, I'm here. While Su Xinyan was eating the baked sweet potato in her hand, she handed the other 2 hot baked sweet potatoes to Chen Feng and Su Xinyue. Fourth sister, I don't want to eat. Su Xinyue frowned and refused. Too hot? Chen Feng glanced at her, waved his hand, took down the drawing and tore it into 2 halves. Give it to me. He took 2 baked sweet potatoes from Su Xinyan's hands and skillfully wrapped them with the drawing. One of them handed it to Su Xinyue. Take it, it's not hot now. Chapter 26, Tearing Mother-in-Law Apart. Chen Feng, are you crazy? Su Xinyue looked at the roasted sweet potato in front of her and suddenly felt that it was even hotter. Chen Feng chewed and handed the roasted sweet potato to her mouth with a smile. You want me to feed you again? With so many people watching you, can you please be serious? Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened. She had no shortage of money, but she was still shocked. 800 million. Just like that, Chen Feng used it to wrap baked sweet potatoes? Su Xinyan had just arrived and didn't know that the drawing that Chen Feng used to wrap baked sweet potatoes had been auctioned for 800 million yuan. She finished eating the roasted sweet potato in her hand, licked the residue on her lips with satisfaction, and said, "Fifth sister won't eat it, you feed me." Good. Chen Feng smiled and handed the roasted sweet potato to Su Xinyan's mouth. Yan Yan, come, open your mouth, ah. Su Xinyan took a big bite without hesitation and closed her eyes to savor it carefully. Sweet? Sweet. Su Xinyan looked at Su Xinyue and deliberately provoked her. Fifth sister, are you sure you don't want to have a bite? I just bought some roasted sweet potatoes at the door. They are super sweet and sticky, especially when Chen Feng feeds them. They are super delicious. I won't eat what he feeds me. Su Xinyue looked proud. Since you don't want to eat it, I'm going to eat it all. Su Xinyan opened her mouth and took another big bite of the roasted sweet potato that Chen Feng fed to her. Su Xinyue puffed up her cheeks, put her mouth close to Chen Feng's hand, and swallowed the remaining half of the baked sweet potato into her mouth. Ahem. She ate too quickly and started coughing, holding her chest. Chen Feng immediately raised his hand and patted her on the back. Yeah, with your speed, you will definitely be able to eat hot food if you grab it. Cough, cough. Su Xinyue was about to stop coughing, but after hearing Chen Feng's words, she coughed even more violently. Su Xinyan smiled and took out some water from her bag and handed it over. Fifth sister, didn't you just say you didn't want to eat the roasted sweet potato that Chen Feng fed you? Su Xinyue blushed and quietly defended, I tried a bite of the roasted sweet potato you bought for the sake of sisterhood. Su Xinyan had already seen through it. Well, the roasted sweet potato I bought and Chen Feng fed you, is it delicious? All right. Her face was full of enjoyment, but Su Xinyue's answer was still arrogant. The people in the exhibition hall were dumbfounded. The tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. Eating a baked sweet potato can be like acting in an idol drama. Do you still consider the feelings of single people? What is even more outrageous is that the paintings they had been excitedly bidding for were just used to wrap baked sweet potatoes? I also want to taste what a baked sweet potato wrapped in 800 million tastes like. Tear apart your mother-in-law and fiancé? Fuck you, you pretentious bastard. Luxury cars, beautiful women, and a great skill, this little brother is really a winner in life. Woo, 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 cover your mouth so you don't make those dog woof, woof, woof. The 800 million worth of drawings are gone. Chen Feng was not crazy, but the media reporters below were. Mr. Chen, what do you think of using the 800 million drawings to make baked sweet potatoes? I was only thinking about one thing, my fiancé wanted to eat baked sweet potatoes. Mr. Chen, many people want to buy your works, but now the drafts are gone. How do you respond? As I said, I don't paint for money. Mr. Chen, what is your relationship with Miss Su Xinyan? Before Chen Feng could answer this question, Su Xinyan grabbed the microphone and answered loudly with a smile, the relationship between Chen Feng and I, you should try to think in a more complicated way. Hearing this, Su Xinyue kept looking at Chen Feng and Su Xinyan, with an aggrieved expression on her face as if she was about to cry. She blinked her big watery eyes and thought to herself, could it be that fourth sister really had been with Chen Feng last night? It's just that she hasn't had any intimate physical contact with a man for 23 years, so there is no reason why fourth sister would act so hungry. People in the exhibition hall cried. The audience in the live broadcast room all cried. Su Xinyan, my goddess. My goddess actually had an improper relationship with a delivery guy. I cried. The goddess is not clean anymore, my youth is over. Painters also have private lives, and we should understand and respect that. Amidst the cries of pain, Zhou Jihe, president of the Chengdu Artists Association, stepped forward and said to Chen Feng, "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Zhou Jihe, president of the Chengdu Artists Association. I sincerely invite you to join the association." Chen Feng politely declined. "Thank you for your kindness, President Zhou. Next time you order takeout, I will definitely deliver it to you personally." Fang Qing, the vice president of the Academy of Fine Arts, was also unwilling to lag behind. "Mr. Chen, after seeing your works, I think you are very talented. You are so young, you should still be a student. I would like to invite you to be a mentor in our academy. What do you think?" Chen Feng smiled and refused. "I am very grateful for giving me this opportunity, but I am too handsome. It is difficult for me to make female students focus on their studies as a tutor. I will not mislead the students." The witty and humorous answer made everyone present laugh and the atmosphere became lively again. A girl wearing black-framed glasses stood up and looked at Su Xinyan expectantly. "Sister Su, I'm your fan. Can I ask you for an autograph?" Su Xinyan agreed without hesitation. "Of course, no problem. Goddess Su, I'm also your fan, please give me an autograph." "Goddess, I always follow you to art exhibitions. I want to take a photo with you." "Goddess Su, forget him and be my girlfriend." More and more people rushed to the stage, surrounding Chen Feng and Su Xinyan. Some wanted autographs, some wanted photos, and the atmosphere was even more lively than at a celebrity autograph session. "You are Su Bingyue from Shark Live, right? I'm your fan and have been watching your live broadcast for more than 2 years. Can I take a photo with you?" Su Xingyue looked at Chen Feng sullenly, nodded, and forced a smile towards the camera. At this moment, Sun Jingfei, who had been hiding in the toilet and dared not show up, squeezed onto the stage with all his might. He said to Su Xinyan excitedly, "Miss Su, I am your fan, can you sign an autograph for me?" Su Xinyan is taking a photo with someone. The noise instantly drowned out Sun Jingfei's voice, and the man, who was nearly 60 years old, was pushed down from the center of the stage. Someone suddenly raised his foot, and Sun Jingfei didn't notice it, and he stumbled and fell off the stage. He fell to the ground with a bruised face and tears streaming down his face. Sun Yaoyan rushed over in fear, picked him up and rushed to the hospital. Few people in the exhibition hall noticed this scene. Su Xinyue also left at the same time. She pouted, glared at Chen Feng, who was surrounded by the crowd with displeasure, and strode towards the entrance of the art museum angrily. Chapter 27 Warm Men's Quotes. "Sorry, please make way." Chen Feng immediately chased after him. Su Xinyan looked at the backs of Chen Feng and Su Xinyue as they left the art museum, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. Yeah, would you like some yogurt?" Chen Feng caught up with Su Xinyue and handed her a bottle of Yakult. "I don't want to drink." Su Xinyue didn't even look at him and just strode forward. Chen Feng tore open the package and drank it all in one gulp, so sour. He took out another hawthorn stick and asked with a smile, Yeah, do you want some hawthorn sticks?" Su Xinyue also ignored it. "Keep it for yourself." "Okay, I'll eat it myself." Chen Feng chewed it with big mouthfuls, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, such sour hawthorn strips." After a while, he took out a lemon from his pocket. Yeah, do you want to eat a lemon?" Su Xinyue couldn't stand it any longer. She stopped, turned around and looked at Chen Feng. Her beautiful eyes widened. "Chen Feng, are you a pig? Are you done yet?" Chen Feng put away the lemon, smiled harmlessly and said, Yeah, I have actually seen a pig that likes sour food in my life." Su Xinyue snorted coldly, "Nonsense, how can a pig like to eat sour food?" "Yes, it really is. It is far away in the sky, yet close at hand." Chen Feng looked at Su Xinyue leisurely. Su Xinyue then realized that the pig that Chen Feng was referring to as the pig that likes sour food was referring to her. "Chen Feng." Su Xinyue didn't care that they were still on the street and raised her pink fist to punch Chen Feng. "If you really like sour food, then just drink vinegar." Before the fist came up, Chen Feng had already clenched his fist in his hand. The fist is only the size of an egg, white and tender as if it had just been peeled, and it does not look like it has enough killing power. He took Su Xinyue's hand and forced her soft and boneless body to press against him. Then he whispered in her ear, Yeah, if I really want to be jealous, I'll just drink your vinegar jar." Su Xinyue's pretty face flushed red, and she twisted her body uncomfortably, trying to break free. I'm not jealous, I'm sweet. Yes, yes, you can be sweet, salty, and not sour at all. The warm breath evenly fanned her ears, and Su Xinyue felt that the temperature of her whole body suddenly rose by several degrees. Asshole, let me go. Just now you openly admitted in front of so many people that you are my fiancé, but now it's just you and me, and you're shy instead. Is this what a woman is like? Su Xinyue no longer had the smile she had in the art museum, and her face was full of indifference. Chen Feng, the reason I said this is because I am learning from my elder sister how to become a good actor. Those words are the lines I designed in advance. You don't have to take them seriously. Chen Feng lowered his head, looking at his little wife who was lying seriously, and he couldn't stop smiling. So spending 300 million to buy paintings was also a plot you planned in advance? Yes, that's right. Su Xinyue blushed and cutely admitted, I have no interest in you at all, so when you draw in the future, don't be so self-indulgent as to draw me in your pictures. Chen Feng chuckled, when did I draw you? The little girl in the picture you just drew, my great mother-in-law, isn't that me? Chen Feng looked innocent, I only said that the painting was of my fiancé. My mother-in-law has 7 daughters. How could you tell that I was painting you? You. Su Xinyue gritted her teeth in anger, then you used 800 million drawings to pack baked sweet potatoes to feed me. This is a fact. You can't deny it, right? Yen Yen was also there at the time, and the roasted sweet potatoes were meant to be fed to her. Chen Feng continued to test his own limits. Su Xinyue was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She continued unwillingly, then you just said that you are sincere to me, that's all, you should remember this, right? Chen Feng pretended to be lost in memory, let me think, am I really speechless towards you? Do I really hate you? Or am I really not interested in you? Chen Feng, you bastard, you're so abominable. Su Xinyue was so angry that her liver hurt. After meeting Chen Feng, she was angry every day, no, every moment. This bastard, how could he not know how to be gentle and considerate to women? Seeing his fiancée almost crying with anger, Chen Feng immediately apologized with a strong desire to survive. Yeah, I'm sorry, whatever you said is what it is. Su Xinyue rolled her eyes, is this the right attitude for an apology? Oh, I can't help it if you think so. Su Xinyue's blood pressure soared again, what did you say? I've already admitted my mistake, what else do you want from me? Su Xinyue felt that she might faint from Chen Feng's anger at any time. Chen Feng, this is not an apology at all, you clearly just want to piss me off to death. Chen Feng's expression became even more innocent, yeah, is it that serious? What's wrong with you? Okay, don't be angry, that's enough. This time, Su Xinyue really cried. Her little mouth pouted in grievance, and 2 lines of tears burst out. Chen Feng hated to see girls crying in front of him, especially pretty girls. He was also very anxious. I thought to myself, what the hell, all the sweet quotes he just used are those that are widely circulated in the circle of friends for men to apologize to their girlfriends, the kind that can move their girlfriends to tears with just one sentence. How to use it on Su Xinyue? She cried, but is the effect very different? Never mind, if I don't use my ultimate move, I'm doomed. Chen Feng raised his hand, wiped Su Xinyue's tears, and comforted her softly. Yeah, don't cry, I still care about you in my heart. Su Xinyue raised her head while sobbing, tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes. Then tell me, how do you care about me? Chen Feng used his utmost tenderness and said with concern, yeah, drink more hot water. Su Xinyue stopped crying immediately, pushed Chen Feng away, and walked forward with big strides without even looking back. She couldn't help cursing in her heart. Chen Feng. Idiot, you big idiot. Damn those bananas, watermelons, and gourd peels. Chen Feng scratched his head, feeling a little overwhelmed. He had used all his ultimate tricks to comfort his girlfriend, but why did it not only fail to appease Su Xinyue, but instead made her even angrier? As expected, a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea, and it is impossible to guess. Seeing Su Xinyue walking away, Chen Feng decided to apologize to her sincerely through actions. There happened to be an ice cream shop on the side of the road. He bought 7 or 8 ice creams in one go, held them all in his hands, and chased after Su Xinyue. Yeah, cool down and have some ice cream. Su Xinyue likes to eat ice cream the most. When she saw the ice creams of various flavors, her foodie nature couldn't help herself and she took it without hesitation. Because the weather was hot, Chen Feng ran for a while and the ice cream began to melt. When all were transferred to Su Xinyue's hands, 7 or 8 ice creams melted faster and sweet cream of various colors dripped all over her hands. Chen Feng! Su Xinyue's tears, which she had finally stopped, burst out again. Chapter 28: Su Xinyue's counterattack. A few hours later, Chen Feng sat down in the rest area of the mall, panting. Su Xinyue sipped a cup of iced milk tea, walked leisurely to the opposite side of him, propped one hand on the table, leaned forward, and said mockingly, "Chen Feng, it's only been a few hours, and you can't do it anymore? Don't you know whether I can do it or not?" Chen Feng put the bags in his hands on the table. This woman obviously has no problem talking without any back pain. To apologize, Chen Feng accompanied Su Xinyue shopping for an entire afternoon, carrying in his hands all the trophies she had amassed from shopping at the mall. After coming out of the mall, they went to the food street. As if she wanted to play a trick on Chen Feng, Su Xinyue bought a portion of food from each snack stand, ate only a small bite herself, and then threw the rest to Chen Feng. Lamb skewers, stinky tofu, hot and sour noodles, hand-pulled pancakes, cream cakes. Chen Feng almost vomited after eating so much in the afternoon. And Su Xinyue's torture is far from over. She also asked Chen Feng to take a lot of photos for her, at least hundreds of photos, and asked Chen Feng to beautify and Photoshop each one. Chen Feng finally found a seat to rest, but his hands were always busy. "I have downloaded more than 10 beauty apps on my phone. From enlarging eyes, slimming face to skin smoothing, all 10 beauty steps are essential. Chen Feng, please try to make me happy." Su Xinyue sat down opposite Chen Feng and issued a new order. "Abusing your wife is fun for a while, but chasing her will end in a funeral pyre." Now Chen Feng can only respond to every request. After thinking for a while, he said, Yeah, let me tell you a fairy tale." "Well, go ahead." Su Xinyue shook the milk tea in her hand and saw that Chen Feng was sweating profusely. "If you can make me happy, I will give you a sip of my milk tea." Encouraged, Chen Feng began to speak seriously. It is said that Snow White and Pinocchio lived in a big forest. One day, Snow White took Pinocchio's head and put it between her legs. She said to him, "Tell the truth, tell a lie, tell the truth again, tell a lie again." She said this more than 1,000 times before Snow White let Pinocchio go. "That's all?" Su Xinyue didn't get the point. "What kind of joke is this? It's not funny at all. Change it. You only asked me to make you happy, you didn't say I had to tell a joke to make you happy. But what you said doesn't make me happy at all. Yeah, my story can't make you happy just by telling you, you have to do it." Chen Feng gave an incomparably pure smile. "Not by talking. It depends on what you do. Pinocchio, when you tell a lie, your nose gets longer." Su Xinyue reacted instantly. She clutched the milk tea in her hand in shame and anger, and shouted with a red face, "Chen Feng, you are so disgusting, what is in your head?" Chen Feng's smile became more evil. He took out a tissue and handed it to her. Yeah, don't get excited, the milk is all sprayed out, wipe it quickly." Su Xinyue's face suddenly turned redder. She threw the milk tea to Chen Feng and quickly took the tissue. While wiping his hands, he glared at Chen Feng, thinking, "Why is this bastard so dishonest? Chen Feng, I want to eat chicken steak, go buy it for me now." "Okay." The fiancé gave another order. Chen Feng did not dare to hesitate, and immediately stood up to buy it. On his way back after buying the chicken chops, he saw a man in white casual clothes holding a cell phone and taking crazy photos of Su Xinyue's profile. Chen Feng stood in front of him, blocking the camera facing Su Xinyue. "Get out of the way, you're blocking me from taking pictures of the goddess." Chen Feng stood there motionless, his eyes fixed on the half-full bag of puffs in his hand. While the boy was switching the camera, Chen Feng took the puff from his hand, picked one up and put it in his mouth, then strode towards Su Xinyue. "Hey, that's the puff I bought for my goddess." The boy put away his phone and chased after her angrily. At this time, Chen Feng had already walked up to Su Xinyue and handed her chicken steak and puffs. When Su Xinyue saw the puffs, her eyes lit up. "How do you know I like to eat puffs? The chicken steak shop is having a promotion, buy a chicken steak and get a free puff." Chen Feng explained casually. Whispering sound. Which chicken steak shop would give away puffs during an event? This bastard must have secretly watched my live broadcast and knew that I said during the live broadcast that I like to eat puffs, so he went out of his way to buy them for me. Thinking of this, Su Xinyue couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. She picked one up and put it in her mouth. Seeing her enjoying the food, Chen Feng asked with a smile, "Yeah, is it delicious?" "It's okay. She answered vaguely and quickly grabbed 2 puffs and stuffed them into her mouth. The boy whose puff was stolen chased after him. Seeing that the puff had already entered Su Xinyue's mouth, he panted, pointed at the puff, and stammered, "Goddess Su, this puff is." Chen Feng interrupted, "This puff tastes good, yeah, give me another one." The boy was so angry that his face turned green. He was a fan of Su Xinyue. He finally met her in person. Knowing that she liked to eat puffs, he specially went to buy a big bag of puffs, but they were intercepted by someone in the middle of the journey. Borrow flowers to offer to Buddha. This is so damn shameless. Su, Goddess Su, I'm so excited to meet you in person. My name is Lu Haojia, and I'm a graduate student at the Academy of Fine Arts. I've been watching your live broadcast for a long time, and I really like you. Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng complacently and handed him a tissue. Speak slowly, don't get excited. Lu Haojia excitedly took the tissue, swallowed his saliva, and continued, "My father gives me 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses, and I use 1,500 yuan of it to reward you. My ID is this life only loves Su baby. I wonder if you have any impression of me?" Looking at his expectant eyes, Su Xinyue frowned, pretended to recall for 2 seconds, and then smiled. "Well, yes, I have an impression." "Very good." Lu Haojia rubbed his hands, his eyes almost sticking to Su Xinyue's face. "Goddess Su, every time you post on Weibo I will comment below, and you have even replied to mine." Su Xinyue resisted the urge to roll her eyes and asked with a smile, "Is there?" "Yes." Lu Haojia nodded desperately. "One time I commented on you for a long paragraph, and you replied me idiot. I went to Baidu and found that baby means idiot. It turns out that you were calling me idiot. Goddess Su, I am so touched. You are also my forever beloved baby." Puff all the puffs in Su Xinyue's mouth sprayed out. "Baby Su, eat slowly," Chen Feng reminded with a smile. "Get out." Su Xinyue rolled her eyes fiercely. Lu Haojia took off the bag he was carrying, sat down, and looked up at Su Xinyue. "Goddess Su, can I draw a portrait for you?" In order to stimulate Chen Feng, Su Xinyue agreed without thinking. "Okay, you have to draw me more beautifully." "Don't worry, Goddess Su, you are the most perfect in my eyes. I promise to draw you more beautiful than a fairy." Lu Haojia was full of confidence. Chapter 29 Portrait on the Cake. Just do it. After obtaining Su Xinyue's consent, Lu Haojia excitedly took out paper and pen and started drawing. He painted very seriously, and Su Xinyue pretended to watch him very seriously, and praised him loudly from time to time. "Wow, you drew my eyes so beautifully. Your nose is so realistic. Ouch, how come you got all this cream on the corner of my mouth?" Half an hour later. Lu Haojia picked up the sketch and stood up, saying proudly, "Goddess Su, this is for you." The young woman in the portrait has almond eyes and cherry lips, and is lively and lovely. She is over 85% similar to Su Xinyue herself. You are so amazing. The painting is so realistic, it looks like it was taken with a camera. Su Xinyue praised, deliberately turning the picture towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled faintly and said nothing. Lu Haojia was greatly encouraged. He took out his phone and asked expectantly, "Goddess Su, can I add you on WeChat? I don't have that much money to reward you, but I will do my best to use more of my living expenses to buy you gifts. How can I be so embarrassed?" Su Xinyue picked up her phone. "Since you drew a picture for me, I'll give you my Weibo." Chen Feng stood up first and handed over the QR code on his mobile phone. Yeah, did you forget? You just used my phone to log into your WeChat." Su Xinyue glared at Chen Feng, then smiled and nodded. "Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Yes, so you can scan his QR code." Lu Haojia suddenly began to have some doubts about the life in front of him. Su Xinyue said anxiously, "Don't you want to add my WeChat? Then hurry up and scan this code, or I'll regret it later." I'll scan it right away." Lu Haojia immediately scanned the code and added Su Xinyue's WeChat. Although it is very easy to add someone via WeChat, you can add her directly without her verification or consent. But after taking one look at Su Xinyue's smile, Lu Haojia felt that a beautiful goddess like her would definitely not use a fake WeChat account to fool him. "Have you added it?" Su Xinyue asked with an innocent smile. Lu Haojia nodded. "I added it, but, Goddess Su, this WeChat ID doesn't seem to be the same as the one you mentioned in the live broadcast room. This is my personal WeChat account. I won't tell it to anyone else." Su Xinyue winked mischievously. "So that's how it is." Lu Haojia was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot. He looked at Chen Feng and boasted proudly, you are also a fan of Goddess Su, right? My painting was praised by her, and she even asked me to add her private WeChat. Can you do it? Chen Feng curled his lips. As a man, it is intolerable to be questioned by another man. He casually took the portrait from Su Xinyue's hand and nodded. Well, the painting is indeed good. My grandfather also asked someone to paint one when he passed away. You. Lu Haozhi gnashed his teeth in anger. If you have the guts, draw one too. What's the point of just talking nonsense? Hey. Chen Feng sighed silently. Forced into action, I have no choice but to pretend. Wait for me. After saying this to Su Xinyue, Chen Feng strode towards a cake shop. When he came back, he had a small cream cake and several tubes of colorful edible pigments in his hands. Humph. Lu Haozhi snorted disdainfully from his nostrils. It's already this late and he is still only focused on eating. People like this don't deserve to be fans of Goddess Su. This bastard, what's up his mind this time? Su Xinyue was also full of curiosity. Chen Feng looked at her with a smile, put the small cream cake on the table, picked up edible pigments of different colors and started painting. Within 5 minutes, Chen Feng stood up and pushed the cake in front of Su Xinyue. Yeah, do you like it? Su Xinyue took a look. There is a colorful heart painted on the cake. Lu Haozhi almost died of laughter. That's it? After all this time, you just drew a heart that even an elementary school student can draw, and the color scheme is so ugly, you still have the nerve to give it to Goddess Su? Don't worry, lend me your phone. Chen Feng looked at Lu Haozhi. Lu Haozhi grabbed the phone tightly. What are you doing? Yaya and I both have Apple phones, so I can only lend you this Android phone. Su Xinyue assisted from the side. Hey, just lend him a hand. Take it. Lu Haozhi couldn't resist the coquettish attack and immediately handed the phone to Chen Feng. Thank you very much. Chen Feng took the phone, turned on the camera, selected the 60x super zoom function, and then aimed the phone at the cake. Yeah, come and take another look. What are you looking at? Su Xinyue muttered as she walked to Chen Feng and looked at her phone. Just one glance and her eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe what she saw. A cream cake only the size of her palm. Through the camera's magnifying function, she could clearly see that there was her portrait hidden in the heart. Every facial feature is more realistic than the ones Lu Haozhi drew on paper, especially the eyes, which sparkle when she smiles. Too awesome. Hidden secrets, superb skills. Lu Haozhi was stunned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that someone could draw such a realistic portrait of a real person on a cake, even several times more realistic than his. In an instant, he looked at Chen Feng, and his admiration for him was like a surging river. Thinking of his childish behavior just now, he felt inferior and ashamed. He snatched the phone and ran away. Do you like it? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Su Xinyue blushed and answered nonchalantly, I don't like it. This color looks ugly. Chen Feng had already seen through his arrogant fiancé's little thoughts. Since you think it's ugly, then I will make it disappear completely. As he said this, he picked up the cake and was about to stuff it into his mouth. Hey, don't eat it. Su Xinyue anxiously snatched the cake from Chen Feng's hand. She was relieved to see that the design on the cake was not damaged. Chen Feng approached her and asked in a low voice, Yeah, why don't you let me eat it? Do you want to take it back and treasure it? Su Xinyue turned her face away and pouted, Who wants to treasure it? It's just a broken cake. It will expire in less than 2 days. So, you don't let me eat you on the cake, so you want me to eat you directly? Chen Feng continued to ask. Su Xinyue's face suddenly turned redder. This bastard, he doesn't act serious every day. What kind of vicious words are being uttered by you? She held the cake carefully in her arms and walked forward with big strides. Chen Feng picked up the bags on the table and chased after him. Su baby, where are you going? Su Xinyue felt like she was getting goosebumps all over her body. She turned around and shouted, Stupid, go pick up Seventh Sister from school. Chapter 30. What a delicious cake. Sitting on the way to school. Su Xinyue couldn't help but ask curiously, Chen Feng, whose WeChat did you ask that person to add? Guess. Chen Feng grinned. Immediately. Achoo. He sneezed. At this time, on the other side, Lu Haozhi stared at his phone blankly, grinning foolishly while sending a message to Su Xinyue. Goddess Su, my name is Lu Haozhi, and I am the one who drew a picture for you today. I am very happy to meet you. It would be great if I could run into you every day. Su Xinyue replied quickly. Hello, this is Chengdu Johnson Urology Hospital. Is there anything you need advice on? Only then did Lu Haozhe realize that he had been tricked by Chen Feng. Fuck you. After a while, Chen Feng drove the Koenigsegg supercar and stopped at the school gate. It is now school time and there is a constant stream of parents coming to pick up their children. The roads on both sides of the school gate were full of parked vehicles. As soon as Chen Feng's luxury car appeared, it immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Brother Xiaofeng. As soon as Su Xinyao saw Chen Feng, she ran and threw herself into his arms. Fifth sister, you're here too. Su Xinyue made a face at her. You only have your brother Xiaofeng in your eyes. Where is your fifth sister? Fifth sister, Yao Yao loves you very much too. She stuffed the school bag into Su Xinyue's hand and said, Here, it's for you. Chen Feng remembered that when he sent her here in the morning, her school bag was flat and there was nothing in it. But now my school bag is bulging after school. He asked curiously, Yao Yao, did the teacher give you a lot of homework today? Su Xinyue was no longer surprised. There is no homework at all, these are just snacks given to her by the boys who like her. Su Xinyao. A tall and beautiful woman walked up to Su Xinyao, holding a workbook in her hand. You forgot to take your homework book. When you say homework, homework will be here. Su Xinyao stuck out her tongue, took the exercise book, and forced a smile. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. The long-legged beauty teacher glanced at Chen Feng and Su Xinyue, and asked with a smile, You said your fiancé would come to pick you up after school. Has he come yet? Teacher, brother Xiaofeng is my fiancé. Su Xinyao hugged Chen Feng's waist tightly. This clingy look makes him just like a docile and cute little kitten. The beautiful teacher with long legs looked at Chen Feng and found that Chen Feng was only about 20 years old. Su Xinyao was only 16 years old. Both of them were not mentally mature enough, but they started talking about marriage. This was obviously too absurd. Hello, I'm Yang Min, the teacher at Su Xinyao's cram school. I can see that she likes you very much, but she is still young and may not be able to see through many things. As an adult, you must consider things maturely and rationally. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Feng nodded and said with a smile, Teacher Yang, don't worry, I will deliver takeout to support Yao Yao. Delivering food? Yang Min sneered, how much money can you make delivering food in a month? You're afraid you can't even support yourself, right? Chen Feng answered modestly, not much, I only made 60,000 in this morning. Can you earn 60,000 yuan by delivering takeout in a morning? Yang Min was the first one who didn't believe it. This is almost equivalent to her annual salary. Are you delivering takeout for the bragging restaurant? Chen Feng pretended not to hear the sarcasm in the words and handed Yang Min a flyer. Xingji food stall, there is a phone number for ordering food below. There is also a buffet event this weekend. All those under 1.2 meters tall are free. You are welcome to come and order. Yang Min took the flyer and was half believing and half doubting. Everything under 1.2 meters tall is free? I also teach a children's interest class with about 50 children in it. I bring them all to eat for free? Yes. Chen Feng nodded. Yang Min silently wrote down the address and put away the flyer. But her tone was still unhappy. Don't think that I will safely hand Su Xinyao over to you. I am her teacher, and it is my responsibility to protect her. Su Xinyao blinked, not quite understanding why Yang Min was so angry. She smiled sweetly and said, Teacher, don't worry. Even if brother Xiaofeng doesn't deliver food, my 6 sisters, my mommy and I will support him. Yang Min was speechless for a moment. Su Xinyue said unwillingly, I can earn at least hundreds of thousands a day from live streaming. I have the ability to support Chen Feng and Qimei. You don't need to worry about this, teacher. Not only was Yang Min speechless, she almost had a myocardial infarction. Brother Xiaofeng, let's go home quickly. Su Xinyao held Chen Feng's arm and said admiringly, I really like the way you drive, you're so handsome. Okay, let's go. Chen Feng nodded and walked towards the school gate with the sisters. Yang Min followed him curiously, wanting to see what kind of car Chen Feng, a delivery man, could drive. Buzz. A roar was heard. She watched Chen Feng speed away in a limited edition Koenigsegg. Mom. Yang Min immediately took out her cell phone and made a call. The blind date I introduced last time is the delivery guy I rejected. Please help me get his contact information. I must meet him tonight. Return to the villa. Su Xinyao looked at the bags that Chen Feng took out from the trunk. her face full of surprise. Brother Xiaofeng, fifth sister, are you guys going to rob them all? Su Xinyue walked into the living room, protecting the small cake in her hand. Su Xinyao and Su Xinyan came up at the same time. Fifth sister, today is not your birthday, why are you holding a cake? Fifth sister, this little cake looks delicious. I've given you a bag of snacks. Can you give me this little cake? Su Xinyue took 2 steps back and refused seriously. No, this is mine. Okay, I won't compete with you. Su Xinyao puffed up her cheeks, pouted and went to the study to do her homework. Su Xinyan mischievously tickled Su Xinyue's armpits and cursed, I hope you gain 20 pounds after eating this cake. I'd be happy even if I gained 50 pounds. Su Xinyue dodged with a smile. She held the small cake high in her hand, fearing that Su Xinyan would damage it while fighting for it. Zhang Lindy, who had a rare chance of free time, saw her 2 daughters playing and chasing each other as soon as she got home. She felt the warm feeling of home, took the small cake from Su Xinyue's hand with a smile, and took a bite. Mom! Su Xinyue felt her hands empty and turned around to see that Zhang Lindy had almost finished the cake. Zhang Lindy finished the last bite of the cake and said contentedly, Yaya is so considerate. She knew I was back and prepared some snacks for me. This cake tastes good and is full of love. Mom, as long as you are happy. Su Xinyue was speechless. Chapter 31 Dark Cuisine. Night falls. There was a lot of joy in the Su family's mansion. Ahem. Su Xinyao huddled in Zhang Lindy's arms, looking at the smoky mess in front of her, wanting to cry but unable to. Mommy, fourth sister was so excited to see you back that she ran to the kitchen to cook again. I'd better order some takeout. Su Xinyue sat on the sofa and leisurely ordered a bowl of spicy hot pot. Does anyone else want to eat spicy hot pot? I want fried chicken, sweet and spicy. Su Xinyao asked Zhang Lindy again, Mommy, what about you? Zhang Lindy looked at her 2 daughters and advised them earnestly, you should actively support your fourth sister when she cooks. You're too disrespectful to her by ordering takeout before the dishes are served. Yao Yao, I want a portion of honey fried chicken and a large cup of iced cola. Yeah, give me 1 portion of your spicy hot pot too, with more cilantro. Mommy. Su Xinyao squinted her eyes, didn't you just say that you would actively support fourth sister in cooking? Zhang Lindy smiled to hide her embarrassment. That. She couldn't make up any more stories, so she turned to look at Chen Feng, asking for help. Xiaofeng, do you want some fried chicken too? Chen Feng looked at the busy figures in the kitchen and said with a smile, Mom, I won't order takeout. I'll eat the food cooked by Yan Yan. Puff. Su Xinyao burst out laughing. Brother Xiaofeng, you had diarrhea the whole night after eating the midnight snack made by fourth sister. How dare you eat her food now? The last time Chen Feng had diarrhea, it was also related to the expired milk I gave him. Su Xinyue admitted weakly. Chen Feng looked at Su Xinyue dimly. Su Xinyue's eyes immediately avoided. He chuckled and said seriously, I think Mom is right. We should support Yan Yan. I am willing to test the poison myself for dinner tonight. After saying that, Chen Feng quickly ordered a bowl of braised chicken with rice. Just at this moment, Su Xinyan, covered in dust and looking like she had just cleaned the kitchen, came out carrying 2 plates of food. The food is here. 4 pairs of eyes looked over curiously. Fourth sister, what is this black mass of yours? Is this white foam detergent? Sorry, I feel a little nauseous, ugh. Su Xinyan ignored everyone's almost nauseous expressions and proudly introduced, this dish is my own creation of mooncake fried chili. The mooncakes have egg yolk filling, red bean paste filling, whole grain filling. Fourth sister, please introduce the next dish quickly. Su Xinyue felt a little nauseous just by listening to it. Su Xinyao couldn't help but remind him in a friendly way, fourth sister, those mooncakes in our house have expired a long time ago, right? This is not important. Su Xinyan raised her hand and began to introduce the next dish. The name of this dish is hami melon fried with bitter melon. The sweet hami melon is paired with bitter melon, which is sweet with a hint of bitterness. How about it? Are you drooling already? Everyone laughed awkwardly in unison. It's okay, we can still bear it. Su Xinyao looked towards the kitchen. Fourth sister, do you have any other dishes? These 2 dishes of yours are so surprising that most people may not be able to handle them. Have. Su Xinyan turned around and went to the kitchen to bring back 2 dishes. She placed one of the dishes in front of Su Xinyao. Seventh sister, I made this dish especially for you, steamed eggs with strawberries, it looks good and tastes great, come and try it. Fourth sister. Su Xinyao ran away from the table as fast as if she was escaping. The takeaway I ordered is here, I'll go get it. Fifth sister Su Xinyan looked at Su Xinyue with a smile. Fourth sister, my takeaway has arrived, I. Just as she was about to stand up, Su Xinyan pushed her back to her seat. Takeout is so unhealthy. Try the fried corn with pomegranate that I made especially for you. Su Xinyue was almost dumbfounded. Fourth sister, you are amazing. You should keep this dish for yourself. I'm going to get my spicy hot pot. Hey, fifth sister. Su Xinyan frowned unhappily when she saw that her two sisters disliked the dishes she cooked. But when she saw Chen Feng and Zhang Lindy still sitting at the dining table as steady as a rock, a smile appeared on her face again. 2 more dishes were brought from the kitchen. Zhang Lindy already had a bad feeling. Yen, mommy suddenly remembered that I still have work to do, I'll go first. Mom, you always use work as an excuse to avoid it, can you be a little more creative? Su Xinyan placed a dish in front of her. Today, no matter what, you must finish this dish of stewed pig intestines with plums. The moment to witness our deep love as mother and daughter has come. Zhang Lindy turned a blind eye, resisted the urge to vomit, and said tearfully, now that things have come to this, Yen, I don't want to hide it from you anymore. In fact, mommy picked you up from the trash can. After saying that, she ran away and vomited. Now, Chen Feng was the only one left at the dining table. Su Xinyan smiled and pushed all the dishes in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng, they are not lucky enough to enjoy them, so you can eat all of these dishes. And this dessert, pickled pepper mango, you have to eat it all too. Chen Feng suddenly understood why Su Xinyue and the others were running so fast. He looked at the dark food in front of him and forced a smile. Yen, my stomach hasn't been feeling well lately. The doctor said I can only eat braised chicken with rice, so I'd better go out and get my takeaway. No one wanted to eat the food cooked by Su Xinyan, and she was angry. Chen Feng. She put her hands on her hips and blocked Chen Feng's escape route. Don't they say that if you love someone to the extreme, you dare to eat even her poop? If you still recognize me as your fiancé, you must eat all these dishes today. Chen Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Yen, there are many ways to love someone, you don't have to eat the food she cooks. But how can you prove your love if you can't even eat the food she cooks? Yen, I can cook. You don't have to cook for yourself in the future. I can cook for you. That's not enough. Chen Feng whispered in his heart that there shouldn't be a kitchen at home. Su Xinyan also learned Su Xinyue's tsunderiness. I don't care. I just want to cook, and I want to cook often, until your stomach gets used to and falls in love with my cooking. Cough, cough. When Chen Feng heard this, his eyes rolled back and he almost left this beautiful world. Su Xinyan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of pig intestine and put it into her mouth, and I think the food I cook tastes pretty good. Even if it's not as good as those of 5-star chefs, the level of those small restaurants on the roadside. Ugh. Before she could finish her words, she ran off to vomit. Su Xinyao ran into the living room, looking excited. Brother Xiaofeng, your braised chicken with rice has arrived. I brought it to you, eat it quickly. Su Xinyue asked curiously, where are mom and fourth sister? Chen Feng replied with trembling lips, they all ran to vomit. Chapter 32, Cooking Competition. Xiao Feng, bring me a set of bowls and chopsticks. Zhang Lindy sat down at the dining table without hesitation. Chen Feng immediately served her a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Mom, be careful of the heat. Okay. Zhang Lindy nodded, picked up the chopsticks, picked up a big mouthful of noodles and put it into her mouth. This noodle looks so delicious that one can't help but want to eat it. Even if it is hot, one still has to eat it in big mouthfuls and can't be polite at all. Mommy, eat slowly. Su Xinyao couldn't bear it anymore. Zhang Lindy ignored him and drank the last mouthful of soup contentedly before praising him. Xiao Feng, your soup is really delicious. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xinyan and Su Xinyue, who had smelled the fragrance, appeared in the kitchen together. Su Xinyue took the bowl and chopsticks and went straight to the pot. Su Xinyan snatched the noodles from Su Xinyao's bowl and started eating. Fourth sister. Su Xinyao burst into tears of grievance. Su Xinyan ate while comforting her. Seventh sister, I saw that you were eating slowly, so you must be full, so I helped you solve the problem. Mommy, look at my fourth sister, she's bullying me again. Su Xinyao threw herself into Zhang Lindy's arms. Zhang Lindy raised her hand and patted her on the back. Okay, don't cry, be good, mommy will help you teach your fourth sister a lesson. As she said that, she glared at Su Xinyan. Yen, you are such a fool. You don't even know how to give in to your sister. Hey, leave a sip of soup for me. Su Xinyan drank up all the soup at the bottom of the bowl. Mom, if you want to drink soup, go to fifth sister. She is guarding a pot. 3 pairs of eyes looked hungrily at Su Xinyue, who was holding the bowl and eating happily. Zhang Lindy pushed Su Xinyue away from her arms and rushed up with Su Xinyan at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Mom, you've already eaten a bowl, so the remaining noodles should be left to me. Yan, you are still young, so make sure you stay in shape. Otherwise, you won't be able to get married if you eat too much. So the noodles belong to me, and I'll leave you a mouthful of soup at most. The tears in Su Xinyue's eyes were still there. She looked at the empty bowl in front of her and looked at Chen Feng pitifully. Brother Xiaofeng, they all bullied me. Chen Feng's heart melted. He smiled and picked up the noodles and fed them to Su Xinyue. Yao, don't cry. Come, I'll feed you. Su Xinyue, who had just swallowed half a poached egg, saw the scene and suddenly felt that the noodles in her bowl were no longer fragrant. 10 minutes later. The 4 women ate and drank their fill and burped with satisfaction. Zhang Lindy touched her stomach and said with emotion, "It's so delicious. I wish I could eat Xiaofeng's noodles every day." Su Xinyan, who wanted to learn cooking, asked curiously, "Chen Feng, what's the secret to your delicious pussy? Why is mine always too hard, while fifth sister's is too dry?" This question sounds a bit strange. Chen Feng smiled and replied, "Next time I will teach you myself." Su Xinyue curled her lips. "What else do I need to teach you? It's good enough to have you cook for me." Fifth sister, your idea is wrong. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Although Brother Xiaofeng's noodles are delicious, he can't cook them for you every time you want to eat noodles. So, you still have to learn how to cook them yourself. Su Xinyue said seriously. You are the one with the best chatterbox. Su Xinyue snorted coldly and noticed 2 subtle lip marks on Chen Feng's face. The color of the lip print is very similar to the color of Su Xinyue's lipstick. She blinked thoughtfully and strode out of the kitchen. Early in the morning, Chen Feng sent Su Xinyue to school for cram school, and then continued to deliver takeout. In order to avoid being conspicuous, he specially drove the relatively cheap Bugatti Veyron in the garage today. But, it still swaggered. Yesterday I saw a food delivery guy driving a Koenigsegg, and today I saw another driving a Bugatti. Does that mean you can't deliver food without a luxury car now? Which young master is angry? Go back and admit your mistakes and inherit the family property. So handsome. I swear, I will never marry a delivery man in my life. Wherever Chen Feng went, he would cause a burst of crazy screams. Some took photos, some came up to ask for contact information, and some even directly tried to extort money from Chen Feng and forced him to marry them. Chen Feng sighed silently in his heart. Oh, why is it so difficult to deliver food in a low-key manner like an ordinary delivery man? Herewith. The sound of tearing cloth was heard. The Bugatti Veyron stopped in front of the entrance of Chengdu Gymnasium. There were many security guards standing at the entrance of the gymnasium, and banners and posters read the 3rd Chengdu Chef Championship opens. Chen Feng had also watched this competition on TV before. The chef competition is divided into 2 parts, online registration and audition and on-site finals. The finals are divided into 3 rounds. This year, the reward for the first place is more generous than in previous years, with a cash reward of 500,000 yuan. Of course, money doesn't matter to Chen Feng now. He just wants to experience life. Getting out of the car, he strode towards the gymnasium. A security guard immediately came up and stopped him. The God of Cooking contest is being recorded inside, no one is allowed to enter. Chen Feng looked at the competition poster. I'm here to sign up for the competition, let me in. Those who can enter are those who have qualified for the finals. Do you have one? The security guard looked Chen Feng up and down. Chen Feng pointed to the audition deadline and said, registration for the audition is divided into 2 time periods. Registration has not yet ended. I can register now. Don't think that just because you take off your vest, I won't know that you are a delivery man. The security guard looked at the takeaway uniform in Chen Feng's hand with disdain and sneered, it's useless for you to sign up now. The chefs who can come to the finals are all famous chefs. To put it nicely, it's an audition, but in fact, the places have already been decided. You are not qualified, so you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. It turns out that the chef competition is so complicated. But doesn't it say absolutely fair and just? Su Xinyan suddenly appeared at the side. That night, Chen Feng taught her how to play sitting love, which solved a problem that had troubled her for a long time. She had nothing to do recently, so she followed Chen Feng out to play. These words are written just to fool fools like you. The security guard had seen through it. Boy, I've told you very clearly, go away, and don't make trouble, otherwise I will beat you fairly and justly. You dare. Su Xinyan stood in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng chuckled, Yan Yan, let's go then. Su Xinyan was surprised. Chen Feng, I think with your cooking skills, you can definitely win a prize. Are you really giving up just like that? Then she added in a low voice, if you want to participate, there is a way. I will go and tell Mom. Chen Feng interrupted, no need, I have my own way. As he spoke, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he walked towards a breakfast stall on the roadside. Chapter 33, Flop Brother. The breakfast stall was run by a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s, with sparse, greasy hair and tattered clothes. It was midsummer, but he was wearing a sweater with several threads sticking out of the hem, and a pair of ripped floral shorts. It's no wonder, there are long queues in front of other breakfast stalls, but no one is interested in his. Su Xinyan frowned and whispered, Chen Feng, this man looks unhygienic. Are you sure you can eat the breakfast he made? My dear sister, although I am poor, I am not deaf. The middle-aged man picked up a palm leaf fan and pretended to drive away flies, saying unhappily, it's not clean, but you won't get sick if you eat it. You can eat it if you want. Su Xinyan crossed her arms over her chest and raised her chin slightly. Who are you calling big sister? I am more than one generation younger than you, right? The middle-aged man pulled the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile, then may I ask this little sister, how old are you? 22. I'm 21, so you're still my eldest sister. Su Xinyan widened her eyes in surprise, you look like you are already in your 40s, so 21 refers to your age, right? He put the palm leaf fan diagonally on his waist, put his hands on the table, and snorted, don't believe it? Do you want me to take out my ID card and show it to you? No need, I believe it, I believe it. Su Xinyan waved her hands repeatedly. After taking a few glances, Chen Feng smiled and said, you are the author of the leap article that was on the news a few years ago. You will fail sooner or later, right? You recognize me? The man showed no surprise, but a self-deprecating smile on his lips. Chen Feng nodded, I know that you have been writing novels at home since you graduated from college, and you are determined to become a platinum author. However, due to the lack of readers' rewards and subscriptions, you have been failing more and more, and finally you have been reduced to selling breakfast in the morning, moving bricks during the day, and doing cough at night. Seeing that Chen Feng was hesitant to speak, Su Xinyan asked curiously, what are you doing tonight? Chen Feng smiled and said nothing, but the man said bluntly, what else can I do at night? Of course, I'll be a prostitute. Be a gigolo? Su Xinyan laughed. You? Don't look down on me. I tell you, being a gigolo is exhausting. The man raised his eyebrows and said proudly, I'm not bragging. I'm the best at cooking duck in the whole city of Chengdu. Whether it's roast duck, salted duck or beer duck, I'm very good at it. This is what makes a duck. Su Xinyan almost misunderstood. Chen Feng stopped him in time. Brother Pujia, what's the name of the novel you are updating now? I will give you 10 helmsmen as a reward, and you rent your breakfast stall to me for 1 hour. The man pointed at the QR code and said, just scan the code and pay. I haven't written it for a long time. No matter how much you tip, the money will still be taken away by the middleman. Good. Chen Feng nodded and immediately scanned the code to transfer the money. Alipay receives 1,000 yuan. The man received the money with a smile on his face. He took off the palm leaf fan from his waist, stuffed it into Chen Feng's hand, patted his shoulder and said, brother, I'll leave this stall to you. I'll be back in an hour. As he spoke, he walked towards the internet cafe humming a little tune excitedly. He has retired from the online literature circle for several years, and few people remember his pen name. He now decides to go to the internet cafe to open a new book, make a lot of money, and marry a beautiful, rich woman. After the man left, Su Xinyan asked curiously, Chen Feng, what are your plans for renting this stall? Make fried rice with egg. Chen Feng tied on an apron and started to get busy. Su Xinyan almost thought she had heard it wrong. I thought, could it be that Chen Feng was upset because he was rejected from the God of Cooking competition, so he wanted to make fried rice to vent his anger? Although she had thousands of doubts in her mind, Su Xinyan said nothing and watched attentively while Chen Feng was making fried rice. After all, he is my fiancé, and I must unconditionally support every decision he makes. Boom boom boom. Dice cucumber and ham, and mince shallot. Beat the eggs into egg liquid, pour into the rice and mix well. Pour a proper amount of oil into the pot, turn to medium heat, and then pour in the rice soaked in egg liquid. Chen Feng picked up the chopsticks and kept stirring until each grain of rice was distinct. Pour in diced ham and cucumber, stir-fry evenly, then add appropriate amount of salt and pepper to season. Finally, sprinkle with chopped green onions. Out of the pan. The fragrance is so strong that it can be smelled from 10 miles away. What's that smell? The meat bun in my hand suddenly doesn't smell good anymore. Look, the fragrance seems to be coming from that breakfast stall. Smelling the aroma of the egg-fried rice, people who were buying breakfast at other breakfast stalls nearby came over and surrounded it in 3 layers in an instant. It seems that this person wasn't the one who set up the stall before. I've bought breakfast from this stall. It's very unhygienic. Eating from it will give me diarrhea for the whole day. You should never buy from this stall. A young man stood up to complain. Su Xinyan casually rolled up her long hair, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and looked at the young man who was speaking with a smile. Handsome boy, did you remember it wrongly? Was it me who bought you breakfast before? Fairy has descended to earth. Brush. 2 lines of nosebleed gushed out immediately. The young man didn't bother to wipe it, his eyes were glued to her. Beauty, I did remember it wrong, don't listen to my nonsense. I usually like to buy breakfast here, it's very hygienic and tastes great. Su Xinyan resisted the urge to laugh. She scooped a bowl of egg-fried rice from the pot and brought it to the young man, winking at him and saying cutely, would you like to buy the egg-fried rice I made? Yes. He nodded rapidly. Su Xinyan pointed to the QR code on the stall and said, 50 yuan a bowl, please scan the code to pay. The young man suddenly sobered up. 51 bowls of egg-fried rice, is that so expensive? Is it expensive? Su Xinyan pretended to be aggrieved. This is the egg-fried rice that I spent a long time and carefully made. Every grain of rice is wrapped with my deep love for you. The young man was still hesitating. Chen Feng stood in the crowd, lowered his head, pinched his nose and said loudly, the egg-fried rice made by Fairy's sister is worth 500 yuan a bowl. Naturally, these words also reached the ears of the young man. He immediately agreed without hesitation, okay, 50 is 50, I want a bowl. After scanning the code and paying, he took the fried rice from Su Xinyan and started eating it. The soft and glutinous rice is wrapped with golden egg liquid, mixed with the sweetness of cucumber and the salty fragrance of diced ham, and it goes down in one bite. A variety of mixed delicious flavors suddenly explode in your mouth. Tasty. It's so delicious. The young man's nosebleed had not yet dried, and 2 lines of tears began to flow. He wolfed down the egg-fried rice, and in less than a minute, he had finished the whole bowl of egg-fried rice. Su Xinyan smiled and asked, handsome guy, is the egg-fried rice I made delicious? The young man nodded repeatedly and gave a thumbs up, praising it endlessly. Delicious, this is definitely the most delicious egg-fried rice I have eaten in more than 20 years. As he spoke, he looked into the pot with an unsatisfied look. Give me another bowl. Chapter 34, 50,000 yuan for a bowl of fried rice. The onlookers were stunned. Isn't it just a bowl of ordinary egg-fried rice? Young people nowadays just can't resist temptation. Once a woman seduces them, they will fall for it. It's probably a hired help. The young man was completely tempted by the delicious egg-fried rice. He scanned the QR code and said anxiously, I'll transfer 50 yuan to you now, and give me another bowl of egg-fried rice. No need to transfer. I won't sell it to you. Su Xinyan refused. The young man was puzzled. Why not sell it? It's just 51 bowls, it's not like I won't pay you. Su Xinyan smiled and said, I only sell 1 bowl of this fried rice to the same person every day. This woman is pretty, but she's not very smart and won't even try to make money. The young man muttered as he left. Su Xinyan scooped a bowl of egg-fried rice from the pot and continued to shout, selling egg-fried rice, the best egg-fried rice in the world. Give me a bowl. A woman with heavy makeup came forward. 500. The woman's facial features suddenly became ferocious. Didn't you sell 51 bowls just now? Why did it become 500 when it came to me? Su Xinyan explained with a smile, the first bowl was at a trial price, and now it has returned to the original price of 500 per bowl. A bowl of fried rice costs 500, why don't you go rob a bank? The heavily made-up woman cursed as she retreated from the crowd. 500 a bowl is too expensive, even scenic spots don't dare to sell it at this price. The rich girl doesn't know how to do business, she just bullies us ordinary people. Damn, I was so busy watching the fun that I was late for work. Seeing that no one came forward to buy, Chen Feng pinched his nose and shouted in the crowd, "Spend a little money to eat the best egg fried rice in the world. This is enough for me to brag about for several years." Hearing this, a fashionable high school student stepped forward, transferred 500 yuan, and said loudly to Su Xinyan, "Beautiful sister, give me a bowl of egg fried rice." "Okay, handsome boy, here's your fried rice." Su Xinyan handed over the fried rice. The high school student took it, picked up a few grains of rice with chopsticks and put them into his mouth. Holy crap, it's so delicious. He was no longer cautious and started eating with big mouthfuls, quickly finishing the bowl of egg fried rice like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Delicious, so delicious, this is indeed the best egg fried rice in the world. He was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He picked up his phone and asked, "Beautiful sister, can I take a picture with you?" "Sure." Su Xinyan leaned forward and smiled at the camera. "Thank you, beautiful sister. I will come over to eat your egg fried rice tomorrow." The high school student was very satisfied. He censored the photo with Su Xinyan and posted it on QQ Space, adding a caption. "If you want to see my sister's true face, please transfer 20 yuan to me and I will send it to you privately. If you transfer 50 yuan, you can directly send her QQ. The number of places is limited, so hurry up." The onlookers were all stunned. A bowl of ordinary egg fried rice makes everyone cry after eating it. It seems to be really delicious. Although 500 yuan a bowl is a bit expensive, if it is really delicious, it is worth buying a bowl. "Give me a bowl. I want one too," Su Xinyan said as she served herself some fried rice. "Whoever pays 5,000 first will be the one I sell this bowl of fried rice to." When they heard that the fried rice that was selling for 500 yuan just now was going to be sold for 5,000 yuan in a blink of an eye, many people were discouraged. "My monthly salary is only 5,000 yuan, who am I trying to cheat? Does this woman know how to do business? People who take advantage of their good looks to do whatever they want, I despise this kind of people the most." Su Xinyan looked at the complaining crowd and thought of the live broadcast of Su Xinyue that she had secretly watched. She put her hands on the table and said loudly, "Come on, my friends, come and buy my fried rice. Those who have bought it will send me a private message later and I will serve it to you." He hesitated to speak. All the male compatriots were excited. "What? He. Su Xinyan originally wanted to say that she wanted to get a fan card, but when she remembered that she was not live streaming, she smiled and changed her words, Get points. I'm really good at playing games." Cut. The male compatriots who had just become excited suddenly lost interest. 5,000 yuan has been received in Alipay. A beautiful woman dressed in gold and silver came forward, her eyes full of tears. Although she was about the same age as Su Xinyan, her face looked tired and her eyes were dull. "Sister, I've already given you the money. After you sell this pot of fried rice, go back. Don't do this kind of thing again. Find a decent job. I tell you, all men are bad." Su Xinyan was confused by what she heard. She handed over the egg fried rice. "Thank you for your suggestion, this is your egg fried rice. I don't want to eat. I have no appetite." The beautiful woman shook her hand to refuse. "Just take a bite. This bowl of egg fried rice is really delicious. It will make you happy instantly." The beautiful woman had no way of refusing Su Xinyan's invitation, so she picked it up and took a bite. She chewed carefully, and her dull eyes suddenly became bright and her frowning brows relaxed. After eating a bowl of egg fried rice, her pale face became rosy and radiant, and her mood improved as well. "Sister, thank you for the egg fried rice. After eating it, I feel really happy." The beautiful woman suddenly felt full of positive energy. "I'm going to break up with that greasy man right now. I don't want to be his mistress anymore. I want to find a decent job and live a wonderful life." Okay, come on." Su Xinyan watched her leave and looked at Chen Feng in the crowd with surprise. This bowl of egg fried rice is so magical that it can actually lead people back to the right path. Did Chen Feng cast a spell during the cooking process? Chen Feng smiled and said nothing. Before Su Xinyan could continue to hawk her wares, he pinched his nose and spoke first. "Isn't this Su Xinyan, who is known as a genius painter? Why is she selling fried rice here?" After hearing this, many people picked up their phones and started searching on Baidu. "It's her indeed. She's already worth over 100 million, why is she still selling fried rice? Goddess. I didn't expect my goddess to be standing in front of me selling egg fried rice, but I didn't recognize her." A student from the Academy of Fine Arts stepped forward and said excitedly, "Goddess Su, I'm your fan. I'm so excited to see you. I want to buy your egg fried rice. Thank you for your love. Su Xinyan smiled and pointed to the QR code, 50,000. 50,000? The man changed his expression and left in an instant. I'm sorry, I think I recognized the wrong person. Beauty. A greasy man with a big belly came forward, generously transferred 50,000 yuan, and said loudly, "Give me a bowl of egg fried rice that will make me happy." Su Xinyan handed over the egg fried rice and asked with a smile, "Brother, your egg fried rice. By the way, are you unhappy about something?" The greasy man swallowed 2 mouthfuls of rice, looked at the beautiful woman's back which had already disappeared without a trace, and burst into tears. "My little baby, she has left me forever." Chapter 35. I won't sell it anymore. Just at this moment, a black BMW stopped at the entrance of the gymnasium. Jiang Yue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took off his glasses and asked curiously, "What's going on over there? Why is it so lively?" "I'll go down and take a look." As soon as the driver got off the car, he heard passers-by talking about fried rice. People are buying fried rice for 50,000 new Taiwan dollars a bowl. It's really unfair. It looks really delicious. If I had money, I would buy a bowl to try it. The best egg fried rice in the world. How dare you brag about it? The driver probably understood what he heard, and walked up to Jiang Yue and said, "Mr. Jiang, they seem to be selling the best egg fried rice in the world over there." The best egg fried rice in the world? Jiang Yue frowned, got out of the car, and said with interest, "Let's go and take a look." Walking to the breakfast stall, he looked at Su Xinyan with a smile and asked, "Beauty, I heard that you sell the best egg fried rice in the world?" "Not bad." Su Xinyan nodded. "Then give me a bowl." Just as Jiang Yue was about to buy something, someone beside him whispered to him, "This girl is really rip-off when selling fried rice. She sold the first bowl for 50 and the second bowl for 500. Then how much should I pay if I buy it now?" It was the first time that Jiang Yue heard of someone doing business in this way. 500,000. 500,000 for a bowl of fried rice? Jiang Yue obviously didn't believe it and looked at Su Xinyan. "Beauty, how much is a bowl of your egg fried rice?" Su Xinyan picked up the last bowl of egg fried rice in her hand and said with a smile, "This is the last bowl of egg fried rice today. If you really want to buy it." Everyone pricked up their ears, curious about what astonishing price Su Xinyan would say this time. Unexpectedly, the next second, she changed the subject, "Then I won't sell it." A look of surprise flashed across Jiang Yue's face. He couldn't help but reveal his identity. "Beauty, to be honest, I am a judge of the Master Chef competition. I am very interested in your bowl of the best egg fried rice in the world. Sell it to me and the price is negotiable. You can ask the program team for reimbursement when the time comes." Su Xinyan was not moved at all. "If you don't sell it, you don't sell it." The driver couldn't help but say, "This is the famous cooking master Mr. Jiang Yue. It's your honor that he is interested in your egg fried rice." Chen Feng stood among the crowd, a meaningful smile on his face. He pinched his nose and shouted, "I said I won't sell it, and I won't sell it even if I have to trade it for a spot in the MasterChef contest finals." Jiang Yue turned around and looked, but didn't find the person who said this. He thought about it and felt that this made sense. "Beauty, sell me a portion of egg fried rice. If it's really delicious, I'll let you participate in the finals of the God of Cooking competition. How about that?" Su Xinyan's eyes quickly met Chen Feng's. She blinked and couldn't help but admire Chen Feng's clever move in her heart. Ahem. She coughed and refused seriously, "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in the competition you mentioned. I won't sell you my fried rice." Su Xinyan was determined not to sell it, and Jiang Yue had no choice. The driver reminded in a low voice, "Mr. Jiang, the race is about to start, let's go in quickly." Jiang Yue took a reluctant look at the fried rice in Su Xinyan's hand, nodded, and left. I had just taken 2 steps when I heard Su Xinyan's voice coming from behind me. Come on, the last bowl of egg fried rice, given away randomly." Jiang Yue paused. That's too much. He wasn't selling it the second before, but as soon as he left, he randomly picked people to give it away. Isn't this obviously targeting him? "I want egg fried rice. Give it to me, I only have one last breath left. The fried rice is for you, and the boss lady is for me." The crowd watching scrambled frantically and almost knocked over the breakfast stall. Su Xinyan pretended to choose carefully for a few seconds, and finally her eyes fell on Chen Feng. "I'll give this bowl of egg fried rice to him." Brush. A bunch of envious, jealous, and hateful eyes stared at Chen Feng. If looks could kill, Chen Feng would have been cut into pieces by now. Thanks. Chen Feng walked forward, took the fried rice from Su Xinyan's hand, and gobbled it up quickly, finishing half a bowl of it. Delicious, this is the best egg fried rice I have ever had in my life. Some people couldn't help but sigh. Young man, how old are you, and you're talking about your whole life? Chen Feng's eyes were filled with tears as he said excitedly, I have never eaten such delicious egg fried rice before, and I will never eat egg fried rice better than this in the future. Everyone was a little skeptical. If it's so delicious, why do you have half a bowl left? Chen Feng raised his hand, wiped his dry eyes, and put down his chopsticks. It's because it's so delicious, so I can't bear to eat the remaining half bowl. Jiang Yue, who was not far away, swallowed hard. TSK, that's boring. I can't eat it anyway. I'm late for work. I will come early tomorrow and try to have the first bowl of egg fried rice. Disband, disperse, it's all internally appointed. The crowd gradually dispersed. Su Xinyan stretched, put her hand on Chen Feng's shoulder, and deliberately said loudly, Chen Feng, this is obviously the egg fried rice you made, why don't you admit it in front of those people? Chen Feng replied modestly, I never cook for others to praise me. As long as someone is satisfied with the food I cook, I will be very satisfied. Have you never thought about participating in the MasterChef competition? Su Xinyan deliberately glanced in Jiang You's direction. That competition seems to be able to be broadcast on TV. It's no problem for you to become famous with your cooking skills. Are you willing to run such a small breakfast shop for the rest of your life? What if I am willing? What if I am not willing? Chen Feng shook his head and left the breakfast shop without any reluctance. Well, seriously, the dishes you cook are so delicious. I feel sorry for the judges now. They don't even get to taste the dishes you cook. Su Xinyan caught up with Chen Feng. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Jiang You's body trembled. He ran to the breakfast shop, picked up the half bowl of egg fried rice that Chen Feng had left, smelled it, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Mr. Jiang. The driver couldn't bear it anymore. A nationally renowned cooking master and senior judge of a food show was actually eating other people's leftover fried rice in front of a no-name breakfast shop. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Jiang Yue finished eating the egg fried rice and licked his lips with satisfaction. This is indeed the best egg fried rice in the world. He put down his chopsticks and was about to chase Chen Feng, but found that he had already sped away in his Bugatti. He drives a Bugatti but sells fried rice. This guy is really extraordinary. I must have him participate in the Master Chef contest. Jiang Yue secretly made up his mind and picked up the takeaway order on the ground, which had just fallen out of Chen Feng's pocket. Xingji Food Stall. He looked at the name of the restaurant on the takeaway order and blinked thoughtfully. Chapter 36, Aunt is here. Send Su Xinyan home. Chen Feng drove his sports car to Xingji Food Stall. Buzz. A huge roar sounded, and the handsome Bugatti Veyron sped past everyone's eyes, and after a neat drift, it stopped in front of the door of Xingji Food Stall. Zhou Ming looked at Chen Feng getting out of the car and couldn't help but sneer, thinking that this kid went to rent a sports car again just to show off. You're finally here, kid. I have a pile of takeouts waiting for you to deliver. Come over and get to work. Zhou Ming rushed forward. Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth. I came here today to resign. Resign? Zhou Ming looked at the Bugatti Veyron and asked in surprise, did you win the lottery? No. So you were demolished? No. If you are none of them, then why did you resign? Don't you want to make money anymore? Chen Feng replied modestly, because my mother-in-law is the richest person in Chengdu. Zhou Ming looked at Chen Feng with an idiotic look in his eyes and raised his hand to feel the temperature of his forehead. You are confused. The richest person in Rongqing is your mother-in-law? Then I said the richest person in the world is my father. Hearing Chen Feng's words, a beautiful woman who was sitting with her head down eating raised her head and looked at him curiously. She has delicate features and elegant makeup. She is wearing a blue and white dress, and has fair skin and beautiful looks, like a fairy. Although she was eating the simplest food at a food stall, her eyes were as gentle as jade, and her every move revealed her ladylike temperament. Waiter! Hearing the beauty's call, Zhou Ming immediately ran over and asked with a smile, Beauty, I'm the manager of the food stall. How can I help you? Zhang Yuyan pointed at the dish in front of her that had barely been touched and spoke slowly. This sweet and sour flour dish is too sweet, it completely covers up the vinegar taste. Is your sugar free? This is sweet and sour pork ribs. Zhou Ming corrected awkwardly. Oh, really? Zhang Yuyan looked at another dish. This steamed sea bass doesn't even have the scales scraped off. Your chef needs to get new glasses. Zhou Ming didn't expect that a woman who looked gentle and elegant could say such sharp words. He wiped the cold sweat dripping from his forehead and said with an apologetic smile, "This is our restaurant's negligence. We can give you a free meal for this dish." Zhang Yuyan refused outright. "No need for a free meal, and this bowl of tomato egg drop soup, not only does it have no freshness, it's also extremely salty. How can anyone drink it?" "Then I'll go get you some juice. Do you want Coke or coconut milk?" Zhou Ming apologized repeatedly. "Order peach juice," Zhang Yuyan continued, "and the free meal you just mentioned. Guaranteed free of charge." Just when Zhou Ming went to get juice for Zhang Yuyan, a black BMW stopped in front of Xingji food stall. Zhang Yue came over excitedly according to the address on the takeaway order and glanced around the store. When he saw Zhang Yuyan also eating here, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "Teacher Zhang, I didn't expect to meet you here again just after leaving the finals." Zhang Yuyan smiled and nodded. "Are you coming to eat too?" Zhang Yue shook his head. "I'm not here to eat, I'm here to find a chef." "Chef? Here?" Zhang Yuyan smiled and said, "If you're looking for that, you've come to the wrong place. I just tried the food here, and it doesn't taste that good. If I had known what the contestants had cooked, I would have eaten more. The chef I'm looking for is right here." Zhang Yue looked at Chen Feng and excitedly grabbed his hand. "Chef, I finally found you." Chen Feng calmly adjusted his delivery uniform and said, "Sorry, you got the wrong person. I'm not mistaken. You are the chef who can make the best egg fried rice in the world. I came here this time just to sincerely invite you to participate in the God of Cooking competition." Zhang Yuyan laughed out loud and said disdainfully, "Lao Jiang, you must be mistaken. This guy is just a delivery man. How could he be the chef you are talking about?" "No, he's a chef, he's a real chef." Zhang Yue recalled the delicious egg fried rice he had eaten in the morning, and 2 lines of tears flowed down his face with emotion. He looked at Chen Feng and said firmly, "Chef, you must participate in this cooking competition. I believe you can beat the other contestants in seconds." Zhou Ming was also dumbfounded. He stepped forward and said, "Sir, you may have recognized the wrong person. This guy is a part-time delivery guy in my store. He is still in college. He is not the chef you are looking for." Zhang Yue waved his hand, "Since you all don't believe he is a chef." He looked at Chen Feng. "Chef, please make another serving of egg fried rice." It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Chen Feng had no choice but to agree, walked into the kitchen and started making fried rice with eggs. I could smell the delicious egg fried rice he made from far away. Snap! As soon as Zhang Yue finished praising him, Chen Feng's hand shook and an egg fell to the ground. "That's it?" Zhang Yuyan sneered. "Don't worry, I believe him." Those who ate the egg fried rice he made were moved to tears. Boom! As soon as the praise was finished, a blazing fire started in the pot. Zhou Ming couldn't bear it anymore. "Chen Feng, what on earth are you doing? You didn't even seize the opportunity given to you to show off. Are you trying to piss me off to death?" "Don't worry, delicious food is worth waiting for. I still remember that bowl of egg fried rice very clearly, with golden rice grains, sweet cucumber cubes and..." Bang! Before Zhang Yue finished praising, a pot of egg fried rice was already served on a plate. Looking at the black charcoal in front of him that was indistinguishable from the ingredients, he looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. Zhang Yuyan laughed so hard that tears almost came out. "Lao Jiang, is this the best egg fried rice in the world that you said?" "No way. This is impossible." Zhang Yue almost doubted his life. He picked up the spoon and scooped a large spoonful of fried rice into his mouth. After chewing twice, his expression suddenly changed and his face became as dark as the fried rice. Vomit. Chen Feng said apologetically, "I've already told you that I'm not the chef you're looking for, and I don't know how to make egg fried rice. You've got the wrong person." After saying that, he took off his apron and strode out of the kitchen. I couldn't have mistaken him. Was he deliberately impersonating me? After Zhang Yue vomited, he took another big bite of fried rice. Vomit. This bite almost sent him directly to the hospital. After leaving the food stall, Chen Feng got into the sports car and headed straight for the villa. As soon as he walked into the living room, he heard Su Xingyue eating potato chips while ordering Chen Feng. "Auntie will be here soon." Chen Feng, go to the door to greet her. "Aunt?" Chen Feng wondered. My mother-in-law actually has a younger sister. Why are you still standing there? Go quickly. She just sent me a message saying she's at the door. Su Xinyue urged, tapping her white feet. No need to greet me, I've come here by myself. A gentle voice sounded. Chen Feng felt that the voice was somewhat familiar and turned around. The blue and white dress with its fluttering skirt catches the eye. The beautiful woman who had just eaten at Xingji food stall was his aunt? Chen Feng looked at her in surprise. Zhang Yuyan also looked at Chen Feng in surprise. Delivery man, why are you here too? Chapter 37 My Heart. Aunt. Su Xinyan rushed over and asked curiously, do you know Chen Feng? I saw him at lunch. Zhang Yuyan walked into the living room carrying a lot of bags and said, okay, let's not talk about others. My little darlings, I miss you so much. Su Xinyue handed over the juice. Auntie. Yeah, long time no see, you look a lot prettier now. Zhang Yuyan smiled and picked one of the bags and handed it to her. This is something that your aunt picked especially for you. Su Xinyue took the bag and said, Aunt, what is this? Peach juice, still iced, drink it quickly. Thank you, Auntie. Su Xinyue pulled the corners of her mouth, and the smile on her face looked a little awkward. Su Xinyan jumped onto the sofa, hugged Zhang Yuyan's arm, and asked curiously, Aunt, what about mine? Yan, Auntie knows that you like sweet and sour pork ribs the most. Here, this is what Auntie bought for you. See if it suits your taste. Zhang Yuyan picked out a bag and handed it over. Thank you, Auntie. Su Xinyan took out a takeaway box, picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs without hesitation and started eating. Here are the chopsticks. Zhang Yuyan asked with a gentle smile, is it delicious? Yeah, it's delicious. Su Xinyan's smile was a little forced. Just eat it if you like. Zhang Yuyan looked around the living room and said, hey, where are the other little darlings? Aren't they at home? Su Xinyue put down the peach juice and replied, seventh sister is in cram school and will be back soon. Okay, then I'll put the egg drop soup I prepared for her in the refrigerator first. Zhang Yuyan took out the takeout boxes from several other bags and introduced them one by one, like treasures. This is the steamed sea bass I prepared for your eldest sister, this is the minced meat vermicelli for your second sister, and this is for your third sister. Su Xinyan interrupted with a smile, Aunt, thank you for your kindness. We will eat all of this. Okay, then you guys sit down, and I'll go put these vegetables in the refrigerator first. Zhang Yuyan stood up as she spoke. As soon as she left, Sister Su Xinyan and Su Xinyue both breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! Su Xinyan took a big gulp of water and couldn't help but complain in a low voice, this sweet and sour pork ribs is too unpalatable. There is too much sugar and you can't taste the meat. It feels like it's all made of flour. Su Xinyue looked calm, as if she was used to it. If it was delicious, Auntie wouldn't have packed it up and brought it back for us to eat. And she must have deliberately picked a restaurant that looked terrible. After criticizing it, the owner agreed to give her a free meal, so she packed up the food and brought it back. Su Xinyan knew it all. Hearing the conversation between the two sisters, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Looking at the familiar peach juice in takeaway boxes, he probably understood why the two sisters both had expressions of wanting to cry but not being able to. My little darlings, your mommy said she has found a fiancé for you. Where is he? Come and introduce him to your aunt. Zhang Yuyan came out of the kitchen and asked excitedly. Su Xinyue and Su Xinyan looked at each other silently, and then looked at Chen Feng at the same time. Where is it? Zhang Yuyan followed their gaze, walked in front of Chen Feng, and looked around him. Where is it? Su Xinyan smiled and pointed at Chen Feng, and he is. Ah, that's it? Zhang Yuyan realized that what she said seemed to be disrespectful to Chen Feng. She nodded awkwardly and smiled. What my aunt meant is that this one is also very good. She walked over to the sofa and sat down. Young man, what is your name? Chen Feng. Chen Feng answered truthfully. Well, the name is okay, and it's easy to remember. Zhang Yuyan pointed to the sofa opposite. Sit down, don't be restrained, we are all family. Chen Feng nodded. Thank you, Auntie. Xiao Feng, I saw you delivering takeout today. Is this your job? Zhang Yuyan continued to ask. Auntie, delivering food is just one of Chen Feng's hobbies. Su Xinyan immediately came to Chen Feng's rescue. He is very capable, he cooks delicious food, he is good at drawing, and he is also very handsome. As she spoke, she whispered in Zhang Yuyan's ear, his figure is even more amazing, with 8-pack abs. 8. Zhang Yuyan was so excited that she couldn't help but scream out loud. Su Xinyue couldn't listen any longer, and, be reserved. Zhang Yuyan quickly glanced at Chen Feng and said to Su Xinyan, Yan, I don't know if he has 8-pack abs, but when you say that his cooking is delicious, I, your aunt, will be the first one to disbelieve it. It's true, the egg fried rice made by Chen Feng is especially delicious. Su Xinyan looked confident. Su Xinyue also helped to speak up, he's not bad down there either. You two little darlings don't need to speak for him. I, your aunt, have eaten all kinds of delicious food. Only when I think it's good can I be called a good cook. Su Xinyue couldn't help but turn her face away and muttered in a low voice, then there is probably no food in this world that you think is good, otherwise you can't always trick the boss into giving you free meals. Zhang Yuyan yawned lazily. I'm a little sleepy. I won't chat with you two little darlings for now. I'm going to take a nice nap first. Su Xinyan stood up quickly, and, go to my room and rest. Zhang Yuyan shook her head, no, I like sleeping on the 8th floor. But the 8th floor is already Chen. Chen Feng smiled and said to Zhang Yuyan, let Auntie go to the 8th floor to rest. When Su Xinyue heard this, she immediately stepped forward and said, Aunt, the 8th floor is being renovated. We can't sleep there after it's just been painted. You should go to my room. Zhang Yuyan had no choice but to give up, okay then. Su Xinyue took Zhang Yuyan to the room to rest. Su Xinyan patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Feng, don't take what my aunt said just now to heart. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She has the same personality as yeah, you know. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, I know. She is a gourmet. Although none of us have tasted her cooking, she is still very famous, so she is very picky about food. Su Xinyan put her hand on Chen Feng's shoulder and said, Chen Feng, you will be the one to cook the dishes tonight. I believe you can completely conquer her. It is certainly not enough to just conquer the mother-in-law and fiancé. Conquering your aunt is also crucial. Okay. Chen Feng agreed without hesitation, then Yao. Don't worry, I will pick up your 7th sister from school for you. 6 o'clock in the evening. The aroma of food wafted through the Su family's mansion. Potato brisket, fish-flavored pork shreds, garlic pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, ants climbing trees, stir-fried shrimp with green onions, boiled fish fillet. The delicious dishes with good color, aroma and taste are placed on the table, making people drool just by looking at them. Zhang Yuyan, who was still sleepy, immediately ran downstairs at the speed of a 100-meter sprint when she smelled the fragrance. Her eyes lit up and she picked up the chopsticks and ate a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. Simply delicious. And, the soup is here, be careful. Su Xinyue brought out a pot of seaweed egg drop soup. Yeah, the new chef you hired is very good. This sweet and sour spare ribs alone is really appealing to me. Zhang Yuyan couldn't help but praise. Chapter 38, Really Fragrance. Really? Su Xinyue brought the soup to the table. Zhang Yuyan has eaten 2 pieces of sweet and sour pork ribs in a row. She picked up a piece and put it into Su Xinyue's mouth. It's really delicious, try it. Nonsense. How could Chen Feng's food not be delicious? Su Xinyue thought about it in her heart, but she said lightly, it's okay. It's delicious. The chef you hired is very good. I'll try the boiled fish fillet again. Zhang Yuyan was so excited that she looked like she had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the table full of food. While eating, he kept praising the food. The boiled fish fillet is soft, tender and smooth, very good. The garlic pork is fatty but not greasy, so delicious. Fish-flavored pork shreds are delicious too. Su Xinyan expected Zhang Yuyan's reaction. Aunt, I've never heard you praise other people's cooking. Today is definitely the first time. Zhang Yuyan was enjoying the meal. This dish is so delicious, it suits my taste perfectly. I have to borrow your chef for a few days, this meal is not enough for me. Aunt. Su Xinyao came out with some juice and brought the biggest contributor tonight to Zhang Yuyan, proudly introducing her. The sumptuous meal on the table tonight was all made by brother Xiaofeng alone. Snap. A chopstick fell to the ground. Zhang Yuyan looked at Chen Feng, then at her sisters, and suddenly felt that all the food on the table didn't taste good anymore. Cough cough. Su Xinyan coughed, and the smile on the corner of her mouth was somewhat meaningful. Su Xinyue had just returned from school and didn't know the situation. She asked curiously, 4th sister, why are you looking at my aunt and smiling like this? Su Xinyan half cupped her hand to her mouth, leaned close to Su Xinyao's ear, and said in a pretended low voice, but deliberately in a volume that Zhang Yuyan could hear. Just now, when your brother Xiaofeng was cooking, I swore in disgust that even if she jumped off here, she would not eat a single bite of the food your brother Xiaofeng cooked. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Xinyao nodded and glanced at Zhang Yuyan, who had almost finished a bowl of rice. Auntie probably doesn't know that this table of food was made by brother Xiaofeng. If she knew, she would definitely not eat it, right, Auntie? Zhang Yuyan was speechless. Chen Feng smiled and asked everyone to sit down. Hurry up and eat, the food will get cold soon. He picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and gave it to Su Xinyan. Yan, this is your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Delicious. Su Xinyan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Yao, you are growing up now, so eat more beef. Thank you, brother Xiaofeng. In fact, Chen Feng didn't need to do anything, the little girl was already enjoying the potatoes and beef brisket. Su Xinyue noticed that Chen Feng raised his chopsticks. She frowned and raised her hand to cover the bowl in front of her. I don't want it, don't give it to me. Yeah, I'm not giving these shrimps to you, I'm giving them to my aunt. Chen Feng raised his chopsticks in the air and stopped again. He sighed, forget it. My aunt dislikes the food I cook. I'll eat it myself. Zhang Yuyan watched helplessly as the crystal shrimp that was so close to her entered Chen Feng's stomach. Gulp, she swallowed, looking at the table full of food but unable to pick up her chopsticks. Tears were about to fall. Sizzle. Su Xinyue opened a can of ice cola unhappily, and was about to drink it when Chen Feng stopped her. Yeah, you can't drink cold drinks during this period. Be obedient. Su Xinyue widened her eyes in surprise. How did Chen Feng know that her relatives had just come over yesterday? Here, I'll give you my favorite shrimp. Chen Feng picked up the spoon, scooped a large spoonful of shrimp and put it into Su Xinyue's bowl. Just now I just tasted it for you to see if it was tender and hot. Now you can eat it without worry. TSK, who asked you to be so sentimental? I have my own hands and I can pick up food. Although she said this, when Su Xinyue lowered her head to eat, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. The three sisters couldn't stop eating. Zhang Yuyan sat on the side. Hungry and thirsty was not enough to describe her mood at the moment. Fifth sister, have you finished eating? Su Xinyue turned around with the empty bowl in her hand and said, I'll go get more rice. Give me another bowl then. Su Xinyan was not willing to be left behind, and me, I want one too. Zhang Yuyan actively suggested, Yao, Yan, you two are so old, go and serve yourselves. Su Xinyan saw through it at a glance. Aunt, you want to eat secretly while we are not here, right? Who said that? How could it be possible? Zhang Yuyan blushed, struggling to hold on to the last line. Auntie, am I such a spineless person in your eyes? Yes. The three sisters nodded in unison. Chen Feng smiled and stood up. I'll go get you some food. He glanced at the empty bowl in front of Zhang Yuyan again. Aunt, I'll give you another bowl too. Good. Zhang Yuyan almost agreed, but then she immediately refused, not interested at all, eat it yourself. She turned her face away and didn't look at the food on the table. By the time Chen Feng and the three sisters of the Su family finished their meal, there were actually quite a few dishes left on the table. Burp. Su Xinyan touched her obviously bulging belly and said contentedly, I'm so full. Su Xinyao couldn't help laughing as she looked at her belly. Fourth sister, you look like a pregnant woman now. Su Xinyan squinted, look at your own belly, it's not much better than mine. Su Xinyao held her belly while lying on the sofa and began to let her imagination run wild. Fourth sister, fifth sister, tell me, if we are really pregnant with brother Xiaofeng's child, what name would you like to give the child? Chen, Hao. Su Xinyan thought about it. Which Hao? That's Ri Tianhao. Su Xinyan laughed, Ri Tian Ri Di Ri Chi Kong, doesn't it sound cool? Well, if it were me, I would name the boy Sui Chen and the girl Su Meng, or Su Shanwan would also be fine. Su Xinyao turned her head and looked at Su Xinyue. Fifth sister, what about you? Boring. Su Xinyue stood up and didn't want to participate in the discussion. When Zhang Yuyan saw Chen Feng preparing to clean the table, she pretended to be disgusted and said, look at you, you are so clumsy, I'm not going to let you break the plate, just leave it there, I'll clean it up. Chen Feng curled his lips, okay, then I'll trouble you, Auntie. Su Xinyan winked at Su Xinyue and said, seventh sister, Chen Feng, let's go to the movies. Let Aunt clean up here by herself. As soon as the three people left, Zhang Yuyan immediately picked up the chopsticks and started eating voraciously. So delicious. Late at night, Chen Feng turned off the lights and opened the browser to watch a movie. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. He was frightened and quickly switched his desktop to QQ Music. No need to hide it, I've seen the URL. Chapter 39, like a wolf or a tiger. Aunt. Chen Feng's hand holding the mouse trembled slightly. How did you get in? I used to sleep on this bed when I came over to play with the babies. It's the one you're sleeping on now. There was only a desk lamp in the room, emitting a dim light. The light from the blue computer screen shone on Zhang Yuyan's face, making her eyes sparkle particularly brightly. I have slept in your bed, and you have slept in your bed, which means that you have indirectly slept with. Ahem. Chen Feng coughed immediately. Aunt, don't do it so late at night, you should go back and rest early. Zhang Yuyan's face was full of excitement, and she obviously had no intention of going back to her room to rest. She put her hands on the back of the chair, and her round fingertips touched Chen Feng's back from time to time. She stared at the computer and urged anxiously, Why are you pretending? I'm an experienced person. Go back to the web page you were on. I'll watch it with you. Smelling the rose-scented shower gel emanating from his aunt's body, Chen Feng's breathing became rapid. Aunt, this isn't good, is it? Hey, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. We're all adults, it's okay to watch it together. Zhang Yuyan leaned close to Chen Feng's ear and smiled softly. Don't worry, Auntie won't tell anyone. Oh well. Chen Feng had no choice but to agree. He clicked on the web page he had just browsed, and the fascinating headline 7 Men vs. 1 Woman immediately popped up on the page. Zhang Yuyan's eyes lit up. Yes, that's it, I like it the most. Chen Feng clicked play. Suddenly, familiar music and lines sounded. Calabash Brothers, 7 brothers on one vine. Goblin, return my grandpa to me. An hour and a half later. The Calabash Brothers movie is over. Zhang Yuyan stared at the computer with great interest. Xiao Feng, that movie about 7 men and 1 woman is also quite good. How about we watch it together? Chen Feng looked at the time and it was almost 12 o'clock. Aunt, it's getting late today. We can watch Snow White tomorrow night. That's fine. Auntie will listen to you. Zhang Yuyan yawned, and suddenly remembered that she hadn't said anything yet. By the way, Xiaofeng, actually, my aunt came to see you because she wanted to invite you to participate in the God of Cooking competition. Chef God contest? Chen Feng pretended to be curious. Zhang Yuyan introduced briefly, it's actually a cooking competition. I'm one of the judges of this competition. As long as you agree to participate in the competition, you know the result. Seeing Zhang Yuyan winking at him, Chen Feng said seriously, Aunt, I don't understand what you mean, and I don't want to understand what you mean. Xiao Feng, you misunderstood what my aunt meant. Zhang Yuyan immediately explained with a smile, what I mean is, with your cooking skills, you can definitely beat other contestants in seconds when participating in this competition. You must be the Chengdu cooking god. I like cooking, and I like cooking for the people I like. Other than that, I have no interests. Hearing Chen Feng's straightforward refusal, Zhang Yuyan said coquettishly, Xiao Feng, Auntie sincerely wants to invite you to participate. If I can't eat the dishes you cook, then I will have no appetite sitting on the judge's seat. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. My aunt is a foodie, so her real purpose is to eat the food she cooks, right? Xiao Feng, look at your aunt's extremely sincere and genuine eyes and answer me again. Do you want to participate in the God of Cooking competition? Don't want. Chen Feng turned off the computer and stood up. He turned his back to Zhang Yuyan and put his hands on the hem of his clothes. Aunt, I'm going to take a shower. You should go back and rest early. Zhang Yuyan stared at Chen Feng boldly and asked enthusiastically, Do you want your aunt to give you a bath? Chen Feng felt a cold wind blowing across his back. No need, Auntie. Then I can pass you the shower gel. No need to bother. Then. Zhang Yuyan suddenly walked up to Chen Feng. Yan Yan said you have 8 abdominal muscles, can you show them to your aunt? Aunt, it's really good that you are so unrestrained. When he saw her in the restaurant for the first time, Chen Feng thought she was a gentle and virtuous woman. Unexpectedly, she is not only a foodie, but also a foodie who likes to play with colors. Seeing Chen Feng's obviously straightened back, Zhang Yuyan laughed and said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Go take a shower. I will not give up on participating in the God of Cooking competition. Watched Zhang Yuyan leave the room. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. A woman is like a wolf at 30 and like a tiger at 40. Zhang Yuyan is somewhere between a tiger and a wolf. Any other man would definitely not be able to withstand her. If it weren't for his good self-control, he would have been captured just now. Although the air conditioner was on, Chen Feng still felt a thin layer of sweat all over his body. After taking off his clothes, he stood under the shower and took a refreshing shower. Just at this moment. "Host, do you want to sign in immediately?" The system voice sounded. "Sign now. Sign in successfully. This sign-in reward, Perspective Eyes. Tip, you can choose to turn it on or off at any time according to the host's mood. X-ray eyes." Chen Feng couldn't help but feel sullen in his heart. "Select open now." He grabbed his little brother excitedly, without even noticing that the water temperature in the showerhead had been turned to the maximum. Awesome! After turning on the X-ray vision, even every blood vessel inside the little brother can be clearly seen. Especially that bone that is proud of itself, it is so strong and handsome. Wrong. This is the size that will make women cry and men remain silent. They should call him Big Brother. Chen Feng was obsessed with admiring his older brother and couldn't extricate himself. If there hadn't been a sudden knock on the bathroom door, the hot water would have been enough to scald it to death. Wrap yourself in a towel and walk out of the bathroom. Xiao Feng, are you done taking a bath? Zhang Yuyan held a bowl of steaming noodles and said with a smile, "Auntie made this midnight snack especially for you, braised beef noodles." "Thank you, Auntie." Chen Feng was flattered and just reached out to take it. "It's very hot. Auntie will bring it to the table. Come and eat it." "Then I'm sorry to bother you, Auntie." Chen Feng walked to the table and just sat down to eat. Zhang Yuyan immediately picked up a cushion and put it on the chair. "It's softer this way." "Auntie." Just as Chen Feng was about to pick up the chopsticks to eat, Zhang Yuyan suddenly took out another pair of chopsticks, picked up a few noodles and handed them to Chen Feng's mouth. "Let your aunt feed you. Come on, open your mouth." Chen Feng was so scared that he couldn't open his mouth. "I thought Zhang Yuyan was scary enough just now." Unexpectedly, she became even more terrifying when she returned again. "Auntie, I can eat by myself." "That won't work." Zhang Yuyan said seriously, "You can eat it yourself if you want. There are 2 conditions. Choose one of them?" Chen Feng already had a bad feeling. What conditions? First, participate in the chef competition. Second, show me your 8-pack abs. You choose. Chapter 40 Crazy Aunt. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. The braised beef noodles in my hands suddenly lost their flavor. "Aunt, let me think about the cooking competition again." Chen Feng ate a piece of beef. "As for the abdominal muscles, I can't show them to you. If my uncle knew, he would definitely be jealous." Zhang Yuyan laughed. "Who told you I'm married?" "I'm still single, your aunt." She glanced at Chen Feng's body wrapped in a bath towel and said, "So, Xiao Feng, can you make a decision now?" Chen Feng was so scared that he immediately turned on the computer. "Aunt, I'd better watch Snow White with you." The next day, Chen Feng was awakened by a knock on the door. When he opened his eyes, he shuddered with fear. Oh shit. He actually fell asleep on the computer desk. He didn't know when the bath towel fell off and it could barely cover his body. It was just hanging symbolically on his thighs. Zhang Yuyan was sleeping on the big bed facing him with a meaningful smile on her face. Boom boom. "Brother Xiaofeng, are you awake?" Su Xinyao called softly at the door. "Can you still take me to the cram school today?" Chen Feng glanced at the show Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf which was still playing on the computer. "Yao Yao, pack your school bag first, I'll take you to school right away." "Okay, Brother Xiaofeng, I'll wait for you downstairs." Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Su Xinyao's footsteps leaving. After watching Snow White with Zhang Yuyan last night, she wanted to watch Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf again. By the second episode, Chen Feng couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. After quickly changing his clothes and washing up, Chen Feng went straight to the living room. The 3 sisters were sitting together having breakfast. Su Xinyue saw that Chen Feng had dark circles under his eyes and looked tired. Thinking of what happened between him and Su Xinyan before, she suddenly felt depressed. Su Xinyan asked curiously, "Why hasn't my aunt gotten up yet? She used to be the most active one during breakfast." Su Xinyao stood up holding the bottle and said, "I'll go wake up my aunt." "Do you know where my aunt slept last night?" As soon as Su Xinyan asked this question, Zhang Yuyan appeared in the living room. "Good morning, little darlings." She rushed to the dining table excitedly. Show me what delicious breakfast is for you. Su Xinyan pushed a stack of meat buns in front of her. This meat bun is delicious, Auntie, please try it. Zhang Yuyan picked one up and put it in her mouth. Yeah, it's okay. As she spoke, she picked up a meat bun and handed it to Chen Feng. Xiao Feng, come and eat the meat bun. Chen Feng almost spit out a mouthful of soy milk. The three sisters of the Su family had weirder expressions on their faces, and they all looked at Zhang Yuyan and Chen Feng with complicated eyes. Zhang Yuyan was unaware. She picked up another fried dough stick and handed it to him. Do you want to try soaking fried dough sticks in soy milk? Oh, yes, there is also this steamed bun, although it is not as delicious as the one made by my aunt. Zhang Yuyan put down her chopsticks and stood up. Xiao Feng, Auntie will go make you xiaomai now. No need, Auntie, actually. Before she could finish her words, Zhang Yuyan had already rushed into the kitchen. The three sisters of the Su family were all dumbfounded. Su Xinyao said in a baby voice, I have never seen my aunt cook. What does the siumai she makes taste like? Su Xinyan propped her chin with one hand. What prompted my aunt to cook? Was she inspired by Chen Feng's cooking skills last night? Su Xinyue said nothing and looked at Chen Feng twice. Being stared at by his three fiancés at the same time as if they were examining a criminal, Chen Feng said he felt under a lot of pressure. While Zhang Yuyan was still not out of the kitchen, Chen Feng picked up Su Xinyao's school bag and strode out of the living room. Yao, I'll take you to school. Su Xinyao trotted after him and said, Brother Xiaofeng, but Auntie is still making xiaomai for you. It doesn't matter if I eat less, but your studies must not be delayed. Chen Feng took out a car key, drove his sports car and took Su Xinyao directly to school. The consequence of picking the car keys at random is driving out an Aston Martin. My plan to keep a low profile for the day has been ruined again. It is impossible to go home. Chen Feng felt overwhelmed when he thought about facing his aunt who was as fierce as a wolf and a tiger. It's better to learn from women and go shopping to vent your inner emotions. It just so happened that his pants had a hole in them 2 days ago, so Chen Feng walked into a clothing store and picked up a pair of pants to try them on. Waiter, pack up all the pants in this store for me. Zhang Yuyan's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Feng's hand holding the pants trembled. Aunt, how did you know I was here? Zhang Yuyan smiled and said, Xiao Feng, this shows that you and your aunt have telepathy. As she spoke, she took out 2 steamed buns from her bag worth tens of thousands of yuan. These are the buns that your aunt made for you. Come and try them and see if they are delicious. Chen Feng was flattered and took the steamed buns and started eating. By the time he finished eating the steamed buns, Zhang Yuyan had already paid the bill. The trousers in this clothing store are packed and delivered to your home by express. Xiao Feng, if you need anything else, just tell me. I'll be your ATM today. Zhang Yuyan's words immediately aroused the envy, jealousy, and hatred of a group of passers-by. Aunt, we are all family, you don't have to be so polite. Chen Feng saw a newly opened puff shop on the roadside. Thinking that Su Xinyue liked to eat puffs the most, he couldn't help but smile. Zhang Yuyan immediately entered the store. Please apply for a card for me and top up 500,000 yuan into it first. After getting the card, she handed it to Chen Feng generously. Xiao Feng, there are 500,000 in here. If you want to eat puffs in the future, you can use this card to pay any time. Tell your aunt when you are done and she will renew the card for you. Thank you, Auntie. After eating 500,000 worth of puffs, you would gain several tons of weight. Chen Feng put the card into his trouser pocket. I just passed the traffic light and saw a group of riders waiting on the roadside. Thinking about how he had been exposed to the same wind and rain as them in the past, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I'll give you 10 times the money if you sell all your takeout to me. Zhang Yuyan immediately stepped forward and said to a group of riders. Looking at the dozen or so takeout orders that suddenly appeared in his hands, Chen Feng felt like crying but had no tears. Just because I looked at them a few more times in the crowd. My aunt actually bought all the takeaway food they had. And this is just the beginning. For the next hour or so. Wherever Chen Feng's eyes fell, as long as he took a second look at something, Zhang Yuyan would immediately rush over to buy it. From chicken chop milk tea to car roller skating, from clothing accessories to antiques and medicines. If Chen Feng hadn't strongly stopped her, Zhang Yuyan would have almost bought a hospital, 2 beauty salons, 3 barbecue stalls, 4. So scary. My aunt is so scary. Just as Chen Feng was silently praying that someone would come and subdue his aunt, Zhang Yuyan suddenly shouted excitedly. Xiao Feng, there's something fun up ahead, let's go check it out. Chapter 41, Gambling Stone Venue. Zhang Yuyan pulled Chen Feng straight to the Emerald City. The largest gambling stone venue in Chengdu is located here. A batch of rough materials had just been purchased at the venue, and the chance of producing top-quality jadeite was very high. Jadeite gambling enthusiasts from Chengdu and surrounding areas all rushed over upon hearing the news. I'll buy this one. I bet there's going to be some jade in here. Fuck, it's out, awesome. The venue was packed with people, and excited screams were heard one after another. Chen Feng followed Zhang Yuyan and saw a middle-aged man spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy an ordinary-looking stone. This kind of green material that looks uneven is called huapai material, and its price is relatively low among the raw materials. Zhang Yuyan stared at the rough material in the middle-aged man's hand for a while, and said to Chen Feng confidently, "There will definitely be jadeite in it. Trust me, Auntie, it won't be wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the wailing of a middle-aged man. This. Zhang Yuyan smiled awkwardly. "Xiao Fengfeng, so you see, gambling on stones is just like buying lottery tickets. If you are lucky, a mobike can turn into a motorcycle. But if you are unlucky, a Lamborghini can also turn into a motorcycle." As she spoke, she raised her wrist, pointed to a jade bracelet that was all emerald green, and asked proudly, "Isn't this jade bracelet beautiful?" Chen Feng took a look over. This is a string of transparent violet jadeite with a bright luster, exquisite beauty, and is one of the top-quality jadeite bracelets. It looks good. Chen Feng asked curiously, "And, is this the jade you cut out of the rough material?" "I guess so, but I didn't open it myself." Zhang Yuyan smiled and explained, "I met a man who opened an icy jadeite at a gambling venue in Hangzhou last year. I liked it and bought it from him." From her sparkling eyes, Chen Feng could tell that his aunt liked jade very much. She has a gentle appearance, so it is indeed very suitable for her to wear jade. Although jade is beautiful, the chance of finding a top-quality jade is slim. Dragonstone is the best jade among all jades, and the chance of finding one is like winning the lottery jackpot. Chen Feng looked around the venue and said confidently, "Aunt, you like jadeite, I will open a bunch of them for you today." "Xiao Fengfeng, are you trying to make your aunt happy?" Zhang Yuyan almost couldn't close her mouth with laughter. The tone of Chen Feng's voice was as simple as spending a few dollars to pick out a few vegetables at the vegetable market. Little do people know that it is not easy to get jadeite, even the lowest quality jadeite, from a pile of rough materials. "Aunt, as long as you like it, there is nothing I can't do. What about the God of Cooking contest? Have you agreed to participate as well?" Zhang Yuyan's face was filled with excitement. "Well." Chen Feng pretended to hesitate. "Aunt, please give me some more time to think about it." As he was speaking, Chen Feng noticed that in the center of the venue, a beautiful woman wearing gold and silver was surrounded by people. "I guess I didn't check the almanac before going out. Otherwise, how could my luck be so bad? In just 2 hours, she has already spent tens of millions just on buying raw materials, right? Rich woman, please support me. You don't have to take the medicine, I will." The beautiful woman cursed while spending several million to buy a bunch of raw materials. Chen Feng used his X-ray eyes to see and found that it was another pile of waste. Although there were jades the size of a fingernail, their quality was not even average. "No way, it's so miserable." Zhang Yuyan shook her head sympathetically. "Sure enough, God is fair. If he gives a woman a pretty face, he won't give her explosive luck." Hearing the sadness in her tone, Chen Feng thought that Zhang Yuyan was recalling some painful memories. Just wanted to comfort. Unexpectedly, the next second, she held her cheek and admired herself. "Hey, it's rare to see a beautiful woman like me who is often blessed by God." She looked at Chen Feng and asked childishly, "Are you right, Xiao Fengfeng?" "Well, Auntie, you are the most beautiful. The flattery is right in front of you, so you have to flatter it. Hey, husband, trust me for the last time and transfer 10 million to my card. I promise this is definitely the last time. If you still can't find the jade, I will divorce you." The beautiful woman shouted harshly. The onlookers looked at her with surprise. Anyone who can bring up divorce as a condition is definitely not an ordinary person. "Thank you, husband. I love you so much, Trojan." After receiving the money, the beautiful woman immediately started to choose the wool material she liked with a smile on her face. Zhang Yuyan sighed. "Xiao Fengfeng, if she still can't get the jade this time, do you think her husband will really divorce her?" Chen Feng looked at Zhang Yuyan. "Aunt, why do I feel that your expression means that you hope she will divorce? Marriage is a woman's grave. Look at me. I have been a soloist for 36 years. Am I not living a colorful life? Zhang Yuyan looked at the beautiful woman's back with a dim look in her eyes, but I still hope she can be happy. Aunt, I can help her. You? Zhang Yuyan looked doubtful. How are you going to help her? A mysterious smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips. He and Zhang Yuyan walked up to the beautiful woman, who was picking out a pile of woolen materials. Chen Feng looked at the small handbag Zhang Yuyan was carrying, and, you must be tired of carrying the bag, let me help you. Okay, Xiao Feng, you are so sensible. You didn't tell me earlier. My hands have been sore for a long time. Zhang Yuyan handed the bag to Chen Feng without hesitation. Chen Feng took the bag with a smile and bumped his elbow into the beautiful woman's back. The corner of the bag hit one of the palm-sized pieces of wool and fell to the ground with a bang. Sorry. Chen Feng apologized to the beautiful woman in a low voice and turned to leave. The staff nearby stopped him in time and said, Hey, young man, you knocked the rough material off, so it belongs to you and you must buy it. Chen Feng lowered his head and stammered, I didn't mean it, and I can't afford it. Why are you here if you can't afford it? If you want to eat melon, go to the fruit stand next to you. The staff member immediately got angry. Zhang Yuyan stood up and said, Why are you yelling so loudly? Can you afford to compensate me for scaring my nephew and son-in-law? He was the one who knocked it off, so he still has to pay for it. The staff member's tone suddenly became timid, but his attitude remained firm. Zhang Yuyan took out her card. How much is it? I'll buy it. Just as she was about to buy, the beautiful woman glanced at Chen Feng, stepped forward and said, Let me pay. I am also responsible for this matter. What was knocked off was just the most inconspicuous piece of rough material in the venue, with a bumpy surface, and no one would even look at it if it was thrown on the street. The price is not expensive, only 30,000 yuan. The beautiful woman paid readily. Hey, beauty, this is what you bought. Aren't you going to take it away? Zhang Yuyan asked curiously. The beautiful woman glanced at it with disdain. Don't want it, it looks like a piece of waste, just throw it away. Don't judge a book by its cover, and the same goes for the rough material. What if there is the jade you want in it? Chen Feng looked at her with a smile. The beautiful woman and Chen Feng looked at each other. When she spoke again, her voice was trembling. Since this handsome boy said so, I'll take it and open it together. Sorry guys, I've been seeing a doctor lately, taking various final exams, and my boyfriend is worried about work so I have to accompany him, so I can't keep up with the updates. I'll be back in the next few days and will update more often. Sorry. Chapter 42, Soft Mouth is More Cute. The beautiful woman brought a pile of raw materials to the venue to find a professional cutter to cut them. After a while, screams of amazement broke out in the venue. Fuck, Imperial Green. What a big piece. This must be the spirits of 8 generations of ancestors appearing at the same time. It's estimated to be worth tens of millions. Chen Feng and Zhang Yuyan stepped forward. The beautiful woman burst into tears while holding a piece of imperial green jadeite as big as a quail egg. Under the light, the emerald is translucent green. Pure green, glowing green. Wow, what a beautiful jadeite. Zhang Yuyan wanted to glue her eyes to the jadeite. Imperial green, this is the best, beauty, you are so lucky. It turns out that good-looking people don't have bad luck. After hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking to himself, Aunt, that's not what you just said. The beautiful woman's makeup was completely ruined by her tears. She looked at Chen Feng excitedly, stretched out her arms, and hugged Chen Feng tightly in her arms. Thank you, handsome boy. Thank you for letting me get the imperial green. You are my lucky star. She let go of Chen Feng, wiped her tears, and said seriously, You are right, you can't judge a person by his appearance. I never thought that an ordinary piece of raw material could produce imperial green. I really learned a lesson. Oh, yes. The beautiful woman took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Chen Feng. There is 1 million in this card, you must accept it. I can't refuse such a kind invitation. I'll accept it. Chen Feng took the bank card without hesitation. The people nearby immediately gathered around. Handsome guy, help me choose some woolen materials. I want emerald, the greener the better. My wife went to get her hair done and said she wanted to dye it green. What do you guys think? Zhang Yuyan couldn't bear it anymore. Hey, what are you guys doing surrounding my nephew's son-in-law? She pulled Chen Feng out of the crowd and said enviously, that piece of imperial green would definitely be stunning if it was made into jewelry. What a pity. Chen Feng smiled and said, "And, if you like it, I'll open one and give it to you. With 1 million, you can choose a lot of raw materials." Although imperial green jadeite is rare, it is not difficult for Chen Feng to pick out a piece from the huge venue. "TSK TSK. Su Xinyue's voice sounded behind him. "Why is there a cow flying in the sky?" Zhang Yuyan smiled and took Su Xinyue's hand, and asked curiously, "Where's baby Yin Yin? Why didn't she come with you?" "My fourth sister went abroad to attend an art exhibition." Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng and said, "Aunt, why did you bring Chen Feng to a place like this? He doesn't understand these things." Zhang Yuyan smiled and said, "Who said Xiao Fengfeng doesn't understand? He just helped someone open a piece of top-grade imperial green jadeite the size of a quail egg. Aunt, you don't have to speak for Chen Feng." Su Xinyue crossed her arms and scanned the venue. "If he can find out the jadeite, I will swallow it right there." Chen Feng put his arm around Su Xinyue's shoulders and whispered in her ear distressfully, Yeah, you will suffer retribution tonight for not trusting your fiancé's ability. Don't touch me in public." Su Xinyue blushed and dodged. Noticing that Chen Feng's eyes were always on her face, she said coquettishly, "Why are you staring at me?" Chen Feng glanced at Su Xinyue and then at Zhang Yuyan. Then she said seriously, Yeah, your makeup today is too heavy. It doesn't look as good as your aunt's light makeup." Su Xinyue followed Chen Feng's gaze and looked at Zhang Yuyan. "Chen Feng, are you sure my makeup today is too heavy? I only put on lipstick today and didn't even put on eyeshadow." And then look at Zhang Yuyan's makeup. Except for lipstick, she put on all the other parts of her face that needed makeup, especially the eyeshadow, which was applied very delicately, and even false eyelashes were used. As a result, in Chen Feng's eyes, Zhang Yuyan was just wearing light makeup. "Ha, I secretly ate a steamed bun for Xiao Fengfeng on the way here and forgot to put on my lipstick." Zhang Yuyan immediately took out a small mirror and started to put on her lipstick. Abusing your wife feels good for a while. Chasing wife to crematorium. Chen Feng immediately stepped forward to comfort her. Yeah, Su baby, are you angry?" "Humph," Su Xinyue snorted coldly and turned her face away. "Don't be angry, you misunderstood what I meant." Chen Feng put his hand on Su Xinyue's shoulder and entangled a strand of hair with his fingers. "What I meant is that you look better without makeup than with it." "Chen Feng." Su Xinyue became even angrier. Normally she spends 1 or 2 hours putting on makeup, but in Chen Feng's eyes, she doesn't look as good as without makeup? Yeah, what I mean is that you look better with makeup than your aunt without makeup." "Aunt." Su Xinyue threw herself into Zhang Yuyan's arms, 2 lines of tears almost falling. "This Chen Feng is such a bastard. He only knows how to bully me all day long and can't even coax a girl. What's the point of having a fiancé like this?" All right, little darling, don't be angry." The young couple quarreled at the head of the bed and made up at the foot of the bed. "Auntie can see that Xiao Fengfeng still loves you very much." In order to cheer Su Xinyue up, Zhang Yuyan said with a smile, "It just so happens that my aunt is in a good mood today, so let's play a game." Su Xinyue raised her head and asked curiously, "Aunt, what game are you playing?" "You and Xiao Fengfeng go and pick out the rough material. As long as you can get jadeite, if you get 1 piece, your aunt will give you a villa. If you get 2 pieces, your aunt will give you a sports car." Chen Feng chuckled, "Aunt, I'm afraid you will have to spend money today." Su Xinyue thought Chen Feng was just pretending to be cool again, so she said to Zhang Yuyan, "Aunt, I don't want to team up with him. Can we each choose our own?" "Well, I'll leave the decision to Xiao Fengfeng." Zhang Yuyan winked at Chen Feng. "Ahem." Chen Feng coughed and looked Su Xinyue up and down, staring at her until she felt uncomfortable all over. Yeah, if you don't team up with me, you will regret it. Whoever regrets is a puppy." Chen Feng sighed softly. "The country is so beautiful, but my fiancé is so arrogant. This is not good, not good. Yeah, since you don't want to team up with me, if I open 1 piece of jade, you have to say I love you. If I open 2 pieces, you have to kiss me. Shameless." Su Xinyue cursed in her heart. But thinking that Chen Feng would definitely not be able to find jadeite, she agreed without hesitation, "Okay." Seeing Su Xinyue's smug smile, Chen Feng couldn't help but remind her, Yeah, between the 2 of us, I'll just be in charge of the hard part. Your mouth should be softer and cuter." "You?" Su Xinyue's face suddenly turned red. "This bastard is so dishonest every day. You've negotiated terms with me, so I want to negotiate terms with you too." Looking at his fiancé's lovely appearance, Chen Feng nodded and agreed, "Just ask." I can't just let this shameless Chen Feng take advantage of me. Su Xinyue decided to retaliate and fight back. If I open 1 jade, you must say I love you. If I open 2, you must kiss me. Okay, no problem. Chen Feng agreed immediately. No, what did I just say? Su Xinyue immediately regretted, I was wrong, I take back what I said. Chen Feng immediately imitated what Su Xinyue had just said, whoever regrets is a puppy. Woof woof. Su Xinyue silently imitated the barking of a puppy twice in her heart, then walked aside in annoyance to select woolen materials. Chapter 43. This time it's really a routine. Chen Feng curled his lips and began to select the wool material he liked. Once his X-ray eyes were turned on, he could see clearly whether there was jade in the rough material. Soon, he picked out 5 pieces. This was also Su Xinyue's first time gambling on stones. However, thanks to her extremely good looks, she is already surrounded by enthusiastic men who offer her advice and suggestions. Among them are some who have been passionate about gambling on stones for decades, as well as senior scholars in this field. After more than half an hour, Su Xinyue had finally selected the raw material she liked. The next step is to cut the gambling stone on site. Let's cut this piece first. Chen Feng picked out one of the rough pieces and handed it to the cutting master. Master, please be gentle when you do it, don't damage the jade inside. Don't worry, young man. You weren't even born when I was doing this. The cutting master picked up the rough material, took a look at it, and used professional equipment to illuminate and analyze the interior of the raw stone. Then he began to carefully slice the raw stone. Ha, young man, I can tell you now with regret that you can't get jade from this. That may not be the case. Maybe it can even produce top-quality jadeite. Chen Feng said deliberately. The area was filled with onlookers, all craning their necks and staring with wide eyes in curiosity. 1 knife makes you poor, 1 knife makes you rich, and 1 knife makes you wear linen. Crazy people buy, crazy people sell, and crazy people are waiting. This is the most realistic portrayal of gambling on stones. Soon, a piece of raw stone was completely cut. The cutting master laughed. Ha, I told you long ago that there is no jade in here, but you still don't believe it. Chen Feng laughed along. Master, you have a unique vision. Professionalism is different. I admire you. Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng. She couldn't wait to hand over the woolen material she had selected. Master, then take a look at mine. Oh, little girl, the piece you chose is not ordinary. There is probably jade in it, and it is top-quality jade. The cutting master praised excitedly. Su Xinyue's eyes smiled into a crescent moon. Master, then you can start now. The cutting master nodded and started cutting the raw stone immediately. After 3 slashes, a hint of icy blue suddenly appeared. When all the cutting is completed, what comes out is a piece of jade the size of a fingernail. The whole body is transparent and clear like ice. Although it is only the most common type of blue flower ice, jadeite of this size can be sold for around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan in the market. Fuck, this beauty has good eyesight. I helped her choose this one, and she promised to be my wife if I could get the jade. Brother, are you daydreaming? Isn't this Su Bingyue, the top anchor of Shark Live? Did she use face slimming function during the live broadcast? Su Xinyue proudly held the jadeite she had opened and looked at Zhang Yuyan. Aunt, look, I opened a jadeite. Zhang Yuyan hugged Su Xinyue and said, you are worthy of being my little yaya. Tell me which villa you like and I will buy it for you right away. Then I'll have to think about it carefully when I get back. Being held by Zhang Yuyan, Su Xinyue was facing Chen Feng. In a pair of eyes as bright as stars, there is an unconcealable pride. Chen Feng stepped forward, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, yeah, I love you. Zhang Yuyan immediately let go of Su Xinyue and pushed her into Chen Feng's arms. Wow, Xiao Fengfeng, is it really okay for you to show your affection in front of your aunt, who has been a soloist for more than 30 years? Su Xinyue clenched her pink fist and punched Chen Feng in the chest. It didn't hurt or itch, just like being gently scratched by a kitten's claws. Chen Feng, this is a public place, why are you saying such things? Chen Feng's smile became even more wanton. Didn't you say that if you opened the jade, I would say I love you? I am willing to accept the loss. Su Xinyue blushed and dodged. But it is true. The two began to cut the second piece of rough stone. This time, Chen Feng also failed to get out jadeite, but Su Xinyue continued to be lucky and got out oily green jadeite worth tens of thousands of yuan. Oh. I've said it before, good-looking people will never have bad luck, especially my little darling Yaya, who is stunningly beautiful. Zhang Yuyan excitedly kissed Su Xinyue on the face. If you have a favorite sports car, tell me and I will buy it for you. Thank you, Auntie. In fact, Su Xinyue doesn't really care about villas and sports cars, she can buy them herself. Being able to defeat Chen Feng is what makes her happiest. Aunt, am I good enough? Su Xinyue deliberately asked Zhang Yuyan in front of Chen Feng. Zhang Yuyan smiled and replied, whether you are powerful or not, you should ask Xiao Fengfeng. I, your aunt, don't know. Aunt, I suspect you are driving, but I have no evidence. Chen Feng said lovingly, yeah, you are so amazing. Why do I feel that some people's compliments are not sincere enough? Su Xinyue snorted coldly. Don't move, there's dirt on your face. Chen Feng suddenly moved closer. Su Xinyue raised her hand and touched her face. Last time it was rice grains, this time it's breadcrumbs? As soon as the words fell. Boo. A kiss fell on her cheek. The force is neither light nor heavy. She was caught off guard when it fell and she didn't have time to feel it. But when Chen Feng's mouth left her, she was anxious to find it and savor it. No, what just happened? Chen Feng, this bastard. He actually kissed her in front of everyone, before she could react? You never expected it, this time it's a real trick. Chen Feng's face showed a smug expression after succeeding. When Su Xinyue saw this shameless smile, she almost wanted to punch him. Chen Feng, you are shameless. Chen Feng expressed his grievance. You said it yourself, you opened the jade and asked me to kiss you. But I didn't ask you to kiss me in front of so many people. Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened. Yeah, don't stare at me like that, or I'll think you're unsatisfied with my sexual desires. Since he had been called shameless by his fiancée more than once, Chen Feng might as well continue to be shameless. Oh, woof. Zhang Yuyan hid in the corner and cried violently, covering her mouth, but still made a miserable dog bark. Let us wait and see. Su Xinyue took out the third piece of raw material. Unfortunately, she didn't get any jade this time. When it was Chen Feng's turn, the cutting master frowned at first, and then began to cut the raw stone with an unprecedented serious attitude. One cut and a touch of green. The onlookers were excited. This color, is it another piece of imperial green? No way, if it were true I would eat shit live. Tell me the live broadcast room number, I'll follow it in advance. It's low-grade jade at best. The cutting master became more and more excited, and his movements became more and more cautious. Wait until all the jade in the raw stone is cut out. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh shit. Another piece of imperial green. Chapter 44, My aunt was tricked too. What a unique green. The green is flowing and the green is rippling. It's so green that it even makes people want to go off track. Such a pure green color, worthy of being the top-grade imperial green jadeite. This color is greener than the hat on my head. He's handsome and has good luck, but are you going to let the other brothers live? Zhang Yuyan's eyes almost glued to the jade. Wow, what a beautiful jade. She stretched out her fair wrist and blinked her starry eyes, already imagining the jade bracelet worn on her wrist. Xiao Fengfeng, tell me which villa you like and I will buy it for you right away. Chen Feng smiled and said, thank you, Auntie. I'll tell you when I find a villa. Why don't you buy it together with your little darling Yaya? Zhang Yuyan smiled meaningfully, you two can live in the same villa. It would be best if there is only one room in the villa. You two can enjoy it together. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Su Xinyue's pretty face flushed. Aunt, what are you talking about? What my aunt meant is love and affection. Ahem, love and affection. Zhang Yuyan immediately changed her words. Chen Feng nodded, I will follow my aunt's arrangements. Aunt, I don't want to live with Chen Feng. Su Xinyue whispered in Zhang Yuyan's ear, tell me which villa Chen Feng chooses. I will definitely not choose the same neighborhood as him. Zhang Yuyan nodded, don't worry, Auntie understands. Chen Feng pretended not to hear Su Xinyue and Zhang Yuyan's whispers. He walked to Su Xinyue and said with a smile, yeah, do you have anything to say to me? What? Su Xinyue was curious. Someone just promised that if I open a piece of jade, he would say something. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows handsomely. Yes, my aunt can testify. Zhang Yuyan nodded, with an expression of enjoying the show on her face. Su Xinyue felt like crying but had no tears. Once words are spoken, they are like water spilled. It is obviously impossible to take them back. Her face was red, and under Chen Feng's gaze, she said reluctantly in a mosquito-like voice, I love you. Well, yeah, what did you just say? Chen Feng pretended not to hear. I love you. Su Xinyue raised her voice a little more. Chen Feng still pretended not to hear. What, you want to play by qi? I said I love you, did you hear me? Su Xinyue's voice suddenly increased. Before she could finish her words, she suddenly realized that everyone in the venue was staring at her. Brush. Suddenly, her already flushed face turned red like a crayfish in a frying pan, and the temperature on her face soared. I love you too, yeah. Looking at the shameless smile on Chen Feng's face, Su Xinyue covered her face and quickly picked up the next rough stone. Master, please help me see if there is any jade in it. Zhang Yuyan giggled. Little Yeye is actually shy, it shows that she really likes you. Chen Feng disagreed. Aunt, does a girl being shy mean she likes someone? Zhang Yuyan nodded. Yes, look at her shy look, her cheeks are red. When have you ever seen her do this to other men? It seems not. Chen Feng still had some concerns, but I think she might be blushing because she is angry. You are silly. Being angry and being shy are two completely different states. Women understand women best. Trust your aunt. You won't be wrong. Chen Feng asked curiously, Aunt, I think what you said makes sense, but it's not completely correct. For example, if you say I love you to me, you might blush, but it's not because you like me. Aunt, I'm already old, how could I still blush? Zhang Yuyan obviously didn't believe it. Chen Feng said seriously, Aunt, if you don't believe it, you can try it. Xiao Feng, I like you. Rub. As soon as Zhang Yuyan said this, she felt her cheeks quickly turn red as if they were on fire. Although I couldn't see whether her face turned red, I could clearly feel from my intuition that she was blushing. Zhang Yuyan held her face in her hands, unable to believe it. Xiao Feng, am I blushing? No. Chen Feng shook his head. Zhang Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Zhang Yuyan coughed, and to ease the embarrassment, she immediately walked to Su Xinyue's side. Yeye, my dear, did you find the jade? Su Xinyue shook her head. It's normal that you can't get out. Just now, before you came, someone drove away on a motorcycle. Su Xinyue asked curiously, Aunt, what does this have to do with not being able to open the jade? That guy came here in a Lamborghini before. Puff. Su Xinyue was amused. But the smile didn't last on her face for 2 seconds. She glanced at Chen Feng beside her and tears almost burst out of her eyes. Chen Feng, this bastard. Surprisingly, once again, a piece of top-quality jade was found. Although it is not the finest imperial green among jadeite, it is also worth tens of millions, with pure color, and it is absolutely beautiful when used to make jewelry. Zhang Yuyan said generously, Xiao Feng, Auntie will take you to pick a sports car in a while. Thank you, Auntie. Chen Feng looked at Su Xinyue who looked aggrieved. Yeah, have you noticed anything dirty on my face? This time, Su Xinyue already understood what Chen Feng meant without him saying anything. According to the conditions just now, if Chen Feng opens 2 pieces of jade, Su Xinyue will kiss him. Boo. She closed her eyes, with a fearless expression, and stood on tiptoe to kiss Chen Feng on the face. We will kiss each other sooner or later, so it's better to do it sooner. Bang bang bang. There was a burst of warm applause at the scene. This guy is really a winner in life. This luck is definitely cheating. The following scenes will not be shown, just because I am not a member? Zhang Yuyan's eyes were filled with joy as she watched this. She covered her mouth and almost cried out like a single dog. What sin have I committed? I have to pay for the villa and the sports car, and I have to watch you abuse your dog here. I really deserve it. After kissing Chen Feng, Su Xinyue looked at the last piece of raw material left in her hand and took it to cut. Chen Feng took his time, picked up the rough material and asked Su Xinyue, guess, can I get jade this time? You were lucky the last 2 times. Su Xinyue was not convinced. Then guess, is there anything in here? Su Xinyue answered without hesitation, no. Chen Feng chuckled, then let's make another bet. If there is jade in it, you have to bring me along for the live broadcast tonight. Okay. This condition is not difficult. Su Xinyue asked, what if it's not here? If not. Chen Feng raised his mouth, I will let you bully me tonight. Chapter 45, Humble Master's Son. Bully. These 2 words became extremely ambiguous when they came out of Chen Feng's mouth. Just as he was thinking smugly, the crowd of onlookers burst into screams. Damn, another piece of imperial green. 3 pieces of imperial green were produced in a row. Today's batch of raw materials is good. Young man, how many times have you been cheated on to have such an affinity with green? Please cuckold me, come cuckold me. Su Xinyue blushed and stopped fantasizing. When she saw that the rough material selected by Chen Feng had actually turned out to be a piece of top-grade imperial green jadeite, her face instantly turned the color of liver. Chen Feng, are you cheating? Chen Feng curled his lips. I can calculate. Can this be calculated? Su Xinyue obviously didn't believe it. Chen Feng glanced at Su Xinyue's chest and said, not only can I calculate whether there is jade in the raw material, I can also calculate the color of the underwear you are wearing today. So what color am I wearing today? Black. Chen Feng added in a low voice, lace. Su Xinyue gritted her teeth and said, you are shameless. This bastard actually guessed it right. He must have peeked at himself changing clothes. Zhang Yuyan came up curiously and said, Xiao Fengfeng, guess what my aunt said? If you guess correctly, I will give you double the prize. Wine red, 36D. Zhang Yuyan's eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Fengfeng, you are so amazing, you are absolutely right. Chen Feng smiled but said nothing. He really didn't rely on his X-ray vision to see Zhang Yuyan. But last night she was sleeping in bed wrapped in pajamas and he accidentally saw her. Xiao Fengfeng, since you have found the jadeite and guessed the color of my aunt's underwear correctly, I have decided to give you a double prize. This prize is. Zhang Yuyan paused deliberately, and then said proudly, Auntie will cook for you a sumptuous dinner tonight. Chen Feng smiled and said, Aunt, just leave the cooking to me. Your delicate hands shouldn't be exposed to too much water. I am happy to cook for you. Zhang Yuyan continued firmly, as for the second big prize, I will tell you in the evening. As soon as the words fell, an old man in his 60s wearing a Zhongshan suit came forward and said to Chen Feng, Young man, I think your jadeite is pretty good. Would you be willing to give it to me so that I can process it? Before Chen Feng could speak, Zhang Yuyan called out in surprise, Master Sun, you are here too? Sunny Zhang smiled and nodded, Yes, it is me, Miss Xiang, we meet again. Zhang Yuyan introduced her to Chen Feng. Xiao Fengfeng, Master Sun is a famous jade carving master. The works he carved are exquisite works of art. Many wealthy businessmen asked Master Sun to carve jade for them with high prices of hundreds of millions of yuan, but he refused them all. Sunny Zhang smiled and waved his hands, Miss Xiang, look at how you brag, you're almost making me look like a deity. Master Sun is being modest again. Zhang Yuyan leaned close to Chen Feng's ear and whispered, Master Sun is like this. He doesn't like people praising him. When I met him last year, I asked him why. Guess what he answered? Chen Feng asked with a smile, How do you answer? Ahem. Zhang Yuyan coughed and deliberately raised her voice, saying loudly, Some people just don't like others to praise them, because they are always afraid that others don't praise them enough. Zhang Yuyan looked at Sunny Zhang, Don't you agree, Master Sun? Sunny Zhang smiled dotingly, Miss Xiang, you are naughty again. You are already in your 30s and almost 40, why are you still acting like a 17 or 18-year-old girl? Zhang Yuyan's face darkened, Master Sun has hugged more girls than I have eaten salt. It is natural for you to despise a 30-something like me. You. Sunny Zhang was speechless. Zhang Yuyan crossed her arms across her chest and raised her eyebrows. Come on, let us hurt each other. The two of them stared at each other with eyes flashing with lightning. Chen Feng smiled and broke the deadlock, Master Sun, I have 3 pieces of jade here. These 2 are imperial green. Although this one is not as precious as the imperial green, it is also a top-grade jade. Zhang Yuyan smiled and said, Master Sun just saw that your jadeite is good, so he stepped forward and offered to help you process it. He is an old fox and knows how to pick. Chen Feng expressed his idea, I want to use these 3 pieces of jade, please help me make 7 rings, Master Sun. 7? Sunny Zhang looked at Chen Feng with suspicion, Young man, why do you need so many rings? Chen Feng thought that his mother-in-law was very productive, and she also maintained quality while being productive, so he couldn't be without any of his 7 rings. Master Sun, are you the sea? Why do you care so much? Zhang Yuyan joked, Oh, now I remember that you were indeed a sea king when you were young. Sunny Zhang was so anxious that he kept coughing, Miss Xiang, in front of so many people, can't you give me some face? Chen Feng smiled and continued, For the remaining scraps, I would like to trouble Master Sun to make 2 more pairs of earrings for me. 7 rings, 2 pairs of earrings. Sunny Zhang compared the jadeite and began to estimate, it's possible, but this. He raised his thumb and index finger, and rubbed the 2 fingers together twice. Chen Feng understood, Master Sun, the processing fee is negotiable. Zhang Yuyan immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Sunny Zhong. What processing fee? Xiao Fengfeng, Master Sun is giving you a thumbs up. Hey, Zhang Yuyan whispered, you've always wanted to eat the spicy hot pot I make, right? I'll make it for you, and you don't have to ask the kid for the processing fee. Sunny Zhong refused, no, but I can take less for your sake. Zhang Yuyan gritted her teeth and said, add another bowl of tremella soup. Give me a 70% discount. No less. Zhang Yuyan released her ultimate move, make another clay pot chicken. Sunny Zhong swallowed his saliva, then nodded reluctantly and said, okay then. He looked at Chen Feng and said seriously, young man, don't worry, I will definitely make the ring and earrings very beautiful for you. When they are done, I will send them to you. Master Sun, tell me where you live and I will pick it up myself when the time comes. Sunny Zhong waved his hand, no need to go through so much trouble, I'll send it to you directly by express delivery, but you still have to pay for the postage by yourself, cash on delivery. Okay. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Sunny Zhong happily left with the jadeite, and the onlookers swarmed around him. Handsome guy, let me touch your hand. I want to try your luck. I'll give you 1 million, and you can help me pick out some raw materials. I want to reserve one of the rings. Sell it to me when the time comes. The price is negotiable. Chapter 46 I'm always the one who gets hurt. Seeing that so many people wanted to shake hands with him, Chen Feng simply sat down near the entrance of the venue and set up a small stall. There is a small sign on the side with the following words written on it. Jadeite will be given out when you shake hands, 10,000 each time, the price is fair, no cheating. In less than half an hour, people came one after another to shake hands with Chen Feng, and he received rave reviews. It really works. After shaking hands, I went to buy 100 pieces of rough material. When I bought the 99th piece, I really found jadeite. I just called my wife and she was panting and said that she was on the treadmill and it was too tiring. I have to get a piece of jade to reward her. I'll come over and give a good review so more people will be fooled. Su Xinyue helped manage Chun Feng's Alipay account. Seeing the money continuously transferred into Alipay, from a few hundred yuan at the beginning to more than 1 million yuan now, she couldn't feel happy at all. In just half an hour, Chen Feng had already shaken hands with so many strangers, men and women. Especially some women who came up to shake hands with Chen Feng, each of them thought he was handsome, and they held onto his hands tightly and refused to let go. Of course, there were also some greasy middle-aged men who looked at Chen Feng with the same eyes as a beast seeing its fat prey. Handsome boy, I just transferred 100,000 yuan to you. Can you tell me your WeChat? A woman with gray hair and jewels came forward and asked. Before Chen Feng could answer, Su Xinyue was already unhappy. This girl called Sisterly looks to be at least 50 or 60 years old, but she is actually interested in a young hunk like Chen Feng. Didn't T Sisterly just transfer 100,000 yuan? She, Su Xinyue, has plenty of money. 1 million received in Alipay. A beautiful system prompt sound rang out. She held her phone and said to Sisterly and the people waiting in line to shake hands with Chen Feng, sorry, he's already been contracted by me. Sisterly looked Su Xinyue up and down. He took out a property certificate from his bag proudly, this is the house I just bought in Kaicheni. What's your name, handsome boy? I'll write your name on it right away. Su Xinyue was stunned. She didn't expect Sisterly to even take out the property certificate. She really couldn't understand where this bastard Chen Feng got such charm. Yeah, this is for you. Zhang Yuyan quietly handed Su Xinyue a small red notebook from behind. Su Xinyue took a look. It turned out to be a marriage certificate. There is a photo of her and Chen Feng above, with an official seal on the photo, and the Mishue Bingcheng logo on the cover of the certificate. The milk tea shop next door is having a promotion, so I got one for you. No need to thank me. Zhang Yuyan blinked proudly. Su Xinyue gave him a grateful look. She held up her marriage certificate and said to Sisterly, he and I have already obtained the marriage certificate. I have a house and a car, and I usually broadcast live to support him. Sisterly took a look at the marriage certificate. Suddenly, her face turned pale and she quickly swallowed 2 pills. Then, with shaking hands, she picked up the critical illness notice and said to Chen Feng, handsome boy, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm actually in the late stage of cancer. The doctor said I can only live for a week at most. Is this even possible? Everyone around was dumbfounded. Sisterly had tears in her eyes, be my boyfriend for a week, and all my inheritance will be yours. Afraid that Chin Fong might have concerns, she added, don't worry, I have no ex-boyfriends on the internet, and I won't admit it if I do. Both my parents are dead, and I have no children. All my relatives have been severed, so there won't be any disputes over inheritance. After saying that, Sister Lee glanced at Su Xinyue proudly. Su Xinyue clenched her fists. This Sister Lee is too cruel. She even took out the critical illness notice. The older you get, the wiser you become. When Sister Lee can't pretend, she decides to compare her misery. In this respect, she can only feel ashamed of herself. At this moment, Zhang Yuyan suddenly covered her stomach and cried out. My stomach suddenly hurts. Chen Feng immediately asked with concern, Aunt, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yuyan took the opportunity to lean on Chen Feng and deliberately looked at Sister Lee. I think I'm having a miscarriage, you're. Chen Feng understood. He knew that it was his aunt who was helping him out. However, this way of resolving the situation is too shocking. Just bear with it for a moment, I'll take you to the hospital right away. For the sake of our child, hold on. Chen Feng said as he took Zhang Yuyan away from the gambling stone venue. Click. Watching the three people leaving, Sister Lee silently put away the forged critical illness notice. She exclaimed in admiration, feeling inferior to him, as expected, you are the little darling that I fell in love with at first sight, handsome boy, you are quite something. Su's house. Ha 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 ha. Su Xinyao rolled on the sofa with laughter after hearing about the bizarre experience of Chen Feng and the other two at the gambling stone venue during the day. Su Xinyue came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of food. Stop laughing, go wash your hands and get ready to eat. Okay. Su Xinyao stood up quickly and took a look at the dishes that had just been served. Wow, it looks pretty good. Tonight's dishes are all made by my aunt. This is the first time we've eaten her cooking. Even if it doesn't taste good, we have to show it. Su Xinyue reminded in a low voice, Seventh sister, do you understand what I mean? Yes, I understand. Su Xinyao agreed repeatedly. Soon, all the food was served on the table. After Chen Feng and others sat down, Zhang Yuyan, wearing an apron, stood proudly beside the table and began to introduce them. Xiao Fengfeng, this is the sweet and sour pork tenderloin that I made especially for you. It also has a nice name, stop the car and sit in the maple forest at night. This dish is called Jiang Feng Yu Hua Dui Sorrow Sleeping. This is the autumn breeze of maple leaves and reeds. This is. Su Xinyao widened her eyes in surprise. Aunt, when did you become so cultured? How about it, aren't these dish names nice? Zhang Yuyan blinked proudly, and this one, Acacia Maple Leaf Dan, is the dessert I specially prepared for Xiao Fengfeng, Rambutan. Su Xinyao pouted and asked aggrievedly, Aunt, why do all these dishes have the word maple in their names? Aren't there any dishes prepared for me and my fifth sister? Good question. Zhang Yuyan handed 2 bowls of white rice to Su Xinyue and Su Xinyao respectively. Yeah, my dear, this is the white rice that your aunt cooked especially for you. It's so bright and peachy. And Yao, my most adorable little darling in my aunt's heart, this bowl of soup was carefully prepared for you by my aunt. Su Xinyao was about to burst into tears. Aunt, that word is not pronounced as Ji, it's pronounced as Kai. Don't worry about these details. Zhang Yuyan scratched her head awkwardly. Su Xinyao picked up her chopsticks and ate her rice, feeling wronged. She wondered why she was always the one who got hurt. Zhang Yuyan handed a bowl to Chen Feng and said with a smile, Xiao Fengfeng, try it quickly. Bite open the meatballs and there will be a surprise inside. Under Zhang Yuyan's meaningful gaze, Chen Feng picked up a meatball and put it into his mouth. After chewing twice, a piece of paper appeared in his mouth. Or a piece of paper torn out of red cardboard. Look at the words above, there's a surprise. Zhang Yuyan urged anxiously. Chapter 47 I am her father. Chen Feng unfolded the note and took a look. Congratulations on winning a spot in the Master Chef contest. How is it, Xiao Fengfeng, it's a big surprise, right? Zhang Yuyan asked expectantly. Chen Feng put away the note and said with a smile, Aunt, thank you for your invitation. It seems that I have to go to this cooking competition. So, you agree to participate in the competition? Yeah. Chen Feng nodded. Su Xinyue was eating white rice on the side and revealed Zhang Yuyan's thoughts. Aunt, you think the dishes cooked by other contestants are unpalatable, so you invited Chen Feng to come, right? Xiao Fengfeng is an excellent cook. I just can't bear to see his talent go to waste. Zhang Yuyan blushed and added softly, but what you said is also one of the reasons. As soon as she heard about the cooking competition, Su Xinyao suddenly felt that the white rice in her hand no longer smelled good. She put down her chopsticks, propped up her chin with one hand, and asked curiously, "Aunt, can my fifth sister and I go to watch Brother Xiaofeng's game?" "Sure." Zhang Yuyan immediately pulled out a small stack of tickets for the MasterChef contest from her trouser pocket. "Auntie, I have plenty of tickets here. I just used a stack to cover the pot." Chen Feng. Su Xinyue. Su Xinyao. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Xinyue started broadcasting on Shark on Time. Tonight she is wearing a black and white maid outfit, and her slender legs wrapped in black stockings reveal a hint of sexiness. The cat ear headband on the head and the snow-white cat tail on the back add a bit of playfulness and cuteness. Dressed like this, just by sitting in front of the computer, she is enough to make the blood pumping and the blood tanks empty for tens of millions of viewers waiting in the live broadcast room. "Fuck, baby Sue looks so beautiful today, I love you. How can you talk like that upstairs? My wife is beautiful every day. The host is doing something strange today? Xinhua, bring me a pack of yushi and 2 rolls of tissue paper when you come back." Su Xinyue glanced at the fans who had already gone crazy, then looked at Chen Feng who was sitting next to her, but found that he had a calm expression on his face and didn't even look at her. This bastard, why is he pretending to be serious at this time? There are so many men in the barrage calling their wives, doesn't he feel jealous? Su Xinyue thought suspiciously, deliberately raised her hand, and pulled the collar a few centimeters below the right shoulder. After waiting for a few seconds and seeing that Chen Feng didn't react, she pulled her collar down a few centimeters. Chen Feng glanced at her. Yeah, are you hot?" Su Xinyue pouted and quickly pulled her collar back to its normal position. Chen Feng looked her up and down at her clothes and praised her from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, you look very beautiful in this outfit today." "Really?" Su Xinyue pretended to be calm, but she was very proud in her heart. She knew that this bastard's seriousness was all fake. Before long, he was deeply conquered by his own beauty. "Yes, the same outfit you wore last time when I watched maids in an African TV series. African maids are hardworking, simple, and kind. Forget it, just don't praise me next time." Su Xinyue wanted to cry but had no tears. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Today is the 3rd anniversary of her live broadcast, so she specially put on a maid outfit to give back to her fans. At the same time, she also set up a special fan lottery session, where fans who ranked first on the list every half hour could participate in the lottery. For this purpose, she created a small lottery program. By clicking on the lottery, people can get corresponding prizes. The prizes include performances, gifts, etc. "Anchor, who is the man next to you? It's not your boyfriend, is it? I'm heartbroken. Fuck, this guy is even more handsome than me." Su Xinyue expected that Chen Feng's appearance would definitely cause quite a stir in the live broadcast room. A group of people were asking about Chen Feng's identity. Su Xinyue smiled and replied, "He is mine." Before he could finish his words, Chen Feng took the initiative to speak. "Hello, I am Ye's father." Su Xinyue immediately rolled her eyes at Chen Feng. "A father out of thin air. The son of a friend." Chen Feng continued with a smile. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Those who need to confess should continue to do so, and those who need to give gifts should continue to give gifts. Less than 5 minutes after the broadcast started, the popularity of Su Xinyue's live broadcast room had already jumped to the top of the entire platform and was recommended on the homepage. Thanks to "I'm Really Not Xiao Billuo's #1" for becoming #1. Within the first half hour, this fan named "I'm Really Not Xiao Billuo's #1" had already given 1 million gifts, becoming the #1 in that period. The prize he won was to sing a song. Su Xinyue glanced at the private message sent by the fan. "Brother Bangi just sent me a private message saying that he wants to listen to Jay Chou's Double Luan. Okay, then I will sing Jay Chou's Chrysanthemum Broken for him next." After finding the right music, Su Xinyue cleared her throat and sang affectionately, "The chrysanthemums are withered, the ground is full of wounds, and your smile has turned yellow." When the song ended, the fans in the live broadcast room were mesmerized by it. "As expected of my wife, she sings beautifully. I'm the director of the Anorectal Hospital. I've been following you for a long time. When are you free to come to our hospital for a checkup? Xiao Billuo is looking for someone to compete with on her live stream next door. Let's go and connect with her. Woo, I want to be #1 too, Su baby, I'll give you a reward when my demolition money arrives." In the next hour, 2 more fans who gave 2.5 million and 3 million gifts respectively received the gifts carefully prepared by Su Xinyue. A set of photos and original silky, smooth milk. In the last round of lottery, a fan named Chen Shuzhen Shui directly spent 5 million and became the number one in the period from 11:30 to 12 o'clock. Su Xinyue glanced at the private message with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Thank you for the gift from brother Chen Shu. He just sent me a private message saying that he will not participate in the lucky draw anymore and wants me to log into his game account to help him draw the lucky draw. It just so happened that Su Xinyue also usually played the online game Tanwan Blue Moon, so she directly entered the account of the number one player and logged into the game. Let us do a 10-draw combo first. Su Xinyue stared at the computer with full confidence, but when she saw that what appeared were just some ordinary equipment, the light in her eyes dimmed instantly. Although this is not her own game account, the fans who ranked first on the list have rewarded her with 5 million gifts. If she doesn't get a few top-level equipment, she will always feel guilty. Another wave of 10 draws. Another wave of 10 draws. Another wave. Still no top-level equipment has been revealed. Su Xinyue's forehead began to sweat anxiously. Chen Feng had also played this game. He smiled and said, yeah, how about letting me try a round? With your luck, just forget it. Su Xinyue snorted disdainfully. Just at this moment. It's 12 o'clock midnight. Does the host choose to sign in immediately? Chapter 48, Anchor, please make way. Chen Feng chose to sign in immediately without hesitation. Sign in successfully. This sign-in reward, become the number one European god in the entire network, the reward has been issued. Or the system understands me. Act like the coolest and be the realest man. Yeah, just let me take a shot. Chen Feng said to Su Xinyue, if no top-quality equipment is revealed, I will compensate your fan 10 million. Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She scolded in a low voice, are you crazy? I didn't get any top-quality equipment in 4 or 5 waves. How could you get one in one wave? Trust me. Chen Feng's face was full of confidence. Su Xinyue snorted coldly, I believe you can't come up with 10 million, and I will definitely not help you then. When tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room heard Chen Feng's words, their emotions boiled over. Don't show off, or you'll be struck by lightning. Get out of here, I'm only looking at baby Su. Brother Meng, I'm in the bushes in Area 60, someone wants to trick me, I'm so scared, who can save me? The latest version of Tanwan Blue Moon has just been updated. I've tried it for 3 minutes and it feels pretty good. I'm in love with this game now. Draw quickly. The barrage of comments began to swirl across the screen, asking Chen Feng to perform a lucky draw. Su Xinyue had no choice but to give the mouse to him. Chen Feng looked at the computer screen with a smile and clicked on the lottery. Brush, brush, brush. Several dazzling golden lights lit up. Supreme Aegis. Bloody Dragon. The fire-resisting flower protecting divine ring. Dragon soaring divine fan. In a wave of 10 consecutive draws, 6 top-grade, heaven-defying artifacts were directly drawn. The bloodthirsty dragon is a coveted artifact for many players. In the endorsement advertisement, Zhe Zhahui holds it in his hand, and hitting 999 with one sword is not a dream. Awesome, so awesome. If you are my brother, come and chop me. What luck! Those who sell cheats wouldn't dare to design it this way. Su baby, I want your friend to help me draw the lottery too. The barrage of comments filled the screen with people asking Chen Feng to help them log into the lottery. A fan named Chen Shuzue Shui who ranked first on the list was so excited that he gave Su Xinyue another 500,000 yuan worth of gifts. Impossible. Su Xinyue was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Of the 6 top-grade artifacts that just popped up, 4 are what she has always wanted. She spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this game, but just couldn't win. As a result, Chen Feng only made 10 consecutive draws and actually got all these top-grade artifacts. Awesome is not enough to describe it. This is simply awesome plus. Yeah, thank you. Chen Feng leaned close to Su Xinyue's ear and whispered. Su Xinyue was puzzled, why are you thanking me suddenly? Chen Feng half raised his left hand, flexed his fingers twice, and said with a smile, because my hand just touched your thigh, I was lucky enough to get top-quality equipment. This bastard. No wonder Su Xinyue felt a tingling sensation on her thigh for a few seconds. It turned out that Chen Feng touched her. Since Chen Feng was speaking in a whisper, his voice could not be transmitted to the live broadcast room. The audience watching the live broadcast could only see the intimate scene of him and Su Xinyue whispering to each other. And this gives people more room for association. Should we play scenes that are not suitable for children next? Where's the super administrator? Call the super administrator. Let go of my wife. Damn it. Don't force me to slap you in the middle of the night. Su Xinyue blushed and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Thank you for your company for 3 years. Now I will randomly pick a lucky fan and fulfill his wish. As long as the wish is within a reasonable range, it will be fine. Hit me, hit me. Damn it, I've already made it to the top of the list, how come it becomes a random draw? Being my wife, that's not too much to ask, right? Those of you who have money can continue to swipe. I wish you lovers will finally get married. People like me who don't have money can only watch with our own eyes." Su Xinyue started the lottery program in the live broadcast room, and soon, the lucky audience member was randomly selected. Su Xinyue smiled and said, "This ID is Wang Sikong, tell me your wish." "Wang Sikong, host, can you please give way?" Su Xinyue, Wang Sikong, can you please give way? Su Xinyue's expression became even more suspicious. "Is this your wish?" Wang Sikong, "My wish is, host, please move aside. I want that European emperor to log into my game account and help me draw the lottery." Wasn't he that European emperor just now, Chen Feng? Su Xinyue has been live streaming for 3 years and has gained tens of millions of fans. The people who usually post comments on the screen are all lickers. If you put their diaries together, they could circle the earth 3 times. This was the first time she had ever been told to walk away by someone so bluntly. "Wang Sikong, Emperor Europe, don't just look at me and smile. I admit that you are much more handsome than me. Please log into my game account and help me draw the lottery." Chen Feng smiled and said, "I'm not the European emperor." Wang Sikong, "No, you are the European emperor. The anchoress luck is too bad, you are really awesome." Chen Feng said modestly, "This is not my anchor room. I don't have the power to decide. If you want to draw a lottery, you should find an anchor." Wang Sikong, "To be honest, although I have been following the anchor for more than 2 years, I am not her fan. There are a lot of anchors with big breasts and no brains on the platform, and they all live in beauty. Only you, the European emperor, are real." Su Xinyue. Chen Feng glanced at Su Xinyue and asked with a smile, Yeah, do you agree?" Before Su Xinyue could answer, the barrage of comments started to appear like crazy. "I want to see the European emperor's lucky draw. Hurry up and let the European emperor draw the lottery, or I will unfollow you. Get out, you bunch of fake fans. Emperor O, please help me draw the lottery later. I'm playing the dress-up little girl game. I've seen a set of clothes recently, but I just can't get it." Su Xinyue felt like crying but had no tears. This group of fans usually wait in the live broadcast room long before she starts broadcasting, and are reluctant to leave when she finishes broadcasting. There are many gifts worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Why did they rebel collectively as if they were starting a revolution just because Chen Feng drew a wave of prizes? I agree. Wang Sikong, host, please move away and give your seat to O Wang. I want to see more clearly. Please move to the side. +1. +2. Plus 10,086. Su Xinyue almost broke down in tears after reading the comments. She stood up and gave her seat to Chen Feng. Yeah, I'm sorry for wronging you. I'll make it up to you after the live broadcast is over." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he saw that the backend had received the game account and password sent by the user named Wang Sikong. The game he played was called Glory of the Dead, which is a very popular mobile game nowadays. Chen Feng quickly logged into his game account and selected the Glory Crystal Lottery Pool. There are already 25 points in the lottery pool. Chen Feng did not hesitate and directly launched a 5-draw streak. Chapter 49. The most handsome Oshun comes to challenge. Rub. 50 diamonds. Love Rose. 50 diamonds. In a wave of 5 consecutive draws, I drew out 200 diamonds and a passionate rose. There was a sudden burst of boos in the live broadcast room. TSK, what rubbish, isn't this hand too shabby? I spent 500 yuan on Taobao to get a glory crystal. I exchanged it for Luban's skin, and I never came out of the crystal again. The anchor next door, 105, has already drawn the glory crystal. Let's go watch next door. Didn't you all call him the European Emperor just now? Glory crystals aren't that easy to draw. Are you guys who are scolding the anchor your first time playing a 10-cent game? Su Xinyue glanced at the comments and said to Chen Feng, you'd better stop smoking. If you keep making trouble like this, all my fans will run away. Wang Xikong, it's okay, let him continue to draw. As long as he is the lucky one, I'm happy to lose money. After posting the barrage, the user named Wang Xikong immediately gave several thousand gifts. The live broadcast room was filled with excitement. Encouraged, Chen Feng made another 5-draw streak. Rub. Athena's Ice Princess. Wang Zhaojuan's Fantasy Wonderful Night. Hero Lu Bu. Hero Sima Yi. Glory Crystal. 35 points, directly get the Glory Crystal. The barrage of comments suddenly changed to complaints, and 660 CXS started flying everywhere. European Emperor is awesome. Please take my knees. Host, please help me draw a crystal. I'll steal the money my dad hides in his shoebox to give you a reward. The elementary school student upstairs, go do your homework instead of playing your stupid game. I'm playing Jedi Bird Eater, can the anchor help me draw a lottery? More and more fans were sending private messages to Chen Feng frantically, asking him to help them draw prizes in the game. Su Xinyue sat next to Chen Feng, but few people paid attention to her. Those fans who entered the live broadcast room later thought they had entered the wrong room and exited and re-entered the room several times. They were skeptical until they confirmed that this was Su Xinyue's live broadcast room. After watching Chen Feng draw the lottery for a few seconds, they were deeply attracted by the content of the live broadcast. To be honest, I usually watch Su Bingyue's live broadcast just for fun. If you want to see her skills, you have to look at the European Emperor. I went to another live broadcast room to promote and was blocked. This is my secondary account. I'm new here. Is this the live broadcast room of the #1 European god on the internet? Is there a mobile phone battle in this live broadcast room? If not, a North-South war will also be fine. Huabei Emperor, get out. The live broadcast room was bustling with activity. The barrage of comments filled the screen like crazy, and the gifts were flying everywhere. However, in just half an hour, Su Xinyue gained another 300,000 new fans, and the popularity of her live broadcast room was 3 million higher than the highest value of her usual live broadcast. The games sent by fans in private messages include the most popular PC and mobile games. Chen Feng helped them log into the game and draw the lottery according to their ranking in the gift-giving list. Various heaven-defying equipment, top-grade artifacts, limited edition beasts. Every time I draw, I get the answer right. It's as easy as eating and drinking water. Thank you, host, for helping me draw Luban's video game master. I spent thousands of dollars on this set of equipment but still couldn't get it, but the anchor got it with just one draw. That's awesome. Ha, Mr. Ma is at a big loss this time. When will it be my turn to draw the lottery for me? Is it because I didn't send you the game account and password? Cheating, I've reported it. Can you please ask the woman next to you to move away? She's an eyesore. 66,666. Seeing the screen full of 666, Su Xinyue felt so aggrieved that tears almost fell from her eyes. It was supposed to be his 3rd anniversary fan appreciation live broadcast, but it was unexpectedly stolen by that bastard Chen Feng. She looked down at her carefully dressed maid outfit and pouted her cherry lips in displeasure. Yeah, why are you pouting? Do you want a kiss? Chen Feng came closer and asked with a low smile. Who wants a kiss? Go and draw your prize. Su Xinyue turned her head away, not looking at Chen Feng's shameless handsome face. Chen Feng raised his hand and patted her smooth thigh, then saw a message like this in the private message from a first-level account. I am the most handsome European god in the live broadcast room next to you. You can search for me. This is my Smurf account. If you have the guts, log into my game account and give me a prize draw. Otherwise, I will never obey you, and you can't take away my fans. Shameless. There are actually people more shameless than me. Just when Chen Feng was sighing in his heart, the most handsome Oshun sent another private message. Don't ever say this is my Smurf account in the live broadcast room, or you'll be in trouble. This is because a colleague is unhappy and comes here to pick a fight. Okay. After replying, Chen Feng quickly logged into the game according to the game account and password provided. As he opened the game's lottery pool, he said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "This is an account that a streamer named Zue Shuai Ocean strongly asked me to log into. Zui Shui Ocean, if you are still in the live broadcast room, please deduct 1. When they heard the words most handsome European god, some of the audience in the live broadcast room became excited. Because many of them came from the live broadcast room of the most handsome Ocean, and many of them even had his fan tags. No way, God O is here too? No wonder he ended the show early. It turns out he came here to steal some skills. Ocean, please come out quickly and deduct 1. Come out, we won't laugh at you. Chen Feng raised his lips slightly. The most handsome Ocean, if you are here, deduct 1. If you don't deduct 1, I won't give you a chance to draw. Where's Ocean? Have you become a turtle? 111,111. Ha, I scored for Ocean. After waiting for another half a minute, the most handsome Ocean still did not come out to dunk. Chen Feng smiled and said, I'll give you 5 more seconds. If you don't deduct 1, I will log into someone else's game account. Damn, you are so cruel. After sending the private message, the most handsome European god helplessly put a 1 in the barrage. And this time he used the big account he used for live broadcast. Oh my god, God O appears. Ah, it really is God O. You call yourself the god of Europe, why do you need the Emperor of Europe to draw the lottery for you? This is a challenge. God O doesn't plan to swipe 2 rockets? Chen Feng smiled as he watched the comments teasing this brother called the handsomest Ocean. Although he had not watched the live broadcast of the most handsome Ocean, since he dared to come and challenge him, Chen Feng had no intention of letting him go back with a smile. Isn't it nonsense to call yourself the god of Europe in front of him, the #1 god of Europe on the entire internet? Chen Feng chose to turn off the skills of the #1 European god on the entire network. This is the same as the X-ray vision function you obtained before, and you can choose to turn it on and off. Only he himself knows how bad his luck is after he turned off his skills. In the past, he bought instant noodles without seasoning packets, cans without pull rings, and milk tea without straws. With this kind of luck, which is more depressing than athlete's foot, he unfortunately cannot kill this man named the most handsome Ocean. Chapter 50 I Can't Kill You. In front of tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, Chen Feng began to draw the lottery for the most handsome European god. Let us start with a 5 draw streak. Rub, rub, rub. What was revealed were some 1 or 3 day trial cards and diamonds. Another wave of 10 draws. Rub, rub, rub. Still a bunch of experience cards and diamonds. Another 10 draw streak. Seeing the points in the account decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, the audience became a little uneasy. Why did the European Emperor's luck turn bad? Did you do that on purpose? Can you control the lottery based on your mood? I've already drawn over 100 times, but I haven't gotten any good equipment. This is lame. Could it be that God O has fainted in the toilet from crying? Chen Feng smiled and started another round of 10 consecutive draws. Good brothers, that was a mistake just now. This time I will definitely draw out the best equipment for this brother called the most handsome Ocean. The game that Chen Feng is currently logging into is called King Bassini, a web game that was popular 3 or 4 years ago. In this game, the cost of a lottery draw is 10 yuan, and the price of a wave of 10 draws is 100 yuan. In less than 5 minutes, I spent more than 200,000 points, but still didn't get any top quality equipment. 666,666. The host has such great luck. It's fucking darker than a black hole. Mr. Ma made a fortune with tears in his eyes. It makes my blood boil, it feels so good. Anchor, don't tease me. Su Xinyue looked at the comments that were madly scrolling across the screen, her brows furrowed in anxiety. After investing more than 200,000 yuan in coupons, Chen Feng didn't win anything. Regardless of what the most handsome God O thinks, the audience will definitely not be happy to see this. She nervously looked at the popularity and number of followers in the live broadcast room, fearing that her popularity would drop rapidly. Really? Rub, rub, rub. The popularity of the live broadcast room soared in just 5 minutes. Rise. The number of followers has increased by more than 100,000 compared to before. How could this happen? Su Xinyue was very surprised. And what surprised her even more was yet to come. More and more people are giving gifts, which directly leads to. It's stuck? Su Xinyue watched the barrage screen freeze because too many people were giving gifts. And this lag lasted for at least 3 minutes. What's going on? I thought my phone was stuck. There are suddenly many Huabei emperors. Do you want to get them for free if you don't give them some gifts? Host, keep drawing. As long as you don't draw out top quality equipment, my gifts will not stop. Ha, kill him. I lost tens of thousands of dollars in a short time. God, oh, are you still alive? I don't know why, but watching the lucky anchor draw a prize gives me a huge sense of pleasure. The most handsome Ocean has fainted in the toilet from crying. He kept sending private messages to Chen Feng to insult him, but most of these abusive words were blocked after being detected by the system. The only complete sentence I could see was that he kept asking Chen Feng to log off voluntarily. Chen Feng glanced at the private message in the background and said to the audience in the live broadcast room with pretended guilt, "My dear brothers, I'm sorry, my hands suddenly became dark, I have to log off the account." The audience was enjoying the show, so naturally they were unhappy when Chen Feng suddenly went offline. I was so happy that I took off my pants, and you're telling me this? Keep smoking, don't stop. Can't the anchor afford to play? I just like watching people like you draw the lottery with bad luck. Chen Feng pretended to click to log out of the account. Good brothers, the live broadcast is off. The owner of the account is unhappy, but he won't let me tell you about this. The most handsome European god not only burst into tears, but also spat out a mouthful of blood towards the sink. When it comes to being servile, he really admires Chen Feng. When a person is extremely humble, he is invincible. Today, he has finally experienced this invincible state. Anchor, keep pumping, ignore him. God, oh, at worst I can go to your live broadcast room and give you 2 planes. Just hand over your account. Last time I asked Oshin to help him draw a lottery, he really screwed me over. I spent half a month's salary on it and got nothing. I've been cheated before, and now that I see him getting cheated, I feel so good. Being tricked +1. Being tricked +2. Being cheated +565501187. The most handsome European god no longer has the courage to even read the barrage. He felt heartbroken as he watched his number of followers, who were over 200,000, drop to tens of thousands in an instant. Since my good brothers are so enthusiastic, I will continue to smoke. Chen Feng saw that there were still more than 100,000 points in his game account, so he clicked on the lottery and continued drawing. Rub, rub, rub. Rub, rub, rub. Golden lights flashed by, but what popped out were the lowest level diamonds and experience cards. I haven't even drawn an ordinary permanent equipment. If we talk about bad luck, Chen Feng feels that if he ranks second, no one would dare to rank first. It seemed that more than 100,000 points were about to be thrown into the lottery pool. At this moment, a message box suddenly popped up on the computer screen. Oh shit. After system detection, the account was blocked for 365 years. Although this number can be released again, after 365 years, it can be applied to be included in the intangible cultural heritage, right? I've been playing this account for several years. I've managed it with great effort and diligence, and it's been filled with countless youth and passion, but it's just blocked like this? The most handsome European god cried his eyes out. Moreover, he spent hundreds of thousands of points on this account, but didn't get any top quality equipment. And the system detected that his account had engaged in improper behavior? Even if you want to cheat someone, you can't do it this way. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw that the account of the most handsome Ocean was blocked, their emotions immediately reached the highest point. I laughed my ass off. The worst Ocean in history, he gave his account to someone else, lost tens of thousands of dollars, got nothing, and got his account banned. Don't cry, Gato, you will be a hero again in 365 years. The super administrator has already been in the live broadcast room. I wonder if you have noticed it. It must have been reported by the super administrator. Report the super administrator. The only ones who still have this game account are old players, playing for the sake of nostalgia. If it is blocked like this, they will not be able to eat for several days, right? Among the many comments that flooded the screen, there was one that said, "I was the one who blocked the account. If you don't accept it, come and kill me." However, because there were so many people swiping the screen, almost no one paid attention to this comment. Even if someone saw it, they would think it was some naughty netizen pretending to be stupid and posting it deliberately to attract attention. Little did people know that the person who posted this comment was sitting leisurely in the headquarters of the King Bassini game, with his legs crossed and a smug smile on his face. Little guy, I've been staring at your live broadcast room for a long time. I can't do anything about cheating in other games, but if you want to cheat in our game, it's impossible. I will just block your account. I don't believe I can't kill you. Chapter 51. Can you do it? The game account of the most handsome Ocean was blocked, so we found the super administrator of the Shark Live broadcast platform and cried heartbreakingly. The super administrator entered Su Xinyue's live broadcast room. As Su Xinyue's #1 fan, he just asked Su Xinyue to go off the air early and have a rest. Before leaving, he kept saying goodnight to her like a dog, but he didn't say a word about the account being blocked. After the broadcast, Su Xinyue went to take a shower, and Chen Feng ran to the kitchen to make noodles for his fiancée who had been in a bad mood all night. By the time 2 bowls of steaming, fragrant spicy beef noodles came out of the pot, Su Xinyue came out of the bathroom in her pajamas, smelling of shower gel. Yeah, I cooked some midnight snacks, come and have some. Chen Feng smiled and brought 2 bowls of spicy beef noodles to the table. Su Xinyue looked at the delicious noodles and couldn't help swallowing. But she stubbornly refused. I'm not hungry, you can eat it yourself. Chen Feng picked up a large chopstick of noodles and put it into his mouth, his expression extremely enjoyable. It tastes great. Yeah, are you sure you don't want to eat it? Fresh green vegetables float on a thin layer of oil soup, the tender beef slices are cut into even thicknesses, and the noodles are chewy. One bite and you'll fully absorb the rich and delicious flavor of the soup, leaving you with an endless aftertaste. Su Xinyue's saliva was almost flowing out, but she turned her face away and forced herself not to pay attention to the beef noodles on the table. I said I don't want to eat. I have no appetite. Since you don't want to eat, then I'll go ask my aunt if she wants to eat. Chen Feng said as he was about to stand up. Auntie is already asleep, don't disturb her. Su Xinyue immediately sat down at the dining table, picked up her chopsticks and started to eat voraciously. Yeah, eat slowly. Chen Feng hooked his lips lovingly and asked with a smile, does my vagina taste good? Su Xinyue was completely focused on the noodles, so she naturally didn't look at Chen Feng's smile, which was gradually becoming evil. She chewed the noodles in big mouthfuls, making sounds with her mouth. Chen Feng pushed the issue further and asked, Dear Yeah, can I let you eat my pussy every day? Yeah. Su Xinyue continued to utter monosyllables in her throat. Soon, a big bowl of noodles was eaten. Su Xinyue burped contentedly. She slumped in the chair, touching her bulging belly, her brows furrowed. It's over. I'm going to gain weight again. I just made a promise not to eat midnight snacks during the day. Chen Feng comforted her, it's okay, only when you are full can you have the energy to lose weight. Su Xinyue put her hands on the table and asked in horror, Chen Feng, do you really think I'm fat? Not fat. How fat can a little girl who weighs less than 90 kilograms be? Yeah, even if you become 200 pounds, I won't despise you. At most, I will eat with you until you become 200 pounds. Chen Feng, who always spoke nonsense, suddenly said something sensational, and Su Xinyue couldn't help but blush. Cut. She curled her lips in disdain, stood up, and stretched her limbs. I'm going to do some exercise. Chen Feng cleared the dishes on the table, stood up, walked to Su Xinyue who was exercising, and said with a smile, Yeah, it's more fun to exercise with someone than to exercise alone. Su Xinyue blinked, really? What interesting sports can 2 people do together? Chen Feng grabbed her slender little hand and walked straight to the living room. Follow me, and you will know. Su Xinyue followed Chen Feng curiously into the living room. Soon, her voice was heard from the living room. Chen Feng, this won't do. Chen Feng sighed and frowned. Yeah, then let's change places and go back to the kitchen? After getting Su Xinyue's consent, Chen Feng took her back to the kitchen. The 2 of them were busy in the kitchen again, but the result was still unsatisfactory. Su Xinyue panted and said, Chen Feng, this still won't work. How could this happen? Chen Feng scratched his head, then let's try on the balcony? Su Xinyue thought that it was already late at night. If she went to the balcony, the noise would be too loud and would alarm others. She shook her head and said, let's not go to the balcony. It's okay. It won't disturb anyone else. Trust me. Looking at Chen Feng's determined eyes, Su Xinyue nodded. It still doesn't work. Su Xinyue was already sweating profusely at this moment. The shower she had just taken wasted her time. Chen Feng, can you do this? How can a man be told no? Especially since these words came from my fiancé's mouth. Chen Feng felt that he had to prove himself to Su Xinyue. He took Su Xinyue's hand and strode towards his bedroom. Let's go to my room and try again. Hey, Chen Feng, let me go, I don't want to go to your room. Su Xinyue's face was full of shame and anger. You have to take it whether you want it or not. This time it's not up to you. Chen Feng said this domineeringly and took Su Xinyue straight to his room. Ah, Chen Feng, you can't do this. I think you are really not capable. In the next half hour, Chen Feng took Su Xinyue to the study and cloakroom. Finally, in the bathroom, Su Xinyue sat on the sink, swinging her long legs, panting and saying, "Great, it's finally done." Chen Feng was also sweating from exhaustion. Yeah, are you tired? What do you think? Su Xinyue pouted her lips. I never thought that doing something like this would be so tiring. Yeah, you keep saying that I can't do it. It becomes even more difficult when I get nervous. Chen Feng was depressed. Su Xinyue couldn't help but smile. It's you who can't do it. I was able to connect to the wireless network directly before, but it took you so long this time. Chen Feng also felt aggrieved. I guess there was a minor problem with the wireless today, otherwise it wouldn't have taken half an hour to connect. He saw that Su Xinyue was sweating all over, and the sweat had soaked most of her pajamas, which stuck to her skin, revealing the beauty inside. Ahem. After a light cough, Chen Feng said, Yeah, it's getting late. You should go to bed early. Su Xinyue got down from the sink and walked out of the bathroom with Chen Feng. Chen Feng, are you going to participate in the cooking god competition tomorrow? Yes. Chen Feng nodded. Will you come to the scene tomorrow? Su Xinyue tilted her head in thought for a while. It depends on my mood. Why, are you inviting me? Chen Feng showed a harmless smile. Yeah, I would be very happy if you could come. Su Xinyue pretended not to hear, walked to the living room, took an apple and went back to her room. Yeah, it's not good to eat apples at night. Try this instead. Chen Feng said, handing Su Xinyue the bananas and cucumbers he had carefully selected. Thank you. Su Xinyue took it. You should also go to bed early. Chapter 52 Cucumber. Early the next morning, Chen Feng got up when Zhang Yuyan enthusiastically urged him to eat breakfast. Just after sitting down and eating 2 bites of steamed buns, Su Xinyue and Su Xinyao came out of the room with sleepy eyes. My 2 little darlings, come and try the breakfast that your auntie has carefully prepared for you. Su Xinyao immediately perked up when she smelled the aroma of food. She ran to the dining table and shouted happily, Wow, Auntie, are these wontons you made yourself? Of course. Zhang Yuyan said proudly, Yao, this is your favorite mushroom pork filling, and yeah. She asked Su Xinyue to sit down as well. Auntie prepared egg yolk pork filling for you, try it and see if it's the flavor you like? Su Xinyue ate one and praised with satisfaction, It's delicious, thank you, Auntie. I have known my aunt for 20 years. Before, I only knew that she was a famous gourmet and had seen her on many food shows. But no one had ever seen her cook, and even Zhang Lindy had never eaten the food cooked by her aunt. As a result, when Chen Feng came, not only did the aunt's slender jade fingers get wet with water, but she also cooked every meal, getting up early and going to bed late, and never got tired of it. This bastard is simply cheating, right? Su Xinyao ate the food in her bowl and looked at Chen Feng curiously. Brother Xiaofeng, what kind of filling are you eating? Chen Feng smiled and replied, The one I just ate seems to be stuffed with lobster. Yes. What I prepared for Xiao Feng is a family portrait. The wontons in it are stuffed with lobster, abalone, and... After listening to Zhang Yuyan's detailed explanation, the 2 sisters of the Su family's face darkened. Being treated differently again. Well, you shouldn't ask. Zhang Yuyan naturally didn't notice the 2 sisters' frustrated feelings. She glanced at the fruit plate on the coffee table. Before I returned to my room yesterday, I saw that there were still quite a few bananas and cucumbers in the fruit plate. When I woke up this morning, I found that several were missing. Which of you little darlings has eaten them? Su Xinyue answered truthfully, I ate a banana and a cucumber. Su Xinyao also raised her hand. I was watching videos last night and I was tempted by the fruit salad, so I went downstairs and made one for myself. I got the bananas and apples for Yaya. Chen Feng glanced at Su Xinyue and asked Zhang Yuyan, Aunt, why are you suddenly interested in the fruit plate? Zhang Yuyan smiled and said, It's nothing actually. I just woke up this morning and saw that there were fewer bananas and cucumbers in the fruit bowl. I thought you guys took them like I did. Su Xinyao made a motion of fastening his seatbelt. Auntie, wait a minute, I'll fasten my seatbelt first. Su Xinyue's cheeks were slightly red. Aunt, Chen Feng is next to you. It's not a good idea to say some things in front of him, right? It's just a cucumber, why can't you say it in front of Xiao Feng? Zhang Yuyan looked puzzled. She looked at the two sisters of the Su family and asked curiously, "Could it be that you two have never used cucumbers before?" The two sisters of the Su family waved their hands repeatedly and shook their heads awkwardly. "No, no. I use it often, it's very comfortable." Zhang Yuyan looked at Chen Feng. "Xiao Feng, you can also try it." Chen Feng didn't expect Zhang Yuyan to suddenly say such words to him. At this moment, his expression was not much better than that of the two sisters of the Su family. Puff. Zhang Yuyan looked at the two Su sisters' blushing faces and slowed down the car in time. "You guys, you are young, but your thoughts are not pure. Look at you, what are you thinking about?" Su Xinyao lowered her head and whispered, "Aunt, it was obviously you who drove first." "I'm not driving. When I said using cucumbers, I meant using them as a facial mask to improve your skin." "What do you think I meant?" "So that's how it is." While Su Xinyao was eating wontons, she kept glancing at Chen Feng. The pleasant breakfast time is over. As one of the judges of the God of Cooking contest, Zhang Yuyan rushed to the recording site in advance. Chen Feng cleaned up the dishes and waited for the sisters to get dressed. Then they drove to the Rongqing Gymnasium to wait for the recording of the competition. The program crew notified that the recording time was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. While it was still early, Chen Feng took the sisters for a stroll. Su Xinyue saw a lottery shop. Thinking about how Chen Feng was called the European Emperor in his own live broadcast room last night and was ignored and neglected by fans, she was still in a bad mood today. "Seventh sister, let's go buy lottery tickets." Su Xinyue held the milk tea and asked curiously, "Fifth sister, did you lose money from live streaming?" "No." Su Xinyue's little head was filled with doubts. "Since you are already so rich, why do you still buy lottery tickets? Can't you leave a glimmer of hope for those who are not as rich as you? It's as if your fifth sister will definitely win 5 million if she buys a lottery ticket." Chen Feng smiled and touched Su Xinyue's head, then said to Su Xinyue, Yeah, let's go, I'll play with you." In order to prove that she had no dirty hands, Su Xinyue walked into a lottery shop and bought 100 lottery tickets at one time. The lottery draw time for this issue is 12 o'clock in the evening. She secretly made up her mind that she must win the prize and give Chen Feng a taste of his magic tonight. Su Xinyao saw a long-haired boy scratching the card hard and asked curiously, "Boss, how do you play this?" The owner of the lottery shop saw that Su Xinyao was so cute and introduced enthusiastically, "This is a koi scratch-off ticket. It's very popular. You can win the prize immediately after scratching it. There are 5 yuan tickets and 20 yuan tickets. Little sister, do you want to play?" Su Xinyao blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue immediately took out the money. "Boss, 20 yuan, give me 100. The boss immediately handed Su Xinyue 100 scratch cards. He smiled and said, "This time the koi scratch card also has a grand prize. The highest prize is 100,000, and no one has won it yet. I wish you two beauties good luck." Seeing that Su Xinyue was playing seriously, the boss pointed at the long-haired boy and whispered, "Look at that guy. He comes to my store every day to buy lottery tickets. Unfortunately, he has never been blessed by God and has never won even 100 yuan." Chen Feng was standing next to the long-haired boy. After hearing what his boss said, he looked at the boy. While scratching the lottery ticket, the boy opened his phone and hurriedly replied to messages. Chen Feng glanced at his phone, curled his lips, and bought a scratch card from the boss. He walked up to the long-haired boy with the scratch card and said, "Handsome guy, I don't have fingernails. Can you help me scratch this card? If I win, I'll give you all the money inside." "Stupid." The long-haired boy cursed under his breath and took the scratch card from Chen Feng's hand. Scrape and scrape. When he saw 100,000 yuan suddenly appear in front of him, he was so excited that he almost knelt down to Chen Feng. You just said you would give me all the money, do you still mean it?" Chapter 53. He is my fiancé. Of course. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. I'm rich." The long-haired boy excitedly made a phone call. "Brother, I won the prize. 100,000 yuan, for real. If you don't believe me, come and claim the prize yourself." After finishing the call, he looked at Chen Feng, swallowed his saliva, and asked again uncertainly, "Are you sure you want to give me all the 100,000 yuan? How about we split it 50-50? Chen Feng refused calmly. "No, I don't want a penny of this money. No, my brother said that we can't take advantage of others for nothing." The long-haired boy reached into his trouser pocket and pulled out a pile of crumpled banknotes, including 10 yuan and 20 yuan notes. "I'll return the money I spent on the scratch card to you. The smallest one I have is only $10. Give me 5. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he generously handed a 10 yuan note to Chen Feng. No need to change the 5 yuan. Looking at the sweat-stained banknote handed to him, Chen Feng was about to reach out to take it. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded at the door of the lottery shop. "Yu Yang, what are you doing?" The long-haired boy turned his head when he heard the familiar voice, holding the winning scratch card, and said happily, "Brother, I won the prize. 100,000 yuan. He pointed at Chen Feng and introduced, "No, to be precise, this handsome guy bought the scratch card, but he gave it to me, and then I won." Yue Wei looked at Chen Feng. It just so happened that Chen Feng was also looking at him. Two pairs of eyes looked at each other. Yue Wei's pupils widened suddenly. Compared to the surprise on his face, Chen Feng's expression was much calmer. He curled his lips and revealed a handsome and compelling smile. "It's you." This time it was Yu Yang who was puzzled. "Brother, do you know each other?" Yue Wei stared at Chen Feng for a few seconds, then shook his head. "No, I don't know him." He looked at the scratch card in Yu Yang's hand. "You said he gave you this scratch card?" "Yes, this handsome guy said he had no nails and asked me to shave them for him. All the money I earned would belong to me." Yu Yang smiled proudly and said, "I was a little angry at the time. Who knew that there was such a big prize hidden in this card, a full 100,000 yuan? The boss said that this is the biggest prize in this issue of scratch cards." Yue Wei couldn't laugh. Even my mood became more and more unhappy. This damn bastard had all his gaming accounts blocked during the live broadcast yesterday, and caused him to lose tens of thousands of fans. He was worrying about how to seek revenge on Chen Feng. As a result, this grandson was actually met by his own younger brother. Even if he died of poverty or jumped off a building, he would not take a penny of the money he gave him. "Give it back to him immediately. We don't want this money," Yue Wei said coldly. Yu Yang was puzzled and clenched the scratch card in his hand. "Why, brother, they gave it to me willingly. I didn't steal or rob, so why don't I want it?" He curled his lips and said aggrievely, "Besides, with the little money you make from live streaming, this 100,000 yuan will be enough for you to work less for 2 or 3 years." Yue Wei kept a stern face and said nothing. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that what his brother said made sense. This grandson Chen Feng made me cry in the bathroom all night last night, causing great harm to me both physically and mentally. It's not excessive for him to ask for some money. Brother, I think what you said makes sense. Yue Wei took the scratch card and walked straight to the counter. "Boss, redeem the prize." Yu Yang. Although he knew that his brother had no principles. However, this time he is too unprincipled. Didn't he just say he didn't care? "Fifth sister, why don't you play anymore?" Su Xinyue looked at Su Xinyue, who had already stopped playing. Su Xinyue said calmly, "It's not fun, it's boring. The biggest prize in this issue of scratch cards has been bought by Chen Feng, and then he gave it away. What's the point of her continuing to scratch?" Su Xinyue didn't know what Su Xinyue was thinking. She smiled and held up the scratch card. "I think it's fun, fifth sister. Look, I scratched another 10 yuan one." When Yue Wei saw Su Xinyue, his eyes widened bigger than copper bells. He was already a fan of Su Xinyue, and now that they met in real life, he found that Su Xinyue was even more beautiful than when she was on the live broadcast. "Su Bingyue." Yue Wei stepped forward unconsciously. "Is it really you? There is no doubt that this must be my fan." Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng, smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's me." Yue Wei was so excited to see such a charming and brilliant smile that he almost fainted on the spot. He suddenly felt dry in the mouth and began to stutter. I'm your fan, my name is Yue Wei. Well, I'm also on Shark Live, my ID is the most handsome. Oh god, goddess Su, you are so beautiful, I don't know what to say." Su Xinyue has basically no impression of her fans. Even if they have given her millions of tips, she never remembers them. But she was particularly impressed by the one called the most handsome Shen. Isn't he the unlucky guy who was badly treated badly by Chen Feng last night? "Oh, so you are the most handsome Shen." Su Xinyue looked Yue Wei up and down. "I don't think you are handsome. Last night, the comments in the live broadcast room said that you have a bad hand. You chose this name purely to deceive the audience, or is it that two negatives equal a positive?" Yue Wei scratched his head awkwardly. "Goddess Su was making fun of me. What happened yesterday was actually..." Thinking of the 100,000 yuan that just went into his pocket, he smiled and said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. The European Emperor is the European Emperor, and it's really awesome. Goddess Su, you are my goddess forever." As he said that, Yue Wei looked at Chen Feng again. "Emperor, from now on, you are my eternal male god." Chen Feng chuckled and looked at Su Xinyue affectionately. Yeah, is also my eternal goddess. Su Xinyue snorted coldly. Didn't you say last time that the eldest sister and the fourth sister are your goddesses? Yeah, I rarely fall in love with women. Not every woman can be my goddess. Chen Feng ruffled Su Xinyue's hair. You are the 649,134th goddess that my heart is moved by. Su Xinyue immediately looked up and glared at Chen Feng. She should have expected that nothing serious would come out of this bastard's mouth. Yue saw Chen Feng and Su Xinyue flirting and loving each other, and asked enviously, Emperor O, Goddess Su, you two were live streaming together last night, what is your relationship? He's my fiancé. She's my fiancé. The two said in unison. I understand. Yue, a single man, almost burst into tears. Emperor Europe, Goddess Su, I wish you a happy marriage and a baby soon. Brother, let's go. Su Xinyue looked at the backs of the two people leaving and whispered, I am also Brother Xiaofeng's fiancé, I haven't told you yet. As soon as the words fell, Yue cursed again, damn, which local tyrant parked his Rolls Royce here and I almost ran into it. Chen Feng smiled and reminded, you better be careful when you walk. It's not a big deal if you hit my car, but it's a big deal if you hit you. I get it, Emperor Lu. This time, Yue completely shed tears of envy, jealousy, and hatred. The European Emperor is the European Emperor. Whether in the virtual network or in reality, he is a winner in life. Ordinary people can simply envy someone like him. Chapter 54 Culinary Director. After the two brothers Yu Yang and Yue left the lottery shop, Chen Feng also bought a lottery ticket. The maximum winning amount in this lottery is 5 million, which is enough for him to buy a house in Chengdu after deducting taxes. Although his mother-in-law is the richest woman and his fiancés all have enough money, as a man, Chen Feng never forgets his identity as the pillar of the family. As for the remaining money, Chen Feng plans to donate the money to charity to give back to society, and he also hopes to take this opportunity to use the power of society to find his long-lost parents. No matter whether they are still alive or not, he will not give up as long as there is a glimmer of hope. After buying the lottery ticket, Chen Feng carefully folded it in half and put it in his pocket. Seeing that Chen Feng and Su Xinyue both bought lottery tickets, Su Xinyue was unwilling to be left behind. But because she suffered from a fear of making choices, she always had trouble choosing numbers, so in the end she asked Chen Feng to buy 3 tickets for her. Walk out of the lottery shop. Su Xinyue asked Chen Feng curiously, Brother Xiaofeng, if you win 5 million, how do you plan to spend the money? Chen Feng answered without hesitation, buy a house. Buy a house? Su Xinyue's eyes suddenly became moist. Brother Xiaofeng, you don't want to move out, do you? Chen Feng dotingly and firmly promised, no, I won't leave Yao Yao. Su Xinyue heard Chen Feng talking about buying a house and thought of what she had discussed with her aunt last night. Chen Feng, I have already discussed the house with my aunt last night. My aunt has also looked for me. Su Xinyue looked at the sudden smile on Chen Feng's lips and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. So which room did you want? Chen Feng answered truthfully, Greentown. Really? I'm Green City too. Su Xinyue always felt that the house incident was more than just a coincidence. She couldn't help but ask, what did my aunt tell you at the time? Chen Feng smiled and said, she said you picked a lot of communities, but you only liked Greentown. But she told me that you picked out a lot of neighborhoods, but you didn't like Greentown. I fell into my aunt's trap again. Chen Feng saw the expression on his fiancé's face, not knowing whether to cry or laugh, and said with a smile, I think Greentown is good. It's close to my school and the transportation around it is also convenient. Walking to the front of the car, Chen Feng helped Su Xinyue open the passenger door. Wait for me to get out of school, and we'll go out for dinner together. After dinner, we can take a walk, go shopping, and buy your favorite milk tea and puffs. If you have express delivery or takeout, I can also run errands for you. As he said that, he helped Su Xinyue fasten her seatbelt. It's not bad to think about it this way. Yeah, what do you think? The sense of immersion is too strong. Su Xinyue felt that she was happy to have started a relationship with Chen Feng. However, she pretended to be disgusted and said, I don't think it's good at all. Living in the same community with you will make the air polluted. For others, all they smell is the rotten smell of love, but for you and me, it's all sweet. TSK Su Xinyue turned her face away and looked out the window, but couldn't help but curl her lips, who cares? Boo, boo, boo. Su Xinyue, who was sitting in the back seat, listened to the conversation between Chen Feng and Su Xinyue, covering her mouth to prevent herself from barking like a miserable dog. She already smelled the stench of love. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, Chen Feng received a call from Zhang Yuyan, urging him to go to Rongqing Sports Center as soon as possible to record the God of Cooking competition. A few minutes later, Chen Feng and the other two got out of the car and entered the gymnasium under the guidance of security guards. On the way to the dressing room, Chen Feng met many audiences waiting to enter. Many of them recognized Su Xinyue and began to enthusiastically shout her name and took out their phones to take photos. It was as lively as a celebrity meeting. If the security guards hadn't tried their best to stop them, the aisle would have been completely blocked. Apart from a few crazy female viewers who said so handsome, Chen Feng's popularity was almost dismal. Little handsome boy? In the dressing room, a beautiful woman looked at Chen Feng in surprise, with an expression of surprise and joy on her face. Chen Feng turned around and felt that the woman in front of him was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. The beautiful woman walked up to him and asked with a smile, "Don't you recognize me? We met at the gambling venue." Seeing that Chen Feng was still a little confused, she continued to give him a hint. It was the rough material that you knocked off, and it turned out to be imperial green. Do you remember it now? After she said this, Chen Feng completely remembered who the woman in front of him was. I'm sorry, pretty sister, I didn't recognize you at first. It's not your fault. Women change their makeup every day. It's normal that you can't recognize me. She extended her hand, formally introduced myself. My name is Li Pingping, and I am the culinary director of this competition. What's your name? Chen Feng also stretched out his hand. Chen Feng, come and join the competition. Li Pingping couldn't help but look at Chen Feng with admiration. You are actually a great chef. I'm rooting for you in the competition later, come on. Thank you, Sister Pingping. I will try my best. Chen Feng smiled modestly. Add me on WeChat. Li Pingping took the initiative to add Chen Feng on WeChat, and then left the dressing room. Chen Feng sat down and the makeup artist began to put makeup on him. He is already very handsome, with fine features, and with a simple touch of makeup he can be comparable to today's popular young actors. At the same time, he noticed that there was a card with the contestant's name in front of each makeup mirror. Su Xinyao took out her cell phone and started searching on Baidu. Fang Sudong, the head chef of the Royal Court Hotel, a famous chef in Chengdu, and the founder of the Famous Chefs Association. And there is Jiang Zhang, a famous chef at Wuzhou Hotel. He has been a technical backbone of many large hotels in Chengdu since he started working as a chef. Wow, this Lun Yo is even more amazing. He is the head chef of Hongsheng Hotel and has won the gold medal in the Chengdu Culinary Exchange Competition. Besides, after Su Xinyao looked up the basic information of the other 5 participating chefs on Baidu, she couldn't help but admire them. In my mind, Brother Xiaofeng's cooking is the best in the world. He is definitely the champion of this cooking competition. Chen Feng chuckled, you are the only one who has a sweet mouth. I'm just telling the truth, right, fifth sister? Su Xinyao looked at Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue uttered a faint hum through her nose. I'll search Brother Xiaofeng on Baidu and see what I can find out. Su Xinyao curiously typed Chen Feng is a chef into the Baidu box. Before she even clicked on search, the little girl's expression started to look strange. Su Xinyue looked over curiously, what's wrong? What did you find? Su Xinyao secretly stuck out her tongue and looked at Chen Feng. Really, this isn't very nice. Chen Feng chuckled, you can say it anyway. Then let me tell you, Chen Feng is kitchen waste or kitchen garbage. Cough cough. Su Xinyue couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst out laughing. Chapter 55 What's your business? At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the recording of the MasterChef contest officially began. All departments were ready and the audience entered one after another. Chinese cuisine is extensive and profound, and the culinary skills are unmatched. Hello, everyone in the audience and in front of the TV, welcome to watch the exclusive broadcast sponsored by Tenenglu. Not all milk is called Tenenglu. I am the host Xiao Hong. Next, I would like to introduce to you the powerful judging panel for this competition. They are Mr. Jiang Yue, the gourmet cooking master. Welcome. Internationally renowned gourmet Ms. Zhang Yuyan, welcome. Veteran food blogger Ms. Hulan, welcome. In addition, I would like to introduce the special guest of this competition, Ms. Zhang Lindy. Welcome. Finally, let us welcome the 6 contestants of this competition with the warmest applause. There was thunderous applause and cheers at the scene. As the VCR was playing on the big screen, Chen Feng and 5 other contestants came onto the stage. His appearance immediately drew laughter from the audience. Who is this kid at the end? He looks like a child. Can he cook? I guess you can't even hold a kitchen knife? How could the production team allow such a person to participate in the competition? It's ridiculous that he has nothing but handsomeness. Naturally, Chen Feng also heard the discussions of the audience below. He was smiling and calm. Being too handsome can easily lead to controversy, and he has long been accustomed to this. Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue sat in the middle of the second row of the audience. Their two pairs of eyes as clear as deers were staring at the stage nervously, and they would come together from time to time to discuss in a low voice. He looked at the pair of sisters lovingly. Chen Feng shifted his gaze to the judges' seats. Wow, that's incredible. 4 judges and 2 family members. One is his mother-in-law, the other is his aunt. These 2 women are almost doting on him. Chen Feng also knew Jiang Yue. He had invited Chen Feng to participate in the God of Cooking competition more than once, and he thought highly of Chen Feng. The last one was Hulan, a food blogger who looked to be no more than 20 years old. Chen Feng was not familiar with her. However, she looked at him with a completely infatuated look, and Chen Feng felt certain. The final of MasterChef competition is divided into 3 rounds. The top 2 chefs in each round will participate in the final competition for MasterChef. During the competition, each contestant has 3 hours to cook. During the cooking process, the camera follows the contestants into the kitchen and captures them closely, bringing the audience a rich visual and taste feast. In the kitchen, Chen Feng saw the other 5 people start to get busy as soon as they came in. He smiled, found a chair to sit down, took out his mobile phone and started playing games. Jiang Zhan was cutting vegetables. He cut the potato shreds into pieces this thin as hair. Seeing Chen Feng playing games, he laughed at the opponent Sudong and said, "Look at that kid, he doesn't even look like a competitor when he comes to the game. You spent money to come here to have fun." Feng Sudong didn't take Chen Feng seriously at all. He didn't even look at him and concentrated on making his delicious food. Lun Yo chopped the meat filling with a loud noise. He glanced at Chen Feng and reminded him, "Young man, the game only lasts 3 hours. Why don't you seize the time? What kind of game are you playing?" "Playing chicken." Chen Feng replied with a harmless smile. Lun Yo was speechless for a moment. Jiang Zheng couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Chef Lu, you don't need to waste your breath on this kid, just let him continue playing games and wait to lose the game." One who has started frying the food and the aroma fills the entire kitchen. His movements were skillful and his eyes were determined, and he seemed to be full of confidence in the outcome of the game. Seeing Chen Feng having a lot of fun playing the game, he sneered, "This kid probably doesn't even know how to flip a spoon, how can he be qualified to participate in the competition with us?" Feng Sudong flattered him. "Master Wang is a superb culinary artist, and he is well known in Rongcheng. This kid doesn't even have 1/10,000th of your ability." Humph Wang who snorted coldly, his face showing disdain, but he was very pleased in his heart. Half the time passed quickly. Chen Feng continued to sit in his seat and play games. After a game ended, he raised his head and looked at the chefs who were busy working. Some are cooking, some are carving, and the kitchen is filled with the mixed aroma of various foods. "Kid, what are you looking at? Are you hungry?" Feng Sudong looked at Chen Feng who was motionless and laughed. "Are you just sitting here waiting to lose? You know you don't have the ability, so you took the initiative to give up the competition. You are a sensible guy." He tongue-glanced at Chen Feng. Feng Sudong swung the kitchen knife in his hand and guessed, "When you go on stage and can't deliver the food, are you trying to bring shame to the show, or are you trying to make the headlines? What won't young people today do to become famous?" Lun Yo said disdainfully, "Yesterday I saw in the news that a painting became popular overseas. The name of the work was Sitting Love, and it was painted by a painter from Chengdu. It's really shameful." Feng Sudong was very surprised. "Make love? Lun Yo, did you hear it right? It's normal that it's popular since it's open to foreigners." Jiang Zhang was not surprised. "I heard that it has been sold for 500 million yuan, Lun Yo added. "So awesome." Feng Sudong sighed with envy, walked to the side of Chen Feng, and looked down at the game he was playing. "Boy, did you hear that? Others can sell a painting for hundreds of millions, but we chefs can only make tens of thousands of yuan a month after working so hard. If you don't work harder, you can only serve dishes in the future." Listening to everyone's conversation, Chen Feng searched the internet and found that the painting Sitting and Loving he and Su Xinyan created together made a sensation at a foreign painting exhibition. Countless wealthy people auctioned it, and the highest price had been 500 million. Putting down his phone, he stood up and looked at Fong Sudong, who was looking at him with contempt. Li Jing, the emperor of the Southern Tang dynasty, loved reading and valued poets. Fiancee was promoted because of his poetry. He was domineering in the government and humiliated court officials at will. Fong Sudong didn't understand. He didn't understand why Chen Feng suddenly started telling him a story. Chen Feng chuckled and continued speaking. One day Li Jing called him to his presence and said a poem to him. What poem? The wind suddenly rises, rippling the spring water. Fong Sudong was even more confused after hearing this. What do you mean by that? Chen Feng smiled faintly without saying anything, washed his hands and began to prepare the dishes for the competition. Fong Sudong asked Lu Niu in confusion, Old Niu, do you know what that kid meant? Lu Niu glanced at Chen Feng and laughed, there is another line in this poem. What does it have to do with you? It means that you are meddling in other people's business too much. Damn it! Fong Sudong clenched his fists immediately. Chapter 56 Mother-in-law tastes food. Don't be impulsive. You are already in your 30s. Don't bother with a child. Lu Niu held Fong Sudong's hand and advised. Snort! Fong Sudong's face turned pale. He looked coldly at Chen Feng, who was cutting vegetables, and snorted with disdain from his nostrils. 3 hours later. Under the introduction of the host, the contestants took turns to go on stage with their carefully prepared dishes. After tasting the dishes, the 4 judges gave comments and assigned scores. First of all, we welcome Chef Lu Niu. The dish he made is called Mandarin Duck Jade Mound. The green vegetable mound is decorated with delicious shrimps. The shape is exquisite and elegant, which is pleasing to the eye. There was warm applause from the audience. Chef Wan, who brought us a dish called Buddha, jumps over the wall this time. The ingredients in this dish are very precious, and every bite is full of essence. The applause from the audience became even louder. The third chef to appear is Fong Zudongfang. His dish is squirrel fish. Chen Feng was the last one to appear. Finally, let's see what delicious food Chef Chen Feng has brought us. The camera was aimed at Chen Feng, and the dishes he served were displayed on the big screen. There were a few cabbage leaves floating in a small porcelain bowl, and the soup was watery. There are neither precious ingredients nor any design or carving of the food. The color, aroma, and taste are not presented in this dish. 3 full hours. I just made a dish that ordinary people can easily cook and submitted it for the competition. The audience laughed and talked a lot. Isn't this boiled cabbage? Who can't cook this dish? Are all of you here great chefs? Don't underestimate this dish of boiled cabbage. It actually has a lot of hidden secrets. Forget it, I can't make it up anymore. This kid is simply bringing shame to our Rongchengtai. Get out of here, trash. I told him he couldn't do it. The recording was forced to stop as the insults and jeers from the audience grew louder. It took the director team and staff nearly half an hour to calm the audience down. The host Xiao Hong also looked embarrassed. She has hosted many food competitions, but this is the first time she has seen a contestant prepare such a perfunctory dish to participate in the competition. But the program still had to continue recording, so she could only say it anyway. The dish that Chef Chen brought us is called boiled cabbage. It is made with cabbage hearts and broth. It is not greasy and is refreshing. Xiao Hong finished reading the script awkwardly. I have been a host for more than 10 years and have given a lot of compliments. But today's praise is so fucking insincere. Next, please invite our 4 judges to taste this dish and give their comments. The big screen switched to the judges' seats. Although the dishes prepared by the previous 5 contestants were beautiful in appearance, Zhang Yuyan felt that the taste was unsatisfactory. After waiting for a long time for the dishes cooked by Chen Feng, she couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks. Take a bite. Zhang Yuyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Delicious, it's really delicious. Although it is just an ordinary boiled cabbage, this delicacy is unique in the world. She would not trade it for any other delicacies. The cabbage is very tender, and the broth is fresh and rich. It's delicious. This is definitely the best boiled cabbage I've ever eaten. Zhang Yuyan's generous praise made the originally calm audience excited again. It's delicious. Are you kidding me? It looks like the judges must have received a lot of money. I've watched her show before, and I've never seen her praise any chef's food. Today, I really saw something strange. There's an inside story, but it's boring. Zhang Yue has been thinking about the fried rice made by Chen Feng ever since he had it. He picked up the chopsticks and tasted it carefully. Similarly, he showed the same surprised expression as Zhang Yuyan. Wonderful. It may seem like a bland soup, but it actually contains a lot of secrets. It combines the deliciousness of chicken, duck, spare ribs, and other ingredients. The clear soup poured on top at the end is the icing on the cake. The soup is rich and has an endless aftertaste. The audience was stunned. How come even Master Zhang Yue was bribed? Don't you feel guilty for speaking against your conscience? I'm curious about the taste of boiled cabbage. These judges are just hired help. Isn't that what all shows are like now? Chen Feng looked at Hulan with a smile. Hulan was immediately fascinated by Chen Feng's handsome smile. Especially after hearing the other two judges give high praise to this boiled cabbage, she became even more curious about its taste. She picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Tasty. So delicious. It's simply the most delicious food in the world. A simple dish of boiled cabbage can unexpectedly pack such a rich flavor. Everything flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, swimming in the water, all kinds of delicacies from mountains and seas, vegetables, fruits, all the wonderful tastes are blended in. It looks fresh and elegant, but it actually has a rich fragrance. The cabbage heart melts in your mouth, so refreshing that you can't help but want to have 2 bowls of rice with it. After tasting it, Hulan gave a thumbs up and praised, "It's delicious, so delicious." 3 people make a tiger. Now, most of the audience present have shown great interest in this boiled cabbage. 3 judges in a row praised its taste, which didn't seem like a performance. Chengdu is an official local TV station. If the judges invited to host the cooking competition are all hired as replacements, it will surely cause a lot of dissatisfaction. Therefore, this speculation is definitely untenable. The camera on the big screen turned to Zhang Lindy again. Although she is not a chef or a gourmet, she appears on the show with absolute authority as the richest person in Chengdu. Seeing her pick up the chopsticks and start tasting, the audience was full of anticipation, curious about what kind of evaluation she would give. Seeing that his mother-in-law was eating slowly, Chen Feng smiled and suggested, "Let the cabbage heart be wrapped in the soup so that it can absorb the deliciousness of the soup more fully." Zhang Lindy did as she was told immediately. As she ate, tears began to well up in her eyes. The camera immediately captured this detail. Crying? Is this what it means to be so delicious that it makes you cry? When did food shows start to appeal to emotions? You make me hungry. Seeing Zhang Lindy's emotion, Xiaohong asked curiously, "Ms. Zhang Lindy, after tasting this boiled cabbage, what would you say about our contestants?" Zhang Lindy wiped her mouth gracefully and looked at Chen Feng on the stage. "Love, I tasted a flavor in this dish that other contestants couldn't make, and that's love. Being able to put your own feelings into a dish is the highest realm of cooking. This contestant did it perfectly." Chapter 57 Advancement to the Finals. Bang bang bang. There was thunderous applause. The audience immediately changed their previous prejudice against Chen Feng and began to praise him. At such a young age, his cooking skills are so superb. The young are really to be feared. He's so handsome, love him. I think my mama's cooking is the best because it's filled with love. Could he be the chef of this year? I feel stable. Xiaohong looked at Chen Feng with a smile on her face. "Chef Chen, it seems that your dish has received high praise. So before the judges vote, please say a few words to win votes for yourself." Chen Feng nodded. His eyes turned to Zhang Lindy and Zhang Yuyan who were sitting on the judges' panel. He curled his lips and looked at Su Xinyue and Su Xinyao sitting in the audience. "Brother Xiaofeng, come on." Su Xinyao encouraged Chen Feng with lip language, her pink fists clenched tightly, her expression nervous and expectant. Li Pingping, who had been watching Chen Feng from the backstage, silently said to him in her heart, "Come on. Brush." The stage light shone down and projected onto Chen Feng. He picked up the microphone and smiled faintly, "Thank you all for your recognition of me. As a youngster, I still have a lot to learn in cooking. The chefs above are my role models. I will continue to work hard in the future." Such humble words once again won warm applause from the audience. Xiaohong couldn't help but look at Chen Feng with admiration. She handed the next decision to the judges, then, "Please let the judges make the final vote for Chef Chen." Passed. Hulan passed it without hesitation. Zhang Yuyan and Zhang Yue looked at each other, and they both already had the answer in their hearts. However, at this moment, Zhang Yuyan suddenly looked at Zhang Lindy, who was sitting in the special guest seat. Mr. Zhang, you gave a very high evaluation of this boiled cabbage dish. So, will you vote for Chen Feng? The big screen cuts to Zhang Lindy. Everyone looked over curiously. Zhang Lindy frowned slightly, and after hesitating for a few seconds, she smiled and said, "Let you guys vote for this. I won't vote for fear of suspicion." Avoid arousing suspicion? The smell of gossip was floating in the air. Does this chef know Mr. Zhang? I've long seen that this kid has an unusual background. Mr. Zhang has only given birth to daughters, so he probably doesn't have any sons. Could this person be a relative of Mr. Zhang's? Report it, there is something fishy going on. Zhang Yue looked around at Chen Feng and Zhang Lindy curiously. Then he smiled and asked Zhang Yuyan, "Teacher Zhang, I have known you for so many years, but I have never seen you praise other people's dishes on the show. This is the first time. If you don't give me this vote, it would be unreasonable, right? Since you said so, old Zhang, I will naturally." Zhang Yuyan raised the sign in her hand without any suspense, passed. Xiao Hong saw that Zhang Yue seemed a little hesitant about the two signs in his hand. She smiled and said, "Chef Zhang, your vote is very important to our contestants. Will you give it to us or not?" "Give. You must give it. If I don't give it to you, you'll be my grandson." The audience in the back row cheered enthusiastically. This boiled cabbage is really beyond my expectation. It is really precious that such a wonderful delicacy can be cooked with simple ingredients, but... As soon as Zhang Yue paused, the hearts of the audience were lifted. Xiao Hong asked, "Chef Zhang, but what?" Zhang Yue was about to continue speaking when he suddenly caught a glimpse of an extremely sharp gaze coming from the direction of the director team. Like two sharp blades, they were going to cut him into pieces. Who else could this familiar look belong to except his wife Li Pingping? Since his wife had an opinion, he naturally didn't dare to say anything further. However, although this dish is delicious, it's a little bit not enough. Zhang Yue promptly changed the subject, raised the sign in his hand, and said loudly, "Young man, there is a bright future ahead. I give you a pass." The audience breathed a sigh of relief. 3 of the 4 judges gave it a pass. Based on such achievements alone, Chen Feng has already secured his place in the final chef competition. Xiao Hong looked at Zhang Lindy with a smile. "Mr. Zhang, you hold a precious vote in your hand. If you vote for Chen Feng, he will enter the final round of the chef competition with the first place in today's semi-finals. So, will you keep your vote, or choose to vote for Chen Feng?" The focus of the whole audience was once again on Zhang Lindy. Su Xinyao's palms were sweating from nervousness. She pouted her lips and said, "Fifth sister, mommy is coming here as a guest. Why didn't she tell us about this in advance?" Su Xinyue was already used to it. When did she tell us when she was going on vacation? That's true. Su Xinyao nodded in agreement. Then tell me, will she vote for brother Xiaofeng? Su Xinyue curled her lips. Mom always likes to do things unexpectedly, making people unpredictable, but she is the only one who likes to do things unexpectedly, making people unpredictable, but I can say with certainty that if she doesn't vote for Chen Feng, she can write her name upside down. Really? As soon as the words fell, Zhang Lindy's voice suddenly rang out, "I choose to pass." Bang bang bang. Applause broke out. The audience all stood up excitedly and applauded and cheered for Chen Feng. As the only contestant who received a unanimous vote in the semi-finals, his performance in the finals was highly anticipated and watched by everyone. Let us give our warmest applause to congratulate Chef Chen Feng and Chef Lun Yo for entering our final. Dear audience, this episode of Master Chef Contest ends here. See you next time. The program recording is finished. Chen Feng walked up to Zhang Lindy and handed her the freshly squeezed juice from the kitchen. "Mom, you've worked hard." Su Xinyao asked curiously, "Mommy, weren't you on a business trip? Why did you appear at the competition?" Zhang Lindy smiled and said, "The program team invited me and I wanted to refuse, but when I saw Xiao Feng on the list of contestants, I rushed back immediately." As she spoke, she drank up the juice, checked the time, and said anxiously, "Oh, by the way, I have to rush back. My flight is at 5:30. I have to leave first." She took out a bank card from her bag and said, "Xiao Feng, I'm sorry that Mom couldn't have dinner with you. You can use the money on this card to buy whatever you want." Chen Feng refused. "Mom, I don't want it. I have my own money. You take the money too, dear." Zhang Lindy patted Chen Feng's shoulder lovingly, glanced at Su Xinyue and Su Xinyao, and hurriedly left the recording site. The sisters looked at each other, both with resentment in their eyes. My dear mother, there's. He just left like that, and it was clear that there was only Chen Feng in his eyes. Zhang Yuyan witnessed the scene, smiled and put her hands on their shoulders, and said with a smile, TSK, judging from the situation, your mommy doesn't want you. Chapter 58 Live Streaming. TSK, I only advanced to the finals through connections, what's there to be proud of? That's right. I was eliminated, but Lao Wang, the Buddha jumps over the wall you made didn't even make the cut. I really feel sorry for you. There's nothing to be unwilling about. Let him win. When he enters society, he will know what cruelty is. Fong Sudong and Wan Hu deliberately talked loudly and passed by Chen Feng. Su Xinya blared at them and comforted them, Brother Xiaofeng, don't listen to them. Some people say grapes are sour when they can't eat them. Little girl, who do you think should eat? Fong Sudong gritted his teeth. Chen Feng walked in front of Su Xinyao, blocking Fong Sudong's sight from staring at her. He curled his lips and smiled harmlessly, Chef Fong, Chef Wang, the dishes you two cook are mouth-watering. Even if I study for another 10 years, I still can't compare to them. I look forward to appreciating your exquisite cooking skills again in the finals. When they heard about the finals, the faces of the two people who had been eliminated in the semi-finals suddenly turned ugly. Su Xinyao thought Chen Feng had remembered it wrong, so she kindly reminded him, Brother Xiaofeng, they are not among the people who advanced to the finals, right? Really? Maybe I remembered it wrongly. Chen Feng pretended to apologize and said, I'm sorry, chefs. I guess I won't be able to see you two in the finals. Fong Sudong clenched his fists, Chen Feng, you little bastard, with your arrogant attitude, even if you advance to the finals, you will never be able to become the chef god. Chen Feng smiled and said, Master Fong, it seems that you are very concerned about whether I can become a chef god. Next Saturday, you must stay in front of the TV on time, Rongqing TV, 8:30, see you there. Fong Sudong was so angry that his face turned blue and his shoulders were shaking. In his opinion, Chen Feng's smiling face deserves a beating as much as it can. If Wang Hu hadn't pulled him away, he would have almost lost control of his fists. Poochie as the two left, the little lowly couldn't help laughing out loud. Brother Xiaofeng, the look in that man's eyes just now seemed like he wanted to eat you up. She touched her belly and lightly touched her lower lips with the tip of her tongue. But, I also want to try boiled cabbage, Brother Xiaofeng, can you make this dish for Yao Yao at home next time? Not next time, right now. Chen Feng rubbed Su Xinyao's head, let's go to the kitchen. There should be half a pot left. The cabbage heart has now fully absorbed the fresh, fragrant and mellow soup, melting in your mouth and tastes refreshing and pleasant. It is even more delicious than what was served just now. Walk into the kitchen. Give it to me, I haven't tasted it yet. Didn't you refuse to eat it just now? Why are you trying to grab it now? Fuck you beasts, leave some soup for me, I want to have some rice with me. If you want to eat cabbage, go home and ask your mother to cook it for you. Don't rush, let the director eat first. A group of staff were scrambling frantically for the small half pot of boiled cabbage that Chen Feng had left in the kitchen, including 3 participating chefs. The scene was intense, almost horrific. Chen Feng sighed silently, smiled awkwardly, and said to Su Xinyao, Yao Yao, let's go home and eat boiled cabbage. Hiccup. After dinner, Su Xinyao burped contentedly, then half lying on the sofa, holding her phone and watching TikTok. She glanced at Su Xinyue carrying a bunch of express boxes towards the room and asked curiously, Fifth sister, when did you buy so many express packages? I didn't buy them. These were sent to me by the cooperating store, asking me to help promote them during the live broadcast. Oh, so that's how it is. Live streaming is very popular now. Su Xinyao put down her phone and said, Hey, fifth sister, what are you promoting? If there's anything you like, I want to get it too. Click. A delivery box fell to the ground. This is somewhat familiar packaging. Chen Feng picked it up and took a look. Love as much as you can, no surprises. Su Xinyue's pretty face flushed, and she said awkwardly, Give it back to me. Don't get me wrong. It contains beef jerky. The seller couldn't find another box when he sent it to me, so he used this one. So that's how it is. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully and glanced at the full of express boxes in Su Xinyue's arms. Then the words comfortable and never stop on this box, and the pictures on it, are they also because the seller couldn't find a box? Su Xinyue took a look. Chen Feng, this is just an ordinary massage stick with health benefits. What are you thinking? Chen Feng spread his hands and defended himself innocently, I didn't think too much. I also thought that this was just an ordinary massage stick. Sushinue snorted coldly. There are still a bunch of express deliveries outside. Please help me bring them to my live broadcast room. Yes, my goddess. Following Sushinue's instructions, Chen Feng helped move a large number of express deliveries to the live broadcast room. Express parcels of all sizes piled up into a small hill, with at least 30 of them. Please help me unpack these packages. I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes first. Okay. Chen Feng quickly opened a large box. The box contained 4 bags of boneless chicken feet, which looked quite tempting. I only need 1 copy of each. Please help me sort them out. Chen Feng nodded. What about the rest? Sushinue thought for a moment and said, it's up to you. You can do whatever you want. As soon as his fiancée gave the order, Chen Feng did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately opened the express package. In less than 10 minutes, all the express packages had been unpacked. According to Sushinue's request, Chen Feng took out a sample from each express package. As for others, if they came across something delicious, they would send a portion to Sushinue and move the rest to their own rooms. Half an hour later, Sushinue came out of the shower, put on some simple makeup, and entered the live broadcast room to start the live broadcast. Looking at the millions of viewers who had been waiting in the live broadcast room, she smiled and picked up a bag of boneless chicken feet, poured them into a plate in front of the audience, and then picked up one with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. This boneless chicken feet is so delicious. Sushinue showed a satisfied expression and was full of praise. This chicken feet is made of high-quality ingredients, paired with fresh lemon juice and secret marinade. It tastes very chewy, sour, and spicy. Fans who love chicken feet must not miss it. I've put the link for the rush purchase on the lower left side of the screen. Purchase is limited, so you better hurry up. After saying that, Sushinue ate another chicken foot. And it's boneless, so it's very convenient to eat. While chewing the chicken feet, she looked at the barrage. Just one glance, but the smile on her face froze. A host nearby has already reviewed that the boneless chicken feet in this restaurant are not tasty. Goddess Sue, if you are threatened, please blink. It doesn't taste good and has a sour smell. I won't buy it. It would also be great if we have an anchor to help us avoid pitfalls, otherwise we would have wasted a lot of money. Sushinue was stunned. A host has already reviewed the chicken feet of this restaurant. Who is this host? Chapter 59 Professional Counterfeiting. Sushinue became curious. However, thanks to her status as the #1 shark, there is still an endless stream of fans clicking on the link to make the purchase. After promoting boneless chicken feet, she opened a package and took out a water cup from it. This cup is called the Internet Celebrity Smoothie Squeeze Cup. Just pour the drink into it, like I did. Sushinue poured a can of Coke into the cup, and squeezed the cup with both hands at the same time. Squeeze it repeatedly, and you can make a cup of Coke smoothie. Before a cup of smoothie is even made, the screen is already flooded with comments. The anchor next to this cup has also reviewed it. It's fake and can't make smoothies at all. Even the cups look the same. Are they made by the same manufacturer? Goddess Sue, don't ravage the cup, ravage me instead. I never praise internet celebrity products. I'm a die-hard fan of Goddess Sue. I'll place 50 orders first. I have a lot of money, so I'm willful. Has another anchor on the platform reviewed the same cup? Sushinue's heart gradually began to feel uneasy. She poured the cola smoothie she made in the cup into another prepared glass. Although the smoothies made in a squeeze cup are not as good as those sold in stores, they are definitely not as fake as some people say in the comments. Why did the anchor who reviewed these products and gave malicious bad reviews do this? After dropping the purchase link at the bottom left of the live broadcast room, Sushinue began to promote the next product. She is very popular, and even though she was maliciously influenced by others in the comments, it did not have much impact on the sales of her products. After promoting the internet-famous smoothie squeeze cup, Sushinue glanced at the next delivery. Next, I would like to introduce to you a kind of beef jerky that I also like to eat. This kind of beef jerky. This time, before she could even introduce herself, people started complaining in the comments. It's fake. Don't believe this origin. The anchor next to him is reviewing this beef jerky and even called the manufacturer. You guys should go over and take a look. Which live broadcast room? Goddess Sue, I feel like you're being targeted tonight. I will always support my baby Sue, everyone else's is bullshit. From the time the product was promoted to now, there have been constant comments and the barrage of comments saying that the host next to them is conducting reviews and fighting counterfeiting, and the number of people doing so is increasing. Someone posted the live broadcast room number in the comments section. Out of curiosity, Su Xinyue also searched for this room. So handsome that he got chopped. Su Xinyue couldn't help but sneer when she saw the anchor's ID, who was so shameless to choose this name. After entering the person's broadcast room and taking a look, Su Xinyue's face suddenly turned ugly. Chen Feng. It turned out to be Chen Feng. No wonder such a shameless name could be taken out. No wonder the products being live streamed are all the same as hers. No wonder he's going against me. Su Xinyue was completely upset. Even very angry. But on Chen Feng's side, the smile on his face was still so bright and handsome. He saw Su Xinyue entering the live broadcast room, and he could tell with his toes that his arrogant fiancé must be very angry at this moment. Look, this beef jerky comes from the Mongolian grasslands, but its real origin is in Bashu. When did the Mongolian grasslands end up in Bashu? After hearing what Chen Feng said, Su Xinyue immediately picked up the package and took a look. Sure enough, the beef jerky from the Mongolian grasslands was originally written as Bashu. Chen Feng showed the ingredient list on the packaging bag to the camera and said with a smile, "Look again, the energy of this beef jerky written on the ingredient list is 812 kilojoules, but the energy written on the inner packaging is 1280 kilojoules. This is obviously defrauding consumers. Open a bag of beef jerky. It's called hand-shredded beef, but look at this shredded beef. Does it look like real beef?" Chen Feng put the beef jerky into his mouth and chewed it twice. "Are you confident in buying this kind of beef jerky? After buying it, are you confident in feeding it to the elderly and children at home?" Barrage comments flooded the screen. Positive energy anchor, follow me. 99 for 2 cans. If I hadn't watched the live broadcast, I would have almost wasted money again. Su Bingyue said this beef jerky is delicious, but the host advised us not to buy it. Are there any brothers who have bought it who can come out and give some advice? Nowadays, many anchors are willing to say anything to make money, and it's rare to find those who are willing to tell the truth. Su Bingyue, are you watching the live broadcast too? After more than an hour on the air, Chen Feng, a new anchor, has already gained 150,000 fans. In addition, Su Xinyue was also in the live broadcast room. A large number of fans who heard the news rushed into the room. Seeing that Chen Feng was obviously going against Su Xinyue, these fans frantically followed Chen Feng. Now let me review the last internet celebrity product. Chen Feng opened the express, stood up and walked to a wall. This is a popular soft mirror. The seller said that you can use it to look in the mirror as long as you stick it on a flat surface. So, let me test it for you to see if this mirror is really that magical. Attach the mirror to the wall. Chen Feng looked in the mirror. Look, the effect is obvious. This mirror can only reflect the outline of my whole body. My facial features are blurry. I can't see where my eyes and nose are. I can't see clearly at all. The audience who were watching the live broadcast gave gifts and praised Chen Feng's positive behavior. I had been looking at this mirror online for a long time and was thinking of buying it. Now that the anchor said this, I can save some money. No one in their right mind would buy this mirror, right? Host, I like a lipstick, but I don't know if it's good. Can you review it for me next time? I've got my eyes on a Ferrari, but I don't know if wearing slippers will affect the speed. Can the anchor help me evaluate it? Host, I think a lot of merchants are coming towards you with kitchen knives in hand. At the end of the live broadcast, Chen Feng said sincerely, I do these reviews for the sake of our consumers. I don't want to see you being deceived by false advertisements and wasting money. He saw that Su Xinyue had left the live broadcast room. Chen Feng curled his lips and said with a smile, of course, if you think my words are false, you can go and buy these products. If you think I am deliberately blackmailing the sellers and think the products are good, you can come to me and I will compensate you with 10 times the price of the products. After saying this, the barrage instantly boiled over. After the host said that, I really became interested. Su Bingyue said it's good, but the anchor said it's not good. I want to buy it and try it myself to see if it's good or not. Host, where are the links to these products? I can buy the anchor bankrupt. Isn't there a link in Su Bingyue's live broadcast room? We can just go to her live broadcast room and buy it. Chapter 60 Lottery Winner. This is exactly the effect we want. Seeing the comments saying that they wanted to go to Su Xinyue's live broadcast room to buy products, Chen Feng's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. It's almost 12 o'clock. He finished the live broadcast and just walked out of the room when he saw Su Xinyao, wearing bunny pajamas, jumping towards him. The little girl had her hair casually tied in two ponytails, her face was rosy and her eyes were full of excitement. Brother Xiaofeng. Seeing Chen Feng just walking out of the room, she pounced on him and threw herself into his arms. Two thin arms wrapped around me, with a pleasant milky scent on their bodies. Chen Feng's heart was instantly melted by this adorable little girl. He reached out and pinched Su Xinyao's chubby little face, and asked curiously, Yao Yao, why aren't you asleep so late? Su Xinyao reluctantly came out of Chen Feng's arms, shaking the two lottery tickets tightly held in her little hands. Brother Xiaofeng, the prize drawing is about to begin. I'm so excited that I can't sleep. Chen Feng almost forgot about this matter. He went back to his room to get the lottery ticket and went to the living room with Su Xinyao. The winning lottery numbers will be announced on the internet as soon as it's midnight. Su Xinyao placed two crumpled lottery tickets on her thighs, one on the left and one on the right, and compared them digit by digit on her phone. 31. This one has been ruled out. Su Xinyao held her breath and continued to read. 46, matched again. Chen Feng looked at the little girl's nervous expression and said with a smile, Yao Yao, let me help you. Don't want. Su Xinyao protected the lottery ticket on her thigh and said with a hurried breath, I want to see it myself. I like this kind of exciting feeling. Ahem. Chen Feng clenched his fist with one hand, put it on his chin and coughed. Well, if you don't win the prize, you won't be sad, right? Impossible, Brother Xiaofeng, Yao Yao is not a 2 or 3-year-old child anymore. Su Xinyao said, and looked at the next number, 28. Time suddenly stopped. For a full half-minute, the little girl didn't make a sound. She opened her eyes as big as crystal grapes and stared at the lottery ticket on her right leg, as if she wanted to stare a hole in the lottery ticket. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Chen Feng asked, but he probably already had the answer in his heart. Su Xinyao sniffed. Tick. A crystal tear fell on the lottery ticket. Chen Feng immediately took the two lottery tickets from Su Xinyao's legs, placed his warm big palm on her, and gently patted her soft skin. Brother Xiaofeng. Su Xinyao looked at Chen Feng and suddenly burst into tears. Boo, boo, boo. Chen Feng was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The little girl who had solemnly promised not to cry just a second ago, now threw herself into his arms and cried bitterly. Su Xinyue, who came over with a cup of hot milk, saw the scene and put the milk in front of Chen Feng. She sat down on the sofa and asked in an awkward tone, Yao Yao, why are you crying? Did Chen Feng bully you? No, fifth sister, you misunderstood Brother Xiaofeng. Su Xinyao wiped her tears and explained, I bought 2 lottery tickets but they didn't win, so I couldn't help crying. If you need money, just tell fifth sister and I'll give you as much as you want. Su Xinyao poked 2 fingers and said, it feels different. It's like I spent a whole class solving a math problem, and then I found out that the answer was wrong. I felt like crying when my expectations were dashed. Su Xinyue chuckled, as a top student like you, do you still make mistakes in questions? No one is perfect. I accidentally got a fill-in-the-blank question wrong on the last math test. Su Xinyao lowered her head and said weakly. Su Xinyue glanced at the 2 lottery tickets on the coffee table. She glanced at Chen Feng and deliberately asked Su Xinyao loudly, Seventh sister, what is the winning lottery number this time? Yes, I remember now. Fifth sister, you bought 100 lottery tickets. Maybe the winning ticket is among them. Su Xinyao looked at the winning numbers on her phone and asked anxiously, Fifth sister, where is your lottery ticket? Su Xinyue stood up, it's in my room, I'll get it now. Chen Feng happened to be there too. If he really wins the prize, let us see if he dares to act so pretentious in front of me. Yeah, you don't have to look at your lottery tickets anymore. Chen Feng smiled harmlessly. Su Xinyue was stunned. Su Xinyao asked curiously, Brother Xiaofeng, what do you mean by this? Because of the winning lottery ticket. Chen Feng handsomely took out the lottery ticket from his trouser pocket and said, it's in my hand. The sisters widened their eyes in surprise at the same time. Su Xinyue found it unbelievable no matter how she looked at it. The biggest prize in the scratch card was bought by Chen Feng, maybe he was just lucky. But this time he said that the 5 million lottery jackpot was also in his hands. Isn't this a bit too pretentious? She winked at Su Xinyao. Su Xinyao was very curious about the lottery ticket in Chen Feng's hand. She took it and compared it with her mobile phone, comparing it carefully, number by number. 31. 46, 28, 57, 92. Getting closer. The little girl's palms began to sweat nervously. 14. The last string of numbers. 38. The numbers on the lottery ticket are exactly the same as the winning numbers for this lottery published online. Chen Feng really won the 5 million grand prize. Fifth sister, brother Xiaofeng really won the prize. But Su Xinyue couldn't laugh. Chen Feng casually bought a lottery ticket and unexpectedly won the prize. She bought 100 tickets and thought her chances of winning would be much greater than his. Who knew that good luck would be taken away by this bastard again? Su Xinyo also noticed that Su Xinyue looked unhappy. Fifth sister, brother Xiaofeng won the prize, why aren't you happy for him? He. Su Xinyue forced a smile. Chen Feng stood up with the lottery ticket, walked to Su Xinyue, and said, Yeah, if you like it, I will give this lottery ticket to you. I don't care. Su Xinyue snorted coldly. If you don't want it, I'll take it for myself. Chen Feng put the lottery ticket into his pocket and glanced at the milk on the table. Did you come down specially to bring me milk? Su Xinyue stammered, Who said this milk is for you? I gave it to my seventh sister. Thank you, fifth sister. Su Xinyao was flattered and picked up the milk. It's still hot. She glanced at Chen Feng and said, Fifth sister, is this really for me? Then I'll drink it. Of course it's true. Chen Feng strode to Su Xinyao, picked up the milk and took a big sip, delicious. Su Xinyao said aggrievedly, Brother Xiaofeng, this milk, fifth sister said she gave it to me to drink. Chen Feng coughed and crossed his arms over his chest, Hey, sir, can Su Xinyao drink this glass of milk? Su Xinyue replied, Yes, Su Xinyao can't drink this glass of milk. If she wants to drink it, she can get it from the refrigerator herself. Brother Xiaofeng, fifth sister, you are bullying me again, boo-hoo. Su Xinyao's fragile glass heart was shattered into pieces after eating another wave of dog food from Chen Feng and Su Xinyue. Chapter 61, Got Tricked Again. Chen Feng. Su Xinyue saw Chen Feng finish drinking the milk and turned to walk up the stairs. I have something to say to you. Got it. Chen Feng naturally agreed without hesitation when his fiancée wanted to talk to him late at night. Su Xinyao was sorting the lottery tickets in the living room with a wronged look on her face, and asked curiously, Fifth sister, what do you want to talk to brother Xiaofeng about? Guess. Su Xinyue's figure had disappeared. Brother Xiaofeng. Su Xinyao looked at Chen Feng, her eyes shining like stars. Chen Feng smiled and rubbed the little girl's soft hair. Yao, where do you want to go tomorrow? Su Xinyao thought about it seriously. I want to go to the Hello Kitty theme park. No problem. Chen Feng smiled dotingly, then you should go to bed early tonight. I will take you there early tomorrow morning. Thank you, brother Xiaofeng. Su Xinyao immediately forgot about Su Xinyue's plan to chat with Chen Feng and skipped back to her room to sleep. After coaxing the little baby, Chen Feng went upstairs to find Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue was standing on the balcony eating a cucumber, holding an unpeeled banana in her right hand. Ever since Chen Feng told her not to eat apples at night last time, her fruit every night has become cucumbers and bananas. Yeah, you eat cucumbers and bananas every night. You should change your taste occasionally. Chen Feng enthusiastically handed over the freshly washed winter dates, and took the half-eaten cucumber from Su Xinyue's hand. This is for you, and the cucumber is for me. Su Xinyue blushed, that's what I ate. Chen Feng took a big bite and chewed happily. I know, I just like to eat what you have eaten, it's sweet. Asshole. Su Xinyue said coquettishly, where did the winter dates come from? My aunt bought them and put them in the refrigerator. I washed a few for you. Oh, thanks. Su Xinyue said lightly, picked up the winter dates and was about to put them into her mouth. Chen Feng smiled and suggested, Yeah, I saw on the internet that eating bananas and winter dates together can taste like ice cream. Do you want to try it? Su Xinyue loves eating ice cream. Although she was excited when she heard this, she was skeptical because of the sly smile on Chen Feng's face. Really? She peeled the banana slowly. Have you ever eaten it yourself? Then I have definitely eaten it. It really tastes like ice cream. Once you have tasted it, you will never forget it. Chen Feng began to lie with his eyes open. Su Xinyue glared at Chen Feng suspiciously. Chen Feng met her gaze calmly, smiled and nodded. Su Xinyue took a bite of the winter jujube, then a bite of the banana, and then began to chew carefully. After just 2 chews, her face started to look strange. The third time I didn't have time to chew. Vomit. After finally vomiting in the bathroom, Su Xinyue saw Chen Feng leisurely chewing winter dates, and a feeling of nausea surged up again. Chen Feng. Su Xinyue felt like she was about to collapse. She shouldn't have believed Chen Feng's lies. It is pure nonsense to say that eating bananas and winter dates together will taste like ice cream. Most people can't stand eating these two fruits together. They feel disgusting. If she continued thinking about it, she would run to the bathroom again. What's wrong, yeah? Why do you look so bad? Chen Feng stepped forward to comfort her. Su Xinyue gritted her teeth and said, asshole, you ask even though you know the answer. I will never believe your lies again. Chen Feng smiled harmlessly, yeah, I love you. Nonsense. You look so pretty in this nightgown. Chen Feng, have you had enough of the trouble? Su Xinyue felt like she was about to explode. This bastard is against me everywhere. Take the live broadcast tonight for example. Yes, she went to find Chen Feng to tell him about the live broadcast in the evening. Chen Feng, why are you helping me? Chen Feng pretended to be confused, yeah, what's wrong? I'm talking about the live broadcast tonight. You don't have to pretend. I know everything. Su Xinyue looked at Chen Feng, you pretended to say that those products were not good, and asked people who watched your live broadcast to buy them. You also offered a good review in exchange for 10 times the price. However, there was no link in your live broadcast room, so they all came to my live broadcast room to buy. Wasn't this arranged by you? Chen Feng generously admitted, it was me. I said these products were not good during the live broadcast, but I didn't expect so many people would buy them. Chen Feng, stop pretending, you are just helping me. Su Xinyue blinked, sometimes you help me, and sometimes you bully me, Chen Feng, I can't tell what you think of me. Yeah, I am sincere to you, the heaven and earth can bear witness to this, the sun and the moon can testify to this. Chen Feng took off his shirt. Ah! Su Xinyue screamed, asshole, what are you doing? Chen Feng grinned, didn't you say you couldn't see through me? Then I'll take off my clothes so you can see clearly. He grabbed Su Xinyue's cold little hand and placed it on his hot chest, if you still can't see through it, then I will dig out my heart and let you see enough. Su Xinyue was so frightened that her body trembled. Why are you talking about this so late at night? Then isn't this me expressing my true feelings to my darling Yeye? Chen Feng smiled and moved closer to Su Xinyue, whispering in her ear, if you feel that my sincerity is not enough, I can also offer my body. Su Xinyue couldn't listen anymore. I was just moved by what Chen Feng said, but who knew he would act like a hooligan again? Well, I'm going to bed. You should go to bed early too. Okay, yeah, good night. Chen Feng smiled and raised the winter dates in his hand. Would you like to eat 2 more winter dates? Chen Feng. Su Xinyue's angry roar echoed throughout the villa, get out of here. After watching his fiancée go back to her room to sleep, Chen Feng returned to his room. Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, he couldn't help but sigh, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. At this moment, a familiar system prompt sounded in my ears. Host, are you done picking up girls? Can the system talk to itself? It's over. Can I sign in now? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Yes, host, do you want to sign in immediately? There is no need to hesitate at all, of course sign it immediately. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. This sign-in reward, become a great writer, the reward has been issued. What? Become a great writer? Chen Feng is about to become a senior and will start his internship soon. In his opinion, becoming a great writer means acquiring the skills of a top student. This skill would be useful in junior high and high school, and it would definitely become a good story if a loser at the bottom of the class could become a top student in the school. But now, for him, a man who is about to start working and everything depends on money, this skill. By the way, Su Xinyue is still in high school. Wouldn't it be wonderful to become a great writer and tutor her in her homework? Chapter 62 Family Business. Weekend. According to the agreement made last night, Chen Feng brought Su Xinyue to the Hello Kitty theme park, which is ranked first among the amusement parks in Rongqing, early in the morning. In the park, various staff members dressed in Hello Kitty-style costumes enthusiastically took photos and interacted with tourists. The overall building is light pink in color, satisfying the fantasies of countless girls about fairy tale castles. Brother Xiaofeng, please take a photo of Yi and me. Su Xinyao stood with Hello Kitty, who was walking towards them, and handed the phone to Chen Feng. Use my phone to take pictures. Remember to turn on the beauty filter and take a few more pictures so I can sort them out when I get back. After taking dozens of photos, Chen Feng returned the phone to Su Xinyao. Brother Xiaofeng, I'm sorry to bother you to take pictures for me along the way. Hey, look, that's Yingying. Su Xinyao ran to stand next to another Hello Kitty with a pink bow, and the two of them made a heart shape with their hands together. Chen Feng understood, squatted on the ground, and pressed the camera button frantically. As for why she had to squat on the ground to take the photo, it was because the little girl said that squatting would make her legs look longer. Brother Xiaofeng, please take a few more photos of Cici and me from the boyfriend's perspective. Chen Feng was confused. What is the boyfriend's perspective? The boyfriend's perspective is when you stand up and look down at the photo. The height difference created will bring out your boyfriend power. Su Xinyao explained seriously. It's really troublesome for girls to take photos. Along the way, Chen Feng discovered that he had taken hundreds of photos of Su Xinyao. Yao, these photos are enough for you to post on your moments for several months. Chen Feng returned the phone to Su Xinyao and joked with a smile. No way. Su Xinyao took the phone and opened the album. Damn. How come there are only 132 photos? When I went out with my fifth sister before, we would take at least 400 to 500 photos. I will carefully screen these photos when I get back, select the 9 that I'm most satisfied with, and make a 9-square grid to post on WeChat moments. Su Xinyao looked at Chen Feng and said with a smile, Brother Xiaofeng, let's take a few photos together. Good. The little girl is so cute, so Chen Feng will naturally grant her every request. 5 minutes later. Chen Feng, Yao, are you done taking the photos? Brother Xiaofeng, please wait a moment. 15 minutes later. Chen Feng, Yao, are you done taking the photos? Just wait a little longer. It will be ready soon. Half an hour later. Chen Feng, Yao, haven't you finished shooting yet? Brother Xiaofeng, why do you look so weird in the beauty camera? I don't think you look good. Let's delete the photo. Chen Feng. After finally shopping until noon, Chen Feng took Su Xinyao out for lunch. Today is the weekend and many people are out sightseeing. There are long queues in front of the few restaurants in the scenic area. Su Xinyao stood on tiptoe and looked at the long line, then said to Chen Feng, Brother Xiaofeng, come with me. Chen Feng's hand was suddenly taken, and Su Xinyao took him directly to the restaurant entrance. Why are these two people cutting in line? Children nowadays are so uneducated. The people in the queue immediately expressed their opinions. Su Xinyao turned a deaf ear to him, walked to the front of the line, took out a card from her bag and handed it to the staff. The staff member smiled at the sight of them, bowed, and said warmly, please come in, both of you. The tourists who were still queuing behind immediately became dissatisfied and rushed forward to squeeze into the restaurant, but were stopped by the staff. Why were the two of them able to get in? If they can cut in line, why can't we? Could it be that this restaurant is owned by their family? The staff smiled at the restless crowd and said calmly, you are right, this restaurant is really owned by them. Chen Feng was led by Su Xinyao's hand into the restaurant, and the people who were eating raised their heads and looked at them. After all, handsome men and beautiful women will become the focus of attention wherever they go. After finding a seat and sitting down, Su Xinyao pushed the menu in front of Chen Feng. Brother Xiaofeng, just order whatever you want to eat. The little girl was so generous that Chen Feng became even more curious about what happened in the queue just now. He asked jokingly, Yao, we can get in without queuing. Could this restaurant be opened by your mother? No. Su Xinyao denied it outright. But then, she added with a smile, it was opened by my fourth sister. Puff Chen Feng almost spit out a mouthful of tea. It is indeed a family business. Su Xinyao proudly introduced, the prototype of Hello Kitty was drawn by my fourth sister when she was in junior high school, and I gave them those names. Looking around the restaurant, she continued, this restaurant was opened by my fourth sister. Every table and chair, including the bowls and chopsticks, were designed according to her requirements. Chen Feng was amazed. I didn't expect that the talented painter Su Xinyan has such a girlish side. So, this theme park was founded by my mother, right? Not really. Su Xinyao shook her head. With the previous experience as a lesson, Chen Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, what is that? My uncle. Chen Feng couldn't help but shout awesome in his heart. After spending a whole day with Su Xinyao in the Hello Kitty theme park, Chen Feng felt extremely happy looking at the innocent and bright smile on her face. In today's society, people are constantly being urged to grow up, but there is always a place that helps us regain our innocence. Of course, the premise of finding innocence and protecting beauty is rich. After having dinner with Su Xinyao, Chen Feng took her for a walk at the East Lake, which is known as the fairyland of Yaoqi. As night falls, lights light up around East Lake. There is an endless stream of people coming here for a walk, in groups of 2 or 3, looking relaxed and contented. Su Xinyao was munching on a string of candied haws. Brother Xiaofeng, do you want to eat? I don't eat it, Yao Yao eats it. Brother Xiaofeng, there are a lot of people gathered in front. What are they doing? Su Xinyao looked forward curiously. Following her gaze, I saw that there were indeed a lot of people gathered around a fountain in front, and it looked very lively. Chen Feng smiled and said, let's go and take a look. The closer we got, the clearer the voices of conversation became. Occasionally I can hear a few words. The mist and rain secretly hide the beauty of hundreds of flowers, and the bright moon picks the maid's smiles. What a good poem! What a good poem! If Mr. Fan had lived in the Tang dynasty, there would be more than 300 Tang poems. Chen Feng and Su Xinyao walked closer and found that this group of people were reciting poems and composing couplets. East Lake has beautiful scenery and many ancient people wrote poems for it. Now some people gather together to write poems and exchange literature, which adds a bit of literary and artistic atmosphere to East Lake. Sitting among the crowd was a white-haired old man wearing a zhongshan suit and looking energetic. The poem that Chen Feng just heard was created from his mouth. There have been many talented people in Rongqing since ancient times, and there are many who are better than me. Besides, you are young, and your future is limitless. The white-haired old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, you don't have to be so reserved. If you have any inspiration, just stand up and speak it out for everyone to appreciate. Everyone looked at each other. A little boy of about 7 or 8 years old stood up and said in a childish voice, 10,000 stars hold the moon in the breeze, and 1,000 flowers embrace the willows with fragrance. Bang bang bang. Well, what a good poem. You have such talent at such a young age. You will definitely have a bright future. My son is about the same age as him, and he plays games all day long. Hey, these are other people's children. The white-haired old man also praised the child highly, touching the child's hair with satisfaction in his eyes. The little kid is really good. If the youth are strong, the country will be strong. There is a bright future for Chengdu. I've said that you don't have to be restrained. If you have any ideas, share them boldly. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Feng was squeezed by the people behind him, staggered, and stood in front of the white-haired old man. Chapter 63 All disappeared. What a handsome young man. The white-haired old man looked at Chen Feng and said with a smile, you volunteered to come forward, so you must have something great to share with everyone. You, go ahead. Chen Feng concealed his inner embarrassment with a smile. I don't know who bumped into him from behind just now. He staggered out, but the old man thought he was going out to write poetry. He is a science student who always ranks at the bottom in Chinese language. He gets a headache when he sees a book. It is really difficult for him to compose a poem impromptu. Brother Xiaofeng, come on. Su Xinyao waved her pink fist, her little face full of excitement. Have a song. Young man, I'm optimistic about you. If such a young child can write poetry, this person can't do it, right? Chen Feng looked at the white-haired old man and said truthfully, Senior, I can't compose poetry. At most, I can only recite 2 lines. You can recite poetry, so go ahead and do it. After obtaining the consent of the white-haired old man, Chen Feng looked towards the beautiful East Lake and began to recite Su Shi's drinking on the lake, first clear, then rainy. The water is bright and beautiful when the weather is clear. The mountains are misty and the rain is strange. After reciting the first 2 lines of the poem, Chen Feng paused, glanced at the white-haired old man and everyone's reactions, and then continued to recite. If I want to compare West Lake to Shi, light or heavy makeup is always suitable. After reciting the poem, Chen Feng looked at the white-haired old man with a smile. Senior, I have finished reciting it. The white-haired old man looked at Chen Feng, with no visible expression changing on his face, but his widened pupils concealed turbulent emotions. Looking around at the people present, they were all stunned, as if their souls had left their bodies. Chen Feng was a little puzzled. I just recited a poem, why are these people so shocked? What does that mean? Just at this moment. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a thunderous applause. The one who led the applause was the white-haired old man. Wonderful, really wonderful. Everyone present was also full of praise for Chen Feng. You are eloquent and talented. This poem is so awesome. You are so talented at such a young age. I won't dare to write poetry anymore. Is this poem half as good as Mr. Fan's? More than half. I think the level is far higher than those poems written by Mr. Fan. Chen Feng was almost dumbfounded after hearing this. He just recited a poem by Su Shi. Why did everyone present start praising his talent? He looked at Su Xinyao puzzledly. The little girl looked at him with a fanatical look on her face, her two eyes as big as crystal grapes full of admiration. What on earth is going on? This is clearly an ancient poem that even elementary school students can recite, so why do these people act like they have never heard of it? Snap. Snap. Bang. The white-haired old man stood up while clapping and said to Chen Feng approvingly, "Young man, your poem is really wonderful." A big, broad hand rested on Chen Feng's shoulder. Especially the last two lines. If you want to compare Westlake to Shi, light makeup or heavy makeup is always suitable. This ethereal and appropriate metaphor perfectly outlines the charm of this lake. Senior, this poem was not written by me. I memorized it. Chen Feng explained truthfully. But the white-haired old man seemed not to hear Chen Feng's explanation. He frowned, pointed at the lake in front of him and said to Chen Feng, "It's just that this lake is called East Lake, but your poem is about West Lake. Where is West Lake? If you change it to East Lake, would it be more appropriate?" The white-haired old man spoke very seriously and didn't seem to be joking. Someone nearby echoed, "You want to compare Donghu Lake to Shizi, Mr. Fan? Do you want to change Shizi as well?" Shizi. The white-haired old man looked at Chen Feng and asked with a meaningful smile, "Is this Shizi your girlfriend?" Ahem. Chen Feng coughed and shook his head repeatedly. "Senior, Shizi is Shi, a beauty from the Yu Kingdom during the spring and autumn period. Since she's not your girlfriend, you should have no objection if I change her to Dongzi, right? I want to compare Donghu to Dongzi." Of course Chen Feng had no objection. "I'm afraid that the coffin of old Su Shi can't hold it down anymore? Senior, I didn't write this poem. I just recited it." Chen Feng thought the white-haired old man had never read this poem, so he reminded him in a low voice, "This was written by Su Shi, drinking on the lake after rain. If you don't believe me, you can check it out online yourself." The people around laughed. "I checked it a long time ago, and there is no such poem on the internet. Is it so hard to admit that you've written a good poem? Too low-key. Our Ronqing is really full of scholars. I am proud to be a Ronqing person." Everyone present praised the poem highly. From the expressions on their faces, it doesn't look like they're acting. Chen Feng immediately took out his cell phone and searched. Oh shit. Shocked. There is really no such poem on the internet. Even Su Shi couldn't be found. Swallowing silently, Chen Feng quickly entered Li Bai, and the person was found. The next step is to search for great poets such as Du Mu, Li He, Li Shangyin, etc. Damn it. The literati of the Tang dynasty and earlier dynasties could find it, but the literati after the Tang dynasty could not find any clues. Chen Feng remembered that he just had a car accident and did not travel through time. So why was it that when he woke up, it seemed like a large piece of history was missing? "Young man, your poem is really great. If I take it to the Writers' Association, it will surely cause quite a stir." The white-haired old man smiled and asked, "Oh, by the way, have you joined the Writers' Association?" Chen Feng shook his head. "No, I don't have the qualifications." "No, you have. Just based on the poem you just wrote, your level is already higher than most of the authors in the Writers' Association." The white-haired old man looked at Chen Feng and asked seriously, "Then I invite you to join the Writers' Association, would you agree?" Chen Feng is now somewhat doubtful about his life. Mr. Fan is the vice chairman of the Writers' Association. It's your honor if he invites you. There are so many people who want to join the Writers' Association but are not qualified. Why are you still hesitating? Isn't it too hasty to join the Writers' Association just based on one poem? Su Xinyao stepped forward and said excitedly, "Brother Xiaofeng, joining the Writers' Association is a good thing. What are you hesitating about?" Chen Feng glanced at Mr. Fan and frowned slightly. "Senior, please let me think about this matter again." "Okay, I'll give you some time to think about it." The white-haired old man sat down on the chair and said, "By the way, please copy the poem you just wrote on paper for me. I will take it to the Writers' Association. Do you have any objection?" Chen Feng shook his head. "Senior, as long as you are happy." Having said that, Chen Feng still had many doubts in his heart. He borrowed Su Ximiao's mobile phone to search again, and found that he could not find any of the great writers after the Tang dynasty. Could it be that these great poets who have left their names forever, and those popular verses and famous works, have disappeared from this world? Isn't this too ridiculous? This poem was not written by this guy at all. At this moment, an angry voice rang out. Chapter 64, Acknowledged as your father on the spot. Chen Feng and everyone present looked in the direction of the voice. A young man walked up to Chen Feng with a stern face and angrily repeated what he had just said. This poem was not written by you at all. Everyone was stunned. Such a good poem is actually plagiarized? I was wondering, how could he have such literary attainments at such a young age? Too shameless, too much. Such trash is absolutely not qualified to join our Rongqing Writers Association. Hearing everyone's discussions, Chen Feng smiled bitterly. I thought to myself, this poem was not originally written by me. He explained this to Mr. Fan and everyone present, but they just didn't believe it and insisted that it was his original creation. I just explained it to you. I just carried. Before he could finish his sentence, the boy's next words made Chen Feng laugh and cry. This poem was written by my teacher. You are plagiarizing his work and showing off here. This is simply an insult to literature. Your teacher? Chen Feng laughed. Mr. Dongpa was born in 1037 and was a figure in the Northern Song dynasty. The young man in front of him looked about the same age as Su Shi. How could Su Shi be his teacher? That's right. The boy nodded firmly. Handsome guy, this isn't the way to act cool these days. You're going too far. Chen Feng whispered these words into the boy's ear. Then he raised his head and asked loudly, then let me ask you one more question, is your teacher's last name Su? No. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. No, then it's okay. Originally, this young man spoke in a threatening tone, as if he had solid evidence, and I thought he was really different from the others here and knew about Su Shi's existence. Since his teacher's surname is not Su, Chen Feng can continue to pretend. Chen Feng looked at the young man and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Why are you looking at me like that? The boy subconsciously took a step back, held his head high, and said proudly, my teacher's last name is Deng, is there a problem? No problem, handsome, you don't have to be nervous. Chen Feng asked the young man, since you said that this poem was written by your teacher and I plagiarized it, does your teacher have any other poems that we don't know about? The boy lowered his head and looked at the tip of his shoe, it should be gone. Okay, since that's the only song. Chen Feng looked at the white-haired old man, smiled faintly and said, Senior, I suddenly feel like writing poetry, and I want to write another poem. I wonder if you will give me this opportunity? The white-haired old man nodded repeatedly, okay. Thank you, Senior. Chen Feng nodded slightly, glanced at everyone present, then turned his back, faced East Lake, and stood with one hand behind his back. A gust of wind blew along the lakeshore, ruffling hair and blowing up clothes, causing many young girls playing on the shore to scream. The spring eye flows silently, the tree's shadow shines on the water and the sun shines softly. A year has passed with the sound of firecrackers, and the spring breeze brings warmth to Tusu. After death, I know that everything is empty, but I am sad that I can't see the whole country together. One after another, masterpieces of Ming poetry since the Song dynasty poured into Chen Feng's mind like a flood. He could recite it before, but he can't recite it now. What he had read, what he had not read. Now they are all coming. Chen Feng suddenly thought of the reward from the sign-in system last night. Could it be that this system allows one to become a great writer by stealing the works of literati since the Song dynasty? This made Chen Feng want to cry, but he had no tears. System, oh system, if you really can't program it, then don't give this skill. Stealing the works of predecessors to show off is probably because their coffin lids won't be able to hold them down anymore. Didn't you just say you wanted to write a poem? Why are you stunned again? Forgot? You don't understand. This is brewing emotions. Everyone was talking about it. The boy sneered, if you really can't do it, then don't stand there pretending to be cool and wasting everyone's time. Chen Feng regained his composure. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised. Men don't act casually. It's not manly to pretend to be cool. But at this time, it's right in front of me, I have to pretend. I'm sorry, seniors. The water is boundless and the cattails are endless. The lotus flowers bloom at night and smell fragrant in the wind and dew. Gradually I saw lights coming out of the distant temple. Wait until the moon is dark to see the lake light. Bang bang bang. There was thunderous applause. Another great poem. Even if the poet Levi were here, he would probably not be able to perform at this level. With talent like this, there's no need to plagiarize other people's poems. Although I have loved writing poetry for more than 20 years, my writing is still not as good as his 2 poems. I am really ashamed. Finished reciting another poem by Su Shrew. Chen Feng turned around and looked at the boy. Is this poem also written by your teacher? The boy's face looked uglier than pig liver. He hesitated and shook his head. No, no. Chen Feng chuckled. Then let me ask you again, was the poem Drinking on the Lake After Rain written by your teacher? This. The young man lowered his head, not daring to look into Chen Feng's eyes. The smile on Chen Feng's face became even bigger. Okay, since you still don't want to tell the truth, then I will write another poem. If after I finish writing this poem, you are still convinced that I plagiarized your teacher, then I will recognize you as my father on the spot. The boy lowered his head and remained silent. The white-haired old man stood up, patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, and coughed. This is totally unnecessary. Why? Chen Feng chuckled. Since he doubts me, I have to prove it to him. I mean the last sentence you said. The white-haired old man looked at the young man and said, he is my grandson, Fan Tong. Chen Feng suppressed his laughter. What a nice name. I got it. This is not surprising. Fan Tong stared at Chen Feng, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. The white-haired old man smiled and said, he is young and naive. You don't have to bother with him. He is still in high school and should be the same age as your girlfriend. Chen Feng wondered, my girlfriend? The white-haired old man looked at Su Xinyao with a smile. I can see it all, young man, you don't have to hide it. I don't object to young people dating. Su Xinyao walked up to Chen Feng and shyly stuck out half of her head. Grandpa, I'm brother Xiaofeng's fiancé. Fiancé? The white-haired old man nodded repeatedly. Yes, a talented man and a beautiful woman. I am very optimistic about you too. As he said that, he looked at Chen Feng. Oh, by the way, young man, I don't know your name yet? Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I will call you Xiao Feng from now on. Seeing that the two of them were getting along well, Fan Tong felt very unhappy. Grandpa, do you really believe that he wrote those poems himself? I don't believe he is that good. The white-haired old man glared at him and said, if it wasn't written by Xiao Feng, could it be written by you? We just met and you're so biased towards him. Fan Tong was dissatisfied. Chen Feng smiled and said, Senior, your grandson is really cute. TSK, he's even more capable of pretending to be a grandson than a grandson. Fan Tong snorted coldly. The white-haired old man smiled and said, Xiao Feng, bring your girlfriend to my house. I happen to have a granddaughter who is a Chinese teacher and likes to study poetry. She will definitely be happy if you go. Chapter 65, Pretending to be Big. Unable to refuse such a kind offer, Chen Feng readily agreed. After taking Su Xinyao and following the white-haired old man home, Chen Feng discovered that Fan's family also bought a house in Greentown. We took the elevator upstairs and Fan Tong was responsible for opening the door. Chen Feng casually glanced at the house number of the next room and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Feng, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Coincidentally, the house my aunt bought for herself happened to be a neighbor of Mr. Fan. The door opened, and a beautiful woman with black hair like a waterfall stood at the door. She came forward with a smile and supported him. Grandpa, you're back. She glanced behind the white-haired old man and said, a guest is coming. Come in. The white-haired old man pointed at Fan Ying and introduced her to Chen Feng. Xiao Feng, this is my granddaughter, Fan Ying, who teaches at the university. He has bright eyes and white teeth, and his words and actions carry the air of a scholar. A man of culture is naturally elegant. This poem is the most appropriate description. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. Sister Ying. Hello, sister. Su Xinyao followed behind and called out obediently. So cute. Fan Ying couldn't help but praise, you don't have to be polite, just treat it as your own home. The white-haired old man asked Chen Feng and Su Xinyao to sit on the sofa. Fan Tong, make some tea. Why should I go? Don't they have hands of their own? Fan Tong snorted coldly. Grandpa, they are all young people. I'll get them some juice. Fan Ying gently pushed Fan Tong and went to the refrigerator to get some drinks. Thank you very much. Chen Feng looked around the living room. The walls are covered with award certificates and the cabinets are filled with various trophies, most of which are provincial or even national level. The names written on them include Fan Yingying and another named Fan Wenliang. I am Fan Wenliang. The white-haired old man explained to Chen Feng with a smile. Su Xinyao was stunned. Grandpa, you and Sister Yingying are both so amazing. The smile on Fan Wenliang's face became even bigger. I am old, and I can't say I am great. My granddaughter is indeed my pride. She has been smart and studious since she was young. It's a pity that. He looked at Fan Tong, who was sitting on the side playing games. This grandson is uneducated and has no skills. He just hangs out in the internet cafe playing games all day long and has no ambition to make progress. Here you go again. I'll go back to my room and make room for you. Fan Tong cursed and ran back to his room angrily. Chen Feng smiled and said, Mr. Fan, your grandson should be in his rebellious period now. After this period, he will naturally know that he needs to study hard. Perhaps. Fan Wenliang took a sip of hot tea and frowned, looking at him like this. His father now blames me for giving him such a name. Fan Tong. Big eater. Come on, Xiao Feng, there is. Su Xinyao looked up obediently. My name is Yao Yao. Yao Yao, drink some juice. Fan Wenliang looked at Fan Yingying with a smile. Aren't you curious about why I brought these two children home? Fan Yingying sat down next to Su Xinyao and helped her unscrew the juice cap. Grandpa, did you do that because they are cute? Being liked is one reason. Fan Wenliang took out a piece of paper from his pocket. This is what I asked Xiaofeng to write to me in the car just now. Here, take it and have a look. Fan Yingying took the paper. There are 2 poems written on it. The water is bright and beautiful when the weather is fine, and the mountains are misty and strange when it rains. After reading the 2 poems softly, Fan Yingying's eyes lit up and she praised them highly. These 2 poems are so well written, especially the line light makeup and heavy makeup are always suitable, which instantly brings the scenery of our East Lake to life. Fan Yingying was so happy that she couldn't help but read the poem from beginning to end again. Then, she looked at Fan Wenliang curiously. Grandpa, what is this poem? Fan Wenliang looked at Chen Feng with a smile. Xiao Feng wrote this. Fan Wenliang nodded. Fan Yingying was surprised. It's incredible, this poem is comparable to those written by poets of all ages. Xiaofeng, you are simply a genius. Chen Feng was almost unable to sit still due to the praise. Sister Yingying, actually I didn't write these 2 poems. I just recited them. Fan Yingying obviously didn't believe it. Xiao Feng, don't be so modest. If these 2 poems were really written by someone else, why have I never read them? Fan Wenliang smiled and said, on the way back, Xiao Feng explained to me that this poem was not written by him. It is rare to find such a talented and low-key young man like him in today's society. Fan Yingying stared at Chen Feng for a while. Grandpa, now that you mention it, I remember something. I just saw an article posted online, saying that a poet had descended to the East Lake. The picture of him reciting poetry with his back to the East Lake really looked like that. She looked at Chen Feng with a smile, so it seems that this poetry god is talking about Xiao Feng. Cough cough. Chen Feng felt that the coffin of the old man Su Shi could no longer be held down. Mr. Fan, Sister Yingying, you are flattering me too much by saying this. Chen Feng wanted to brush off the matter of writing poems as soon as possible. Those poems were just recited by me casually, and they don't deserve such false praise. Fan Yingying was even more impressed. You just recited it casually, and it's better than all the poems I've ever written. Xiaofeng, you still say you're not a genius? Fan Wenliang laughed. Yingying, I know you best. Although you look weak and don't like to compete with others, I know that you have a sense of pride in your bones and will not easily admit that others are better than you in literature. Mr. Fan looked at Fan Yingying and said, you said you are not as good as Xiaofeng. Are you serious? Yes, Grandpa. Fan Yingying felt inferior. Based on these 2 poems, I am not even half as good as Xiaofeng. Chen Feng was praised so much that he couldn't bear to listen anymore. He just recited Su Shi's poems casually, but his voice was uploaded to the internet as if he were the god of poetry. If he could recite a few more poems by other poets, wouldn't he really become a great poet living in modern times? Xiao Feng, you have such talent, have you joined the Writers' Association? Fan Yingying asked curiously. No. Chen Feng added, Mr. Fan invited me just now. Then do you agree? Chen Feng hesitated for a few seconds and said seriously, Sister Yingying, I write poetry because I love it and to express my feelings. I never write poetry to get praise from others, nor do I write poetry to join the Writers' Association. Well said. Fan Wenliang applauded. I admire young people like you. Sighing, he said, Xiao Feng, since you don't want to join the Writers Association, I won't force you anymore. Chen Feng. I just pretended to be cool, and as a result, I lost the opportunity to join the Writers Association. Fan Ying smiled and said, Xiao Feng, I know that it is easy for you to join the Writers Association with your own strength, but my grandfather is the vice chairman of the Writers Association after all. If you want to join, just tell him. Okay. Chen Feng nodded. At this point, Fan Wenliang suddenly said to Fan Ying, oh, by the way, isn't the book you wrote about Chengdu still missing a preface? Show it to Xiaofeng and ask him to write it for you. Chapter 66 Your grandson is so cute. Okay, I'll get it right away. Fan Ying got up and went to the study. When she came out again, she was holding a book in her hand. This is just a first draft, and it hasn't been officially published yet. It's missing a preface. I was thinking of asking my friends in the Writers Association to help write one, but my grandfather said that it would be better for me to write it myself instead of asking those people. Chen Feng took the book and started reading. This is a book introducing Chengdu, including its local history, attractions, and food. With both pictures and text. Especially the few photos added before the catalog, which were taken with great care. Such books, once put on the shelves, will most likely become textbook level. It is a golden business card that showcases Chengdu's customs and culture to the locals and even more to people from other cities. Mr. Fan, Sister Ying. Chen Feng closed the book and said seriously, I can't write the preface. Fan Wenliang smiled and said, Xiao Feng, you can take this book home and read it slowly. There is no rush for you to write the preface now. Xiao Feng, Grandpa has high hopes for you, so I'll leave the preface to you. Just take your time to think about it and write it. Don't feel pressured. Once you've finished writing, I'll thank you very much. Fan Ying also said. Xiao Feng, this preface does not have to be an article, it can also be a poem, Fan Wenliang added. This. There was a hint of hesitation on Chen Feng's face. A small, warm hand grasped his arm. Su Xinyao blinked her big watery eyes and encouraged in a baby voice, Brother Xiaofeng, come on, you can do it. Since even the little girl said so, Chen Feng would no longer refuse. He opened the first page of the book, which showed a photo of East Lake. This East Lake is one of the most famous attractions in Chengdu. It has a long history and attracts many tourists every year. When people mention East Lake, they will think of Chengdu. That's right. Fan Ying nodded. It just so happens that the cover and the first page illustration of this book are both about Donghu Lake, so I will write a lyric as a preface to the book. Okay. Fan Ying agreed very much, Xiao Feng, I look forward to your introduction then. Sister Ying, don't wait, I can write to you now. Now. Fan Ying widened her eyes in surprise. After just chatting for a while, Chen Feng got an inspiration? Ying. Fan Wenliang did not look surprised at all. If Donghu was there just now, you would not be surprised now. Just watch Xiaofeng's performance. As he spoke, Chen Feng stood up. He put one hand behind his back, held his head high and looked dignified. He paced slowly in the living room, reciting a line of poetry with great vigor with every step he took. The sky and water of East Lake are beautiful, the clouds and objects are fresh, and the gulls and herons are sleeping leisurely. Fan Ying was just about to get the juice on the coffee table when she heard Chen Feng recite the first two lines of the poem. Her hand paused and remained suspended in mid-air. You should get used to listening to orchestral music. Fan Wenliang folded his arms across his chest, tapping his elbow rhythmically with his fingertips, and looked at Chen Feng with a meaningful look. Ahem. Chen Feng paused deliberately, cleared his throat, and then continued reading. The night is perfect with a clear wind and bright moon. A field of jade, who would envy the phoenix? 3 pairs of eyes looked at Chen Feng at the same time. People in the boat are like fairies. Chen Feng recited Ouyang Shou's Kaizangzi with ups and downs and extraordinary momentum. After reading it, he looked at Fan Ying and asked with a smile, Sister Ying, what do you think of giving you this poem as a preface? Fan Ying was stunned. Bang bang bang. Fan Wenliang took the lead in applauding and praised it highly. What a good word. What a good sentence. People in the boat are like fairies. It's wonderful, it's really wonderful. Chen Feng wrote the poem on a piece of paper and handed it to Fan Ying. Sister Ying, if you think this poem is not good, I will think about it later. Don't think about it, just this one. Fan Ying grabbed the paper and held it in her arms like a treasure. Xiao Feng, you are a genius, you really are a genius. Chen Feng smiled modestly and said, Sister Ying, thank you for the compliment. I hope you will take care of me in the future. Fan Ying didn't know that Chen Feng would move next door soon. She smiled and said, Xiao Feng, you helped me a lot. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. If I can help you, I will definitely do my best to help you. Fan Wenliang was savoring the words that Chen Feng recited. On the surface, this poem sounds like it is trying to describe the scenery of East Lake and the joy of boating on the lake. The breeze is blowing, the moonlight is bright, the lake water is clear, and the watercolor is reflected. In just a few sentences, the beautiful scenery seems to come into view. Nodding his head in approval, Mr. Fan continued. If you take a closer look, the whole poem makes you feel far away from the hustle and bustle, relaxed and happy, and it should express a broad-minded and optimistic attitude towards life. Fan Wenliang looked at Chen Feng. Xiao Feng, what I said should be correct, right? Yes, that's right. Chen Feng nodded. Fan Wenliang praised repeatedly, you are so young, but you already have such a state of mind. It is really precious. Xiaofeng, Ying has praised you as a genius many times, and it is indeed not an exaggeration. Throughout this evening, Chen Feng had heard too much praise. Genius and poetic god are both high evaluations of him. He thought he was thick-skinned compared to most people, but he couldn't help but be praised like that. Mr. Fan, Sister Ying, thank you for your affirmation of me, but I am just an ordinary person, not a genius. You two are the real scholars and role models for me to keep working hard in the future. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Fan Tong, who had just walked out of the room, snorted coldly, pretentious bastard. Fan Tong, you are rude again. Fan Wenliang scolded loudly, Xiao Feng, I made a fool of myself for you. Chen Feng glanced at Fan Tony and said with a smile, Mr. Fan, your grandson is actually quite impressive. I just saw the awards on the wall, and his is one of them. Fan Wenliang glanced at it and said, really? Chen Feng pointed to an award certificate posted in the far corner that looked a bit old. That one. Congratulations to Mr. Fan from Class 1, Grade 3 for winning the third place in the 400-meter race. Mr. Fan, your grandson has developed athletic ability and has a promising future. You're looking for death. Fan Tong picked up a bottle of iced cola and was about to throw it at Chen Feng. Fan Ying stopped him immediately, put it down. Hurry up and apologize to Xiaofeng. Is he worthy? Fan Tong snorted coldly, glared at Chen Feng, walked back to the room and slammed the door. Xiao Feng, my brother has this temper. My parents are abroad all year round and rarely come home. He has been willful since he was young. As his sister, I apologize to you on his behalf. It's okay, Sister Ying, I won't take it to heart. As he was speaking, the cell phone rang. I looked at the caller ID and saw it was Su Xinyue calling. As soon as I pressed the answer button, her unhappy voice came immediately. Chen Feng, what time is it? Why haven't you and Yao Yao gone home yet? Where did you take her? Chapter 67 You are awesome. Hearing Su Xinyue's voice, Su Xinyao stood on tiptoe, looked at Chen Feng's phone, and smiled sweetly. Fifth sister, brother Xiaofeng and I are at Grandpa Fan's house, you don't have to worry about us. Take away the word we. I don't care what that bastard is doing. I'm only worried about you. It's getting late. Come back soon. Chen Feng walked aside, lowered his voice, and asked with a smile, Yeah, did you miss me? Who missed you, narcissist? I know that women always say one thing and mean another. Just wait, I will bring Yao Yao back and pamper you together. Su Xinyue's face turned red on the other end of the phone, and her voice was furious. Who wants you to favor me? It's best if you never come back, then I can feel at peace. The phone call was hung up. Turning around, 3 pairs of eyes looked at me meaningfully. Especially Fan Wenliang, he stretched his neck and almost leaned over to take a closer look at the phone. Xiao Feng, who is the person who called you? Mr. Fan, it's my fiancé who's urging me to go home. Fan Wenliang looked at Su Xinyao and asked in surprise, You have a fiancé at home, who is this? Su Xinyao finally found an opportunity to introduce herself. She smiled sweetly and introduced herself in a baby voice, Grandpa Fan, I'm also Brother Xiaofeng's fiancé. Fan Wenliang is quite stupid. Is there such a good thing? Why didn't he encounter this when he was young? Chen Feng explained with a smile, My mother-in-law is capable, so, ahem. Seeing Chen Feng hesitate to speak, Fan Wenliang smiled and nodded repeatedly. Oh, I understand, Xiaofeng, if that's the case, then you can go back and we'll meet again next time when we're free. Chen Feng nodded and said goodbye to Mr. Fan and Fan Ying. Ying, send Xiaofeng out. Good. Fan Ying agreed and sent Chen Feng and Su Xinyao out of the community. Under the bright moonlight, her slender figure fluttered in the wind, her clothes flowing and her hair moving. Every frown and smile of hers is as beautiful as a fairy descended from the moon palace. Be careful on the road. The sound is gentle and pleasant, like the morning dewdrops first blooming on a bud that is about to bloom. Chen Feng felt his heartstrings suddenly plucked. He took out a crumpled piece of paper from his trouser pocket, handed it to Fan Ying, and quickly left the community with Su Xinyao. Fan Ying watched the two people leave, then opened the paper ball. The above is a poem. The mountains are like the waves of the eyes, and the water is like the peaks of the eyebrows. If you want to ask the traveler where he is going, you will find that his eyes and eyebrows are full of smiles. I have just sent spring away, and now I am sending you away. If you catch spring in the south of the Yangtze River, stay with it. Fan Ying finished reciting silently, looked at the figure that had disappeared long ago, and curled her cherry lips slightly. Returned to Su's house. Mom! Chen Feng saw Zhang Lindy sitting on the sofa at a glance. Her suitcase was still in a corner of the living room. Her makeup was delicate, but it couldn't hide the fatigue on her face. Seeing Chen Feng and Su Xinyao coming in, she immediately smiled. Xiao Feng and Yao Yao are back. Where did you go to play today? Su Xinyao threw herself into Zhang Lindy's arms, playing with her hair while answering. Today, Brother Xiaofeng and I went to the Hello Kitty theme park, and we also visited Grandpa Fan's house in the evening. Zhang Lindy was curious. Which Grandpa Fan? We met each other by the East Lake. Grandpa Fan saw that Brother Xiaofeng wrote good poems, so he invited us to visit him. Write poetry? Zhang Lindy looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and sat down on the sofa, saying modestly, I just recited it casually. Zhang Lindy was very happy. It just so happens that Zier also likes to write articles. When she comes back, you will definitely have something to talk about. Su Xinyao picked up an orange and sighed. Sixth sister has been away at the book signing event for such a long time and she hasn't come back yet. Yao Yao misses her so much. It's almost time. Your sixth sister will be back soon. Zhang Lindy helped Su Xinyao peel the oranges. After peeling the orange, she cut it in half, handed the larger half to Chen Feng, and left the smaller half to Su Xinyao. Mom, you're back, why didn't you tell me? Su Xinyue came out of the room. Seeing that all the oranges had been distributed, Zhang Lindy picked up a few winter dates from the fruit plate and said, I'm afraid I'll disturb you. Come, yeah, eat some dates. When he saw Dong Zhao, the fear of being deceived by Chen Feng that night started to churn in his stomach again. Su Xinyue almost vomited again. She covered her stomach and shook her head repeatedly, I don't want to eat. Chen Feng broke open a slice of orange, yeah, eat an orange. I don't want to eat. Su Xinyue turned her face away. Zhang Lindy scolded, Xiao Feng is so good to you. If you keep showing a stern face to him, you will have to move out from now on. Mom Su Xinyue was so upset that she could not even cry. Zhang Lindy was known for her harsh words and deeds, so she had no choice but to open her mouth and swallow the orange that Chen Feng fed her. If she didn't eat it, Zhang Lindy would sever the mother-daughter relationship with her. Xiao Feng, what did you write about in Donghu today? Can you read it to me? Su Xinyue snorted coldly. He became very popular on the internet today. Both of his poems were circulated all over the internet. Some people even called him the god of poetry who came down to earth. Really? Zhang Lindy immediately took out her cell phone and started checking. After reading a few articles, her face was full of smiles and she kept praising them. Xiao Feng is indeed my good son-in-law. The poems he writes are really great. Yeah, Yao, you too should learn from him. Zhang Lindy said as she took a screenshot of the article and saved it. I'll send it to Zier. She will definitely like these two poems after reading them. Su Xinyue picked up a banana and started eating it. Mom, sixth sister can surf the internet by herself. You don't need to send it to her. She's probably already seen it. Su Xinyao suggested, Mommy, I think since this poem was written by Brother Xiaofeng, if you really want to show it to sixth sister, you should let Brother Xiaofeng post it. Yao Yao is right. Zhang Lindy looked at Chen Feng and said, Xiao Feng, you probably don't have Zier's WeChat yet. I'll send you her number and you can add her yourself. It happens that both of you are good at literature, so you can have a good chat in the evening. Received a message from Zhang Lindy on WeChat. Chen Feng took a look. The name of the WeChat account is Yi Zisu, which is Su Yunzia's pen name. The avatar is a girl with long flowing hair, looking quiet and gentle. Chen Feng sent a friend request. Okay, you guys can chat. I'm tired too and want to go back to my room to rest. Zhang Lindy rubbed his sore shoulders. Seeing this, Chen Feng immediately stepped forward and said, Mom, let me give you a massage. Zhang Lindy leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes. Okay, Xiaofeng, you are thoughtful. Chen Feng put Zhang Lindy's hair behind the backrest, revealing her smooth and slender neck. He raised his hand and gently massaged Zhang Lindy from the temple on the top of her head to the area below her neck. Zhang Lindy closed her eyes and her expression gradually relaxed. When the key acupoints were pressed, she let out a low moan of satisfaction. Mom, are you comfortable? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Zhang Lindy nodded repeatedly, comfortable, very comfortable, Xiaofeng, you are amazing. Chapter 68 Becoming a Writer. Hearing his mother-in-law praising his cooking skills, Chen Feng suddenly felt full of motivation. Xiao Feng. Zhang Lindy looked completely relaxed, all the fatigue from just returning from a business trip gone. She touched her flat belly and slowly opened her eyes. Xiao Feng, before going to bed, can I have a bowl of noodles you made? Without the strong and overbearing side of a strong woman, she is now as gentle as a little girl asking an adult for candy. Especially the tone of voice, so gentle and soft, making people unable to refuse. Chen Feng agreed without hesitation. Okay, Mom, I'll do it for you right away. When Su Xinyao thought of the taste of Chen Feng's lower body, she suddenly felt hungry. She looked at Chen Feng aggrievely. Brother Xiaofeng, Yao Yao wants to eat noodles too. You have a share, too. When saying this, Chen Feng glanced at Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue slowly chewed the last bite of banana. Why are you looking at me? I'm not hungry. Gurgle. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach growled in a very cute way. Chen Feng sighed softly. It seems that this arrogant fiancé didn't eat well when he was not at home. Going into the kitchen, Chen Feng made 3 big bowls of seafood noodles. The 3 women ate very contentedly and even drank up all the soup. After washing the dishes and returning to the room, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Sitting in front of the computer, Chen Feng's mind appeared the figure of Zhang Lindy. She was once just a weak woman, but she had to support the entire family. She raised 7 daughters with great difficulty, started from scratch, and gradually became the richest person in Chengdu. Behind the glamour and beauty, there were endless unknown hardships and sufferings. Looking at the luxurious villa and the facilities that were more luxurious than those in a 5-star hotel, Chen Feng was quite moved. Even when I think of it, I just want to give my mother-in-law a big hug. There are so many thoughts in my mind. Chen Feng turned on the computer, put his fingers on the keyboard, and started typing quickly. Backview. This manuscript is dedicated to my beloved mother-in-law. It has been almost a month since I met my mother-in-law, and what I can't forget the most is her back. Bang bang bang. Thousands of true feelings gather in my heart, my fingertips fly, and I type a string of touching words on the keyboard. As I was writing, the graceful figure of my mother-in-law unconsciously appeared before my eyes. I said, Mom, go ahead. She looked out of the car and said, I'm going to buy some oranges. You stay here and don't move. After a pause, Chen Feng continued writing. The speed of typing on the keyboard is getting faster and faster, and the strings of words seem to be about to jump out of the computer screen. She was saddened by what she saw, and naturally she couldn't help her emotions. Naturally, she had to express her emotions outwardly, and she gradually treated me differently than before. Click. Hit the final period. A short article of more than 1,000 words has been written. I glanced at the time and found that only 10 minutes had passed when I finished writing an article. Chen Feng read the article from beginning to end. Sure enough, there was a typo. He changed the last paragraphs in the midst of passion to in the midst of depression, and then clicked save with satisfaction. How can I make Zhang Lindy see this article inadvertently? Chen Feng thought about it and decided to find a magazine to submit his article to. However, the matter of finding the magazine would have to be put off until tomorrow. Chen Feng opened his phone, took a look at WeChat, and found that Su Yunzi had not yet agreed to his friend request. This is not surprising. Su Yunzi is a very popular online novel writer with countless fans. It is normal that Chen Feng's friend request was ignored. It just so happens that both of you are good at literature, so you can have a good chat in the evening. Zhang Lindy's words rang in his ears. Since his fiancée is good at writing, Chen Feng naturally doesn't want to fall behind. The novel website where Su Yunzi works is called Fenglai Academy, and it belongs to the same Yuan group as Qidian Chinese network. Just do it. Chen Feng immediately logged into Qidian Chinese website and chose to create an author account. Pen name. It is crucial to choose a good pen name. Like the great writers on Qidian Chinese website that he is familiar with, such as Chen Dong, Zhen Yutu, Jiwu, etc., their pen names are unique and can arouse readers' interest at first sight. For example, the novel that Chen Feng is following recently, the author's pen name is It Will Fail Sooner or Later. With such a pen name, failure is bound to happen sooner or later. After thinking for a while, Chen Feng typed Chao Shi Luo Wu. After creating an author account, the next step is to create a novel. Most of the popular online novels nowadays are pretentious and face-slapping stories, or stories with many studs and many female protagonists. Readers like this, and a large number of follow-up articles have emerged. As his first online novel to be written, Chen Feng began to conceive the general subject matter and framework. First of all, the protagonist must be an orphan at the beginning, in danger, and oppressed. This setting can not only increase the sense of substitution, but also lay the groundwork. Secondly, there must be a golden finger and a noble person to help. There must be a lot of supporting characters who keep coming out to commit suicide, otherwise the protagonist will not be able to keep up the pretense. Women are naturally indispensable, and the more beautiful they are, the better. It would be best if they have some skills, which can arouse men's desire to conquer. Okay, let us write this. Thinking of this, Chen Feng quickly created the novel. High Travels. Different from most pretentious and face-slapping articles, Chen Feng decided to create a monkey as the protagonist this time. To make it seem like he was an orphan, or a monkey that had jumped out of a stone. After all, the more inhuman the protagonist is, the more readers like to read it. The novel is created. Chen Feng suddenly felt a surge of inspiration and quickly began writing a book, his fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard. Chapter 1, The spiritual roots grow and the source flows out, the mind is cultivated and the great Tao is born. The chapter name should be cultural and meaningful. Many of the people who read novels on Qidian Chinese website have been reading for several years or even more than 10 years. They are very picky about the quality of novels and generally do not like amateurish writing. After deciding on the chapter names, Chen Feng officially began writing Ziyuji. Once upon a time there was a mountain, in the mountain there was a temple, in the temple there was a big stone. The big stone said to the small stone, "Do you believe that there is a monkey in my stomach?" The small stone said, "I don't believe you, you are a very bad old man." Ha! An hour and a half passed. Seeing that it was almost 12 o'clock, Chen Feng stopped writing and glanced at the computer. Chapter 5. Not bad. Upload them all. Newcomer, new book, please support. In the next chapter, watch me, old son, wreak havoc in the heavenly palace. If you want to eat the peaches and become immortal, please give me a reward. Everyone who gives a reward will get a share. Seeing that the new book was still under review, Chen Feng took a look at the current bestseller list. Seeing the big names on the list with hundreds or even thousands of sales per day, Chen Feng cast a glance of envy. Of course, only a little bit. Because in a few days, he will dominate the sales charts. Chapter 69, Feeling Sorry for My Mother-in-Law. The next day, Chen Feng woke up to the sound of an alarm. Because Zhang Lindy rarely sleeps at home at night, Chen Feng sets the alarm for 6:30 so that he can make breakfast for his mother-in-law himself. Walk into the kitchen. Su Xinyao was swinging her two long ponytails and opening the refrigerator door to get some milk. Yao Yao, you can't drink ice milk on an empty stomach. Chen Feng rubbed her head, I'll make you some milk. Thank you, brother Xiaofeng. Su Xinyao obediently closed the refrigerator door and asked curiously, Brother Xiaofeng, why did you get up so early today? Chen Feng replied while making milk expertly, I'll make breakfast for you. He handed the milk to Su Xinyao. By the way, do you know what mom likes to eat for breakfast? Su Xinyao understood immediately. She smiled and said, Brother Xiaofeng, mommy has already left. She has a flight at 6 in the morning. She ate 2 slices of bread before leaving. Chen Feng sighed distressfully when he heard this, eat so little again. If this continues, I'm worried about mom's health. Su Xinyao held the hot milk and comforted him, Brother Xiaofeng, actually mommy will eat a lot of delicious food after getting on the plane. Really, she often sends pictures to tempt me and my 5th sister. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of ding-dong message alert sounds rang out from his phone. Look, mommy is showing off her breakfast on the plane again. Su Xinyao opened WeChat and opened the picture that Zhang Lindy had just sent her. Chen Feng took a look and found that the breakfast was indeed rich. Not only did it include Western-style hamburgers and French fries, but also a variety of exquisite Chinese snacks, and there were also several kinds of milk and fruit. There are also some photos in which Lin Dai does not show her face, but only holds a hamburger with one hand and poses in front of the camera. Brother Xiaofeng, you see, mommy often asks my sisters and me to eat less hamburgers, but she always eats them herself. Su Xinyao pouted in grievance. Chen Feng chuckled. After staring at the photo for a few seconds, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The woman in the last picture is not Zhang Lindy at all. The woman in the photo shows one side of her neck, which is white and smooth. When Chen Feng was massaging Zhang Lindy last night, he clearly found a pink heart-shaped birthmark on the left side of her neck near her shoulder. In an instant, Chen Feng understood. It was true that the meals on the plane were sumptuous, but Zhang Lindy simply didn't have enough time to enjoy them. During the several hours she spent on the plane, she had endless documents to read and affairs to deal with. Perhaps, no matter how tired she was, she dared not take a nap for too long. Being a workaholic, she doesn't know how to take care of her body. Brother Xiaofeng, what's wrong with you? Su Xinyao asked curiously when she saw Chen Feng frowning. Chen Feng turned his head away, blinked, and then said with a smile, nothing. Brother Xiaofeng, mommy left a note for you before she left. Su Xinyao handed over the note. Chen Feng opened the note, and the handwriting on it was elegant and beautiful. Xiaofeng, mom has to go on a business trip again. I'm sorry that I won't have much time to accompany you. You have to eat and sleep on time and don't stay up late. If you need money, just ask. If you are wronged, don't keep it to yourself. Tell mom. No matter where I am, I will come back to support you. As he watched, Chen Feng felt his eyes gradually becoming moist. My mother-in-law is so nice to me. What more could a man ask for to have such a great and kind mother-in-law in his life? Finished breakfast. Su Xinyue just finished washing up and went downstairs. Chen Feng and his sisters sat around the dining table and had breakfast together. Su Xinyue saw Su Xinyao yawning continuously and said with a smile, Seventh sister, you went out to steal last night, why do you look like you didn't get enough sleep? Su Xinyao forced her eyelids open and explained, Fifth sister, I was reading a novel last night. Although the author only updated more than 10,000 words, the content was really wonderful. I read it over and over again, waiting for the next chapter to be updated. Su Xinyue disagreed, what kind of brainless romance novel is this? This isn't a romance novel, but it's more exciting than any romance novel I've ever read. Su Xinyao introduced it seriously, Fifth sister, this novel is called Zayuji, I strongly recommend you to read it. Cough cough. Chen Feng was drinking porridge. When he heard this, he choked on the porridge. Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng and shook her head to refuse, I won't watch it. Just hearing the name sounds boring. Hey, Fifth sister, just go and take a look. It's really good. Su Xinyao said in a baby voice, I've even urged the author to update in the comments section. If he's slow to update, I'll send him razor blades. Cough cough. Chen Feng had just stopped coughing, but when he heard this, he started coughing again. Su Xinyao looked at Chen Feng and smiled sweetly, Brother Xiaofeng, I also strongly recommend you to read it, but after the update last night, the author has not updated it yet. I am so anxious waiting. Chen Feng smiled secretly. I thought to myself, I wrote this novel, how could I not know the content? He nodded, and then suggested, Yao Yao, I've seen other novel authors ask readers to give more recommendations and rewards before they can update. You might as well give them a reward, maybe the author will update immediately. Su Xinyao nodded thoughtfully. Brother Xiaofeng, you are right. The little girl jumped off the chair, immediately picked up the phone, and started poking at the screen. Okay, I've given you 10 million book coins. I wonder if the author will thank me by name after seeing this. Ken, definitely will. Chen Feng didn't expect that the little girl was so generous. 10 million book coins are equivalent to 1 million Chinese coins, a full 1 million. Su Xinyue snorted coldly, Seventh sister, are you crazy? It's just been serialized, and you've given so much money. What if the author suddenly quits? Su Xinyao said confidently, no, I think this novel will definitely become a hit if it continues to be written. If the author really dares to discontinue it. The little girl gritted her teeth and said fiercely, then let him really become a eunuch. Chen Feng suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. He smiled and lowered his head to eat. After breakfast and sending Su Xinyao to school, Chen Feng went straight to the magazine office. According to the address he found online, Chen Feng drove to Rongqing Literature and Art magazine. Walking to the front desk, Chen Feng said, "Hello, I want to see your editor-in-chief." "Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist glanced at Chen Feng. "No." Chen Feng continued, "I came to your editor-in-chief to submit." Before I could finish my words, the receptionist said impatiently, "We won't see anyone without an appointment, and our editor-in-chief is out." "She's not here." Chen Feng asked curiously, "Then do you know when she can come back?" "I don't know." "Just wait." After the receptionist said that, she lowered her head and started browsing on her phone. Chapter 70 Blind. Is the editor-in-chief not here? A young girl with a high ponytail walked up to the front desk and asked. The receptionist looked up, and when she saw the girl, she immediately smiled and said, "Lu Shuda, you're here. Our editor Liang has been waiting for you for a long time. I'll take you in right away." The young girl glanced at Chen Feng, smiled and nodded, "Okay, thank you for your help. Lu Shuda, the novel you wrote last time was so wonderful. I have been waiting for it to be serialized." The receptionist smiled flatteringly and said as she walked over, "Lu Su, can I ask you for an autograph? My sister and I are both your fans." The two laughed. Chen Feng saw a rest area nearby and was just about to find a seat to sit down and wait for the editor-in-chief to come back when a girl with a work ID hanging on her chest walked up to him. "Aren't you going in with us?" the girl asked with a smile. Her eyes are as round and clear as a deer's, and when she smiles, she reveals two cute little fangs. Chen Feng looked at her. "Your editor-in-chief is not here, I will sit here and wait for her to come back." The editor-in-chief is indeed out, and should be back in the afternoon. The girl pointed to her work ID card and said with a smile, "I'm an intern editor here. My name is Xia Xia. I just graduated from college. I think we should be about the same age." Chen Feng glanced at the work ID on her chest. "You are older." After a pause, he immediately explained, "I haven't graduated from college yet." Xia Xia smiled and asked curiously, "What did you write? Can you show it to me?" "Of course, no problem." Chen Feng said as he took out the article back view he wrote last night. "I wrote it directly on the computer yesterday," and Chen Feng copied it onto the manuscript paper before going out in the morning. After Xia Xia took it, she began to read it carefully. She spent a full 10 minutes reading an article of just over 1,000 words. Chen Feng waited patiently for the editor's review results. Soon, he discovered that something was wrong with Xia Xia's mood. Woo woo. Xia Xia was so moved that she started sobbing softly. Drops of tears the size of beans fell onto the manuscript paper, and she immediately picked up a tissue to wipe them in panic. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's just that what you wrote was so touching that I couldn't help but shed tears." Xia Xia looked at Chen Feng with tears in her eyes and said with emotion, "Especially the scene of buying oranges, it made me think of my father, although he is no longer here." Chen Feng hated to see girls crying in front of him. Especially beautiful girls. He looked at Xia Xia and said seriously, "If you miss your father, I can be your father temporarily." Ah? Xia Xia's tears, which were about to burst out, were immediately retracted in fear. "I mean, you can lean on my shoulder." Chen Feng pointed to his broad shoulders. Puchi Xia Xia burst into laughter. She praised him highly. "Your article is so well written, there will be no problem in getting it accepted. Thank you for your good wishes." Chen Feng chuckled. "It's just a small intern's boast. No one would really believe it, right? You don't even have the qualifications to review a manuscript, but you told others that the manuscript was fine. Isn't that ridiculous?" A middle-aged woman with red-framed glasses and a girl with long wavy hair came over. Xia Xia put away her smile and whispered to Chen Feng, "This is our editor He. There is also a new intern like me, Dandan, who is editor He's niece." "Editor He, I'm actually very curious about what this article that Xia Xia praised would turn out like." Dandan snatched the manuscript from Xia Xia's hand, glanced at it, and sneered, "I am dying of laughter. With this kind of writing, what's the difference between it and an elementary school student's composition?" Xia Xia defended herself earnestly, "I think it's well written and very touching." She looked at Editor He, pointed at Chen Feng and introduced him, "Editor He, this is the author of this article. He came here to submit his contribution." Editor He glanced at the manuscript in Dandan's hand and rolled his eyes. "Dandan is right, an article like this is no different from an elementary school student's composition. Our editorial department will definitely not accept it." Dandan took the opportunity to ridicule, "Xia Xia, did you hear that? Editor, he also said it's not possible. You don't have enough qualifications, so you think all garbage is good. Don't think that everyone has the same vision as you. But I really think it's well written. Xia Xia's eyes turned red with grievance. Tear. Editor, he waved his hand and instantly tore the manuscript paper into two halves. Although Chen Feng's facial expression did not seem to change, there were undercurrents in his pupils. He Bian noticed the way Chen Feng looked at her. Not only did she not restrain herself, but she mocked even louder. Young man, you don't have to look at me like that. What you wrote is indeed rubbish, and I am just telling the truth. As for your title, it is dedicated to my most beloved mother-in-law. Ah, it is really ridiculous. If you had named it dedicated to my beloved father mayor, I would have asked you to approve it in a minute. But your mother-in-law, what kind of person is she? Speaking of. Tear. Editor, he tore the manuscript into pieces and then waved it into the air with disdain. As the manuscript paper fell to the ground. Bang! A loud slap hit her face. He Bian was completely stunned. She looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Bang! Two more slaps hit her face. Chen Feng sneered, since you have doubts, I will slap you twice to make you sure. Dandan rushed at Chen Feng and yelled, You're crazy. You even dared to hit our editor. Didn't he just say that what you wrote was rubbish? Why are you like this? Bang! A backhand slap. Chen Feng said coldly, You can't be missing either. You. Dandan's right face was swollen from being slapped. Are you looking for death? I should be the one asking you this. Chen Feng naturally could not tolerate anyone daring to insult Zhang Lindy. The biological mother's whereabouts are still unknown, but the appearance of Zhang Lindy, her gentleness, and her love are no less than that of a mother. Although she is my mother-in-law, she is better than my biological mother. Xia Xia was so scared that her face turned pale. Editor, Dandan, don't be angry, I think this is a misunderstanding, you can sit down and have a good talk. Misunderstanding? Dandan covered her face and sneered, beating someone is a misunderstanding? What is your relationship with him? Why are you so protective of him? After a pause, Dandan suddenly laughed. Oh, I see, you are doing garbage sorting, you two are both losers, so you help each other? Editor, he looked coldly at the manuscript paper fragments on the ground and said, Your rubbish article is not to be accepted by the editorial department, and no other editorial department would bother to accept it. Anyone who accepts it is blind. And you hit someone. Don't even think about leaving here unless you apologize and compensate. Dandan added loudly. More and more people gathered in the editorial office lounge to watch the fun. At this moment, someone pointedly shouted, The editor-in-chief is back. Chapter 71. Fan Ying has a crush on me? What's going on? A familiar voice came from far away. When Chen Feng took a look, he found that the person was actually Fan Ying. At this time, as a teacher, she was not teaching, so why did she suddenly come to the magazine office? Xiao Feng. Fan Ying smiled when she saw Chen Feng. Why are you here? Sister Ying, I came to see the editor-in-chief. Chen Feng answered truthfully. Fan Ying laughed. Did you write some good poems again? Can you let me read them? Chen Feng shook his head. This time I'm not writing a poem, I'm writing an article. The article is good too. Let's go in and talk. Seeing Chen Feng standing still, Fan Ying asked curiously, What happened? She glanced at the scraps of paper on the ground and roughly understood something. What's going on? Fan Ying looked at He Bian with a questioning look. Editor, he saw that Chen Feng seemed to have a special relationship with Fan Ying, and he hesitated with an embarrassed look on his face. Editor-in-chief, I. Fan Ying looked at Xia Xia again. What's going on with all the papers on the floor? Xia Xia stole a glance at Editor he and said boldly, Someone submitted an article, but Editor he said it sounded like an elementary school student's composition, so he tore it up. Dandan glared at her and said, Editor-in-chief, it was clearly him who hit us. Look, Editor, he and I were both slapped several times by him, and our faces are still swollen. Fan Ying said coldly, You two have 5 minutes to pick up the papers on the ground, put them together, and then print a complete copy for me. Dandan was not convinced. Editor-in-chief, he hit someone. Fan Ying glanced at her calmly and said, After you finish your work, go to the finance department to settle your salary. You don't have to come from this afternoon. After saying that, Fan Ying looked at Chen Feng with a smile and said, Xiao Feng, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Come to my office and have a cup of tea. Hey, Editor-in-chief, Chief. Dandan was shocked when she heard that she was fired like this. In the office, Chen Feng then realized that Fan Ying was the editor-in-chief of this magazine and that teaching at the university was a part-time job, requiring her to attend 3 or 4 classes a week. 5 minutes later, editor he carefully brought the reprinted manuscript into the office. After she left, Fan Ying said to Chen Feng, "He Hong has been at the magazine longer than I have. She is the most experienced person in the editorial department. I can't fire her. If she offends you today, I will deduct a year's salary from her." Chen Feng nodded. "Sister Ying, for your sake, I will forgive her." Fan Ying smiled and made a cup of tea for Chen Feng. "Let me read your article carefully." Fan Ying picked up the manuscript paper. Back view. "Well, this is a good title." She read on silently, her face becoming more and more excited. By the time she finished reading an article, her fingers holding the manuscript could not stop shaking. "Xiao Feng, you write so well." Chen Feng chuckled. "Sister Ying, you're flattering me." Editor he just said that what I wrote is like an elementary school student's composition, and no editorial department will accept it. Don't pay attention to her. Fan Ying narrowed her eyes. If she continues to say this in front of me, I will have no choice but to fire her. Fan Ying said, and asked Chen Feng, "Xiao Feng, I wonder if you have paid attention to this year's Shrew Literature Award?" Chen Feng shook his head truthfully, "No." Fan Ying bent her fingers and tapped the table rhythmically while introducing it to Chen Feng. This is one of the 4 major literary awards in China. The Shrew Literature Award covers a wide range of categories, including short and medium-length novels, poetry, and essays. It just so happens that the submission deadline for this year has not yet arrived. I think your article is a good candidate for the competition. After being introduced by Fan Ying, Chen Feng nodded. "Okay, I will go to participate in the competition later." "When you become famous, don't forget your sister Ying." Fan Ying winked mischievously. There was a knock on the door. Xia Xia walked into the office and said to Fan Ying, "Editor-in-chief, someone is waiting for you in the conference room." "Okay, I understand." Fan Ying picked up a pile of documents on the table and stood up. "Xiao Feng, I have to leave for something. If you feel bored, you can go to the editorial department and have lunch together at noon." Chen Feng nodded. "Okay, Sister Ying, go ahead and get busy." Fan Ying left and the office door was closed. Chen Feng glanced at her desk and suddenly saw a few lines of beautiful handwritten characters on the pages of an open book. The content was exactly the poem that Chen Feng gave to Fan Ying when he left Greentown that day. Especially when writing the sentence, her eyebrows and eyes are full of smiles. Fan Ying used pens of different colors to write her own name, Ying, above the word Ying. At the same time, what surprised Chen Feng was that there was also a photo of him on Fan Ying's computer desktop. It was the photo taken by an Edison, showing his back as he recited poetry facing the East Lake. Fan Ying used it as her computer wallpaper and didn't even remove the watermark on the photo. Chen Feng felt that the atmosphere in the office suddenly became a little depressing. He picked up the water glass and took a sip of water. Ahem. I didn't look carefully just now, but now I realize that even the bottom of the inner wall of the water cup is engraved with the word maple. Chen Feng glanced towards the door. Could it be that Fan Ying has a crush on me? Although the air conditioner was on in the office, Chen Feng suddenly felt hot. He walked out of his office and visited the editorial department. Seeing that it was Chen Feng who came in, everyone who was originally laughing and chatting suddenly sat back in their seats in silence and looked straight at the computer. Editor he glanced at Chen Feng, stood up, poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. The rest of the people were stunned. Editor he is the most senior person in the entire editorial department. She is usually very strict, but now she actually took the initiative to pour tea for Chen Feng. It seems that the relationship between Chen Feng and the editor-in-chief is indeed more unusual than they imagined. Chen Feng walked around the editorial department, came to Xia Xia's desk, and glanced at her computer. There was a page of a novel on the computer screen. Chen Feng was very familiar with the content of the novel. It was the novel Xiuji that he had just updated last night. He. Xia Xia raised her head and smiled playfully at Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded. This novel is indeed very good, I like it too. Xia Xia asked in surprise, Are you chasing too? This is such a good novel, unprecedented and unparalleled, I will definitely follow it. When praising yourself, leave no stone unturned. Anyway, Xia Xia didn't know that the novel was written by him. This monkey is a typical show-off who gets chopped off. He stole peaches, drank immortal wine, and even ate Taishan Luojuan's golden elixir. The Jade Emperor will definitely not let him go. He has to fight for it. Xia Xia listened with great interest. Then, she widened her eyes and said, "What you said is not mentioned in the novel." "Are we reading the same novel?" Chen Feng chuckled, "You definitely haven't seen it, because what I'm talking about is exactly the plot that the author is going to update next. Chapter 72, Remarks on the Release. Before we know it, the book will be on the shelves starting tomorrow at noon. From the beginning of the book to now, I would like to thank my dearest readers who have silently supported and accompanied me. Without you, I am afraid I would not have the motivation to persevere until now. I would especially like to thank the future is on the other shore for your frequent rewards. As a newcomer, it took me a lot of courage to write a novel for the first time. I encountered many difficulties. I didn't dare to join the author group because I was afraid that the questions I asked would seem too simple to the masters and I would be laughed at. I was looked down upon by my friends and family, who thought I was just doing a futile job and that I might as well read a few more study-related books with that time. I was also laughed at by my peers, who thought I was just a woman and how could I write a good novel that boys would like to read. I was also facing the pressure of finding an internship and a job after graduation, and the pressure from my parents, my boyfriend's parents, and various other aspects. Many times it might be because I was too fragile and my emotions would often collapse in an instant. Maybe it's because of my personality since childhood, I don't like to talk and I'm not good at communicating with people. Maybe it's the influence of my family environment, which made me feel inferior since childhood. I dare not look other people in the eye, let alone how to chat and laugh with others. Life often makes me feel suffocated, but only in words can I speak freely. I thought that I already had a wide social circle like the protagonist, and my life was full of golden sunshine. Therefore, there is always a force supporting me. I want to write the words I like, even though they are childish, rough, and ridiculous, but I want to persist. I want to write light-hearted and humorous words to bring a little laughter to readers who have collapsed in an instant like me, so that they no longer shed tears, but smile with the corners of their mouths raised. Now, this book is going to be put on the shelves, which means that it will start to charge. I know that most of the readers who are not many will leave after seeing the charges. I don't ask you to give me a reward, because everyone has financial difficulties. Even if you ask for a reward at the end of the chapter, it is the greatest support for me if you can afford it. Many readers may think that subscriptions are very expensive, but in fact one chapter is only 10 cents, and you can get a discount if you become a member. After sharing the profits with the platform, I only get 3 cents per chapter. And each chapter of mine is at least 2,000 words, or even more. It takes me 1.5 to 2 hours to write a chapter, not to mention the time it takes to conceive the plot. But it is really only worth 3 cents. This may be the cheapest thing now. I won't say anything more. Thank you for your support. I will feel very happy if I can keep seeing you in the future. Chapter 73 Chen Feng becomes a scumbag. It was lunchtime when Fan Yingying came out of the meeting room. Xiao Feng. She casually tied her long hair behind her head and said with a smile, "Let's go, I'll take you to dinner." Seeing Chen Feng standing there in a daze, Fan Yingying raised her hand and waved it in front of his eyes, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Chen Feng answered truthfully, "Sister Yingying, you are so beautiful. Look at your sweet mouth." Seeing Fan Yingying's sweet smile, Chen Feng couldn't help but recite a poem. There is a beautiful woman in the north, who is isolated and independent. One look can conquer a city, another look can conquer a country. Receiving such praise, Fan Yingying smiled so much that her eyes curved into beautiful crescent shapes. This poem is about Madame Li. How can I deserve such a compliment? Chen Feng smiled and said, "Sister Yingying, when I saw you, I couldn't help but blurt out this poem." Think about it. Chen Feng recited another poem. The embroidered face of the lotus blossoms with a smile, the slanting precious duck sets off the fragrant cheek, and the movement of the eyes is guessed by people. After reciting the first verse, Fan Yingying opened her cherry lips slightly and looked at Chen Feng in surprise. A pair of charming almond-shaped eyes sparkled with watery ripplings and a slight blush on both cheeks, which perfectly matched the scene in the lyrics. It was lunchtime in the editorial office. When people passed by in the corridor and heard Chen Feng reciting a poem, they immediately gathered together to gossip, with meaningful smiles on their faces. Chen Feng continued reading. One side has deep feelings and rhythm, half a piece of paper expresses the deep sorrow, the moon moves and the shadows of flowers are reflected again. Finish reading. Chen Feng looked at Fan Yingying. This poem is from Huanxi Sha, Guiqing by Li Qingzhou of the Song dynasty, which Fan Yingying and others had never heard of. Looking at her lively eyes, Chen Feng smiled and said, Sister Ying, the previous poem was indeed written for Madame Li, but the one just now was written for you alone. Wow, how romantic. Who wrote this poem? I can't find it online. Could it be that he wrote it himself? The little guy knows how to flirt, but it's a pity that he has his eyes on the editor-in-chief. The onlookers were whispering. Fan Ying was stared at by Chen Feng for dozens of seconds before she came to her senses. She glanced at the crowd and listened to their discussions, and her cheeks suddenly turned as red as a ripe Fuji apple. Anyone can tell that this is a love poem describing the love between a man and a woman. It was a love poem that Chen Feng composed on the spot and dedicated to her alone. Sister Ying, don't you like the lyrics I gave you? Chen Feng asked, pretending to be aggrieved. Fan Ying immediately shook her head. No, I like it. She savored the words in the poem carefully. It's just that your poem is too beautiful. I don't think I am worthy of such beautiful words. Since I'm giving this poem to you, it means that you, Sister Ying, are worthy of it, and you are 10,000 times more beautiful than the words in this poem. As he spoke, Chen Feng looked at the crowd and asked loudly, what do you think? Is that right? Yes. Editor-in-chief, you are the most beautiful woman in our magazine. No, you are the most beautiful woman in Chengdu. How romantic. Is this how it feels to be loved when it involves my blind spots? Hearing the envious voices coming from all around, Fan Ying's face showed the shyness of a 17 or 18-year-old girl who was just beginning to fall in love. Ahem. She coughed and looked at everyone. Aren't you going to eat? If you are so leisurely, you will be punished to stay and work overtime in the afternoon. And the kind without salary. Although she said angry words, her tone was gentle, and it sounded like coquettishness when she said it. Everyone in the editorial office covered their mouths and chuckled, looking as if they had seen through everything. They walked out of the magazine in groups of 2 or 3 to go out for lunch. Chen Feng looked at Fan Ying's cute face with a blush on her face, and couldn't help but teasing her. Sister Ying, you just said that you liked the poem I wrote for you. This poem was written by me, so, to simplify it, does it mean that you like it? Deliberate pause. Fan Ying didn't expect that she would be attracted by a boy who was 7 or 8 years younger than her. The poem written last time had already touched her heart, and the poem written by Chen Feng today made her feel even more excited. She blushed and pretended not to understand. What do you like? Chen Feng stopped talking and changed the subject, asking, do you like Chinese food or Western food? He touched his stomach and said, Sister Ying, didn't you just say you would treat me to a meal? I'm almost starving. Seeing that Chen Feng no longer continued the previous topic, Fan Ying breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, what do you want to eat? It's my treat. Order whatever you want. 10 minutes later, the two sat in Zui Xiangju, chatting and laughing while eating. Fan Ying introduced with a smile, Xiao Feng, this restaurant's braised chicken feet is very good, you should try it. After saying this, she realized that the pronunciations of Feng and Feng were somewhat similar, and she couldn't help but blushing again. She secretly glanced at Chen Feng's face and found that Chen Feng was eating chicken feet with big mouthfuls. She didn't hear anything unusual, so she felt relieved. Sister Ying, these chicken feet are really delicious. Next time I will bring Yaya and the others to eat here. Fan Ying frowned curiously. Yaya and the others? Chen Feng nodded. She is the sister of the girl you met last time. She has 7 sisters. Oh, is that so? Fan Ying nodded. In that case, I'll go order 2 more and ask you to pack them up and bring them back to them later. Thank you, Sister Ying. Why are you being polite to me? Just do what you like. Fan Ying thought for a moment and asked, last time you said your fiancé called you, that should be the Yaya you mentioned, right? Chen Feng answered truthfully, she is one of them. One of them? Fan Ying widened her eyes in surprise. Chen Feng smiled and said, my mother-in-law has 7 daughters, but she hasn't said which one she will marry to me. Yao Yao, whom you met last time, was one of them. Fan Ying nodded, so that's how it is. Actually, I don't object to the ancient polygamy. Staofeng, what do you think? Chen Feng always felt that there was something else behind her words. However, if even women have no objection to polygamy, how could men have any objection? The more the better. The more the better. I'm not afraid of an iron rod being ground into a needle, I'm afraid of no one grinding the iron rod. However, on the surface, Chen Feng still answered like a gentleman, Sister Ying, I object. In my life, I only want to be serious with one girl, to grow old with her, to hold her hand, and grow old with her. Fan Ying smiled and said, I didn't realize you were so loyal. I don't know which girl will be so lucky to be loved by you in the future. Chen Feng ate the food with big mouthfuls. You can serve many, but you can only love one. Ah. Fan Ying was stunned. She had just praised Chen Feng for being loyal, so how come he turned into a scumbag now? Chen Feng said this on purpose. He was afraid that Fan Ying would really fall in love with him, so he tried hard to establish the image of a scumbag in front of her to prevent her from really falling in love with him. Sister Ying, am I wrong in what I said? Chapter 74. I have had a sterilization. Fan Ying was stunned. Looking at Chen Feng's handsome face with a bright smile, she nodded. Well, I think you have a point. Wait until lunch is almost done. Fan Ying put down her chopsticks. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you. Chen Feng looked up. What's the matter? It's like this. The 2 poems you wrote in Donghu last time went viral in the Writers Association. They praised your literary talent and they all hope to meet you in person. Fan Ying glanced at Chen Feng and continued, it just so happens that this Wednesday, which is the day after tomorrow, the Writers Association will hold a relatively important meeting. All members of the Writers Association will be present at that time. Xiaofeng, I would like to invite you to attend. Chen Feng is not interested in joining the Writers Association. The so-called meeting is actually just a disguised gathering of intellectuals to show off. Instead of spending this time bickering with your fiancé at home, flirting and improving your relationship. Sister Ying, after all, I am not a member of the Writers Association. If I participate, it will inevitably cause controversy. Fan Ying smiled and dispelled Chen Feng's concerns. You don't know, you are already a famous figure in the Writers Association. If you go, everyone will welcome you. Why? Chen Feng sighed, put down his chopsticks, frowned and said, this is your Writers Association's business. You have a meeting. After all, I am an outsider. I am not in a proper position. I have low self-esteem and cannot go. Seeing that Chen Feng seemed a little melancholy, Fan Ying immediately reflected on whether she had said something too harsh just now. After thinking about it carefully, she understood. Xiao Feng, with your talent, it will be no problem for you to join the Writers Association. I will go back and tell Grandpa to let you join the Writers Association today. Looking at Chen Feng's slightly sad eyes, Fan Ying smiled and said, I invited you last time, but you refused. This time, I'm so sincere, you shouldn't refuse me again, right? Sister Ying, you know very well that I don't like to show up in public. You are just embarrassed. Seeing Fan Ying's sincere expression, Chen Feng had no choice but to agree. Okay then, it's up to you. Fan Ying immediately smiled happily. Xiao Feng, so you agree to join the Writers Association? Yeah. Chen Feng nodded. Afterwards, Fan Ying introduced to Chen Feng in detail the steps to join the Writers Association. The two chatted for a while, and then Fan Ying hurried back to the magazine to work. Coming out of Zhuxiangju, Chen Feng remembered that he had not signed in today, so he immediately summoned the system. Does the host choose to sign in immediately? Sign. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. This sign-in reward, fighting skills, the reward has been issued. This skill is good. Both offensive and defensive. It can protect the girl you love and also protect yourself from being violated by other women. After all, he was so handsome that he was stared at by pairs of hungry eyes wherever he went. Boys must learn to protect themselves when they go out. As he was walking, Chen Feng saw a park entrance in front of him, where a white-skinned, yellow-haired foreigner was teasing a beautiful Chinese girl. The foreigner was very bold and started to hug the girl. The girl kept dodging backwards, and it was easy to tell from her trembling body that she was filled with fear. Although people passed by from time to time, they would just glance at me indifferently and then hurried away. A few old men and women who were chatting at the entrance of the park watched from a distance and kept discussing. Chen Feng clenched his fist secretly. How can we tolerate the foreigners being so arrogant and domineering on Chinese soil? Just when the foreigner's dirty hands were about to touch the girl's face, Chen Feng leaped forward and punched him on the bridge of his nose. Bang! The foreigner was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by Chen Feng with one punch. His facial features were wrinkled and his face was pale. Blood was oozing out from between the fingers of his right hand as he covered his nose. Seeing so much blood, the foreigners were also frightened. He raised his other hand and cursed loudly at Chen Feng, his eyes like two sharp blades. Chen Feng protected the young girl behind him, looked at the foreigner who was barking on the ground, and said coldly, "Get out of here right now while you can still bark, otherwise, I will make sure you can't even bark." Foreigners seemed to understand some of it. He quickly got up from the ground, gave Chen Feng a middle finger, and then staggered away. Chen Feng turned around and looked at the frightened girl. Are you okay? The girl shook her head. I'm fine, just what? Chen Feng followed her gaze. There was a long trail of bloodstains on the ground, left by the foreigner just now. The girl seemed to be so scared because she saw the blood. If you're scared, just don't look. Chen Feng blocked her view. Just look at me, I'm so handsome. Bang bang bang. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of scattered applause. When Chen Feng looked, he saw that it was the group of old men and women who were sitting under the big tree to enjoy the cool air. They came in unison, holding a pile of printed A4 papers in their hands. Young man, you were so brave just now. I give you a thumbs up. How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend now? My daughter is 28 years old and weighs 280 pounds. She has never had a boyfriend. Do you want to date her? Her daughter is not pretty, but my granddaughter is as pretty as Diao-chan. She is only 25 years old this year and earns 100,000 yuan a month. If you marry her, you won't have to work anymore. You just need to cook at home. Young man, don't be too obsessed with the gender issue. My son is also very handsome and works for a listed company. My daughter. Chen Feng was instantly surrounded by this group of old men and women. Each of them was 100 times more enthusiastic than the people handing out flyers, and they stuffed all the blind date information in their hands into Chen Feng's arms. Chen Feng took a few glances and found that these blind date materials were more detailed than resumes. Who can withstand this? Thank you for your kindness, but I already have a fiancé. Chen Feng politely declined. One of the women in a flowery cheongsam stepped forward and said with a sweet smile, You have a fiancé, but my daughter doesn't have a boyfriend yet. I think you two are a good match. If you don't believe me, look at the photos. You look like a couple. Chen Feng glanced at her and said, Auntie, I'm only 18, and your daughter is already 38. What's wrong with being 38? A woman 3 years older than her husband is holding a lot of gold bricks. You are holding several gold bricks. Another woman stepped forward and pushed her away. Her daughter has been divorced several times, and this kind of person still comes for a blind date. Let me tell you, my daughter is a virgin, very beautiful, and works in a funeral home. She usually likes. Chen Feng is now in a state of confusion. In order to get rid of the entanglement as soon as possible, Chen Feng gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and gave it his all. Uncle and aunt, I know your daughters are all excellent, but I am not worthy of them because my mother had already had a vasectomy on me when I was just 1 month old. Chapter 75 You silly dog. A sentence. Chen Feng was immediately relieved. The old man and the old woman left in disappointment and returned to the big tree, continuing to wait for the next target to appear. The girl asked curiously, What did you just tell them? Chen Feng smiled harmlessly and replied, I said, You are my girlfriend. Did you really say that? The girl smiled and nodded thoughtfully. Seeing injustice on the road, the hero rescued the beauty. Everyone admired him, but the hero fell in love with the beauty at first sight. Well, although the plot is a bit old-fashioned, there are still many little girls who will like it. The girl murmured to herself and looked at Chen Feng. Hero, do you know where to buy cockroach medicine? Chen Feng asked with amusement, Do you have cockroaches at home? It's a cockroach. The girl explained seriously, I have a big cockroach at home, and I found on the internet that cockroach medicine can kill cockroaches. What a lovely girl. The words that come out of her mouth are so lovely too. Chen Feng looked around and said, There is a supermarket in front. I'll go with you to have a look. 15 minutes later. Chen Feng and the girl came out of the supermarket. Chen Feng looked speechlessly at the large bag of cockroach medicine in his arms, and then looked at the equally bulging bag of cockroach medicine in the girl's arms. If I keep so much cockroach medicine at home, I'm afraid it can be used for decades. In fact, buying a small pack is enough to subdue Xiaoqiang. Chen Feng twitched his mouth. The girl shook her head stubbornly, It's not enough, I have to buy this much, and I may need to buy more, because my cockroach is really big. Chen Feng joked, Has it become a spirit? The girl blinked and said, I can't carry so much by myself. If you help me carry it home, I will take you to see Xiaoqiang. Help people to the end. Chen Feng agreed readily. Follow the girl back to the community. She placed a large bag of cockroach medicine on the ground, then took out her key and opened the door. The door opened easily, but the girl only opened it a narrow gap carefully. Through the crack in the door, she squinted her eyes and looked into the house. Ha! Quietly breathing a sigh of relief, the girl turned around and whispered to Chen Feng, "Okay, Xiao Chang is still sleeping, come in with me, it's okay." "Is there such an operation?" Chen Feng curled his lips with interest and followed the girl into the house. Woof woof woof. As soon as his left foot stepped into the house, a tall, dark figure rushed towards Chen Feng, shouting. Mixed with the strong smell of stinky hair, Chen Feng opened his eyes and found that the one jumping towards him was a Tibetan Mastiff that was as tall as an adult when standing up. It opened its bloody mouth, its sharp teeth were like sharp blades, and its smelly saliva kept flowing from the corners of its mouth to the ground. If Chen Feng hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been knocked to the ground by it. "Xiao Chang, what are you doing, Xiao Chang?" The girl screamed in fright. The beast suddenly became even more excited. Its eyes were bloodshot as it glared at Chen Feng, and its strong and nimble limbs were ready to launch another fierce attack at any time. Chen Feng looked at the girl. The girl nodded helplessly. It is Xiao Chang. Woof. Woof woof. When seeing a stranger, Xiao Chang was like someone who had taken stimulants, staring at Chen Feng without blinking. This look is like a hungry beast staring at fat and delicious prey. Woof. He roared and barked so loudly that it seemed as if the roof would break. Xiao Chang attacked Chen Feng again. It kicked its hind legs, jumped its huge body into the air, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced towards Chen Feng. Xiao Chang. The girl was frightened. Chen Feng curled his lips slightly. "You beast, you are still a little naive to fight with me." Seeing that the beast was about to pounce on him, Chen Feng quickly dodged, raised his right leg high, gathered strength with his right foot, and kicked it in the belly. Knowing that this Tibetan Mastiff was raised by a girl, Chen Feng did not dare to use much force when he kicked it. He just forced it back. Seeing that his attack was ineffective against Chen Feng again, Xiao Chang kept clenching his teeth, and his upper and lower teeth rubbed together, making a click sound. It jumped up again, and this time, the purpose of its attack was no longer to knock Chen Feng down, but to open its mouth towards Chen Feng's thigh. Xiao Chang. The girl was almost scared to death. Mock up. There was no trace of panic on Chen Feng's face. Just when Xiao Chang's teeth were less than 2 centimeters away from his thigh, Chen Feng suddenly bent his right knee, squatted down, gathered strength with his left leg, and kicked towards the side of Xiao Chang's mouth. Woof woof woof. Xiao Chang felt pain and stepped back repeatedly. It seemed to know that Chen Feng was no match for it, so it obediently returned to its own carpet and lay down, still glaring at Chen Feng with its teeth bared. The storm finally passed. The girl stepped forward and asked worriedly, "Hero, are you okay?" "It's okay." Chen Feng glanced at the Tibetan Mastiff. "Is this the cockroach you mentioned?" "Yes, I named it Tibetan Mastiff, and I just got it from the pet store yesterday because I was on a business trip some time ago." This big Tibetan Mastiff was named Xiao Chang. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, the girl actually bought cockroach medicine to deal with the Tibetan Mastiff? Chen Feng explained to her, "I thought the cockroach you were talking about was a cockroach, but it turned out to be a dog. So all the cockroach medicine you bought was wasted." The girl pouted. "But I checked online yesterday and netizens said that you need to use cockroach medicine to treat cockroaches. I don't know why it suddenly became so irritable after leaving it in the pet store for half a month." Chen Feng smiled and said, "It probably found a favorite pet in the pet store, and you suddenly brought it back. It couldn't see it, so it naturally became irritable." The girl nodded thoughtfully. "Hey, I find what you said is possible." She looked at Xiao Chang, then at Chen Feng. "But now that I'm back, I can't keep it in the pet shop. It has such a bad temper. What should I do?" Chen Feng thought about it. Then he replied, "The best way to forget a relationship is to start a new one, and this is the same for dogs and people." The girl widened her eyes in astonishment. "Hero, so you mean that you want me to find another little bitch for it?" "That's not necessary." Chen Feng gave the girl a mysterious and confident smile. "I'll go over and talk to it." The girl's face was full of curiosity. Chen Feng walked to the Tibetan Mastiff and squatted down. Then he raised his right hand, made a semicircle, and put it close to its ear. Xiao Qian kept drooling, his eyes filled with fear and anger. If it didn't know that it was no match for Chen Feng, it would have jumped up by now. Chen Feng patted its head and whispered in its ear, "You silly dog." After saying that, Chen Feng stood up. The girl looked at the Tibetan Mastiff as if she had seen a ghost, and asked curiously, "Hero, what did you say to it just now?" "The secret cannot be revealed." Chen Feng pretended to be mysterious. He looked at Xiao Qian with a smile. This beast is quite pitiful. He couldn't even say a word when he was scolded. "Hero, just tell me. Okay, come here and I'll tell you. The girl walked to Chen Feng and even stood on tiptoe and put her ear close to Chen Feng's mouth. Chen Feng breathed softly into her ear, then closed his eyes and suddenly fainted in her arms. Chapter 76. Thanks to your kiss. Hero? The girl panicked and hugged Chen Feng's head tightly with her arms, screaming. She had a slender figure, and Chen Feng put almost all his weight on her. The girl gritted her teeth, her body trembling slightly, and she tried to hold Chen Feng with both hands to prevent his body from slipping down. Hero, are you okay? Don't scare me. The girl's voice was choked with sobs. Of course I'm fine. Chen Feng chuckled in his heart. He rested his head comfortably in the girl's arms, and the place where he rested his head happened to be one of the softest parts of the girl's body. The fresh fragrance of gardenia shower gel, mixed with the unique fragrance emanating from the girl's skin, complements each other and is intoxicating. Single people will never understand this wonderful feeling. Even a single guy with a net worth of over 100 million won understand. Because, this is a comfortable feeling that cannot be matched by any pillow made of the most expensive materials in the world. Hero. Seeing that Chen Feng had fallen into unconsciousness, the girl gently laid Chen Feng flat on the ground. Although it was just a simple action, it took her a full 5 minutes to complete it with great effort. Drops of transparent sweat oozed out from her forehead, and a few drops fell on Chen Feng's face from time to time. Although it was not scalding hot, it gave Chen Feng goosebumps. The girl took a few deep breaths and immediately picked up her phone to search the internet for help. Chest compressions. She read the steps and said, "That's it. Let's try and see if it works. Rescue must be timely." Without any hesitation, the girl spread her legs and anxiously sat astride Chen Feng. Oh shit! Chen Feng almost cried out. He was not prepared at all and never expected that the girl would suddenly make such a bold move. This straddle sitting position is right at the key part. Although the girl is light, she exerts a lot of force when she goes down. This pain. It's so cool. It seems to really work. The girl saw that Chen Feng's brows seemed to move, and a smile appeared on her nervous little face. Then, she folded her hands, interlocked her fingers, raised her palms, and pressed rhythmically on Chen Feng's chest. 1 time. 2 times. 10 times. 30 times. The girl felt sore in her wrist, but Chen Feng still showed no intention of waking up. If CPR doesn't work, you can try artificial respiration. She read in a low voice according to the method on the internet. Artificial respiration. The girl's pretty face suddenly turned red. She was only 18 years old, and she had to perform artificial respiration on a strange man she had just met. She has never even had a boyfriend, and this is her first kiss. The girl subconsciously raised her hand to cover her mouth. She looked at Chen Feng lying on the ground with his eyes closed, and thought of his heroic act of saving the beauty at the entrance of the park. She closed her eyes and made up her mind. Forget it, let it be the first kiss. The girl no longer hesitated, leaned down, and kissed Chen Feng fiercely on the mouth. Chen Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He didn't open his eyes, but he knew that the soft touch on his lips must be the girl's kiss. Like jelly, icy cool. With a slight electric shock feeling. This was not Chen Feng's first kiss, but because it was a different girl, the physical enjoyment it brought was completely different. If the last kiss with Su Xinyue could only be described as a brief kiss like a dragonfly touching the water. This time, the kiss with the girl was like a trickle of water. Although not turbulent, it was long-lasting and lingering. The pleasant fragrance of gardenias wafted into his nose in large quantities. Chen Feng felt as if he was floating in the air, as if he was in heaven. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the girl sitting on him had her eyes closed and was still giving him artificial respiration seriously. Her long, curly eyelashes fluttered constantly, casting a shadow on her face. Because gas needed to be supplied continuously, and it was the girl's first time to give artificial respiration to someone, her face turned red after a while. She looks even cuter at this moment. Ha! The girl sat up and was about to take a breath, but she saw that Chen Feng had woken up and was staring at her intently. Her face flushed as she asked in a low voice, "Hero, are you considered awake now?" Chen Feng frowned, pretending to be uncomfortable, raised his hand and touched his forehead. "Did I faint just now?" "Yes, you fainted suddenly, and I was scared to death," the girl said with lingering fear. "Thank you for saving me. By the way, how did you save me?" Chen Feng continued to pretend to be curious. When asked this embarrassing question, the girl said shyly, I followed the method on the internet and performed chest compressions on you first, but you didn't wake up yet, so I. Chen Feng's mouth was already curled up with a meaningful smile. What do you mean? I will, the girl licked her cherry red lips and replied, artificial respiration. Chen Feng pretended to be surprised, and then pretended to be ashamed and angry. You kissed me like that, I have nothing to do with you, we are not allowed to be intimate with each other. The girl thought Chen Feng was really angry, and said aggrievedly, this is also my first kiss. I did this because I saw that you didn't wake up. I'm sorry. Chen Feng turned a blind eye and said, just an apology, is that all? The girl's eyes were filled with tears. Then what do you want me to do? I want you to. The girl blushed like a red Fuji tree. What did you say? I want you to get up. You've been sitting on me and my legs are numb. Chen Feng smiled harmlessly. Oh, okay. The girl immediately got up from Chen Feng. She carefully observed Chen Feng's expression. Hero, so you are not angry with me anymore? Chen Feng nodded, I was just teasing you on purpose. When you said you were teasing me, did you mean you didn't mind the artificial respiration anymore, or were you lying to me when you suddenly fainted just now? I realized that the girl was about to discover my pretending to be unconscious. Chen Feng coughed and immediately said in a gentlemanly manner, of course it's about artificial respiration. He glanced at Xiaoqiang lying on the ground, patted his chest and said, I just had a life and death fight with Xiaoqiang, and I did suffer internal injuries, so I passed out. Hearing Chen Feng was injured, the girl stepped forward worriedly. Hero, you said you were injured, is it serious? I'll take you to the hospital. No. If he went to the hospital and the examination showed that he was safe and sound, Chen Feng would no longer be able to pretend. He turned around and said with a smile, I'm fine now, all thanks to that kiss you just gave me. Chapter 77 I'm interested in her. The girl blushed again after hearing what Chen Feng said. This is called artificial respiration in medicine. Real artificial respiration. Seeing that the girl was so shy that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, Chen Feng decided not to tease her anymore. He looked around the living room and found that the walls and furniture were covered with a thin layer of dust. Let me help you clean up. No, this is just my temporary place to stay. I'm going to move back home soon. Chen Feng nodded. What about Xiaoqiang? How are you going to deal with him? The girl glanced at the cockroach and said with a smile, I'm just afraid of living alone, so I bought a cockroach to keep me company, and I'll take it with me when I go home. Seeing that Chen Feng hadn't had a sip of water for such a long time, the girl said apologetically, I'll go get you a glass of juice. As she spoke, she walked towards the refrigerator. This orange juice is 3 days expired. This milk expired the day I left. Look at this, it's all moldy. The girl muttered to herself at the refrigerator. Chen Feng smiled and said, no need, since I've already sent you home, I'm going back too. Wait a little longer, there must be some unexpired drinks. The girl rummaged through the refrigerator. Suddenly, she stepped back repeatedly, covering her mouth and screaming, ah. Chen Feng saw her horrified expression and stepped forward quickly. What's wrong? The girl had goosebumps all over her body. She was so scared that she threw herself into Chen Feng's arms and shouted in a trembling voice, yes, there is Xiaoqiang. Chen Feng glanced at the refrigerator in confusion. Did you hide the dog in the refrigerator? No, it's a real cockroach this time. I'll take care of it. Chen Feng raised his hand and patted the girl's back gently until she was no longer so excited, then Chen Feng slowly let go of his hand. Then he walked to the refrigerator, took out a cockroach crawling on an apple, and stepped on it to death. The movements were smooth and without any delay. Okay, it's okay. The girl slowly opened one eye and looked towards the refrigerator. What did you do to it? Trampled to death. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. I've already put it in the trash can. I'll take the trash bag with me when I go out later. Hearing Chen Feng's heartwarming words, the girl said gratefully, thank you, hero. Seeing that she was timid and the house had not been cleaned for a long time, Chen Feng was worried that the girl would be frightened again after he left. I'd better help you clean the house. Okay, I'll go with you. Just do it. Chen Feng immediately rolled up his sleeves and cleaned the living room with the girl. After cleaning the living room, Chen Feng turned his attention to the bedroom. The girl looked a little embarrassed. Well, don't bother you with the room, I can do it myself. You can even meet Xiaoqiang? Chen Feng threatened deliberately. The girl bit her lower lip hesitantly. Chen Feng raised his hand and touched her head, then assured her with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm only responsible for cleaning, I won't do anything else." Looking at Chen Feng's sincere eyes, the girl took Chen Feng to her bedroom. "Hero, my room may be a little messy, please don't mind." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Feng followed her into the room. After taking a quick glance at Chen Feng, I realized that this was not just a little messy, it was extremely messy. The bed was littered with unfolded clothes, skirts, coats, and even underwear mixed in. The cabinets and the floor were littered with novels, some closed and some open. There is also a large pile of stuffed toys, cluttering every corner of the room. Chen Feng didn't even look away and immediately helped the girl tidy up the room. After all the items were completely organized, the room suddenly looked very spacious. "Wow, my room is so big!" the girl exclaimed in surprise. Chen Feng took the garbage bag out of the door with a smile. He noticed that there were quite a few novels by Su Yunzi on the bookshelf. It seems that this girl is a loyal fan of Su Yunzi. "Hero, do you read romance novels too?" "I don't see it." The girl followed Chen Feng's line of sight and looked at the bookshelf. "You were staring at these novels, I thought you were interested in them." Chen Feng smiled and said, "I'm just interested in the authors who wrote these novels." "Ah?" The girl widened her eyes in surprise. "You know this author?" "I don't know him. I've never met him." The girl seemed relieved. "Oh, then how do you say you are interested in her?" Chen Feng looked into her eyes. "Because the author of this book is my fiancé." Cough, cough, cough. The girl covered her chest and coughed. "What did you say, fiancé?" Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, my mother-in-law said that she is still out of town for a book signing event and should be back soon." "I see." The girl looked at Chen Feng a few more times, with a bit more curiosity in her eyes. Chen Feng walked out of the room and picked up the trash. "Okay, I should go back." The girl seemed to have not recovered from her surprise. She nodded woodenly and waited for Chen Feng to close the door and leave. Her slightly open cherry lips never closed. "Come out of the community." Chen Feng drove straight to the school. At this time, Su Xinyao should have just finished school. After getting out of the car, Chen Feng supported himself on the car with one hand, leaning lazily against the door, waiting for Su Xinyao to come out of the classroom. Within just a few minutes, 7 or 8 young girls came up to ask for WeChat, but they were all coldly rejected. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Su Xinyao still didn't come out, while other students left the school in groups. Chen Feng felt puzzled and walked quickly towards the classroom. At the door of Su Xinyao's classroom, Chen Feng saw that she was still in the classroom, but the other students had already left, leaving only a short-haired girl and several tall boys. Su Xinyao looked toward the window, and when she saw that it was Chen Feng, she cried and yelled, "Brother Xiaofeng, save me!" Chen Feng realized that something was wrong. He immediately went to open the classroom door, but found it was locked. Su Xinyao was crying loudly inside. Chen Feng didn't care about anything else. He kicked the door open and rushed into the classroom. When Lu Jun saw Chen Feng rushing in, he immediately raised his hand, grabbed Su Xinyao's neck with one hand, and shouted, "If you come over again, I will strangle her to death." Several other boys also gathered around Lu Jun and stopped Chen Feng from getting closer. Chen Feng glanced at the top of the classroom and said with a smile, "There are surveillance cameras in the classroom. Aren't you afraid of being punished for doing this?" Lu Jun moved his fingers subconsciously. A boy said, "Don't worry, Sister June, the surveillance in this classroom has always been broken." Lu Jun's ugly expression immediately returned to normal. She sneered and looked at Chen Feng. "I'm not afraid of you. This little bitch seduced my boyfriend, I must kill her today." Su Xinyao's face was full of tears. I don't even know who your boyfriend is, how could I seduce him?" "Stop talking nonsense." As a boy spoke, he reached out his hand to tear Su Xinyao's clothes. Another boy with a camera in his hand was already eager to try. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold. Bang! He kicked one of the boys out. Chapter 78. The little girl is frightened. Boom! The boy who was kicked flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and his back slammed against the blackboard hanging on the back wall of the classroom. A human-shaped dent was immediately created on the hard blackboard. When Lu Jun and others saw the scene, they were so scared that they took 2 steps back and looked at Chen Feng with vigilance. "Sister June, let me teach this kid a lesson." One of the boys with dyed yellow hair picked up the broom from the hygiene corner and waved it towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng curled his lips slightly, and just as his broom was about to hit him on the head, Chen Feng was quick to grab the handle of the broom. Ah! The yellow-haired boy gritted his teeth and tried his best, but no matter how he struggled, the broom did not move at all in Chen Feng's hand. In a few seconds, his face was red and sweat was pouring down. Chen Feng couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He exerted force with his left hand, pulled the broom and the yellow-haired boy closer to his body, and then kicked the other person in the crotch. Ah! The yellow-haired boy suddenly let out a terrible wail and flew out. Chen Feng snatched the broom from his hand, grabbed the middle of the broom handle with both hands, and folded it between his knees. Snap! The broom handle, which was as thick as a child's arm, suddenly broke into two. Bang! Chen Feng threw it aside and looked at Lu Jun with a stern look. Lu Jun was so frightened that he was stunned. Although she pretended to be calm and controlled Su Xinyao, her trembling body had already exposed her fear. Someone nearby handed over an opened bottle of drink. Don't be afraid, Sister Jun, drink a bottle of lay by. Get lost. Lu Jun glared at him fiercely. Another person handed over the instant noodles that she had just prepared to enjoy alone, and said courteously, Sister Jun, how about a bucket of Kong Shui Bo? Get out. Get out of here. Lu Jun knocked over his instant noodles with one hand. What a bunch of gluttons, all they do is eat. In normal times, they all boast more and more than each other, but when the critical moment comes, none of them is able to rush forward and fight. If you don't let go, you will be the next one to be beaten. Chen Feng looked at Lu Jun. Although the tone of the voice sounded calm, to Lu Jun it was like a sharp blade suddenly piercing her chest. She shuddered with fear. But she still pretended to be calm and shouted, I don't care who you are to her, this little bitch stole my boyfriend, I must make her kneel down and apologize to me today. Chen Feng chuckled, then what? Lu Jun didn't expect Chen Feng to be so handsome when he smiled. He was 10,000 times more handsome than her boyfriend. For a few seconds, she actually felt her heart beating. After coming to her senses, she continued loudly, I will also ruin her reputation. She likes to pretend to be a green tea. I will tear her clothes off, take nude photos of her, and post them online. I wonder which bastard will dare to want her in the future. Su Xinyao had never encountered such a situation before, and she was so scared that tears came out of her eyes. Brother Xiaofeng, save me, I really didn't steal her boyfriend, I don't even know who her boyfriend is. Lu Jun's hand suddenly grabbed Su Xinyao's neck. You little bitch, you still say you don't know him. He's the one who gave you roses this morning. If I'm not mistaken, he has written you several love letters before. Su Xinyao looked aggrieved. I threw the flowers into the trash can in front of him, and my deskmate collected the love letters for me, and I asked her to throw them all away. I never even opened them. Lu Jun was so angry that his face turned pale. I don't care, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. As soon as the words fell, Lu Jun only felt a black shadow flash quickly before his eyes. Before she could react, she felt a sudden pain on both sides of her cheeks. Then the pain continued to grow, coming like an overwhelming tidal wave. Bang bang bang. The clear and crisp sound continued to echo in the classroom. Click. One of them was stunned, and the lay-by in his hand fell to the ground, gushing out. Lu Jun was like a spinning top, unable to fight back, and was slapped alternately by Chen Feng's left and right hands. The only sounds in the classroom were her cries for help. People who didn't know what was going on might have thought someone was slaughtering a pig in the classroom. About 5 minutes later, Chen Feng felt a little pain in his wrist, so he stopped, sneered, and kicked Lu Jun to the ground. Aha! Lu Jun fell to the ground in agony, with both sides of his face swollen and covered with purple bruises mixed with red blood. He looked as horrible as he could be. She now only felt dizzy, as if someone had hit her on the back of the head with a stick, and even opening her eyes seemed a little difficult. Sister Jun! Sister Jun, are you okay? Nonsense, she's already like this, do you think she can be okay? Several boys who followed Lu Jun came over and surrounded him. Chen Feng carefully held Su Xinyao in his arms. Yao, did they do anything to you? The little girl was obviously frightened. Even though Chen Feng arrived and the crisis was averted, she was still frightened. At this moment, she was safe and sound in Chen Feng's arms. She cried with joy, hugged Chen Feng's waist tightly with her arms, and just sobbed, unable to utter a word. All right, it's all right. When Chen Feng saw this scene, his heart suddenly ached. He placed his big, broad palm on Su Xinyao's back, patting her gently, and comforting her tenderly. It's okay, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, Yao. After Chen Feng said this, the little girl immediately wrapped her body tighter around him. Just when Chen Feng was comforting Su Xinyao, A boy stood up and shouted, "You little bastard, you even dared to hit Sister June, you're done." Wang Gooden, call your dad, didn't you say your dad is a policeman? The boy named Wang Gooden was still chewing bubblegum. He explained with trembling teeth, I was lying to you. Actually, my dad is the security guard at the gate of the community. Someone shouted at him, Zhang Yi, you said your father knows the mayor. Tell your father to ask the mayor for help. The boy who was asked the question lowered his voice immediately, my dad knows the mayor, but the mayor doesn't know my dad. Everyone was a little discouraged. It turns out that he is just pretending to be cool in normal times, but in fact he has no ability at all at the critical moment. At this moment, a boy shouted happily, June's dad called. He picked up the phone, deliberately turned on the hands-free mode, looked at Chen Feng, and said, Hey, uncle, Sister June has a problem. She is in the classroom. You are at the school gate, right? Then come in quickly. The yellow-haired boy looked at Chen Feng and shouted proudly, Did you hear that? Sister June's father is here. Sister June's father is a ruthless character. The knife in his hand has been stained with blood for decades. You are finished now. Chapter 79 Get out of Chengdu. Is there really such a person? Chen Feng lowered his head and asked with a smile Su Xinyao, who was curled up in his arms. Su Xinyao nodded repeatedly, yes, Lu Jun often told us that her father is very powerful, and the knife in his hand is always soaked in blood. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes with interest. With such a stupid daughter, I want to see what kind of ruthless character her father is. As soon as the words fell, a figure with a strong smell of blood rushed into the classroom and went straight to Lu Jun, who was lying on the ground. Jun, what's wrong with you? Jun, tell daddy, who made you like this? Lu Jun's face twitched in pain and his whole body was shaking. She struggled to open her eyes, looked at Chen Feng, and replied weakly, Dad, it's him, you have to avenge me. Brush. The tall man who rushed in stood up and looked at Chen Feng angrily. Chen Feng also looked over curiously. Two pairs of eyes looked at each other. Chen Feng curled his lips playfully. Lu Jun's father is Lu Niu. What about the knife being soaked in blood all year round? He made a big fuss about it, but it turned out that he was a chef. Lu Niu obviously also recognized Chen Feng. There was a trace of surprise on his face at first, and then his face was full of fear, as if he had seen a ghost. Chef Chen, it turns out to be you. Lu Niu hadn't even changed out of his chef uniform yet. He stepped forward and held out his hand, long time no see. Chen Feng looked at him with a smile but did not extend his hand. Lu Niu awkwardly raised his hand in the air, then withdrew his hand angrily, Chef Chen, come and pick up your sister from school. He rubbed his hands nervously and glanced out the window, I think it's getting late, you should go back quickly, Mom should have prepared dinner for you. Chen Feng smiled and said, Chef Lu, you seem to be very nervous? No, not nervous, that. Before Lu Niu finished speaking, the yellow-haired boy stepped forward and said, Uncle Lu, this guy was the one who beat up Sister June. You must avenge Sister June. Lu Niu wanted to slap him. Chen Feng's backer is Zhang Lindy, the richest man in Chengdu. How could he have the guts to make a move? You're talking nonsense. I know Chef Chen very well. How could he be so petty as to argue with a bunch of little brats like you? The yellow-haired boy defended himself aggrievely, but he was the one who beat Sister June. Sister June is your daughter after all. You can't just stand by and watch. Bang! Lu Niu raised his hand and slapped him. I'm slapping you with this slap. If you don't agree, you can just ask your dad to come over and argue with me. Lu Niu stared with eyes as big as copper bells, and said seriously, my daughter was beaten today. It has nothing to do with Chef Chen. There must be a misunderstanding. He glanced coldly at the boys standing beside him who were obviously dissatisfied. Don't make any noise in school tomorrow, and don't try to target Chef Chen's sister again. Lu Jun got beaten up, and she deserved it. After hearing these words, Lu Jun was completely dumbfounded. Lu Niu, her biological father, usually treats her like a treasure. She actually helped an enemy who slapped her and accused her of having it all her own fault. Dad, did you take the wrong medicine today? Just shut up, I'll teach you a lesson when I get home. After Lu Niu finished scolding, he turned around and looked at Chen Feng with a smile on his face, Chef Chen, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. It's all my fault for not teaching you well. I've caused you trouble. Please don't take it to heart. I'm fine, but my fiancé got quite a shock. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid your precious daughter would have made her kneel on the ground, and the group of good friends she called over would have done something even more unbearable. Thump! Lun Yo was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Chef Chen, I never thought Junjun would do such a thing. I will teach her a lesson when I get back. Please be magnanimous and forgive her this time. Let her go? Chen Feng sneered. If I had come a step later, who would have let my fiancée go so easily? Chen Feng suddenly squatted down, staring down at Lun Yo with cold eyes. He sneered, gnashed his teeth, and asked word by word, Lun Yo, if it was your daughter who was bullied, what would you do? Chef Chen, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Junjun has realized her mistake now. I believe she will never do such a thing again. Please, forgive her. Chen Feng kept a straight face and said nothing. Lun Yo frantically took out his phone and said, Well, Chef Chen, how much compensation do you want? Just tell me and I'll transfer the money to you right away. Chen Feng sneered, the last thing I lack is money. Why are you asking me for money? Then, Chef Chen, what exactly do you want me to do in order to let my daughter go? Take her with you and get out of Chengdu forever. Lun Yo was so frightened that his body trembled. But then, he nodded and agreed, okay, Chef Chen, I will take my daughter away right away. Chen Feng's gaze passed through Lun Yo and looked at Lu Jun, who was lying on the ground. At this moment, her face was even more red and swollen than before, and it was almost impossible to tell where her eyes and nose were. Chen Feng raised his hand and sighed, I was indeed too harsh just now. Not too hard, Chef Chen, you didn't hit me hard at all. Lun Yo smiled awkwardly and walked up to Lu Jun, you hit me just right. Chen Feng chuckled, oh, really? Lun Yo nodded, I'm currently researching a new method for making a crispy roast suckling pig, but I can never get the roasting temperature right, which results in the color of the roasted suckling pig being unsatisfactory every time. He took out his cell phone and took a few photos of Lu Jun's face. Now that I see Junjun's face, I suddenly have an idea. Yes, this is the color, and the pig's skin should be roasted to this degree. He smiled and said gratefully, this is all thanks to the inspiration you gave me, Chef Chen. So I say, this meal you cooked is really good, really wonderful. The boys nearby were all stunned by what they heard. Is this man sure to be Lu Jun's biological father? Didn't Lu Jun say that her father doted on her the most? Lu Jun, who was lying on the ground, was also full of questions. She endured the pain and cried, Dad, if you do this, am I still your biological daughter? Asked this question. Lun Yo's heavy body trembled. The expression on his face looked extremely complicated. Turning around, he looked at Lu Jun and sighed heavily, Junjun, actually, I was planning to keep this a secret from your mother until the day you turned 18 and then tell you. Since you already know it in advance, I might as well tell you straight. Actually, you. Dad, you'd better stop talking. Lu Jun was so angry that he fainted. Lun Yo was stunned, in fact, you are indeed your mother and I's biological child. On the day you were born, it was snowing heavily, and your mother. Chapter 80 The Fifth Sister's Little Secret. As Lun Yo was telling his story in a vivid and passionate voice, Chen Feng took Su Xinyao out of the school and drove straight home. Brother Xiaofeng, if fifth sister asks about it later, don't tell her what happened in the evening. I'm afraid she will worry. Su Xinyao said to Chen Feng before entering the house. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, I know. What happened in the evening? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xinyao's questioning voice suddenly rang out. Su Xinyao was so frightened that her whole body shuddered. She slowly picked up her school bag from the passenger seat, smiled awkwardly and shook her head, Fifth sister, no, nothing. Su Xinyao obviously didn't believe it. She looked at Chen Feng with a questioning look, Chen Feng, what happened in the evening? Brother Xiaofeng. Su Xinyao used her mouth to tell Chen Feng not to tell anyone. Chen Feng smiled and helped Su Xinyao carry her school bag. As they walked, he replied, it's nothing, actually. Yao Yao just told me a little secret about you. What little secret? Su Xinyao pouted, but her expression began to become unnatural. What little secret can I have? Chen Feng leaned close to her ear and whispered, pink, lace. Rub. Su Xinyao's little face turned red instantly. Chen Feng. She secretly clenched her fists and gritted her teeth in hatred. Looking at Chen Feng's back as he strode into the living room, Su Xinyao grabbed her ponytail. Seventh sister. Su Xinyao already had a bad feeling in her heart. She stood still, feeling the two burning gazes coming from behind. Fifth sister, what's wrong? Why did you tell him such a thing? And when did you peek? Su Xinyao smiled, revealing two cute little fangs. She turned around and guiltily poked Su Xinyue's belly with two fingers, sticking out her tongue. Fifth sister, you know everything? Su Xinyue snorted coldly. Your brother Xiaofeng has already told me everything. Fifth sister, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told brother Xiaofeng that you like to sleep naked. Sleeping naked. Su Xinyue's eyes widened. You told him all this. Oh, it seems that this is not the case. Su Xinyao tilted her head and thought for a while. Fifth sister, it's my fault. I shouldn't have told brother Xiaofeng that you like to eat stinky tofu without brushing your teeth and then eat a big durian. Su Xinyue's eyes were so big that they were almost as big as copper bells. You said that too. That's not the matter. Su Xinyao continued to think seriously. Could it be that brother Xiaofeng knows that you shave your mustache with a razor every day? Su Xinyao. Su Xinyue felt her blood pressure continue to soar and she almost fainted on the spot. She grabbed the little girl's ponytail and asked through gritted teeth, what else have you not told Chen Feng? I don't say everything, at least. Su Xinyao secretly glanced at Su Xinyue and said aggrievedly, you grind your teeth and talk in your sleep, and the only time you cooked you burned your hair. Also, you mistook shoe polish for toothpaste, etc. I didn't tell brother Xiaofeng about those things. Su Xinyue felt like she was about to collapse. Fifth sister, please don't be angry. Anger will cause wrinkles, and wrinkles will make you unpretty. Little Nail held up two fingers and swore to the sky, I promise, I really didn't tell brother Xiaofeng about what happened just now. It has not been said yet. But I can't guarantee whether I will tell you next time. When Su Xinyao saw Su Xinyue let go, she immediately sneaked into the living room. In the kitchen, Chen Feng was already busy preparing dinner for the evening. Sautéed eggplant with soy sauce, spicy chicken cubes, braised pork, stir-fried lotus root slices, pork ribs and kelp soup. The seemingly ordinary home-cooked dishes, after being carefully cooked by Chen Feng, are comparable to world-class delicacies in terms of color, aroma, and taste. Waves of fragrance wafted out, immediately attracting the two sisters Su Xinyue and Su Xinyao to the kitchen door to watch. More than an hour later, all the delicacies were served on the table. Chen Feng served two large bowls of rice to the pair of sisters. Both bowls were pressed again and again to make sure they were full. Well, brother Xiaofeng, this braised pork is so delicious. Su Xinyue ate piece after piece and praised continuously. Su Xinyue was dumbfounded when she saw that her seventh sister, who used to be very picky about lean meat, actually ate several pieces of fatty and lean pork in a row. Yao, a 100-gram piece of braised pork is equivalent to 1.6 bowls of rice and 3.8 apples. To burn off the calories, you need to run for 44 minutes, skip rope for 36 minutes, and do aerobics for 76 minutes. Are you sure you can still eat more? Su Xinyao pouted, and the baby fat on both sides of her cheeks became more obvious. Fifth sister, but the braised pork tonight is really delicious. I really can't control myself. Su Xinyao was very disappointed. Look at your face full of fat, it's almost like a pancake, and there's that swimming ring you hide under your clothes. Do you want to go swimming with me next time? Yes. Su Xinyao answered without hesitation. The swimming pool at home is boring. It is more interesting to go to the beach outside with Su Xinyue to play. Because there are so many handsome guys on the beach, some with 6 or 8-pack abs. Since you are going to leave, then don't eat this bowl of braised pork. Su Xinyue cruelly took away the remaining half bowl of braised pork. Then, he brought it in front of him with a calm face. He picked up a piece with chopsticks and started chewing it in big bites. Gurgle. Su Xinyao swallowed hard. Su Xinyue glanced at her and said, for the sake of your figure, you should eat more vegetarian food. Oh. Su Xinyao obediently picked up a piece of eggplant and put it into her mouth. Chen Feng smiled and picked up a piece of braised pork and put it on Su Xinyao's bed. It's okay, eat more, I like meaty ones, they are cute. Thank you, brother Xiaofeng. Su Xinyao smiled, took a small bite of meat and glanced at Su Xinyue. After she had eaten the whole piece of braised pork, she remembered something. Oh, my elder sister's movie is showing tonight. Chen Feng is a loyal fan of Su Weiniang, so he naturally knows about this. Then after dinner, let's go to the cinema. Brother Xiaofeng, you don't have to go to the cinema, you can watch it at home. Su Xinyao winked proudly. Our cinema has all the latest resources in the cinema. Su Xinyue lowered her head and ate her meal. You guys watch it, I don't want to watch it. Su Xinyao looked puzzled. Fifth sister, weren't you the one who supported my eldest sister the most when her movies were released before? Why didn't you watch it this time? Not interested. Chen Feng remembered that the movie starring Su Weiniang this time was a supernatural film, and this was also her first attempt at a supernatural film. Su Xinyue didn't look at it, probably because she didn't dare to look at it. Yeah, since you are afraid, I will go with Yao Yao to see it after dinner. You should drink more hot water. Chapter 81. Su Xinyue fainted. Who said I was scared? Half an hour later. In a luxurious private cinema that was as big as a movie theater, Chen Feng sat between Su Xinyue and Su Xinyao, holding 3 buckets of freshly made popcorn. Wow, it smells so good. Su Xinyao happily took the big bucket of popcorn, held it in her arms, and began to eat it with satisfaction. Chen Feng turned off the lights and started showing the movie. Su Weiniang's first supernatural movie starring her was called Ghost. During its promotion, the film confidently claimed that it would be the most terrifying film ever made in the history of Chinese cinema. Sure enough, when the opening music sounded, people couldn't help but get goosebumps. Chen Feng is naturally not afraid of watching this kind of movie. He ate popcorn calmly, admiring Su Weiniang, who was still very beautiful even though she was made up as a female ghost. Big sister is out. The camera of the movie turned, and suddenly a hideous and bloody female ghost face appeared all over the screen. Su Xinyao immediately screamed excitedly. She was still munching on some popcorn, which made her words sound a little unclear. Ah! Bang! Su Xinyue was so scared that she dropped the popcorn bucket in her hand to the ground. The light was dim and could not illuminate her pale face, but from her trembling and breaking screams, it could be heard that she was frightened by the scene. Su Xinyao looked at Su Xinyue. Fifth sister, are you okay? Su Xinyue shook her hands, brushed off a few grains of popcorn on her clothes, and said in a calm and pretended manner, what can happen to me? But you look scared. Su Xinyao looked at the popcorn all over the floor. Your popcorn is all scattered. I just thought this popcorn tasted terrible, so I threw it away. Listening to the cute and arrogant fiancé who was trying to save face and act strong, Chen Feng curled his lips lightly. Su Xinyao believed it, nodded, and continued eating popcorn. I think the popcorn made by brother Xiao Feng is delicious. It's much better than the one sold in movie theaters. It has a milky flavor. Click. Click. Su Xinyao chewed popcorn one bite at a time, and the sound sounded particularly clear. Su Xinyue curled up her body, and gradually both her legs were curled up on the chair, her body became a ball, and her hands tightly hugged her knees. Halfway through the movie, the plot becomes more and more confusing, and the bloody scenes become more and more frequent. Su Xinyue had buried her entire face in her knees. She didn't even have the courage to look at the big screen. But the voices of the characters in the movie and the music in the background still reached her ears clearly, and her body trembled constantly. Although the air conditioning in the theater was set to the most comfortable temperature, she still broke out in a cold sweat. Brother Xiaofeng, look, big sister's face is bleeding again, so exciting. Chen Feng nodded. I think the scene of gnawing bones just now is more beautiful. In that case, I think the pose of the man hanging upside down on the tree with his feet dangling in the air is also very good. Su Xinyao said, shaking her head. Su Xinyue listened to the conversation between Chen Feng and Su Xinyao and felt like she might collapse at any time. It is such a scary movie, but I could actually hear the word beautiful from Chen Feng's mouth. When did this little girl Su Xinyao become so bold that she actually enjoyed watching such bloody and violent scenes? Are these two people perverts? Fifth sister, are you cold? Su Xinyao noticed that Su Xinyue's body was shaking and asked with concern. It's not cold. But you look like you're shivering all the time. Su Xinyao said as she was about to stand up, I'll go adjust the air conditioner temperature. No need. Su Xinyue shouted. Chen Feng smiled and said, it's okay, your fifth sister is just scared. Su Xinyue raised her head abruptly. Who said I was scared? She stared at the screen with wide eyes. This is when the scariest scene in the entire film begins. Su Xinyue was so frightened that she clenched her teeth and her body trembled even more violently. Her tears were about to fall, but she still forced herself to stare at the screen. Her hands and feet were so cold that they had no warmth at all. Su Xinyao couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Fifth sister, why don't you eat some popcorn to distract yourself? I won't eat it. I can't miss every minute of the movie my elder sister shoots. Chen Feng felt distressed when he saw Su Xinyue trying hard to be strong. But there is no way, because his fiancée has a stubborn temper and likes to show off. 2 hours later, the movie ended. Wow, it's over. Su Xinyao was still not satisfied. Big sister's acting is so great. I love Big Sister. She looked at Chen Feng and asked, Brother Xiaofeng, what do you think? Chen Feng chuckled, it is inconvenient for the family members to make too many comments. Su Xinyo looked at Su Xinyue again, fifth sister. Before he could finish his words, he saw that Su Xinyue was almost motionless due to fright. During the entire movie watching process, in order to avoid screaming and being laughed at by Chen Feng, Su Xinyue kept clenching her teeth, causing both rows of teeth to ache. Her nails dug deeply into her arms, leaving purple bruises all over her fair arms. His face and body were covered in cold sweat, and even his clothes were wet and dry and wet. I'm fine. Su Xinyue replied weakly. Just at this moment, the WeChat phone notification sound rang. Su Xinyue took out her cell phone and found that it was a video call from Su Weiniang. She pressed the answer button tremblingly. Dear fifth sister. Next second. She screamed and her phone flew out. When she saw the ghost face suddenly appear in the picture, she was so scared that her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Fifth sister, fifth sister? It's the eldest sister's voice. Su Xinyao picked up the phone from the ground and said, Sister, why are you still dressed like this? Su Weiniang laughed on the other end of the phone, I know you guys must be watching a movie, so I dressed up like this just to suit the occasion. Su Xinyao pulled the corner of her mouth, Sister, the fifth sister seems to have fainted from being scared by you. It's okay. Next time she broadcasts live, I will throw a few million into her live broadcast room. She will definitely forgive me. Su Xinyao turned her phone screen towards Chen Feng. By the way, big sister, let me introduce you, this is Brother Xiaofeng, the most handsome brother in the universe. Su Weiniang stared at Chen Feng for a few seconds and nodded, he is indeed very handsome, more handsome than the young actors I acted with. I will definitely meet him when I come back some other day. Hearing his favorite actress praising his handsomeness, even though she might become his fiancée one day in the future, Chen Feng was still extremely excited at this moment. Just as he was about to speak, Su Weiniang spoke first, Okay, I have something else to do here, you guys go play first and take good care of fifth sister. Su Xinyao nodded obediently, Bye, big sister. Goodbye, big sister. Chen Feng also shouted. Although Su Weiniang in the camera was wearing the makeup from Ghost, her last smile was still absolutely beautiful and moving. Chapter 82, Platinum God Helps. Su Weiniang hung up the phone. Chen Feng picked up Su Xinyue, who was still unconscious, and carried her back to the room. After turning on the air conditioner and covering herself with a thin blanket, her cold limbs slowly recovered their temperature. Under the soft light above her head, Su Xinyue lying on the bed looked particularly well behaved. Skin as white as a peeled egg and a charming angelic face. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly and her cherry lips pouted slightly, making people want to get close to her and kiss her. She was in a coma at the moment, and was completely different from her usual arrogant and strong self. Chen Feng thought of Sleeping Beauty, who only appeared in fairy tales. At this moment, Su Xinyue is a sleeping beauty who can arouse people's desire to protect her. Su Xinyue let out a moan, turned over, and revealed her arms. Chen Feng was afraid that she would catch a cold with the air conditioner on, so he bent down and raised his hand to cover her with the quilt. Unexpectedly, as soon as her hand grabbed a corner of the quilt, Su Xinyue turned over again wrapped in the quilt. Her right arm was covering Chen Feng's arm, which was grabbing a corner of the quilt, and even one of her white and tender legs was stretched out of the quilt. Chen Feng didn't dare to move. His body was forced to bend even lower, and he almost tilted his body sideways, in a posture that looked extremely ambiguous to others, half hanging in the air and falling on Su Xinyue. Yeah? Chen Feng swore that he had absolutely no intention of taking advantage of Su Xinyue's misfortune. Seeing that Su Xinyue didn't react, he gently twitched twice, trying to pull his hand out from under her arm. 1 time. It didn't work. 2 times. Still no success. 3 times. 4 times. Chen Feng. Su Xinyue suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw Chen Feng lying on top of her and taking advantage of her with his hands, her face turned red and she sat up from the bed in shame and anger. Before Su Xinyue could question him, Chen Feng explained innocently, If you want to know why you were in the room, it was because you fainted after receiving a call from your eldest sister. I was the one who sent you back to the room. And you? Chen Feng raised his hands, I was afraid you would catch a cold, so I wanted to cover you with a blanket, but you turned over and pressed my arm down. Then Chen Feng smiled and said, Don't worry, I didn't do anything else. Oh. Su Xinyue responded softly, curled up her body, and wrapped herself in the quilt. Chen Feng looked her over and asked in a deliberately naughty tone, Yeah, I didn't do anything, why do you sound so disappointed? Su Xinyue gritted her teeth and said, How do I look disappointed? Chen Feng, you are such a shameless narcissist. Chen Feng laughed even louder, Yeah, I am not only narcissistic, I also love you. You're talking nonsense again. This is my room, get out. Su Xinyue picked up the pillow and threw it over. Chen Feng caught the pillow. He said seriously, Yeah, you are so mean to me now, but you will beg for mercy later. Su Xinyue blushed and snorted disdainfully, Go back to your room and dream about your daydreams. Seeing his fiancée's adorable look, who was obviously very shy but still trying to show off her eloquence, Chen Feng decided to continue playing tricks on her. Yeah, I don't want a daydream, I want to. Do it, do whatever you are doing, Chen Feng, get out of here right now. Su Xinyue was so angry that she almost threw the whole blanket over. Is it not possible to cook? Chen Feng spoke slowly, said good night to his fiancée, and then returned to his room. Sitting down at the computer desk, turning on the computer, logging into Qidian Chinese website, Chen Feng began today's update. Before typing, he checked the background data. After 1 day and 1 night, the number of collections increased to 180,000, and the number of recommendation votes exceeded 100,000. What is somewhat different from other novel websites is that readers can give rewards to novels on Qidian Chinese network from the day the novels are published, without having to wait until the work is signed. Therefore, although Chen Feng's book Xiaoji has only been updated with 5 chapters and has not been signed, the rewards he has received have already been several times higher than the annual income of most authors. Especially the 1 million reward from Su Xinyue in the morning, which directly made her number 1 on the fan list, and also made Chen Feng's novel jump to the top of the free list. In addition to the huge reward from the rich Su Xinyue, the other 2 fans ranked in the top 3 of the fan list also contributed a lot of fan value. The second-ranked fan name donated 8.88 million book coins, which is equivalent to 880,000 Chinese yuan. The third-ranked fan named Fei Yangyang was not willing to lag behind and gave a one-time reward of 6.66 million book coins, which is equivalent to 660,000 Chinese yuan. But this was not what surprised Chen Feng the most. What really surprised Chen Feng was that Yi Zis's name appeared in his top 10 fan list. The little queen of female romance, with an eye-catching platinum label, not only gave a reward of 1 million book coins, but also wrote a favorable comment for the novel, urging it to be updated. There are countless readers watching below, and the building has already exceeded 50,000 floors. Not only did Yi Zisu appear, there were also several authors who were labeled as great authors and urged for updates in the comments section. There were also many authors whose works had over 1 million words and over 10,000 fans who urged for updates. Chen Feng took a quick glance and found that some of them were authors whose books he had followed before. There were countless other readers who urged for updates and gave rewards. If Chen Feng didn't update during the day, they all threatened to send razor blades. Only 5 chapters have been updated, but it has achieved such an amazing effect. The popularity of the novel has already far surpassed the platinum work ranked first in popularity. If the situation continues like this, he will dominate Qidian Chinese website and even the entire online literature world in no time. He is the right person to do it. After looking at the data, Chen Feng felt full of motivation. Putting his hands on the keyboard, Chen Feng started typing quickly with the speed he had acquired in his 20 years of being single. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. His fingertips flew quickly across the keyboard. There is no need to think about it, all the plots are presented as if on the computer screen, and Chen Feng only needs to type it out. There is no writer's block, no need to look up information. At this moment, Chen Feng has turned into an emotionless typing machine. It's so silky and so smooth. Time passed unknowingly during the pleasant time of typing. Soon, it was almost 12 o'clock in the night. I was more productive tonight than last night, writing 6 chapters in just an hour and a half. After uploading all the chapters, Chen Feng turned off the computer and stretched. He doesn't care about any data. Collections and rewards are all just clouds. He writes novels purely to kill time and have fun. After taking a shower and coming out of the bathroom, Chen Feng heard a familiar system prompt tone in his ears. Does the host choose to sign in immediately? Chapter 83 Staying for 1 night. Sign. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. This sign-in reward, 1,000 cups without getting drunk, the reward has been issued. Being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk should be a skill related to drinking. However, Chen Feng had not yet graduated from university and had almost no social engagements. Except for the occasional dinners organized by the student union, he ate all his meals in the cafeteria. When I went out to eat with Su Xinyue and the others, it was impossible for me to drink alcohol. I only drank milk and juice. This skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk seems to be of no use at the moment. I dried my hair and was about to go to bed when there was a knock on the door. I guess it's Su Xinyue coming to deliver fresh milk again. Chen Feng jumped out of bed and opened the door. Auntie! A soft body suddenly threw itself into Chen Feng's arms. Xiaolu missed you so much. Chen Feng looked at the girl's familiar clothes, with his hands half raised in the air, not knowing whether to hug her or not. The suitcase the girl brought had already been thrown several meters away by her. Aunt, do you miss Xiaolu? The girl hugged Chen Feng tightly, rubbing her hands on his back dishonestly. Aunt, you've gained weight again. Have you eaten any delicious food recently? Recommend some to me. This girl kept calling me Auntie, probably thinking she was Zhang Yuyan. Just as Chen Feng was about to speak, suddenly, a deafening dog barking sounded at the end of the corridor. Immediately afterwards, a sturdy Tibetan mastiff as tall as an adult ran towards Chen Feng with its bloody mouth open. His strong and agile limbs were full of energy, and the drool from the corners of his mouth gave off a familiar fishy smell. Especially those eyes that were as big as copper bells, emitting bright light in the slightly dim light of the corridor, like two sharp daggers, piercing straight at Chen Feng. The girl realized something was wrong and immediately let go of Chen Feng. She turned around, raised her hand and shouted, "Stop, Xiaoqiang." The Tibetan mastiff braked with its front hooves and stood still, but its gaze towards Chen Feng was still extremely fierce. Xiaoqiang, calm down. Calm down, we're one. With the girl's comfort, the Tibetan mastiff slowly sat down on the ground, wagging its tail quickly and baring its teeth at Chen Feng from time to time. Seeing Xiaoqiang finally regain his composure, the girl breathed a sigh of relief and turned around. "Little hero, why is it you?" Chen Feng put one hand in his pocket and said jokingly, "This is my room." "Your room?" Su Yunzi glanced at the floor and muttered in disbelief, "8th floor, that's right, my aunt usually stays on the 8th floor when she comes to my house." She looked at Chen Feng and asked vigilantly, "Hero, tell the truth, what did you do to my aunt?" Chen Feng shrugged and said innocently, "My aunt went out of town to record a program a few days ago. She's not here. This is my room." Su Yunzi looked Chen Feng up and down, and suddenly seemed to remember something and shouted, "So, Ingxiong, you are Chen Feng?" Chen Feng nodded, "It's me." Compared to Su Yunzi's surprise, Chen Feng was actually a little surprised as well. Unexpectedly, the girl I met at the park gate during the day was my mother-in-law's sixth daughter, Su Yunzi, and she even gave herself artificial respiration. This fate, sometimes, is so wonderful. I didn't expect it was really you. What a coincidence. We just met during the day. Thinking of the embarrassing artificial respiration, Su Yunzi's face turned red. When Chen Feng saw his fiancée, he seemed relaxed. "Yunzi, why are you back at this time?" Hearing Chen Feng calling her that, Su Yunzi lowered her head and explained in a low voice, "Because I found another cockroach in the room, a very big one. I was scared, so I moved it back." She swallowed and continued, "The taxi driver I took that night also looked scary. All along the way, all kinds of murder plots from novels kept flashing through my mind." Su Yunzi walked to Xiaoqiang, stroked its head and said, "Luckily, Xiaoqiang is with me." As if he could understand what she said, when Su Yunzi praised him, Xiaoqiang looked at Chen Feng with a look of great pride and a bit of disdainful provocation. Chen Feng smiled and said, "If I had known this, I would have driven over to pick you up. No, I feel safe with Xiaoqiang by my side." "You are no match for Xiaoqiang." Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Su Yunzi immediately changed her words, "Hero, don't misunderstand me, what I meant just now is that you are not as good as Xiaoqiang." Chen Feng's expression also turned a little ugly. Su Yunzi shook her head, "No, what I mean is that Xiaoqiang is stronger than you, which is not right." She collapsed and held her head in her hands. "Hero, I'm sorry, I was probably a little excited, so I kept saying the wrong things." Chen Feng smiled and said, "It's okay. Xiaoqiang and I will be a family from now on. We should love each other. Don't you think so, Xiaoqiang?" Xiaoqiang immediately bared his teeth at Chen Feng. Su Yunzi patted Xiaoqiang's head and said, "Hero, you can have a rest. I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going back to my room. Good night. See you tomorrow." "Okay, good night." After watching Su Yunzi leave, Chen Feng returned to the room. Xiaoqiang still has a lot of hostility towards him. It will take a long time for them to get used to each other after living under the same roof. Half lying on the bed, Chen Feng turned on his cell phone. What should I do if my dog is too fierce? In response to this question, netizens gave all kinds of strange answers. The dog is not well behaved, just give it a beating. The dog meat hot pot tastes good. Lock it and its boyfriend in a small dark room together and let them out only after they behave themselves. Upstairs 666. Chen Feng looked at these interesting comments and couldn't help but curl his lips. Just at this moment, there was another knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was Su Yunzi again. She was wearing pajamas, holding Xiaoqiang's hand with her right hand, and stood at the door and asked quietly, "Hero, the light in my room is broken, can I stay in the same room with you tonight?" Seeing Chen Feng was a little surprised, she smiled and explained, "I am afraid of the dark, so I always turn on the lights when I sleep at night." Chen Feng thought about it and answered straightly, "There should be new light bulbs at home. I'll look for them and help you replace them." Su Yunzi immediately shook her head, "No, hero, there's no need to bother you so much in the middle of the night. Don't worry, I'll just sleep on the edge of your bed. I won't move around, grind my teeth, or talk in my sleep. I definitely won't disturb you." Since his fiancée said so, Chen Feng naturally had no choice but to agree. "Then come in." "Thank you, hero." Su Yunzi immediately took Xiaoqiang and ran into the house. She lay on the bed obediently, and only slept on one edge. Chen Feng couldn't help laughing. In fact, the bed is very big, more than enough to sleep 4 adults. If you sleep in the middle, I'm afraid you'll fall down in your sleep. Yes, sir. Su Yunzi leaned towards the middle of the bed. Chen Feng smiled and was about to climb onto the bed when a huge figure took the lead, jumped onto the bed nimbly, and lay down next to Su Yunzi very consciously. Chapter 84. You are a real dog. Chen Feng's face looked uglier than pig liver. Xiaoqiang lay there in a lazy and domineering posture, with his sturdy body occupying most of the bed. While resting its head on the pillow, it did not forget to take care of Su Xinyue and pushed half of the pillow to her side so that she could also rest her head on it. After lying down comfortably, it glanced at Chen Feng proudly, closed its eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. He acted as if he was the male host. Chen Feng felt like crying but had no tears. This guy probably sleeps in the same bed with Su Yunzi usually, otherwise his movements wouldn't be so skillful. If the bed wasn't big enough. If it weren't for Su Yunzi's sake. Chen Feng really wanted to kick this beast down. Lie in bed. Chen Feng's mood was a little complicated. Xiaoqiang turned over and pointed his bloody mouth, which was spewing a fishy smell, towards him. Chen Feng secretly clenched his fists, opened his mobile phone, searched for dog meat hot pot, and a large number of pictures immediately popped up on the webpage. He turned the phone towards Xiaoqiang and scrolled down the pictures page by page. Woof! Xiaoqiang let out a suppressed roar and opened his mouth to bite the phone. Chen Feng quickly turned over and faced Xiaoqiang with his back. Xiaoqiang was afraid of disturbing Su Yunzi's sleep, so he had to give up. "Xiaoqiang, go to sleep." Su Yunzi, who was in a drowsy state, called Xiaoqiang's name and raised her slender arm to place it on its head. Xiaoqiang immediately closed his mouth, slowed down his breathing, kept his upper body still, and raised his foot to kick Chen Feng's thigh. The meaning was very clear, which was to let Chen Feng turn around and look at it and Su Yunzi sleeping sweetly. Chen Feng ate the dog food with tears in his eyes. "Sleeping in my bed, hugging my woman, and you still show off in front of me. Sometimes people don't have to be human. But you are a real dog. Get up in the morning." Su Yunzi and Xiaoqiang were no longer in bed. After washing up, Chen Feng went downstairs and saw Su Xinyue and the others sitting around the dining table eating breakfast. "Brother Xiaofeng, good morning." Su Xinyao gnawed on a large chicken drumstick and said with a smile, "Today I ordered KFC breakfast takeout. Although it's not as good as what you made, it tastes pretty good." Chen Feng sat down yawning. "Brother Xiaofeng, you look so tired. Didn't you sleep well last night?" It's a long story, hard to explain in a few words. Chen Feng, with dark circles under his eyes, took a big mouthful of porridge. "I was already in a bad mood because of Xiaoqiang's show, and this beast actually snored after falling asleep, and the snoring was deafening. The sleeping posture is beyond description." Chen Feng looked around the living room while chewing on a chicken leg. Xiaoqiang at this moment. He happily wandered around the feet of the three sisters Su Xinyue, Su Yunzi, and Su Xinyao, begging for food in their hands with his pitiful eyes. The three sisters would occasionally throw it a few pieces of chicken. It would wag its tail with joy, rub its head against their legs, and make satisfied noises. This behavior is completely different from what Chen Feng saw. If I hadn't seen its brutal side, I would have been deceived by its false, well-behaved and gentle disguise. Thinking about how this dog kept him awake last night, Chen Feng picked up a piece of chicken, tore a hole in the middle, and squeezed a large lump of mustard into it. Then he closed the chicken nugget and threw it on the ground. Xiaoqiang saw that the chicken had fallen into the trap, so he opened his mouth, took it in without thinking too much and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. Ouch! The next second, Xiaoqiang fell to the ground in pain, his limbs trembling constantly and wailing loudly. Su Yunzi put down her chopsticks and ran over, and asked nervously, "Xiaoqiang, what's wrong with you?" "Oh woo woo." Poor Xiaoqiang, he couldn't even say fuck, let alone express the pain he was going through. Su Xinyue took a look and asked, "Is there a bone stuck in the throat?" "It's possible." Su Yunzi raised her hand and was about to pry open Xiaoqiang's mouth. Xiaoqiang immediately ran out of the living room, fearing that Su Yunzi would see the tears that might burst out of him at any time. "I guess the chicken nuggets are too spicy and it can't get used to it." Su Yunzi washed her hands and returned to the dining table. Su Xinyao nodded and asked curiously, "Sixth sister, when did you come back yesterday? Why didn't you tell me?" "I decided to come back at the last minute at night." Su Yunzi looked at Chen Feng. "I saw the light on in the room on the 8th floor, and I thought it was my aunt who was staying there, but later I found out it was brother Xiaofeng who was staying there." Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng. "Sixth sister, I know you will be back soon. I just cleaned your room. The light in your room is broken and I haven't had time to fix it yet. You are afraid of the dark, so how did you sleep last night?" "This." Su Yunzi lowered her head and drank the porridge quickly, one spoonful after another, in silence. Su Xinya glanced at Chen Feng's dark circles, as if she understood something. "Sixth sister, you slept with brother Xiaofeng last night, right?" "Ah. Su Xinya cried out enviously, "Wow, I'm so envious. I want to sleep with brother Xiaofeng too." Su Xinyue rolled her eyes at her and said, "Eat your meal." Su Xinyao curled her lips, raised her fingers, counted them one by one and said, "Anyway, we have 7 sisters, and there are exactly 7 days in a week. Everyone can take turns sleeping with brother Xiaofeng one day. I'm the 7th sister, so it's my turn to sleep with brother Xiaofeng on weekend nights. The eldest and second sisters are very busy and are rarely at home, so brother Xiaofeng can sleep by himself, or he can pick someone to sleep with him." Little Nail thought this was a great idea. She looked at Chen Feng and asked with a smile, "Brother Xiaofeng, do you think this is okay?" Chen Feng thought to himself, "As long as you agree, what objection can I have to such a good job? I think." Just as he was about to answer, Su Xinyue shouted, "I don't think so." She glared at Su Xinyao and criticized, "Men and women should not touch each other. How old are you? You think about sleeping with men all day long. Your thoughts are very dangerous." "Is it dangerous?" "I think it's okay." The little girl said aggrievely, "Isn't brother Xiaofeng our fiancé?" Seeing Su Xinyao being scolded again, Chen Feng smiled and said, "Yao Yao, eat quickly. I'll take you to school after you finish eating. As for sleeping, there's no rush. We can talk about it later." A pleasant breakfast. Since we had takeout today, we didn't have to wash the dishes. Chen Feng cleaned up the table and drove Su Xinyao to school. After returning from school, Chen Feng found several luxury cars parked in front of the villa. 5 or 6 tall, long-legged young girls were getting out of the luxury car, talking and laughing. When Chen Feng drove past in his sports car, they exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, so handsome. When did Yaya's family have such a handsome driver? You weren't called here specifically for today's pool party, were you? I should have taken that swimsuit." Chapter 85 Good shot. Su Xinyue invited a group of beauties to her house for a pool party? I hadn't heard her mention this matter at breakfast. Chen Feng came out of the garage and saw Su Xinyue hugging them intimately. "Yeah, I specially turned down a date with my sponsor today to come and accompany you. Please don't disappoint me in the show later. It's always just the few of us. Why don't you call a few men over? It's so boring. Wasn't that driver quite handsome?" "Yes, yeah, your new driver is so handsome, call him over to play with us." "What driver?" Su Xinyue looked puzzled. "Here, that's it." Looking in the direction Xiaoyao's finger was pointing, Su Xinyue met Chen Feng's gaze. She curled her lips, "He is not our family's driver." Xiaoya asked curiously, "Who is he?" "He is the chef." Su Xinyue answered loudly on purpose. So he is a chef. The chefs are so handsome, the food they cook must be delicious, right? Yeah, are you the kind of chef who would eat others when you're hungry? Su Xinyue blushed. What, Xiaoya, what nonsense are you talking about? She secretly glanced at Chen Feng and found that the corner of his mouth was curled up with a meaningful smile. She took Xiaoya's arm and said, "Don't worry about him. Let's go in and change clothes." Watching his fiancée and her sisters walk into the living room, Chen Feng followed them in with a smile. Xiaoya walked at the back. She winked at Chen Feng and said with a smile, "Handsome boy, help us cut some fruit and play with us later." He can't swim. Su Xinyue looked at Chen Feng coldly, then walked into the changing room. What a pity, but we can still add each other on WeChat, Xiaoya said, and walked into the changing room. Chen Feng was smiling as he cut fruit and prepared iced drinks in the living room. After a while, Su Xinyue and her sisters changed into sexy and hot swimsuits and walked out of the changing room talking and laughing. Beautiful women with long legs and good looks, with an average height of 1.7 meters, stood in a row. Chen Feng had only seen this kind of scene on TV before. Most of them are anchors from the shark platform. They have fair skin, beautiful looks, and proud figures. Their every frown, smile, and gesture can exude a charm that makes men's blood pump. Xiaoya covered her mouth and chuckled. Yeah, your chef is so bad. When he saw us, he couldn't even take his eyes away. Su Xinyue snorted coldly. Men are all the same. If you keep looking, you won't be afraid of getting your hands cut. Chen Feng smiled harmlessly. Yeah, still cares about me. Who cares about you? Su Xinyue found that Chen Feng was becoming more and more shameless. She really couldn't see what was so handsome about Chen Feng. He just had 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. What was the difference between him and an ordinary person? How come her group of sisters who used to have very high standards suddenly had such low tastes today? Xiaoya sensed a hint of hostility from Su Xinyue, and she immediately smiled and changed the subject. Okay, yeah, let's go swimming. A blonde beauty nearby called out regretfully, "Are you sure you don't want to invite the handsome boy to join us? Stop yelling, and go away." A group of long-legged beauties left the living room one after another and came to the large open-air swimming pool outside. The azure sky, the bright sunshine, the clear water below, and the sexy beauty, this scene is as beautiful as a painting. Su Xinyue took a volleyball and happily played water volleyball in the water with her sisters. After Chen Feng cut the fruit, he brought it to the swimming pool, then picked a chair under the parasol and sat down, drinking an ice drink while watching them play. Nice shot! What a great shot! Xiaoya was tired from playing, so she swam ashore, sat next to Chen Feng, and picked up a bottle of iced cola. Does it look good? Not bad, you played the ball well. Chen Feng nodded. Xiaoya couldn't help laughing. So you're interested in playing basketball? If you don't focus on playing, what else can you focus on? Seeing Chen Feng's answer was a little dazed, Xiaoya laughed. I thought you were looking at us beautiful ladies. Is this ball more exciting than us? Chen Feng praised honestly. You guys play well too. Puff. Xiaoya was amused. She adjusted the straps of her swimsuit and asked Chen Feng, "Little chef, who do you think is prettier, Yaya or me?" Of course Yaya is pretty. Compared with the other beauties in the swimming pool, is Yaya the prettiest? Chen Feng nodded, yes. TSK. Xiaoya praised repeatedly. I didn't realize you were so loyal. She looked Chen Feng up and down and always felt that Chen Feng was not a simple chef. You look so young and handsome. Could it be that you are some rich young man who came to our Yaya's house to be a chef just to pursue her? Chen Feng chuckled. Do I need to go out of my way to pursue her? As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng was splashed with water. Xiaoya finished a cup of Coke and said with a smile, "Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to continue playing ball." After saying that, she jumped into the swimming pool with a splash. A lot of water splashed on Chen Feng's body again. He crossed his legs and looked leisurely at Su Xinyue in the swimming pool. Although the girls Su Xinyue called over were also very pretty and some of them had better figures than her, Chen Feng didn't look away and only had eyes for his fiancée. The proud curves of her body as she leaped to throw the ball, the delighted smile on her face as she hit the ball over the net, and her every move as she splashed the water with her slender arms. Everything is so beautiful and charming. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Thinking of this, Chen Feng couldn't help but cheer loudly, "Xiaoya, come on." Bang! A large splash of water suddenly rushed towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng's clothes, which had not yet been dried by the sun, were attacked again. Just at this moment, Suddenly someone in the swimming pool shouted, yeah, what's wrong with you? Chen Feng looked over immediately and found Su Xinyue still in the swimming pool with a painful expression and distorted facial features. He immediately jumped into the swimming pool, held her slender waist with his right palm, and carried her to the shore. The other little sisters also climbed onto the shore and surrounded Su Xinyue, asking about her well-being. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Are you having a cramp? Su Xinyue didn't dare to move her right leg. She let Chen Feng hold her and said painfully, my right leg is cramping, and so is my foot. She had already drunk several mouthfuls of water in the swimming pool. If Chen Feng had not jumped in and picked her up in time, she would have been in more pain than she is now. Xiaoya said to Chen Feng, put her on the ground, let me do it. Need not. Of course you have to save your own fiancé yourself. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he gently put Su Xinyue on the ground. Chapter 86 The Jealousy Again. Are you okay? Xiaoya asked with some doubt when she saw Chen Feng put his hand on Su Xinyue's white and tender instep. Why don't you let me take over? I was the one who helped Mumu recover last time when she had calf cramps. A girl nearby suggested. I'll do it. How can a man be told no? Especially in front of so many beautiful women. The girl saw Su Xinyue's painful expression, squatted down and asked, yeah, he's just a chef, why don't you let me do it instead? Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng and said softly, let's choose him. Chen Feng curled the corners of his mouth. Although his fiancée was a little stubborn in her words, she still trusted him very much in her heart. He grabbed Su Xinyue's white and tender feet with both hands. Her round toes were painted with flesh-pink nail polish, which emitted a sparkling light under the sunlight. Then, Chen Feng grabbed these cute toes with one hand, flexed them dorsally, and stretched the calf muscles. At the same time, the other hand was not idle either, constantly massaging Su Xinyue's legs to relax the muscles and relieve spasms. Xiaoya ran out of the kitchen and brought a hot towel to put on Su Xinyue's legs. Slowly, under Chen Feng's massage, the expression on Su Xinyue's face became relaxed, and her tightly tangled brows also relaxed. Yeah, are you feeling better now? Su Xinyue nodded, much better, thank you, Xiaoya. Xiaoya chuckled and looked at Chen Feng, why are you thanking me? The biggest contributor is still giving you a massage. In fact, when Chen Feng was giving her a massage, Su Xinyue's eyes were always on Chen Feng. Seeing Chen Feng's gentle movements, afraid of hurting herself, Su Xinyue felt a warm feeling in her heart. She moved her legs, trying to pull her feet out of Chen Feng's hands. I'm fine, let me go. Chen Feng grabbed Su Xinyue's feet and refused to let go. Although the force was not strong, it was not easy for Su Xinyue to break free with her limited strength. He looked at Su Xinyue's fair, smooth and delicate skin, which was as white as tofu, and said with a smile, you need to massage for a few more minutes to relax your muscles thoroughly, otherwise you will still get cramps when you go into the water. Oh. This time, Su Xinyue was obedient and let Chen Feng continue to massage her calves and insteps. The young ladies watching on the side would chuckle from time to time, and the air was filled with the smell of gossip. Hiss. When the key acupoints were pressed, Su Xinyue couldn't help but let out a low moan that sounded like pain. Chen Feng let go of his hand, does it hurt? Su Xinyue nodded, a little bit. Then I'll be gentle. Xiaoya covered her mouth and tried not to bark like a dog. She said with envy, yeah, your chef is so considerate and handsome. Why don't you introduce one to me? Su Xinyue pursed her lips slightly, it wasn't me who found it, it was my mother who found it. Wow, that auntie has good taste. Xiaoya smiled evilly, your mother didn't find him to be your boyfriend, did she? No way. Su Xinyue denied it. Indeed not. He is my fiancé straight away. She moved her feet, okay, I'm going to get up. With Chen Feng's support, Su Xinyue slowly stood up. Be careful. Xiaoya said with concern on the side. Then, noticing that the sun was approaching noon, he smiled and said, yeah, it's almost noon now, I'm hungry, why don't you ask your chef to cook for us? Yeah, we're all hungry. I wonder what the food cooked by such a handsome chef tastes like. It must be delicious. Su Xinyue listened to the excited discussions of the young ladies around her and glanced at Chen Feng. Chen Feng readily agreed, no problem. Ladies and gentlemen, what would you like to eat for lunch? Xiaoya raised her hand first, I want spicy chicken. I want to eat spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Your order is too plain, give me a plate of pork elbow. Can you make my favorite yam and pork rib soup? Hearing the beauties naming their favorite dishes, Chenfeng smiled and said, "As long as you like it, I can make it." "Great." Xiaoya looked at Su Xinyue. Yeah, what about you?" "I'm fine with anything." Su Xinyue replied gloomily, "I've been trying to lose weight recently, so I don't have much of an appetite." Seeing his fiancée's unhappy expression, Chenfeng knew with just his toes that this jealous girl must be jealous again. He smiled and said, "I have all the dishes that Yeye likes to eat memorized in my head. She doesn't need to tell me, I know them all." "Wow." After Chenfeng said this, there was indeed a sigh from the side. Xiaoya nudged Su Xinyue with her shoulder and said with a smile, "You said that there is nothing wrong between you and this little chef, but look, he calls our chef Yeye. It's so sweet. I'm so envious." A smile finally appeared on Su Xinyue's face. She smiled and tickled Xiaoya's armpit, "Then go ahead and cry. Little hoof, stop and don't run. I want to scratch you back too." Xiaoya immediately chased after him with a smile. Chenfeng saw the beautiful scene of beauties laughing and playing by the swimming pool. He smiled and picked up the remaining fruit cores and drink cans, then strode towards the kitchen. After tying on his apron, Chenfeng began to get busy. Dice the chicken breast and pour it into the oil pan and stir-fry it with chili peppers. After serving, it will be shiny brown red, crispy and soft, with a strong spicy flavor. Shredded potatoes are fried with green and red peppers, which are bright in color and sour and spicy. The large pork elbow with skin and bones is boiled, fried and steamed. It is plump, crispy, soft and glutinous, fragrant and not greasy. Garlic abalone vermicelli is delicious and nutritious. Cola chicken wings are bright in color and tender. Pork ribs and yam soup is salty and fresh, which can promote digestion and beautify the skin. Meal time. The aroma of food wafted through the Su family villa. Chenfeng brought all the prepared dishes to the table, filling it up with delicious food. Xiaoya and the others were attracted by the aroma and were so surprised when they saw the food on the table that tears came out of their mouths. "Wow, this smells so good. Even a chef from a 5-star hotel can't make such delicious food. It makes me hungry. It seems my weight loss plan is going to fail again." Su Yunzi, who had just typed for the whole morning, came out of her room, smelled the fragrance, and rushed to the dining table. "Wow, so many delicious foods, who made them?" Everyone turned their eyes to Chenfeng. "Brother Xiaofeng, you actually did this, you are so awesome." Su Yunzi touched her hungry stomach and asked cautiously, "Well, can I sit down and eat?" "Eat it while it's hot." Chenfeng smiled and went to get the juice and milk. Su Yunzi saw so many long-legged beauties at home and exclaimed, "Fifth sister, there's a pool party at home, and you didn't even invite me. You stay in seclusion all day long, writing code. How can I hire you?" "That's right." Su Yunzi nodded and sat down next to Su Xinyue. Xiaoya also took the opportunity to sit down on the other side of Su Xinyue's seat. Su Xinyue immediately called out, "Wait, Xiaoya, please sit in the next seat." Chapter 87. Xinyue, Chenfeng. Xiaoya looked around the living room curiously. Yeah, is there anyone else at home?" The other girls who came to the pool party had already sat down, leaving only 2 empty seats to the left and opposite Su Xinyue. As usual, she always sat next to Su Xinyue. "No." Xiaoya was even more puzzled. "If there is no such thing, why should I?" Before she finished speaking, she saw Chenfeng walking towards the dining table with a drink in his hand, and she immediately understood. "Oh, I see, this seat is reserved for your little chef." Looking at the blush on Su Xinyue's cheeks, Xiaoya became more certain of her guess. Okay, I'll go sit across from you and give you guys plenty of room to show your affection." Chenfeng smiled and sat down next to Su Xinyue. It was the first time for Su Yunzi to eat food cooked by Chenfeng. Her eyes were shining and the chopsticks in her hand never stopped moving. "Brother Xiaofeng, the food you cook is so delicious. It's the most delicious food in the universe." Chenfeng smiled modestly and said, "My pussy tastes good too. I'll make it for you as a midnight snack next time." Su Yunzi was enjoying her meal very much, completely forgetting her image as a lady. Xiaoya and the others were already drooling over the sumptuous dishes on the table. Seeing Su Yunzi praising the food, they couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks and start eating. "Wow, this pork elbow is so delicious. You gained 10 pounds after eating. Aren't you trying to lose weight recently? Only when you are full can you have the energy to lose weight. This is the best spicy and sour potato shreds I have ever eaten. Hey, don't eat so fast, let us all taste the abalone vermicelli." A group of popular and handsome anchors on the shark platform are now fighting for a table of food. Xiaoya looked like she hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. She took away her favorite spicy chicken with the plate and put it into her mouth with a spoon. If their fans saw this scene, they would be shocked. Even Su Yunzi couldn't help but sigh, "Fifth sister, your friends look like they haven't eaten for several days." Su Xinyue couldn't do anything about this group of friends. This group of ladies, who usually are more elegant than each other when they go out to eat and cannot eat after just 2 bites, showed their true colors after eating Qin Feng's dishes, completely throwing away their image and figure. "Hey, let's not just focus on eating and drinking, otherwise it will be so boring," suggested one of the blonde girls. Xiaoya raised her hands in agreement. "I agree. Let's play idiom chain game, and the loser drinks." Su Xinyue frowned slightly. "You know I can't drink." "What are you afraid of?" "We're all happy. Let's play a game to liven things up." Xiaoya looked at Chen Feng and Su Yunzi. Yeah, you are allowed to find helpers. Your sister is a great writer, and your little chef can drink for you. With them around, what are you worried about?" Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng and asked, "How much can he drink?" Su Yunzi also became interested. "Fifth sister, just play. You can't take me with you when you go swimming, but you must take me with you when you play idiom chain." "Okay then, I'll go get the wine." Su Xinyue had no choice but to stand up and get 2 bottles of red wine. Xiaoya shouted, "How can 2 bottles be enough? This is not even enough for your fine alone. Fifth sister, let me get it." Su Yunzi stood up. "Brother Xiaofeng, come with me and help me carry the wine." "Okay." Chen Feng stood up with a smile, and together with Su Yunzi, he brought 2 large boxes of rum. This rum has an alcohol content of 90%. Although it is distilled from sugarcane juice, it has no sweetness but instead a strong alcohol taste. Su Yunzi opened the cork and poured half a glass of wine into each person's glass. Returning to her seat, she picked up the wine glass and took a sip. She immediately frowned. "Wow, this wine is so strong. The stronger the better." Xiaoya smiled and said, "Then let's play idiom chain now. Those who can't connect or connect incorrectly will be punished to drink a cup. Those who repeat the same thing will also be punished to drink a cup." After she finished speaking, she looked at Chen Feng and said, "Little chef, you can start first, and then Yaya will take over next." Chen Feng thought for a moment, looked at Su Xinyue, and said, "She is so beautiful that she can topple a country or a city." Su Xinyue blushed slightly and looked at Su Yunzi. "I am extremely terrified." This did not bother the great writer Su Yunzi. Panic. In this order, the idioms are passed on one after another. Top gun. It's a breeze and a cloud. Understatement. Another round returns to Chen Feng. Chen Feng thought about it and looked at Su Xinyue. "Xinu Chung Feng." "What?" Xiaoya interrupted. "I only know the idiom of being sincerely convinced, but there is no such idiom as being sincerely convinced. Little chef, you are wrong. Drink a penalty." "Okay, I deserve to be punished." Chen Feng picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Heart delight, sincere wind. Su Yunzi separated the word and read it in a low voice, and immediately understood. Xinyue, Chung Feng, Chen Feng, Brother Xiaofeng, your dog food is too sudden, isn't it? You actually saw through me. Chen Feng pretended to be distressed. TSK, so the little chef's name is Chen Feng. Xiaoya was fed a mouthful of dog food. Last time I saw on the internet that there was a poetic genius in the East Lake, and it seemed that his name was also Chen Feng. Isn't one of the creators of that famous painting that became popular abroad also called Chen Feng? One of them looked at Su Xinyue. "Another author is your 4th sister. Yeah, you should know this, right? I also know that there is a guy named Chen Feng who won first place in the group stage of the Cooking God competition." The blonde girl said, sizing up Chen Feng. "Little chef, the more I look at you, the more you look like the Chen Feng on TV." Chen Feng originally wanted to keep a low profile. Who knew that this group of girls would help him pretend to be so cool in no time? He smiled and said calmly, "It seems that my name is quite popular. Since the mistake just now came from Chen Feng, let's start with Yaya now." Su Xinyue thought for a moment and said, "You are being sentimental." "I can't help it." Su Yunzi continued without any pressure. "It's a different world now. They are everywhere. We'll see. Everything depends on human effort." Xiaoya looked at Chen Feng. "Little chef, it's your turn again." "Wei, this word is easy to connect." Chen Feng opened his mouth and said, "Do whatever you want." "Do whatever you want." Su Xinyue also followed up. "Fifth sister, you have to drink a penalty drink." Su Xinyue was puzzled. It ends with the word for, so I am not wrong to do whatever I want, right? Xiaoya smiled and reminded, I just mentioned the rules. You can't repeat it, otherwise you will be fined. Rules come first. Su Xinyue had no choice but to accept the punishment obediently. She picked up the wine glass with a frown. Just smelling the pungent smell of alcohol made her feel like she was going to collapse. But there was no way out. She had to accept defeat and drink the glass of wine. Wait. Chen Feng suddenly stopped him. Chapter 88, Knock Down a Group of People. Su Xinyue paused holding the wine glass and looked at Chen Feng. She knew that Chen Feng would definitely help her drink it this time, and his eyes were full of heartache. TSK, who asked you to stand up and be a good person? I don't want that. She snorted in her heart. Xiaoya felt like she was being fed dog food again. Little chef, I feel sorry for your yaya, so I want to help her block the wine? Wow, I'm so envious. He's so handsome and a warm-hearted guy, but it's a pity that he's already taken. Let yaya drink by herself. We are going to get her drunk today. Su Xinyue blushed when she heard the envious voices from her sisters, and poured the wine into her mouth. You are so self-indulgent. Who asked him to block the wine? I can drink it myself. Yeah. Chen Feng held Su Xinyue's hand holding the wine glass with one hand, picked up the wine bottle on the table with the other hand, and poured another half cup into her glass. Your glass is not even half full. Let me fill it up for you. Showing a harmless smile to the stunned Su Xinyue, Chen Feng invited her warmly, okay, you can drink now. Chen Feng, you. Su Xinyue gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, you are really something. Bang bang bang. There was immediate applause at the table. Xiaoya took the lead in clapping and urged, yeah, drink quickly. Drink it quickly, drink it quickly. If you can't finish drinking, you will be punished. What's the punishment this time? Just like last time, let's do a striptease. Looking at the little sisters who were making a fuss, Su Xinyue felt like crying but had no tears. She glared at Chen Feng, closed her eyes, and drank half a glass of rum. Ahem. With the wine still in her throat, she leaned on the table and started coughing, her face flushed and her expression painful. Chen Feng immediately handed over the warm milk that had been prepared. Su Xinyue grabbed the milk and poured it into her mouth. Ahem. Chen Feng raised his hand and patted her back gently. A few minutes later, Su Xinyue gradually recovered, but her face was still as rosy as a blooming peach blossom. Yeah, are you okay? Su Xinyue shook her head. Continue. This round started with Su Yunzi. A talented man and a beautiful woman. They look good together, but they are not. Inside and outside cooperation. 2 in 1. Fairy from the sky. Chen Feng said, and looked at Su Xinyue, yeah, it's your turn. At this moment, Su Xinyue's face looked even redder than before. Chen Feng sat next to her, and their arms touched from time to time. Chen Feng could clearly feel that her body temperature was rising. Well, fairy. Su Xinyue thought for a moment and shouted, Fairy Banban. There was a burst of laughter at the table. Su Yunzi laughed until tears came out. Fifth sister, you are drunk. How can the word immortal be an idiom? Su Xinyue tilted her head. Xian, run, ban, exactly 4 words, isn't it an idiom? This is not an idiom. Yeah, you are wrong again, drink a penalty. Xiaoya picked up the bottle and filled her glass. I drink if I want to. Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng, her eyes a little dazed. She picked up the wine glass with a slight tremor, closed her eyes and drank it in big gulps. If you don't know how to drink, drink slowly. After Su Xinyue finished drinking, Chen Feng handed her another cup of warm milk as usual. Su Xinyue took a look at the milk, suddenly covered her mouth, and ran straight to the bathroom. Su Yunzi stood up immediately. I'll go take a look. Yaya doesn't drink, so what we're doing is really putting her in a difficult position. Xiaoya sighed and looked at Chen Feng. Little chef, you and Yaya have a special relationship. When she comes back later, we won't bully her anymore. We will only bully you now. Yes, we are going to bully you severely. Little chef, don't beg for mercy later. A group of beautiful female anchors with fair skin gathered together to bully him, and Chen Feng was miserable. Being handsome is such a shame. Beautiful sisters, please forgive me. I am just an innocent little boy. Come on, you look like a scumbag, how can I not see it, sister? Xiaoya smiled and filled Chen Feng's glass with wine. She said, let's not play the idiom chain game next. That's too slow. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. The loser will be fined a glass. Little chef, do you dare to play? Chen Feng thought to himself, I just drew the skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. For me, drinking is just like drinking boiled water. What is there to be afraid of? However, in front of all the beauties, he still pretended to be low-key and said, Good sister, I don't know how to drink. Can I drink a glass of wine as a punishment and admit defeat directly? The blonde beauty laughed and said, Little chef, it's boring for you to be like this. A grown man, you don't even dare to play a little game. Are you not as good as us women? That's right. You don't even dare to play rock, paper, scissors with us. How did Yaya fall in love with you? Faced with the provocations of the beauties, Chen Feng decided not to keep a low profile anymore. Okay, I'll play then. Chen Feng's mouth curled up into a sly smile, but we have to make it clear before we play, you can't quit without drinking. Xiaoya and the others agreed, no problem. First round. Chen Feng and Xiaoya. Xiaoya scissors, Chen Feng cloth. Ha, little chef, you lose, drink a penalty. Chen Feng smiled, picked up the wineglass and drank it in one gulp. After that, Chen Feng played with other beautiful anchors in turn. Chen Feng lost to them all and drank 5 or 6 glasses of wine in one round. Xiaoya smiled and said, Little chef, you've already lost a round, do you still dare to continue playing? Chen Feng nodded, I can't quit if I haven't drunk it, so of course I have to continue playing. Okay, let's continue. The game continued with laughter. In the second round, Chen Feng drank several more glasses. Round 3. Round 4. Soon, the box of rum was empty. Chen Feng stood up again and opened the second box. Xiaoya, who lost the most, lay on the table. Seeing Chen Feng pouring wine into her glass again, she waved her hands and begged for mercy, Little chef, I can't do it anymore. I don't want to play anymore. I admit defeat. The blonde girl laughed and said, Sister Xiaoya, if you admit defeat, you have to do a striptease. Before Xiaoya could finish her words, she covered her mouth and went to the bathroom to vomit. The game continues. Round 6. Round 7. In every round, there were girls running into the bathroom, and some even fell drunk on the floor. By the 9th round, Chen Feng was the only one sitting at the table. His expression remained calm and natural, as if he had never drunk any alcohol. Seeing the empty dining table, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh loudly in his heart. How lonely it is to be invincible. Su Yunzi came back from the bathroom and saw the miserable scene. She couldn't help but raise her finger at Chen Feng. Brother Xiaofeng, you defeated a group of people by yourself. You are so strong. Chapter 89. Everyone understands. Chen Feng stood up and looked towards the bathroom. How is your 5th sister? She vomited and fell to the ground. I helped her back to the room. Now she is probably sleeping on the bed. Su Yunzi held her head in her hands, her face full of distress, and this group of sisters, each one is drunker than the other, what should I do? Chen Feng didn't bother to take care of Xiaoya and the others lying on the ground, and went straight to Su Xinyue's room. The door of the room was wide open. When I walked into the room, I didn't see Su Xinyue. Yeah? Chen Feng walked towards the bed. I'm here. A figure suddenly jumped out from behind the door, jumped up and covered Chen Feng's eyes with both hands. Guess who I am? Yeah. No, guess again. Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue covered Chen Feng's eyes tightly, it's still wrong. I'll give you one more chance. If you guess wrong, I will. The words haven't been finished yet. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from behind. Su Xinyue fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, the room is covered with soft carpets, so you won't get hurt even if you fall. Ha. Su Xinyue, lying on the ground, rolled over twice playfully, then bent her legs, hugged her knees and smiled at Chen Feng. Yeah, you are drunk. Chen Feng really has no way to deal with Su Xinyue now. Su Xinyue tilted her head and stared at Chen Feng for more than 10 seconds. Then he suddenly sat up, moving his buttocks along the carpet as he moved backwards, until his back hit the wall. She hugged her knees with her hands, and with a pitiful expression, she cried out aggrievedly, You are the big bad wolf. You are the big bad wolf who wants to eat the little white rabbit, don't come over, don't eat me. Chen Feng simply followed her and sat down on the carpet, putting his hands on his head and making the shape of 2 ears. I'm not a big bad wolf, I'm a little white rabbit. Hey, you are a little white rabbit, then what am I? Su Xinyue raised her hand and scratched her head in confusion. I don't have ears. I'm really not a little white rabbit. Oh, I'm not a little white rabbit. Chen Feng didn't expect Su Xinyue to be so cute after getting drunk. He smiled and said, You are not a little white rabbit, you are. Su Xinyue stretched her neck and came forward curiously, Then what am I, can you tell me? Chen Feng thought about it, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. Come over and I'll tell you. Under normal circumstances, Su Xinyue would never be so obedient. But now, she was so drunk that she was like a good baby. After hearing what Chen Feng said, she really crawled over. Little white rabbit, please tell me, what am I? Chen Feng looked at her cute face and smiled. Close your eyes, and open them when I ask you to, and I will tell you the answer. Yeah. Su Xinyue really closed her eyes obediently. Chen Feng immediately got up, tiptoed to Su Xinyue's makeup mirror, and picked out a thicker eyeliner from her makeup bag. He returned to Su Xinyue, sat down, picked up a pen, and started drawing on her face. Soon, a vivid little turtle was painted on her face. Chen Feng put the eyeliner back to its original place and said with a smile, Okay, now you can open your eyes, little turtle. Wow, I'm a little turtle. Su Xinyue's face was full of excitement. I'm the little turtle, and you're the little white rabbit, let's have a running race. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. You can also play it like this, the tortoise and the hare race? I should have drawn some individual animals for her earlier. Little white rabbit, let's start running from here and see who finishes a lap first. The loser will. Chen Feng asked with a smile, What do you want? I'm going to be spanked 10 times by that bad guy Chen Feng. Chen Feng couldn't help laughing out loud. This little girl didn't forget him even when she was drunk. And who's the winner? Su Xinyue thought for a moment and said, The winner can spank that bad guy Chen Feng 10 times. Okay. Chen Feng agreed immediately. It was a rare opportunity to see his fiancée being so adorable, so Chen Feng naturally wanted to stay with her until the end. Looking at Su Xinyue, who finally fell asleep, Chen Feng curled up a satisfied smile and strode out of the room. Su Yunzi was sitting in the living room typing, while Xiaoya and the others were still lying on the floor, unconscious. Seeing Chen Feng coming downstairs, Su Yunzi asked curiously, Brother Xiaofeng, why did you take so long? How is fifth sister now? As she said this, she put down her computer and stood up. I'll go up and see her. Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth and stopped her, saying, She's fine now, she's just too tired. Don't disturb her, let her sleep more. Oh, all right then. Su Yunzi didn't have too much doubt and looked at Xiaoya and others lying on the ground. Brother Xiaofeng, what about these beautiful sisters? Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, Go get me some blankets. I'll put them on the sofa. The ground is cold. If they continue to lie down like this, they'll catch a cold. Said to release. When it came to Chen Feng, it naturally turned into a hug. Afterwards, Chen Feng cleaned up the mess on the dining table, and the living room finally returned to peace. Su Xinyue was holding her computer in the living room, typing, her fingers flying quickly on the keyboard. Seeing Chen Feng sitting down next to her, she stopped typing and said with a smile, Brother Xiaofeng, do you usually read novels? I watch it occasionally. Chen Feng asked curiously, What's wrong? Su Xinyue's expression suddenly became excited. Then I recommend you to read a very good novel called Zayuji. Although the author of this book has only updated it for 2 days, the content is really wonderful. You will definitely be fascinated after reading it. Chen Feng chuckled and pretended to question, You are a platinum writer, and you praise a newcomer's book. Is this person's book really that good? Although it's a new account, judging from the author's writing style, I think he is at least at the master level. He must have written it with a new account on purpose to show off. Su Yunzi analyzed. As she spoke, she typed a few more lines. Anyway, go check it out when you have time, you won't be disappointed. Okay, then I'll listen to the great writer. Chen Feng smiled and moved forward to look at the computer screen where Su Yunzi was typing. The young man raised his angular face, looked deeply at the girl he had pressed against the wall, and said with a wicked smile, Woman, you have successfully aroused my interest. Su Yunzi raised her hand awkwardly to block the screen. Brother Xiaofeng, these are not what you should watch. Why, did you write something that is not suitable for children? Chen Feng asked with interest. Su Yun blushed and defended herself. No, I'm just a simple girl, and what I wrote is just bland. Well, it's a bland soup. Chen Feng smiled and emphasized for her, "It's just a simple soup, anyone who understands will understand." After sitting on the sofa for a while, Chen Feng took out his cell phone and stood up. "I'm going to pick up Yao Yao from school. Yunzi, I'll trouble you to look after these women." Chapter 90. My dad is a great writer. Coming out of the villa filled with the smell of alcohol, Chen Feng suddenly felt that the air outside was much fresher. He drove to the school and waited for Su Xinyao to finish school at the school gate. 10 minutes had passed since school was over, but Su Xinyao still hadn't come out. Chen Feng was worried that if Lun Yo didn't take his daughter out of Rongqing, it would be bad for the little girl, so he immediately strode towards the classroom. Fortunately, the classroom was brightly lit. Yang Min, the beautiful teacher with long legs who I met last time, was standing on the podium. A middle-aged man was arguing loudly with her while holding a test paper next to her. "Brother Xiaofeng." Seeing Chen Feng walk into the classroom, Su Xinyao immediately rushed over to him with a smile. Chen Feng dotingly pinched the little girl's soft face and asked curiously, "Why haven't you packed your school bag yet?" The results of the Chinese language test are out. Wang Su is not satisfied with his composition score. He thinks the teacher is biased and gave me a high score. His father is arguing with the teacher. Chen Feng picked up Su Xinyao's test paper. She scored 149 out of 150 on the test, and the only point deducted was for reading comprehension. Even the composition got full marks. And her deskmate Wang Su was not satisfied with his composition score. His final score for the entire test paper was only 38 points, which was lower than the score of Su Xinyao's composition. "Teacher, you are biased. You always deliberately give Su Xinyao high scores. Her composition is not as good as mine. Why is my score lower than hers?" Wang Su shouted in dissatisfaction. If Yang Min hadn't taken into consideration the fact that Wang Su's father Wang Zhang was also there, she would have wanted to throw an eraser in his face. In front of Wang Zhang, she forced a smile and said, "Wang Su, many sentences in your composition are not fluent, and there are many typos." Swallowing silently, Yang Min continued, "Also, the biggest problem with your essay is that it's off topic." Cough cough. Wang Zhang coughed with a gloomy face. Yang Min glanced at him fearfully and changed the subject. "Of course, your writing skills have always been good, which is worthy of praise." "All right." Wang Zhang interrupted impatiently. He propped one hand on the table and said coldly, "Teacher, I'm telling you the truth. This essay my son wrote happened to be one he had written when I gave him the assignment at home. I also revised it for him. The full score was 40 points, but you only gave it 28 points. What do you mean?" Wang Su's father, "He shouldn't even get a passing score for going off topic, but I accepted the exam because he uses beautiful language." Yang Min wanted to cry but had no tears. "Okay, you don't need to say anything else. Your score is indeed unreasonable." Wang Zhang snorted disdainfully, "I've seen the full mark essay of that little girl. It's not very well written. If you ask me to grade it, I would give her 20 points at most. I don't know how you got a full score." It was the first time that Yang Min encountered such an unreasonable parent. When she saw Chen Feng appear in the classroom, she immediately grabbed this life-saving straw. "Are you Su Xinyao's parent?" Yang Min asked, pretending not to know her. Wang Zhang and his son Wang Su immediately glared at Chen Feng with hatred. Chen Feng curled his lips slightly, picked up Wang Su's test paper, and said with a smile, "Even if the composition is given full marks, the total score is not even half as high as my Yao Yao's. To get such a result, Wang Su's father, you have made a great contribution. You." Wang Zhang's face suddenly became uglier than pig liver. He looked Chen Feng up and down and sneered, "My son's specialty is composition. I don't care about the total score. I only focus on cultivating his composition. My son will become a great writer in the future." "Then you really have good intentions." Chen Feng smiled and looked at Su Xinyao. "Yao Yao, do I usually focus on cultivating your composition at home?" Su Xinyao didn't understand what Chen Feng was up to. But she still shook her head honestly, "No. I didn't even focus on training you, but you easily got a full score." Sigh. Chen Feng sighed heavily. Wang Zhang knew that Chen Feng was deliberately mocking him, and he angrily shouted, "Boy, stop being so sarcastic in front of me." "Hey." Chen Feng smacked his lips twice, raised his hand and patted Wang Zhang on the shoulder, and sighed, "Is it true that as a certain celebrity said, genius is 1% perspiration and 99% talent?" "Never heard of it." Wang Zhang's face darkened again. Chen Feng seized upon what he was saying and continued. Wang Su's father, you see, you haven't even heard of such a famous saying, which shows that your cultural level is far from enough to tutor your son's composition. This is like. Seeing Chen Feng deliberately pause, Wang Zhang almost wanted to slap him. If you have something to say, just say it. Chen Feng showed a harmless smile. Wu Zetian proved that success has nothing to do with gender. Zhang Zia proved that success has nothing to do with age. Zhu Yuanzhang proved that success has nothing to do with family background. Bill Gates proved that success has nothing to do with education. Mai Yin proved that success has nothing to do with appearance. And you, Wang Su's father, you proved that success has nothing to do with you. Click. Wang Zhang was so angry that he clenched his fists and veins bulged on his forehead and the back of his hands. Although Chen Feng is young, every word he says is more ridiculous than the last. Especially his smiling face, which makes people want to rush up and kick him a few times. Chen Feng knew that Wang Zhang didn't dare to take action in school. He smiled and asked Su Xinyao, Yao, did you take any other tests this time? I took the exam. Su Xinyao answered obediently. Math, how many points did you get? 150. What about Wang Su? Let me see. Su Xinyao was the class monitor. She had a copy of the test report in her hand. She took it out and answered, 13. How much did you score in English? 150. What about Wang Su? 8 points. Wang Su couldn't listen to the test anymore because he only scored in the single digits out of a full 150. Wang Zhang snorted coldly. He is worshipping foreign things. He doesn't study Chinese well, but learns English. My son is just being patriotic. Chen Feng knew that Su Xinyao studied liberal arts, so he continued to ask, what about liberal arts, how much did you score? 298. 2 points were deducted from the full score. Knowing that Chen Feng would definitely ask about Wang Su's grades, Su Xinyao answered directly this time. Wang Su scored 52 in comprehensive liberal arts. You did well on the test. I'll make you something delicious when I get home. Chen Feng praised Su Xinyao, and then looked at Wang Zhang, Wang Su's father. Your son did well in the exam. At least he didn't slack off in any subject. This is definitely inseparable from your hard work in cultivating him. Wang Zhang was so angry that he was shaking all over. His face turned green, red, and black, like a color palette. Yang Min was laughing secretly on the side. Wang Su couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Don't insult my dad. My dad is a great writer." Chapter 91 PK Poetry Writing. Chen Feng looked at Wang Zhang with interest. Wang Su continued to shout proudly, "My father is a member of the Writers' Association, and his articles have won awards at the provincial level many times." You say he can't do it, but can you? It turned out that he was a small committee member of the Writers' Association. No wonder he was so confident when he was showing off just now. Chen Feng chuckled, "I am not as good as him in giving birth to a son as outstanding as you, but he is definitely not as good as me in writing." Wang Su was stunned. Why does this sound like scolding him? Wang Zhang snorted coldly, "Boy, you said I'm not as good as you, then the article you wrote must have won an award in the province?" "I haven't won any provincial awards." Chen Feng answered truthfully, "But I did get praised for my composition written in the 2nd grade of elementary school when it was read out in class by the teacher." Wang Zhang almost died of laughter, and deliberately mocked, "Then you must have published a book." "Neither do I." Chen Feng curled his lips, "But my fiancée is a writer, and her novels are the best-selling ones every year." Wang Zhang just thought Chen Feng was bragging. He glanced at Chen Feng coldly, "You have neither won any provincial awards for your articles nor published any books, yet you say that I am not as good as you. Boy, you should have factual evidence to show off. You will only make people laugh." Wang Su laughed so hard that tears came out. He looked at Su Xinyao and laughed, "Su Xinyao, your family members are just as brainless as you. You are not allowed to talk about my brother Xiaofeng." Su Xinyao clenched her fists angrily and said seriously, "Brother Xiaofeng is very powerful. He is stronger than your father, and he is 10,000 times stronger." Wang Zhang burst into laughter. "When it comes to showing off, he is indeed 10,000 times better than me." Yang Min, the head teacher and Chinese teacher, stepped forward and said excitedly with an eager look, "Wang Su's father, Su Xinyao's parents, how about a competition between the two of you?" The last time she saw Chen Feng driving away in a luxury car, this handsome scene has always been deeply imprinted in Yang Min's heart. After that, she went on blind dates crazily, and all of her blind date partners were delivery men. But what disappointed her was that she had gone on blind dates for a total of 108 people, but not a single one of them could afford a luxury car. Even those who could drive a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan were only a handful. His appearance is not even 1% of Chen Feng's. As expected, the tall, rich and handsome boyfriends are all from other families. Wang Zhang thought about it and thought it was a good idea. He agreed immediately. Okay, let's have a competition. Wang Zhang looked at Chen Feng with disdain. But, do you dare to compete with me? Chen Feng chuckled. Why not? Yang Min craned her neck curiously. So you guys want to compete in writing essays right here? It takes too long to write an article, and my wife is still waiting for me and my son to come back home for dinner. When Wang Zhang said this, his face was very proud. Let's compare it to writing a poem. 5-character or 7-character poems are fine. There is no limit to the content. How do you think? Okay. Chen Feng nodded. Okay. I'll go first then. Wang Zhang lowered his head and pondered for a few minutes, then walked to the blackboard, picked up the chalk, and wrote as he read. Mandarin ducks are singing on the branches. Love at first sight will ruin your life. I drink to get rid of my longing for you. I am willing to devote 3 lifetimes to her. Click. A piece of chalk was casually thrown on the desk. Wang Zhang turned around and looked at Chen Feng. This is a poem I wrote, specially for the one at my house. I gave you enough time to think about it, now it's your turn. After reading the poem, Yang Min couldn't help but exclaimed in envy. I didn't expect that Wang Su's father is such a romantic person. It's just so. Wang Zhang patted the chalk dust off his hands and deliberately said loudly, the poems I wrote for my wife are enough to fill a thick collection of poems. It's just that she is too beautiful and virtuous, so no matter how much I write, I can never write enough. Dad, you are so awesome. I want to learn from you. After Wang Su finished flattering him, he looked at Chen Feng and urged him, hurry up and tell me your poem. Chen Feng smiled and began to read. The water is bright and beautiful when the weather is clear. The mountains are misty and the rain is also strange. I want to compare Westlake to Shishir. Light or heavy makeup is always suitable. Ha ha ha. Wang Zhang really laughed to the point of tears this time. He held onto the podium table and laughed for a long time before he controlled his emotions. He wiped his tears and said, boy, if you can't write poetry, you can admit defeat. Why do you have to use other people's poems to show off? Wang Su asked curiously, Dad, who wrote this poem? Wang Zhang explained, this poem is called Drinking on the Lake After Rain. It was written by our new Chengdu poet. The vice chairman showed it to us last time. It's also available online. He looked at Chen Feng and laughed, boy, you can't fool me with this trick. Su Xinyao defended herself, this poem was originally written by my brother Xiaofeng. He wrote it by the East Lake that day. I was there too. I can prove it. Wang Su snorted disdainfully, you two are in the same group, do you think I will believe what you say? Yang Min looked anxious. Originally, she let Chen Feng and Wang Zhang compete with each other because she wanted to give Chen Feng a chance to crush Wang Zhang. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng was so disappointing that he recited someone else's poem, which was tantamount to plagiarism. Wang Su's father, do you know who the new poetry god is? Wang Zhang was stunned, I don't know about this. I have never seen the god of poetry in person. However, I will see him soon. Yang Min continued tentatively, what if he is the god of poetry? Impossible, there is absolutely no possibility. Wang Zhang snorted, if he is the god of poetry, then my son is not my biological son. Yang Min couldn't help but give a thumbs up in her heart. Chen Feng looked at Wang Su meaningfully. Then, he looked at Wang Zhang and said, then I'll change the song. Chen Feng walked to the blackboard, picked up the chalk, and started writing. Thousands of hammers and chisels have carved out the mountains. The fire burns as if nothing happened. I am not afraid of being torn to pieces. We must keep our innocence in the world. After finishing writing, Chen Feng walked to Su Xinyao and helped her pick up her school bag. Yao Yao, let's go home. Yeah. Su Xinyao nodded obediently and walked out of the classroom with Chen Feng. Wang Su looked at the crooked words on the blackboard and sneered disdainfully, Dad, look at what kind of shit he wrote. He ran away in shame after finishing writing. He must be afraid that you will laugh at him. Seeing Wang Zhang frowning and not speaking, Wang Su asked curiously, Dad, what's wrong with you? Wang Zhang pushed Wang Su away, rushed to the blackboard, and silently read the poem written by Chen Feng more than 10 times. He felt unsatisfied and read it aloud several times, tears of envy and jealousy welling up in his eyes. Good poem, truly good poem. He picked up a pen and paper, copied out the poem in its entirety, then folded the paper carefully and hid it in his coat pocket. Chapter 92 Brother Xiaofeng is the most pitiful. Brother Xiaofeng, what poem did you just write on the blackboard? I haven't had time to take a closer look at it. Su Xinyao asked curiously while sitting in the car. Chen Feng recited Lime Chant to her. I am not afraid of being torn to pieces, I just want to leave my innocence in this world. The little girl murmured in admiration, Brother Xiaofeng, at your age, you can actually write such a poem. You are worthy of being the new poetry god of our Rongqing. Chen Feng felt that Yu Qian's coffin lid had begun to shake. When they encountered a traffic light, Chen Feng put his hands on the steering wheel and said, Yao Yao, if I say that these poems were not written by me but by the great writers of the previous dynasty, would you believe it? Su Xinyao smiled and said, Brother Xiaofeng, don't be so low-key. If it was really written by those great poets of the previous dynasty, why can't I find it on the internet? This question is exactly what Chen Feng has always wanted to know. After waking up from a car accident, several dynasties disappeared out of thin air, and there is no evidence in history. Is it the system that is playing tricks, or are there other reasons? The only thing he knew now was that he could copy the works of great writers of the previous dynasties without restraint and no one would notice. Soon, the red light turned green. Chen Feng stopped thinking about this problem for the time being and drove Su Xinyao home. As soon as you enter the living room. Wow! Su Xinyao couldn't help but exclaim. She ran to Xiaoya, who had just woken up, got into her arms, and sniffed the alcohol on her body. Sister Xiaoya, how much alcohol did you drink? Headache. Xiaoya raised her hand, clenched it into a fist and hit her head. It seems that I didn't drink much. Several other beautiful anchors were still lying on the sofa, soundly asleep. Xiaoya smiled and looked at Chen Feng. It's mainly because your little chef is so good. When we drank with him, we all got drunk, but he didn't. It turns out that Brother Xiaofeng also drank alcohol, but I didn't smell any alcohol on him just now. Su Xinyao's eyes suddenly widened. So, Brother Xiaofeng was driving under the influence of alcohol? Xiaoya looked at Chen Feng, who had already walked into the kitchen and started to get busy. She pinched the little girl's cheeks and said, Look at him. He looks like he can drink 2 more bottles without any problem. As she spoke, she leaned close to Su Xinyao's ear and whispered, he said he couldn't drink before he drank, but he ended up drinking more than anyone else. Do you know what this is called? Su Xinyao shook her head in confusion. Xiaoya blinked her eyes and said, It's called a man's mouth, a lie. I think your 5th sister seems to be interested in him. You should tell her to be careful in the future and not be fooled. But 5th sister is Brother Xiaofeng's fiancée. Su Xinyao secretly glanced at Chen Feng's back and said sympathetically, If that's the case, I think Brother Xiaofeng is the most pitiful one. Xiaoya didn't understand what was said. The more handsome he is, the more scumbag he is. Why is he so pitiful? No, Sister Xiaoya, you don't know. Brother Xiaofeng was deceived by my mommy. She said that he would marry us sisters. But after he came here, he cooked for us and accompanied us and took care of us. He worked so hard every day. Do you think he is pitiful? Xiaoya widened her eyes in surprise. You said this little chef was found by your mom to marry you, the 7 of you? Su Xinyao held her chin with both hands and shook her head cutely. I don't know who I'm going to marry yet. I'll decide after Brother Xiaofeng graduates. Xiaoya swallowed her saliva and gave a thumbs up. Awesome, your mom is really awesome. She leaned back on the sofa, her face full of regret. So, I have no hope at all. This time it was Su Xinyao who widened her eyes in surprise. Wow, Sister Xiaoya, you like Brother Xiaofeng too? He's handsome and he cooks delicious food. Which girl wouldn't be attracted to him? Of course not. Brother Xiaofeng is really amazing. He knows a lot more. Su Xinyao raised her hand and introduced them one by one, pointing at them one by one. He can drive, write poems, draw, and take care of people. In short, Brother Xiaofeng has many, many advantages. Xiaoya immediately covered her ears. Hey, stop talking, the more you talk, the more excited I am, otherwise. Little Milk looked at Xiaoya curiously. What? Xiaoya smiled evilly. How about I become your mommy's goddaughter? Then, will I have a chance to become the little chef? Sister Xiaoya, you'd better give up, otherwise I will have another competitor. Su Xinyao poked 2 fingers and sighed aggrievely. I am the 7th and the youngest. My chance of marrying Brother Xiaofeng is the smallest among all the sisters. If you also want to compete for Brother Xiaofeng, then my chance will be even slimmer, right? She hugged Xiaoya's neck and said, Sister Xiaoya, I'm under so much pressure. Xiaoyao was amused. She patted Su Xinyo on the back and said with a smile, okay, I won't fight with you. I was just kidding you. Chen Feng was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Hearing Xiaoya and Su Xinyao's pleasant conversation, he curled his lips slightly. An hour and a half later, all the food was served. The fragrance that filled the room seduced Su Yunzi, who was in seclusion typing, and also woke up several sleeping beautiful anchors. Wow, what a sumptuous dinner! Yao Yao, can we come to your house for meals every day from now on? I'm on a diet. You can eat as much braised pork as you want, but you have to save this soup for me. I want to eat it with rice. Su Xinyo looked around the living room curiously. Where's the fifth sister? She's probably still sleeping. Su Yunzi put down her chopsticks. I'll go call her to eat. Chen Feng smiled and stopped her. Let her continue to sleep. When she wakes up, I'll make her something to eat. Su Yunzi nodded. That's right, fifth sister is tired in the afternoon, you need to rest more. Xiaoya smelled gossip. Yeah, went back to her room to rest a long time ago. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Little chef, did you do something to her? Chen Feng admitted without hiding anything, I did do something. Oh. There was a neat sound at the table. Su Xinyo bit the spoon and asked curiously, Brother Xiaofeng, what did you do to fifth sister? Can you describe the details? Xiaoya couldn't help but give Su Xinyo a thumbs up. Chen Feng smiled and said, I think when Yaya wakes up, she probably won't want you to know about this, so I won't tell you anything. You can experience it for yourselves. Xiaoya nodded repeatedly, I understand, you all understand. As soon as the words fell, an exasperated voice sounded at the stairs. Chen Feng, I heard you saying bad things about me behind my back again. Su Xinyue walked into the living room in her pajamas. Fifth sister. Fifth sister. Yeah, you. As soon as she appeared, Su Xinyao and others were stunned. Chapter 93, Disgusting people have their own ways. What's wrong? Su Xinyue rubbed her messy hair, yawned and walked to the dining table. Why are you all looking at me with such strange eyes? Fifth sister, you, ha. Su Xinyao clapped her hands on the table and laughed. Seventh sister, what are you laughing at? Su Xinyue looked at Su Yunzi and said, Sixth sister, do you think my appearance today is suitable for your sense of humor? Fifth sister, you. Su Yunzi couldn't continue speaking. She couldn't help but burst into laughter as soon as she opened her mouth. Su Xinyue sat down in confusion. What happened to all of you, Xiaoya, and the rest of you, too? Did you take the wrong medicine? Xiaoya laughed so hard that tears came out. Yeah, you, ha, I can't do it anymore, don't ask me, ha. Su Xinyue looked at Chen Feng, the only one at the table who remained calm and did not burst out laughing. Chen Feng noticed a hint of murderous intent in his fiancée's eyes. He curled his lips and revealed a meaningful smile. Su Xinyue's eyes widened, and a few scattered memories before she fell asleep emerged in her mind. You are not a little white rabbit. I am the little white rabbit, and you are the little turtle. Little turtle. Su Xinyue immediately ran to the bathroom. Ah! A scream as deafening as the sky erupted in the bathroom. Chen Feng, you bastard! Half an hour later, Su Xinyue reappeared in the living room. Her little face was red, and the little turtle that Chen Feng had drawn on her face with eyeliner had been cleaned off. Her eyes were also red, and the look she gave Chen Feng was like two sharp daggers. If looks could really kill, Chen Feng would have been cut into pieces by Su Xinyue by now. Su Xinyao shrank her neck in fear and asked cautiously, Fifth sister, are you okay? At this time, you should be concerned about whether your brother Xiaofeng is okay. Xiaoya reminded her softly in her ear. Su Xinyue was completely furious. Chen Feng, explain to me clearly why you treated me like this afternoon. Now, she is completely awake. All the terrible memories of the afternoon flooded into my mind. Chen Feng drew a turtle on his face with eyeliner. The painting was ugly, and he even wrote the word turtle on both sides of her face. It would have been fine if he had just written the word turtle, but this bastard actually took advantage of her being drunk and tricked her into playing the tortoise and the hare game for an entire afternoon. It would have been fine if she had just been playing the tortoise and the hare game, but he actually didn't stop her and let her run around the room like crazy for more than 3 hours. Su Xinyue felt that she must have passed out from being dizzy, rather than falling asleep from being drunk. Ha. Su Yunzi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fifth sister, you are so miserable. Su Xinyao was no longer surprised. Brother Xiaofeng and sister Wu are a typical love-hate relationship. I am so envious. Why does brother Xiaofeng only bully sister Wu and not me? Xiaoda stood up, walked to Su Xinyue, put her arm around her shoulders and comforted her. Yeah, don't be angry. The little turtle painted on your face just now is quite cute. Cute as hell. Su Xinyue was completely furious. Chen Feng, this bastard, just knows how to tease her all day long. Does he think it's fun? Chen Feng, are you a psychopath? Do you think it's fun to bully me all day long? It's okay. Chen Feng answered silently in his heart. But he apologized very sincerely. Yeah, I'm sorry, I saw that you were so cute when you were drunk, so I couldn't help but draw a turtle for you. Su Xinyue was so angry that she vomited blood. Drawing a turtle on my face is cute, then I will draw a turtle for you. Do you dare to go out and see people? Okay, then I won't draw a turtle next time. Chen Feng showed a harmless smile. Yeah, what kind of small animals do you like? Next time I will draw one you like. Su Xinyue felt that her blood pressure was rising rapidly. I don't like anything. If you dare to draw something on my face next time, I will throw ink on your face. This time, my fiancé was really angry. He who knows the times is a hero. A real man should be able to bend and stretch. In front of everyone, Chen Feng took Su Xinyue's arm, rubbed his head on her shoulder, and said coquettishly, I'm sorry, yeah, my little darling. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Xiaoya and the others felt like they were about to vomit out the dinner they had just eaten. Get out of here. Su Xinyue rolled her eyes. She shook her arms, but Chen Feng stuck to her like a piece of taffy and refused to leave. No. Chen Feng imitated the tone of a girl acting coquettishly. I'm just a little fool who always makes Yeye angry, boo-hoo. Su Xinyue felt goosebumps all over her body. She stomped her feet in disgust. Chen Feng, get out of here quickly and stop disgusting me. Chen Feng tilted his head and looked at Su Xinyue. If Yeye refuses to forgive me, I won't leave. Su Yunzi coughed and pleaded for Chen Feng. Fifth sister, please forgive brother Xiaofeng. If this continues, I will vomit not only dinner, but also last year's New Year's Eve dinner. Yeah, fifth sister, please forgive brother Xiaofeng. I don't want to watch you guys show off anymore. Su Xinyue's eyes were filled with tears. I'm fed up with all the dog food you guys spread. Let go. Su Xinyue's tone softened. Chen Feng's mouth curled up into a triumphant smile. Yeah, are you willing to forgive me? Su Xinyue rolled her eyes speechlessly. This won't happen again. Okay, I promise I won't do it again. Chen Feng let go of Su Xinyue and took the initiative to help her pull the chair away. What do you want to eat tonight? These dishes are already cold. I'll make it for you. Su Xinyue thought for a moment and said, I want to drink porridge, vegetable and chicken porridge. No problem. Chen Feng immediately ran into the kitchen to cook porridge. Soon, a bowl of fragrant vegetable and chicken porridge was served to Su Xinyue. In front of the delicious food, Su Xinyue was completely conquered. She finished a big bowl of porridge happily and burped with satisfaction. Xiaoya looked at Chen Feng, gave him a thumbs up, and said admiringly, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it, little chef. It seems that Yeye is definitely in your hands. Chen Feng shook his hair and said with a smile, yeah, you can only be bullied by me, and you can only be spoiled by me. Okay, you two continue to show off, I won't disturb you. Xiaoya wanted to cry but had no tears. The blonde girl suggested, let's do a live broadcast together and have a heart-beating challenge. We'll interact with the little chef in turn and see who he will be attracted to. Xiaoya raised her hands, then I surrendered directly. The champion is decided to be Su Xinyue. The blonde girl laughed and said, that's not necessarily true. Men are all pigs. If he falls in love with one girl, he will naturally fall in love with other girls. It's a good opportunity for us to help Yeye test whether her little chef is sincere to her. Chapter 94 Heart-Beating Challenge. But how can we say that the little chef is moved? I know that. Su Xinyue drew on her years of experience reading romance novels and answered, when you like someone, you can't hide it in your eyes. Even if you close your mouth, your love will come out of your eyes. Yao Yao is right. Xiaoya nodded in agreement. So, do you want to play the heart-beating challenge? Chen Feng had just coaxed Su Xinyue when Xiaoya and others gave him a challenge that was undoubtedly a death sentence. He refused directly. Good sisters, if you want to do a live broadcast, don't take me with you, I'm still a child. Are you afraid that Yeye will be jealous? Xiaoya said, don't worry, we promise not to have any physical contact with you. Yeah, you should be relieved now, right? Su Xinyue curled her lips in pretended disdain. It's okay even if there is physical contact. I have no objection. The blonde girl shouted excitedly, so, yeah, you also agree to play the heart-beating challenge? Yeah. Su Xinyue nodded. Whose live broadcast account should I use? Xiaoya looked around and her eyes finally fell on Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue understood what she meant and took out her phone. Then use my number. I will broadcast live directly on my phone. Xiaoya and others' looks can withstand the test of the original camera. They are very beautiful even without beauty filter. Needless to say, Su Xinyue's looks are even better. She turned on Shark Live, changed the title of the room to Heart-Beating Challenge, then turned on the camera and started the live broadcast. Live broadcast so early today? Is it a recorded broadcast? Su Bingyue, I love you. Don't you have wives of your own? Why are you all coming to see my wife? My wife looks so beautiful today. What is the heartbeat challenge? Xiaoya and others all surrounded Su Xinyue. They are all big anchors who are ranked among the top in popularity in the appearance area of Shark Live. It is the first time that they appear together since the live broadcast. After only 2 minutes of broadcasting, the popularity of the live broadcast room quickly soared to first place. Isn't this Xiaoya? Why is she with Su Bingyue? Tian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I confess my love to my wife Nan in the front row. No way, all the handsome anchors of Shark are gathered together. It turns out that beautiful women always play with beautiful women. All anchors in the world are one family. Xiaoya smiled and said, today we are all in Yeye's big villa. She is a real rich woman. Let's play the heart-beating challenge. Hurry up and get the gifts. Barrage of comments and gifts filled the screen. Rich woman, please support me. What is the heartbeat challenge? Can someone explain it to me? Wives, I'm already moved. Su Bingyue is mine. I'll take her away first. As for the others, you can pick whatever you want. Su Xinyue saw that many fans were asking what the heartbeat challenge was. She briefly explained it and then handed the phone to Su Yunzi, sixth sister. Please help us record it. No problem. Su Yunzi gladly took the phone and snuggled on the sofa with Su Xinyao to help with the live broadcast. The heart-thumping challenge hasn't officially started yet, but the barrage of comments has already exploded. Su Bingyue, are those two Lolita your sisters? They are so beautiful. The whole family is good looking. Your genes are so good, please keep giving birth until menopause. They are all my wives, so stop fighting. To be honest, I have a crush on your sister. Amid the crazy barrage of comments and gifts, the heart-beating challenge officially begins. Xiaoya was the first to go up. She winked at Chen Feng and then performed a passionate dance in the living room. She was already wearing cool clothes, and as she danced vigorously, her short skirt fluttered, revealing her slender thighs, which was beautiful beyond words. Wife. I'm already moved, how about you guys? Type with both hands to prove your innocence. I can't take it anymore. A passionate dance ends. Xiaoya looked at Chen Feng, but found that he had the same expression from beginning to end, a dull one, without any sign of being moved. The challenge failed. Su Xinyue announced the result in a baby voice while slurping on yogurt. The girl with blonde hair came on stage next. She sang a foreign English song. The song was soothing and melodious, and her voice was sweet and moving. Listen well, honey, I love you. Mom, I'm in love. This song is played at weddings abroad. The host put a lot of effort into it. That guy has a paralyzed expression, isn't he moved by this? After singing the song, Chen Feng remained expressionless. Challenge failed. After Su Xinyao announced the result, she whispered to Su Yunzi, sixth sister, why is brother Xiaofeng smiling? That only means that neither dancing nor singing can impress him. Su Yunzi analyzed. Immediately afterwards, the other four beautiful anchors took turns to come on stage and perform their talents. The popularity of the live broadcast room skyrocketed, with over 10 million online viewers and a constant stream of gifts. But, from beginning to end, there was no smile on Chen Feng's face. Obviously, Chen Feng was not moved by the performances of Xiaoya and others. Isn't this guy a fool? It seems to be the Gado who did a live broadcast with Su Bingyue last time. Yes, it's him. He also live streamed the debunking of fake products from internet celebrities. My blood tank is empty, but he is not moved at all? Maybe there is something wrong. Change the male lead, let me take the lead. Why isn't Su Bingyue here yet? I can't wait any longer. Finally, Su Xinyue slowly walked into everyone's sight. She actually didn't want to play the heart-beating challenge at all, but Xiaoya and the others were very excited, so Su Xinyue had no choice but to play with them. To impress Chen Feng. Bah, she is too lazy to do such childish and boring things. Goddess Su, why do you look unhappy? If you feel threatened, please blink. Why should my goddess please others? It's ridiculous. Wife. I look forward to what talent show my wife will bring. Su Xinyue couldn't see the comments in the live broadcast room. She stood in front of Chen Feng, and she gritted her teeth in anger when she thought about how Chen Feng had drawn a turtle on her face in the afternoon. Chen Feng looked at her lovely appearance, his eyes naturally became gentle, the corners of his mouth curled up, and his face was full of unconcealable doting. Brother Xiaofeng smiled. Su Xinyao was happy and heartbroken. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room also exploded. This guy finally smiled. This look, oh my god, this is love. My husband looked at me the same way when he was courting me. Now the grass on his grave is already 3 feet high. You dare to be interested in my wife, I can't tolerate this. He's not moved by singing and dancing, but he's moved by just staring at me. This guy has a problem with his brain. Appearance is everything. Su Xinyue saw that the smile on Chen Feng's face was becoming more and more obvious, and cursed him with her lips. What are you laughing at? Chen Feng stood up, hugged Su Xinyue into his arms, and said loudly, as long as Yeye stands in front of me, she doesn't have to do anything to make my heart beat for the rest of my life. Chapter 95 is going to be popular again. End the live broadcast. After Su Xinyue sent Xiaoya and others away, her face was still red when she returned to the villa. Seventh sister, what are you doing? Su Yunzi looked up at Su Xinyue and said with a smile, our seventh sister, she is trapped by love. Su Xinyao curled up on the sofa, holding a fresh rose in her hand. She buried her chin between her knees, picking the rose petals one by one, muttering to herself. Brother Xiaofeng likes me. Brother Xiaofeng doesn't like me. Brother Xiaofeng likes me. Brother Xiaofeng doesn't like me. Su Yunzi handed over an opened bottle of yogurt and consoled her, okay, seventh sister, don't ruin the flowers. Look, all the petals on the ground are the ones you have ruined. How does the saying go? After thinking for a while, she continued, oh, yes, that's what it means. You peel an orange and throw it away because it feels sour. But to the orange, that is its whole life. The same is true for the flower. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyao stopped what she was doing. She looked at Su Yunzi with tears in her eyes and threw herself into her arms. Wow, sixth sister, but my heart hurts so much, I feel like I've been heartbroken. Be good, it's okay, cheer up, seventh sister, this is not called a broken heart. Su Xinyao sobbed wildly, the person Xiaofeng's heart is attracted to is fifth sister, why don't I just cry out for being heartbroken? If you're heartbroken, at least you've been in love before. Brother Xiaofeng and you have never been together, okay? Su Yunzi said it all. What? When Su Yunzi comforted her, Su Xinyao cried even louder. Okay, seventh sister, stop crying. Su Xinyue felt a little headache after hearing this. As for Chen Feng, that bastard, narcissist, childish and hateful, I won't be interested in him. Really, fifth sister? But I see that your face is still red. You obviously have feelings for brother Xiaofeng. Su Xinyao didn't believe it. Su Xinyue stroked her forehead in distress. That bastard drew a turtle on my face, and he used my most difficult to come off eyeliner. It took me a lot of effort to rub it clean. Do you think my face wouldn't turn red? This explanation sounds reasonable. Su Xinyao stopped sobbing. She looked at Su Xinyue with tears in her eyes, fifth sister. Su Xinyue seemed to have guessed what the little girl was going to ask next. She picked up a cucumber from the fruit plate on the table and said as she ate it, for someone like him, you can't look down on him unless he has had a cerebral thrombosis for 10 years. Looking at Su Xinyue's back as she went upstairs, Su Xinyao felt much better. It seems that fifth sister really doesn't like brother Xiaofeng. The smile didn't last even a second before Su Xinyao hugged her knees and started crying again. Wow, my fifth sister said I have a cerebral thrombosis. At this time. Achoo! Chen Feng, who was typing, suddenly sneezed. Thinking of his fiance's lovely performance this afternoon, Chen Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. Just now, he received a contract signing text message from Chidian Chinese Network. On the third day of its update, Xiaoji has already topped the free list, reward list, popularity list, collection list, and other lists. The masters of Qitian Chinese website and other novel websites came to watch, and there were more than tens of thousands of novels imitating the trend. The top 3 fans on the reward list, Su Xiniao, and 2 others named Shan Xiayan and Fei Yang, are secretly competing with each other every day, and the number of rewards given by each individual is no less than 100,000 Chinese yuan every day. The comments section was full of positive reviews, mixed with a few negative reviews posted by jealous authors using smoof accounts. However, these negative reviews had no effect on Chen Feng. The purpose of writing novels is to have fun. Making money is the least important thing for Chen Feng. To know what will happen next, please wait for the next update. After finishing today's update, Chen Feng stretched, stood up and went to wash up. When I came out of the bathroom, the time was exactly 12 o'clock. Host, would you like to sign in immediately? A familiar mechanical voice sounded. Sign. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. This sign-in reward, get invincible music cells, the reward has been issued. This sign-in reward is pretty good. After receiving the sign-in reward, the first thing Chen Feng did was to open NetEase Cloud Music. After acquiring the talent for literature last time, Chen Feng was surprised to find that all the literary works since the Song dynasty had disappeared, and except for him, no one else in this world knew of the existence of these works. With the experience from last time, Chen Feng wanted to see what surprises his musical talent could bring him this time. Lao Lang's new single My Deskmate has made a generation cry. Dick Cowboy sang How Much Love Can Come Back with deep emotion. Are you ready to take the depression test today? The exquisite dice are filled with red beans. I miss you so much, do you know? Fei Wong has released another single, Red Beans, Mom, I'm in Love Again. Chen Feng glanced at the recommendations on the homepage of NetEase Cloud Music and found that these latest songs were still from the 1990s. He held his breath and immediately typed in the search box, Zhou Jiestic. At that time, Jay Chou had not yet made his debut. He was a small singer whose homepage only contained 3 covers of other people's songs, and he had less than 100 fans. As for the cheering boys and basketball boys who became very popular later on, there was no trace of them on the platform. Now, Chen Feng had only a premonition in his heart. He is going to be famous. He is going to be completely famous in the music industry. Open Douyin. People on the platform were still dancing square dance to Woman Flower, and young couples were singing Heart Rain affectionately. Chen Feng suppressed his excitement, turned on the video recording function, blocked the camera, and began to sing to the phone. Maybe I'll turn back when I hit a wall. Maybe I will give up only after I see the Yellow River. Maybe I just want to go down this path until the end. Maybe I haven't met him yet. Chen Feng is a new user of Douyin, and the length of time he can record videos is limited, so he simply recorded 4 lines of lyrics and clicked publish. After browsing Douyin for a while, Chen Feng remembered that he had promised Fan Ying to attend the Writers Association conference tomorrow, so he put down his phone and took a rest. The next day, after Chen Feng sent Su Xinyao to school, he drove to Furong Mountain to attend the Writers Association conference according to the address given by Fan Ying. The conference was held in the scenic Furong Mountain, and the organizers were the vice chairman of the Writers Association, Mr. Fan, and his granddaughter Fan Ying. The meeting was arranged in a 5-star hotel in the scenic area. When Chen Feng arrived, the hotel entrance was already filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Although all those who came to attend the meeting claimed to be scholars who were indifferent to fame and fortune, they secretly competed with each other in showing off their wealth, and many of them drove luxury cars. Boom boom boom. When Chen Feng's top sports car arrived, many people stopped to watch and cast curious glances. Chapter 96, Not Enough, Want More? What kind of vehicle is this? I've never seen it before, and it makes such a loud noise. Is it a modified tractor? You're not knowledgeable. This car is called Siebel. The starting price is 50 million. It's rare in China. Are you here to show off your wealth, or are you here for a literary exchange? What I despise most is this kind of pedantic people who are blinded by money. Of course, if you give me one, I'll just ignore what I said. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Chen Feng got out of the car. Wow, so handsome. Do you mean his person or his car? You look very young, so you probably don't have a girlfriend yet. I have a chance. A group of young female college students who came to Furong Mountain for tourism saw Chen Feng, stared at him with their eyes wide open, and their feet seemed to have nails on them, refusing to move even a step. Chen Feng turned his head, looked at them, and curled his lips slightly. Bang! One girl was stunned, drooling, and she didn't even notice that the phone she was taking pictures with had fallen to the ground. The three female college students who came with her clenched their fists excitedly, staring at Chen Feng without blinking, their hearts pounding. Women nowadays are so superficial. If you have a little money, you can't wait to lick my ass. What else does this kid have besides money? Is such a piece of trash also a member of our Writers Association? You can tell at first glance that he is uneducated, a playboy. Two middle-aged men who came to attend the Writers Association conference snorted coldly as they passed by Chen Feng. Chen Feng glanced at them indifferently. Then he looked at the three female college students. My heart is more intelligent than bygones, and my illness is 3 times worse than she sure's. Ah, is this poem talking about me? Ahem, I recently caught a cold and I feel very weak, ahem. The girl who was praised kept coughing excitedly. Chen Feng smiled and looked at the girl next to her again. This woman is not a human. The girl who saw Chen Feng was looking at her was so angry that she was about to lose her temper, but Chen Feng actually said that she was not a human being. But when she heard the second half of the sentence, her gloomy face suddenly turned into a smile. The ninth heaven fairy has descended to earth. So he said I'm not a human, but a fairy. The girl who was praised was so excited that she almost fainted. Chen Feng looked at the girl standing on the far right again. She wore the simplest makeup, but her delicate facial features made her stand out among the four. The eyebrows are not painted, but they are green. The lips are not painted, but they are red. The face is like a silver basin. The eyes are like water apricots. How wonderful. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl covered her mouth and started crying. Her best friend immediately comforted her. Yen Yen, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Yen Yen cried with tears in her eyes. She looked at Chen Feng's back as he walked into the hotel in a cool manner, and said reluctantly, I seem to have fallen in love with him, but I know I am not worthy of him, so I couldn't help crying sadly. Of course, Chen Feng didn't know that the girl had such thoughts in her mind. He strode into the hotel, and at the elevator entrance, he met Fan Yingying, who was wearing a red long dress. Sister Yingying. Xiao Feng. Fan Yingying was delighted. I just came here and heard people talking about you. What wonderful show did I miss again? Sister Yingying, please forgive me for making you laugh. Chen Feng smiled modestly and followed Fan Yingying into the conference room. It is called a conference hall, but in fact it is a large private room booked by Mr. Fan in the hotel. A small stage was temporarily built in the box, with 100 chairs placed in the middle. There were buffet tables on both sides of the box, with all kinds of drinks and pastries. After Fan Yingying brought Chen Feng into the box, she walked away to take care of her own things. Chen Feng walked to the buffet table, picked up a plate and started to fill it with snacks. Hey, who was this? Isn't this the rich second generation who drove the Siebel just now? You're really from our Writers Association. I can't tell. 2 middle-aged men walked up to Chen Feng. One of them was recognized by Chen Feng. It was Wang Zhang, whom he had met in Su Xinyao's class. Wang Zhang felt unhappy when he saw Chen Feng. He saw the plate in Chen Feng's hand and deliberately said loudly, Waiter, I'm hungry, give me some pastries. Chen Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him and picked up a piece of glutinous rice cake and put it into his mouth. Waiter, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Wang Zhang raised his voice and repeated. Many people looked over. Chen Feng picked up a whole plate of glutinous rice balls and walked in front of Wang Zhang. I don't want to eat this, I want to eat. Before Wang Zhang finished speaking, Chen Feng suddenly grabbed a handful of glutinous rice balls from the plate and threw them all into his mouth. Glutinous rice balls are soft and sticky, and are not easy to chew, not to mention that his mouth was stuffed with a handful of them at the same time. His cheeks were puffed up into balls and he couldn't even close his mouth, let alone chew or swallow. Woo woo woo. Wang Zhang's face turned pale, his eyes widened, and only his 2 hands were left gesturing in the air. Chen Feng smiled harmlessly, not enough, do you want more? Woo woo woo. Wang Zhang was so scared when he saw Chen Feng grabbing another handful of glutinous rice balls and shook his head repeatedly. He half strangled his neck with his hands, his expression was painful and hideous. After several unsuccessful attempts to swallow, Wang Zhang resisted the urge to vomit and ran to the bathroom. Many people laughed out loud when they saw this scene. Chen Feng looked at the other middle-aged man who had just come with Wang Zhang and asked with a smile, Are you hungry too? Lu Hui looked at Chen Feng coldly and asked, Boy, I don't see you, are you new to the Writers Association? Chen Feng nodded, You can understand it this way. Since you are new here, you should have the attitude of a newcomer. You just arrived and you are disrespectful to your seniors. People like you don't deserve to stay in our Writers Association. Seeing that there was no fear on Chen Feng's face, Lu Hui snorted coldly. I also saw what you did at the door of the hotel just now. Your behavior was exaggerated and your words were frivolous. You are not at all like a scholar. At the meeting later, I will ask Mr. Fan to expel you from the Writers Association. Zhang Ziwen came over and looked at Chen Feng. Those who come to the meeting have invitation letters. Do you have one? Chen Feng admitted truthfully, I didn't. Fan Ying verbally invited Chen Feng to attend the meeting held by the Writers Association, and it was Fan Ying who brought him into the box. Chen Feng did not have an invitation letter at all. Zhang Ziwen sneered, how did you sneak in without even an invitation? You'd better get out before I call security. Chen Feng ate ice cream leisurely and said with a smile, I was brought in by someone, is that not okay? Brought you in? Lu Hui was the first to not believe it. Besides Mr. Fan, who else has such great power to dare to bring you in without authorization? Zhang Ziwen raised his eyebrows, there shouldn't be any accomplices of yours here, right? Tell me who they are. I brought him in. At this moment, a loud voice sounded in the box. Chapter 97 It's not easy to treat everyone equally. Zhang Ziwen and others turned around. Fan Ying, wearing a red long dress, strode over holding Mr. Fan's arm. Mr. Fan. Lu Hui immediately stepped forward to greet him. When many people saw Fan Wenliang coming in, they immediately stopped talking to the people around them and walked up to ask about Mr. Fan's well-being. Fan Wenliang nodded lightly, his eyes always on Chen Feng. He walked up to Chen Feng with a smile on his face, Xiao Feng, here I come. Mr. Fan. Chen Feng picked up another clean tray, Sister Ying, are you hungry? The cakes here are quite delicious. I'll get you some. Fan Ying smiled and said, no need. If you like it, just eat more. If it's not enough, tell me and I'll ask the chef to make it. Xiao Feng, what kind of pastries do you like? Tell Ying when you're done and ask her to ask the chef to make some more for you. Fan Wenliang added. Okay, then I won't be polite. Chen Feng nodded. Lu Hui and others standing by were stunned. They all secretly wondered who this Chen Feng was that made Mr. Fan and Fan Ying so enthusiastic about him. Mr. Fan. At this moment, Wang Zhang, who had just come out of the restroom, rushed over and pointed at Chen Feng and shouted, this kid barged in without an invitation and ate and drank for free. We should call the security guard to kick him out immediately. He received a text message from Lu Hui and learned that Chen Feng did not have an invitation letter. He had finally caught the evidence, so he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Cough cough. Lu Hui and Zhang Ziwen coughed at the same time, and kept blinking to signal Wang Zhang to shut up. But when Wang Zhang saw this scene, he thought that the two of them were encouraging him to continue speaking. Mr. Fan, you may not know since you just arrived, but this guy drove a rented sports car in front of the hotel and acted frivolously and used foul language. I'm really afraid that standing with such a person would offend all of us. Lu Hui raised his hand and touched his forehead. Zhang Ziwen turned his head away, unable to bear to look at Wang Zhang's crazy and stupid appearance. A faint smile appeared on Fan Wenliang's lips. He glanced at Wang Zhang, took Chen Feng's hand and placed it in his palm, and said with a smile, Xiao Feng, let's go, find a seat and sit down and talk. I just wrote a poem these days, but I always feel that some of the words are inappropriate, so I want to ask you for advice. Chen Feng picked up the pastry plate and asked, I wonder what poem you wrote, Mr. Fan. Let me read it to you. Looking at the backs of Chen Feng and Fan Wenliang walking away, Wang Zhang's eyes widened in surprise and his chin almost hit the ground. What's going on? Lu Hui patted his shoulder and said, I don't understand what's going on. Anyway, this guy has a special relationship with Mr. Fan. Just don't mess with him. Did I hear it wrong just now? Mr. Fan wants to ask him for advice? Wang Zhang suspected that there was something seriously wrong with his hearing. Zhang Ziwen picked up a piece of glutinous rice cake and stuffed it into his mouth. You heard it right, that's it. While the three of them were stunned, Chen Feng and Fan Wenliang had already started chatting. Chen Feng ate his cakes leisurely while saying, Mr. Fan, I suggest you change the second stanza to the rooster crows and the sun rises, half revealing her hazy makeup and half dreaming. The rooster crows and the sun rises, half exposed and half dreaming. Fan Wenliang read it carefully and laughed, ha, it's really wonderful, 1,000 times better than what I wrote originally. Mr. Fan, you are too kind. I just said it casually. Chen Feng said modestly. The people around were stunned. As soon as Chen Feng arrived, the smile on Fan Wenliang's face never stopped, and his words of praise came one after another. It was really incredible. Who on earth is this person? I don't know him. He looks unfamiliar. Even Mr. Fan has to ask him for advice on poetry and prose. His literary attainments must be unfathomable. I don't think so. With someone like him, he may not even get a passing grade for his composition. But Mr. Fan thinks highly of him. Don't you think this is infuriating? Whether it's a donkey or a horse, we'll know after we take it out for a walk later. People gathered in groups of 3 or 5, looking at Chen Feng and talking. Chen Feng heard some words clearly, but he didn't care. If you can't eat grapes, you say they are sour. The skill that this group of people lack the most is jealousy. By the way, Xiao Feng. Before Fan Wenliang finished speaking, a clear voice suddenly rang out excitedly. Brother Xiaofeng. Su Yunzi looked at Chen Feng in surprise. Is it really you? Yeah. Chen Feng stood up. Su Yunzi's eyes sparkled. Brother Xiaofeng, it turns out that you have also joined the Writers' Association. If I had known that you were coming here, I should have come out with you this morning. Fan Wenliang stood up and asked, Xiao Feng, do you know Xiaozi? Chen Feng nodded. Living under the same roof, it's hard not to know each other. Grandpa Fan Su Yunzi called sweetly. Ah, I haven't seen you for a while. Xiaozi has grown a lot prettier. Fan Wenliang patted Su Yunzi's head lovingly. I heard that you went to book signings around the country some time ago? Su Yunzi smiled and said, I haven't traveled all over the country. I've only traveled to a few provinces. Compared to you, Grandpa, I'm still young. You don't have to be so modest. At such a young age, you've earned more money than an old man like me will earn in my entire life. It's true that the new generation pushes the old generation forward, and each generation is stronger than the previous one. Fan Wenliang exclaimed sincerely. After saying this, Fan Wenliang changed the subject and his eyes became meaningful. Xiaofeng, you live with Xiaozi, so what is your relationship now? Su Yunzi answered for Chen Feng first. Grandpa Fan, Brother Xiaofeng is the fiancé chosen by my mommy herself. He is also your fiancé? Fan Wenliang was surprised. Su Yunzi nodded. For a boy as good as Brother Xiaofeng, few girls can resist his charm. Our family is full of jealousy every day, right, Brother Xiaofeng? Chen Feng glanced at Mr. Fan and said helplessly, it's not easy to treat everyone equally. Ha ha ha. Fan Wenliang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You young people really know how to have fun, Xiaofeng, you are so lucky. He looked at Su Yunzi. Xiaofeng is indeed an excellent child. I like him too. Ah. This time it was Su Yunzi who was surprised. Ahem. Fan Wenliang coughed quickly and explained seriously, what I mean is, how can an excellent child like Xiaofeng not be liked by an elder like me? Oh. Hearing this, Chen Feng and Su Yunzi both breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Chen Feng and the other two were chatting happily, a figure strode towards the stage. Everyone, while everyone is having fun, why don't we make friends through writing and write poems on the spot? If you have any ideas, come up and share them with us, how do you think? Chapter 98 Plagiarized. Chen Feng was sitting in the audience. When he heard Wang Zhang's words, a faint smile appeared on his lips. You can tell with just a little thought that Wang Zhang is definitely going to make trouble for him again this time. I think this is a good suggestion. I'll go first. Lu Hui stood up, walked onto the stage, took the microphone, pondered for a while, and said, the sea breeze is dyed with brilliant light. The waves are turbulent at all times. The eagle spreads its wings 3,000 miles. The sun, the moon, and the universe are in a line. Bang bang bang. There was immediate applause from the audience. What a rough sea. This is a good start. It makes me afraid to show off my literary talent. This poem is vigorous and powerful. It is indeed a rare good poem. Hearing everyone's praise, Lu Hui felt very proud. Zhang Ziwen was not to be outdone. He walked up to the stage, thought for a moment, and said loudly, I stand alone under the moon and sigh. The long, dark night is filled with frost and cold. The wind blows gently through the window frame. As the dream goes away, the night fades away. Bang bang bang. There was another round of warm applause from the audience. He's taking the melancholy route again. That's all he knows how to do, writing one sad poem after another. I heard that's how he got his wife. That's fine. I've written a lot of poetry. Why am I still single? Then, several people came on stage and read out poems they had composed on the spot. Zhang Ziwen looked at Wang Zhang and deliberately asked loudly, "Brother Wang, you were the first to propose this idea. You have to sing a song for us, right?" Seeing the eyes on him from the audience, Wang Zhang took the microphone and said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll sing a song. It's not good, so please don't laugh at me. Everyone here knows that you, Brother Wang, are a very talented writer. How dare we laugh at you?" Lu Hui flattered him. Wang Zhang smiled modestly and began to read. Thousands of hammers and chisels have carved out a mountain. Hearing the first sentence, Chen Feng looked up. Wang Zhang continued to read. The fire burns as if nothing happened. Chen Feng curled his lips. Wang Zhang was showing off by using the poem he wrote on the blackboard that day. I am not afraid of being torn to pieces. We must keep our innocence in the world. In this poem, Wang Jingnian's writing is majestic and moving. Bang bang bang. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Good poem. What a great saying, I am not afraid of being torn to pieces, I just want to leave my innocence in this world. Brother Wang is going to war, and not a blade of grass will grow. After listening to this poem, I realized that what I wrote before was totally nonsense. It immediately eclipsed all the previous poems. Wang Zhang felt so happy when he heard the praises from the audience. However, he pretended to be humble and said, "If anyone here thinks that there are any changes in my poem, please feel free to point them out. I will accept them with an open mind." Lu Hui shouted, "Brother Wang, you are too modest. If you ask me, your poem is simply perfect and impeccable." Zhang Ziwen also flattered, "Brother Wang, you are simply the #1 poet in our Rongqing. You are giving me face, and the praise sounds nice." Wang Zhang looked at Fan Wenliang and said, "Mr. Fan, what do you think of the poem I just wrote?" Fan Wenliang nodded in approval. "Not bad, you recited it word for word." Wang Zhang was stunned. Could it be that Mr. Fan already knew that this poem was not his original work? He smiled awkwardly and asked, "Mr. Fan, what do you mean by that?" "You know what it means," Fan Wenliang said coldly. Wang Zhang felt a little panicked. This poem was indeed written by Chen Feng. After seeing it, he copied it down and recited it, and then took it to the Writers' Association to show off. But in this matter, apart from him and Chen Feng, no third person present would know this secret. Unless Chen Feng has already told Mr. Fan about this matter. Wang Zhang pretended to be calm and said with a smile, "Mr. Fan, I just spent a long time conceiving this poem. You don't think I plagiarized someone else's work, do you?" Seeing that Wang Zhang was too shameless to admit it, Fan Wenliang sneered and said, "Unfortunately, I know the original author of this poem." Wang Zhang's heart skipped a beat. It seems that Chen Feng had indeed told this matter to Mr. Fan just now. However, Chen Feng's words alone were not enough, and he could not provide any evidence to prove to everyone present that the poem was his original work. Wang Zhang simply decided to continue being a rogue to the end. "Mr. Fan, since you said you know the original author of this poem, may I ask if he is also present?" Fan Wenliang snorted coldly, "He's here. He's the one I want to introduce to you today, the new poetry god of Chengdu." As soon as the words fell, there was an excited discussion at the scene. "What, the new poetry god has arrived? Who is it? Why can't I see it? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. He is my idol. If I could see the god of poetry once, I would die without regrets." As everyone looked around, searching for the new god of poetry, Fan Wenliang took Chen Feng's hand, stood up, and announced loudly, "He is the new god of poetry that I want to introduce to you, Chen Feng." Hiss. Everyone present suddenly fell silent. All pairs of eyes looked at Chen Feng, with surprise, admiration, disdain, and indifference in their looks. Wang Zhang's eyes widened, and he looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. "Mr. Fan, you said, this guy is our Rongqing's new poetry god?" "Yes, the 2 poems I read to you last time were his works." So it was him. It was obviously impossible for Wang Zhang not to panic at this moment. Someone in the audience asked curiously, "Brother Wang, so your poem is indeed plagiarized from the god of poetry? It's ridiculous that he plagiarized other people's poems to fool us. We in the Writers' Association do not allow such shameless people to exist." Seeing that everyone in the audience was pointing the finger at him, Wang Zhang swallowed his saliva and said, "You don't have any evidence, how can you be sure that this poem was written by Chen Feng?" He glanced at Chen Feng coldly. "No matter what I say, I have a certain status in our Rongqing literary world. There is no need for me to plagiarize a young boy's poem to attract your attention. After hearing what Wang Zhang said, everyone felt that it made sense. Lu Hui looked at Fan Wenlian. Mr. Fan, I believe Brother Wang, he would never plagiarize other people's poems. Is there any misunderstanding? The innocent will be innocent. Fan Wenliang looked at Chen Feng. Xiao Feng, I'll leave this matter to you to handle. Chen Feng nodded and slowly stood up. Wang Zhang looked at Chen Feng and sneered, so you are the new poetry god. Even if you are a talented writer, it is really too much to maliciously frame me for plagiarizing your poem. Now that everyone is here, you'd better explain this matter clearly and clear my name. Chen Feng was about to give Wang Zhang a thumbs up. I have seen shameless people, but this is the first time I have seen someone as shameless as him. Chen Feng curled his lips slightly, ignored him, and walked straight to the buffet table. Chapter 99, As Famous as the Immortal Poet. Su Yunzi turned back curiously. What is Brother Xiaofeng going to do? Although I haven't known Xiaofeng for long, I am very familiar with his smile. Fan Wenliang said with a smile, he is going to show off. Let's look forward to his performance. Su Yunzi nodded, not quite understanding. Chen Feng had already walked to the buffet counter, picked up a glass of whiskey and drank it in big gulps. After finishing one glass, he picked up another. After finishing one glass, he picked up another. Zhang Ziwen looked puzzled. What on earth does this kid want to do? Wang Zhang crossed his arms over his chest and snorted disdainfully. Who knows, maybe he wants to quit drinking and pretend to be crazy. Brother Wang, did you write that poem yourself? Lu Hui asked curiously. Wang Zhang's face changed. Zhang Ziwen glared at him and said, do you even need to ask this? With your knowledge, there's no need for you to plagiarize other people's poems. Wang Zhang's face looked slightly better. The next second, Zhang Ziwen's words almost made him vomit blood. I can guarantee it with Brother Wang's character. If Brother Wang plagiarizes someone else's poem, then his son is not his biological son. Lu Hui also echoed, that's right, Brother Wang, the probability that your sister-in-law cheated on you is higher than the probability that you plagiarized. We all believe in you. That poem is definitely your original work. Ha ha ha, Brother Wang. Zhang Ziwen stopped laughing. Why don't you laugh with us? Snort. Wang Zhang snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on Chen Feng. He counted clearly and this was the 8th glass of wine Chen Feng had drunk. He half closed his eyes, unable to guess what Chen Feng was up to this time. If you ask me, Wang Zhang is definitely innocent. He has no reason to copy a poem from a little kid. So what you mean is that Mr. Fan wrongly accused Wang Zhang? From his back, he does look about 80% similar to the back of the god of poetry by the East Lake. I am not afraid of being torn to pieces, I just want to leave my innocence in the world. Do you think he can write these 2 lines at his age? How can it be impossible? Otherwise, why do you say he is our new poetry god in Rongcheng? Just when everyone was talking about it. Bang! There was a crisp sound of a glass falling to the ground. Chen Feng leaned lazily against the dining table, his cheeks slightly flushed, his eyes blurred, and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His deep eyes swept over the people present casually, and he began to read. The great river flows eastward, the waves wash away all the heroes of the ages. Suddenly, the whole audience fell silent. Chen Feng picked up the wineglass, drank it while staggering, and recited loudly. To the west of the old fortress, people say it is the Red Cliff of Zhou Lang in the Three Kingdoms period. The sentimental ones should laugh at me for having gray hair at an early age. Life is like a dream, I will pour a cup of wine to the moon in the river. Everyone present was stunned. What a good poem. It's really good. Chen Feng smiled, took a big sip of wine, and walked while reciting. There is a river between Jinkou and Guazhou, and only a few mountains separate Zhongshan. The spring breeze has greened the south bank of the river again. When will the bright moon shine upon me again? When you look at a mountain from the side, it looks like a mountain range. When you look at it from the front, it looks like a peak. It looks different from different distances and heights. I cannot see the true face of Mount Lu because I am in it. After death, I know that everything is empty, but I am sad that I cannot see the whole country together. When the king's army conquers the central plains in the north, don't forget to tell your father during the family sacrifice. One after another, famous masterpieces from all ages were recited continuously from Chen Feng's mouth. Bang! Bang! After Chen Feng drank glass after glass of wine, he threw them on the ground in a cool manner. Small pieces of broken glass were scattered all over the floor, and a faint smell of alcohol filled the entire box. Everyone felt a little drunk, but not because of the alcohol. Instead, they were intoxicated by Chen Feng's poems. They had never heard of these poems. But in just a few minutes, Chen Feng had recited no less than 20 poems. Any one of these songs would reach a level that no one here could ever reach in their lifetime. And this is just the beginning. Chen Feng's poems are far more than these. I, an old man, am still as wild as a young man, holding Huang on my left and Cheng on my right, wearing a brocade hat and a sable coat, riding 1,000 horses across the plain. What you learn from books is always shallow. If you want to know, you must practice it yourself. Lying in bed late at night listening to the wind and rain, I dream of iron horses on an icy river. You must remember the best scenery of the year, when the oranges and tangerines are green and yellow. The expressions on everyone's faces were as dumbfounded as a wooden chicken. 69, 70, 71. Someone was silently counting which poem Chen Feng had recited. You counted wrong. I counted to 85. Maybe I was too absorbed in listening and missed a few songs. I have never heard of any of these poems. Could it be that this guy wrote them all on the spot? In ancient times, Li Bai drank a lot of wine and wrote hundreds of poems. Today, the poet has reappeared in Chengdu. He is simply the reincarnation of Li Bai. Li Bai has already been named the immortal poet. It would be bad to name him the immortal poet. It would be better to call him the god of poetry, which would make him as famous as Li Bai. Everyone was talking excitedly, and many had already taken out their phones to record the video. There were also people who could take shorthand, and they followed Chen Feng's pace and recorded every poem he recited in full. Chen Feng curled his lips lightly, looking at the scene in front of him. The smile on the corner of his mouth was a little cold. The huge crystal chandelier above his head shone a dazzling light on him, making him look like a god descending from heaven. He walked up to Wang Zhang, took a big sip of wine, raised his glass high, and said loudly, "When you know the east wind, you will see the spring in all its glory." I was afraid at Huangfeng Beach, and I felt lonely in Lingding Ocean. Everyone has to die since ancient times, but I will leave my loyalty to shine in history. I want to ride the wind back home, but I am afraid that the jade buildings are too high up and cold, so I dance lightly with my shadow. 30 years of fame is but dust, 8,000 miles of journey is but cloud and moon. Don't wait till your hair turns gray and you are filled with regret. Wang Zhang stood there blankly, not daring to even blink. Every line of poetry that Chen Feng recited was like a blockbuster bomb dropped into his ears, exploding with a bang, instantly making him terrified and bloody. Gradually, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, his face turned black and red, and even his crotch became wet. Someone in the audience couldn't help but exclaimed, "That's already 128 poems." Li Bai wrote 100 poems after drinking a lot of wine. Our new poetry god has surpassed Li Bai. And the quality of each of his poems is no less than that of Li Bai. It's amazing, it's amazing. This child must be the reincarnation of the immortal poet. I have no regrets seeing the poet's grace today. Su Yunzi's eyes were full of little stars of admiration. Brother Xiaofeng is so handsome. No wonder the 5th and 7th sisters are jealous of him every day. She looked at Fan Wenliang, Grandpa Fan. Before she could finish her words, Su Yunzi saw Fan Wenliang's whole body trembling, even the flesh on both sides of his cheekbones was shaking, and tears were overflowing from his eyes. She asked curiously, "Grandpa Fan, are you okay?" Chapter 100 Get Out of the Writers Association. Fan Wenliang did not directly answer Su Yunzi's words. He stood up excitedly and looked at Chen Feng with awe as if he was looking at a deity who had descended to earth. God! It's really amazing. These poems, which can be compared with those of the great poet Li Bai, were recited one after another from Chen Feng's mouth, and not a single sentence was repeated. His calm expression and fluent speech made it seem as if he was reciting. No, it's like holding a book of 300 Tang poems and reciting it page by page. Such genius, unless explained by the reincarnation of the immortal poet, is something that ordinary people would never be able to achieve. Bang! An empty glass shattered in front of Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang was so frightened that his whole body shuddered. Chen Feng wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth, stood on the stage condescendingly, looked at Wang Zhang, and asked with a smile, "Is that enough?" Wang Zhang was so frightened that he dared not speak and just swallowed silently. "Not enough, right?" Chen Feng curled the corners of his mouth and simply lay down on the stage, facing the crowd sideways, supporting the back of his head with one hand and one leg half bent. "If it's not enough, I'll continue." With his eyes half closed, Chen Feng read aloud in a lazy and powerful voice. "I have no intention of struggling for spring, I let all the flowers be jealous, they fall into the mud and turn into dust, only the fragrance remains the same. I look at my sword under the lamp while drunk, and dream of blowing the horn in the camp. I share roasted meat with my subordinates over 800 miles away, and the 50 strings play the music from the frontier. 10 years of life and death, I can't forget you without thinking about you. 1,000 miles away, I have no one to talk to about my loneliness. The scenery in the frontier is different in autumn. The geese from Hongyang leave without notice. The sounds of the frontier rise from all directions. In the thousands of mountains, the long smoke and the setting sun close the lonely city. Chen Feng stared at Wang Zhang as he read. He watched Wang Zhang's face turn into a palette of rich colors as he recited the poem. When it comes to reciting poetry, Chen Feng is confident. Not to mention 100 songs, even 1,000 would be no problem for him. A new song and a glass of wine. Okay, that's enough, stop reading. Wang Zhang screamed. He overturned the chair to the ground and stood up trembling, his emotions on the verge of collapse. What happened to Wang Zhang? I don't know. Why are you yelling so loudly all of a sudden? The god of poetry created so many poems at once, which shows his great literary talent. It is no doubt that Wang Zhang plagiarized his works. No wonder Wang Zhang had such strong malice towards the god of poetry as soon as he came in. It turns out that he was jealous of the god of poetry's literary talent. Hearing the discussions of the people around him, Wang Zhang's expression was as terrified as if he had seen a ghost. Thump! He suddenly knelt down in front of Chen Feng, holding his head and crying, "Poetry god, I was wrong. I admit that the poem was indeed not written by me. I plagiarized your work. It's my fault, my fault." As soon as Wang Zhang admitted it, the whole audience was in an uproar. It's actually plagiarized. You are old, and you still do such shameless things. People like this don't deserve to stay in our Writers' Association. I almost misunderstood the god of poetry. Chen Feng curled his lips slightly. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't say anything, Wang Zhang knew that he would definitely not let him go so easily. He turned around, looked at Fan Wenliang, and confessed, "Mr. Fan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have plagiarized the god of poetry just to attract everyone's attention. I really know I was wrong." Fan Wenliang had already expected Wang Zhang to be in this situation. He had a stern face and snorted coldly, "Wang Zhang, I am not the one you need to apologize to. It is useless for you to say this to me. You need to see if Xiao Feng is willing to forgive you, and you need to see if everyone here is willing to forgive you. Plagiarism is a great shame, and I do not condone it. Anyway, it's not my work that was plagiarized, so it doesn't matter. I often plagiarize others' work. If Mr. Fan knew about this, I would be in trouble, right? It all depends on what the god of poetry says. Wang Zhang is old, and with today's farce happening, even if Mr. Fan wants to keep him, he probably won't have the face to continue hanging around in the Writers' Association." Wang Zhang listened to the discussions of the people around him and looked at Chen Feng, "Poetry god, I was jealous of your talent and wanted to use your poems to show off in the Writers' Association. Now I know I was wrong. As long as you are willing to forgive me, I will voluntarily withdraw from the Writers' Association." Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes and asked with a smile, "That's it?" Wang Zhang's heart skipped a beat. From Chen Feng's smile, it can be seen that this matter is not so easy to solve. He asked tentatively, "God of poetry, what else do you want me to do?" Chen Feng sat up and said, "You are not allowed to write any more articles, let alone submit them." This. Wang Zhang was about to cry. He is now over 50 years old and has been making money by writing articles for decades. Royalties are his only source of income. If it were a dozen or 20 years ago, if he was not allowed to write articles, he would still do manual labor. But now, he has suffered from a lot of illnesses due to years of writing. If he stops receiving royalties, it would mean cutting off all his sources of income. "Poetry god, I can ask you to do anything you want me to do, but please, can you please not ask me to stop writing?" Wang Zhang cried and crawled to Chen Feng's feet, threw himself on the ground and begged for mercy. "The royalties are my only source of income, I rely on it to support my family. My wife was diagnosed with cancer last year, my son is still in high school, and my dad broke his leg last month and is still in the hospital. My mom has suffered from strokes for many years and has always needed a large amount of medical expenses." Just as Wang Zhang was crying and complaining, an angry voice rang out. "Wang Zhang, stop pretending. You have plagiarized other people's articles over the years. I have always regarded you as a friend. I asked you to help me read the articles, but you submitted my works the next day. This has happened more than once or twice." "That's right, you can also submit the articles I wrote. They are all my hard work. It turns out that many of you here have been deceived by you. Wang Zhang, do you really have a clear conscience? More and more voices began to blame Wang Zhang. Faced with the facts, Wang Zhang was so ashamed that he couldn't say a word. He faced the crowd, knelt on the ground, bowed his head and admitted, "I'm sorry, I admit it, it's my fault, I'm sorry to you all, I will get out of the Writers Association right now and will never write articles again." Is an apology enough? Then I'll slap you a few times and say sorry to you. Forget it, it's all in the past. I think what he said was pretty miserable. It's retribution. If it weren't for him, the provincial award that year would definitely be mine. He stole my work. Many people were filled with indignation and the atmosphere in the box was extremely tense. Fan Wenliang walked onto the stage and shouted, "Okay, everyone, be quiet." He looked at Wang Zhang and said coldly, "As a literary worker, the most shameful thing is to plagiarize other people's works. Wang Zhang, not only do you not feel ashamed, but you are also unrepentant and keep making mistakes. From today on, you are no longer a member of our Writers Association." Fan Wenliang looked at the people present and said, "As for everyone here, you must take today's incident as a lesson and oppose plagiarism. Those who were cheated of their manuscripts should not be angry anymore. As long as there is green mountains, there will be no shortage of firewood. As long as it is gold, it will always shine." Chapter 1017 Fiancés. Bang bang bang. Fan Wenliang's words drew applause from everyone present. Wang Zhang was so ashamed that he fled out of the box in shame while everyone's attention was on Chen Feng. Poetry God. A middle-aged man stood up, looked at Chen Feng, and said admiringly, "You are so young, but you can write so many excellent poems. How did you do it?" Chen Feng replied calmly, "Reading thousands of books will make you write like a god. So what you mean is that by reading more works of predecessors, I can be as good as you?" The middle-aged man asked excitedly. Chen Feng shook his head, "No, what I mean is that this may not be true. For example, I don't like reading, but I can still write poetry with my talent." The middle-aged man's mouth twisted. "Thank you, God of poetry, I understand." An elder with gray hair stood up tremblingly and looked at Chen Feng. "Young man, I think it's unscientific that you have written hundreds of poems in such a short time. You must have plagiarized other people's poems." Hiss. The whole audience was silent. Pairs of eyes looked at Chen Feng curiously, expecting what answer he would give. Chen Feng smiled harmlessly and answered confidently, "You can check it out. If you can find out that any of them was plagiarized by me, I will recognize you as my father on the spot." Bang bang bang. Chen Feng's humorous answer won applause from everyone present. A young female writer who was about the same age as Chen Feng stood up and looked at Chen Feng with an expression that read crazy. She blushed and asked shyly, "Poetry God, you are so handsome and talented, do you have a girlfriend now?" This question. Chen Feng looked at Su Yunzi who was sitting in the first row. "I think it would be more appropriate for Miss Su Yunzi to answer." There was a sudden burst of gossip and sighs at the scene. "Brother Xiaofeng is so mean. He leaves this question to me to answer." Su Yunzi thought to herself. She could clearly feel that there was a sharp gaze staring at her from behind. Amid everyone's gossiping gazes, Su Yunzi stood up with a smile and looked at the girl who asked the question. "Sister, Brother Xiaofeng has too many suitors. I don't think you have a chance." The girl crossed her arms over her chest and raised her chin slightly with confidence. "As long as he doesn't have a girlfriend, it means I still have a chance." Su Yunzi shook her head, lamenting her naivety. "He doesn't have a girlfriend, but he already has a fiancée." Fiancée? Su Yunzi nodded. "Yes, his fiancée is Su Weining, the current popular actress who has won the Best Actress award for several consecutive years." After these words were spoken, everyone present became uneasy. Especially the girl, her eyes widened in surprise, her face full of disbelief. Su Weining is so popular, how could she possibly like him? Su Weining has been in the entertainment industry for many years without any scandals. How could she be secretly engaged to someone when she is at the peak of her career? Su Yunzi knew she would be surprised, so she continued with a smile, "Sister, don't get excited, Brother Xiaofeng has a fiancée. Besides, his fiancée is Su Yishuan, a master ranked first on the Chinese Tianbang and in the top 3 on the world Godbang." When Su Yishuan's identity was revealed, everyone present was stunned. This boy has such an amazing girlfriend? That must be nonsense. It's said that Su Yishuan kills people without blinking an eye and is cold-blooded and heartless. How could she possibly be in a relationship? Can someone explain to me what the heavenly ranking and the God ranking are? I made it to the Happy Beans heavenly ranking last time I played Landlord. The godly ranking seems to be ranked by points. Ignorance. The heavenly ranking is our Chinese master ranking, and the divine ranking is the world's master ranking. The expression on the girl's face was no longer just surprise, but had turned into horror. She shook her head repeatedly. Impossible, you must be lying to me. Su Yunzi smiled calmly and continued, his fiancée is Su Jiai, a famous surgeon and medical educator in China. His fiancée is Su Xinyan, who is known as the Oriental Genius female painter and whose paintings can be auctioned for hundreds of millions of yuan. Everyone present was completely unsettled. Are these not all made up? That's too pretentious. Even if I were writing a novel, I wouldn't dare to write something so outrageous. But I don't think this is fake. It's just that we don't have such a good life. Give me any one of them, and it will be the pinnacle of life. The girl was about to collapse. She originally thought that she had written 2 best-selling romance novels and was qualified enough to become Chen Feng's girlfriend. Who would have known that the fiancé Su Yunzi casually mentioned was 1,000 times better than her? If this isn't self-humiliation, then what is? His fiancé. Seeing that Su Yunzi was going to continue, she couldn't stand it anymore and shouted with a distorted expression, okay, stop talking. I know I'm not qualified, okay? Su Yunzi smiled faintly and said, fifth sister loves to be jealous. If I don't mention her, she will definitely be unhappy, so I have to continue talking. Ignoring the girl's distorted expression, Su Yunzi continued. His fiancée is Su Xinyue, the top anchor on the shark platform. She has fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. She can be salty or sweet, cute or domineering. Even without makeup, she is 100 times prettier than you with makeup on. The girl could hardly stand. She had also watched Su Xinyue's live broadcast and knew that Su Xinyue was very beautiful, definitely a goddess. Stop talking, I don't want to be his girlfriend anymore. I've introduced myself so much, now it's my turn. It doesn't seem right to stop suddenly, right? Su Yunzi looked at her and said with a smile, his fiancée is me, the platinum writer of Fomlai Academy and the little queen of romance novels. If you want to compare your works with mine, you probably can't beat me, right? More than just inferior. They are like heaven and earth, there is no point in comparing the two. Su Yunzi looked at the girl's pale face and said, his fiancée, the top student Su Xinyao, has always been the top student in her grade since elementary school. The sellers sent her so many clothes that she couldn't even fit them in the room on the first floor. Bang! The girl stumbled and fell to the ground with the chair. Su Yunzi yawned and smiled faintly. Okay, I have briefly introduced Brother Xiaofeng's fiancé. Sister, are you sure you still want to continue pursuing him? The girl was so scared that her back was wet with sweat. How could she dare to speak? Su Yunzi looked towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng winked at her and secretly praised her in his heart. Well done. Fan Ying, who had been sitting in the last row and listening silently, had a hint of loneliness in her eyes. She stood up and walked towards Chen Feng with a smile. Chapter 102 The God of Poetry is Awesome. Everyone. Fan Ying walked to Chen Feng and looked at everyone present with a smile. Last time you all clamored to meet our Rongqing's new poetry god. Now that he is here, how about we invite him to say a few words? Everyone, including Fan Wenliang, nodded in agreement with this proposal. Oh. Chen Feng sighed silently in his heart. He had originally agreed to attend the Writers' Association conference with Fan Ying just to get some free food and drinks. Who knew that before he could finish one wave of pretense, another wave would come? He had no choice but to pretend to be big today. Take the microphone. Chen Feng pretended to ponder for a few seconds, then said loudly. Everyone here is my senior. I appreciate your kindness. I will briefly talk about my feelings when I was reading and writing. Pairs of eyes looked at Chen Feng expectantly. The human heart is like fertile land, it thrives when nurtured. The seedlings are irrigated with spring water, and the heart is nurtured with courtesy and righteousness. If you don't read for a day, you will have no good ideas in your mind. If you don't read for a month, your ears and eyes will lose their sharpness. After reciting reading and writing, Chen Feng said seriously, the truth I have realized is that if you want to write good articles, you must read more. As a member of the Writers' Association, I regard reading as the joy of life. If I don't read for a day, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Bang bang bang. These impassioned words drew applause from the audience. The god of poetry said it very well. I was so excited by what he said that I couldn't wait to go home and read books. At such a young age, his awareness is far higher than mine. Our Ronching is about to produce a genius. Listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. I will never regret joining the Chengdu Writers Association. Amid the excited discussions among the crowd, a middle-aged man stood up, raised his fist high, and shouted, "The God of poetry is awesome, the God of poetry is mighty." As soon as he shouted like that, others immediately followed suit. The God of poetry is awesome, the God of poetry is mighty. The God of poetry is awesome, the God of poetry is mighty. More than 100 writers from the Chengdu Writers Association stood up and shouted in unison, creating a spectacular scene. If people who don't know see it, they would think it's a pyramid scheme. Fan Wenliang was also very excited. He walked onto the stage with the help of Su Yunzi and said seriously, "Chen Feng is right. Everyone here should have this kind of reading spirit. I will copy this poem and hang it in our Writers Association to inspire you all." Bang bang bang. Fan Wenliang's suggestion won applause from the audience. Fan Yingying smiled and said, "At the same time, I will sort out every poem that Chen Feng wrote today on behalf of our magazine, bind it into a collection and publish it as a role model for you to learn from." Bang bang bang. The applause in the box lasted for a long time. Everyone looked at Chen Feng in worship as if he were a god, and there was an endless stream of people coming up to him to ask for autographs and take photos with him. Chen Feng himself didn't like this kind of scene. He frowned and stroked his forehead with his hand. Fan Yingying noticed this detail and asked with concern, "Xiao Feng, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Feng pretended to nod, "I have a headache." "Then I'll take you to rest." Fan Yingying helped clear the crowd. Chen Feng turned a blind eye and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Sister Yingying." Seeing that Chen Feng looked a little weak, Fan Yingying let him lean his head on her shoulder, supported his arm with her right hand, and helped him walk out of the box slowly. Seeing that Chen Feng was not feeling well, Su Yunzi followed him out. "Brother Xiaofeng, are you okay? I see he looks a little unhappy. I'll take him to a room to rest first." Fan Yingying frowned and said self-reproachfully, "It's all my fault. Xiaofeng must not like this kind of scene, which is why she has a headache. Sister Yingying, I'm actually fine." Seeing Fan Yingying blaming herself, Chen Feng couldn't bear it and immediately stopped pretending to be sick. "Xiao Feng, you don't have to hold on. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. If it doesn't work, I will drive you to the hospital for a checkup." Chen Feng wanted to cry but had no tears this time. "Sister Yingying, I'm really fine. Look at me, I'm full of energy. How can I look like I'm sick? Are you really okay?" Fan Yingying was skeptical and raised the back of her hand to touch Chen Feng's forehead. Chen Feng took Yingying's hand and said with a harmless smile, "I'm really fine. If you don't believe me, touch me more." As he spoke, Chen Feng grabbed her hands and pressed them against various parts of her cheeks, and then towards her neck. "Xiao Feng." Fan Yingying's cheeks were red with shame, and she was obviously embarrassed. "Okay, I believe you are fine, just let me go." Chen Feng obediently let go of Fan Yingying's hand. Fan Yingying tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, stared at Chen Feng for a few seconds, and suddenly chuckled. Chen Feng was puzzled. "Sister Yingying, why are you laughing at me all of a sudden?" "I laugh at you because you are cute." Chen Feng always felt a little awkward when a grown man was praised for being cute. "Sister Yingying, you can laugh at me for being handsome, you can laugh at me for being talented, but if you laugh at me for being cute, it always sounds weird to me." The smile on Fan Yingying's face widened. "Why, are you unhappy and have a bad temper?" Chen Feng smiled and scratched the back of his head. "How dare I? I am whatever Sister Yingying says I am." Fan Yingying's cell phone rang. She answered a phone call and said to Chen Feng and Su Yunzi with a smile, "Okay, you two go have fun. I have something else to deal with at the Writers Association. I have to go take care of it first." Chen Feng nodded. Coming out of the box, he suddenly felt that the air outside was much fresher. It was still early, so Chen Feng took Su Yunzi for a walk outside, had lunch, watched a movie, and then went with her to pick up Su Xinyao from school. As soon as he got off the car, Chen Feng saw Su Xinyue and Su Xinyao walking out of the classroom. "Brother Xiaofeng." The little girl threw herself into Chen Feng's arms and breathed in the scent from his body. Su Xinyue grabbed her collar and said with disgust, "You smell so bad and yet you still breathe it in. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?" "Brother Xiaofeng doesn't stink, he smells good." Su Xinyue threw Su Xinyao's school bag into Chen Feng's hands. "What are you still standing there for? Do you still want to go see Wui?" "Yes, yes, yes." Su Xinyao's eyes lit up when she heard the word Wu-yi. Chen Feng asked curiously, who is Wu-yi? Su Yunzi smiled and explained, he is a singer from Rongqing. He debuted through a talent show. Today he will go to sing on a cruise ship by East Lake. Many young girls are fans of him. Su Xinyao grabbed the corner of Chen Feng's clothes with both hands and said coquettishly, Brother Xiaofeng, come and watch with us. Chen Feng looked at Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue turned her face away. He raised his hand and rubbed Su Xinyao's little head lovingly. Okay, let's go together. It just so happens that your sixth sister wants to go too. Su Yunzi widened her eyes in surprise. Brother Xiaofeng, how do you know that I am also an unintentional fan? Your eyes are shining, how could I not know? Chen Feng curled his lips. Chapter 103, Bullied Again. After dinner at Yapinju, Chen Feng and the three sisters took a walk by the East Lake. Night falls and the stars twinkle. The bright lights of the tall buildings gradually light up, interweaving with the noisy sounds of the crowd, forming a prosperous scene of a modern city. Su Xinyao swung her skirt and her two ponytails swayed as she walked. She blinked her big, bright eyes and asked Chen Feng with a smile, Brother Xiaofeng, do you think my little skirt looks good today? Chen Feng took a glance and said, it doesn't look good. The little girl pouted in grievance, you didn't even look at it carefully, and you said it's not good. Chen Feng took a serious look and said, Yao Yao, you are so beautiful that any skirt will pale in comparison to you. Wow, Brother Xiaofeng praised me. Su Xinyao jumped up with joy. The next second, the smile on her face froze. Woo-woo. What's wrong? Chen Feng looked curiously and found that she was too excited and the ice cream in her hand fell onto her skirt. And it was chocolate-flavored ice cream, which was particularly obvious when stained on the soft pink skirt. Su Yunzi couldn't help but laugh. Seventh sister, this is what is called, too much joy leads to sorrow. Su Xinyao used a tissue to wipe her skirt pitifully while forcing herself to smile. It's worth it even if I get 10 skirts dirty to get compliments from Brother Xiaofeng. Su Xinyue glanced at Su Xinyao speechlessly and said teasingly, Seventh sister, I saw a diary on the internet some time ago, and I suspect it was written by you. Ah, fifth sister, what diary is this? The little girl widened her eyes in curiosity. Su Xinyue suppressed her smile and said, August 23rd, Sunny. You didn't reply to my message for a long time. After my tireless harassment, you finally replied to me. You said go away. I thought there must be some meaning in it. I thought about it for a long time. Go away is 3 drops of water, which means that your longing for me is as turbulent as the rolling water. I was so moved that I cried. I don't know what you are doing now. I miss you very much. Su Xinyao listened carefully to every word. After listening, she shook her head, Fifth sister, this is not the diary I wrote. Su Xinyue pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Oh, it wasn't you who wrote it, seventh sister. I thought it was you who wrote it. Pucci Su Yunzi on the side couldn't stand it anymore and laughed out loud. Su Xinyao was even more confused and asked in confusion, Sixth sister, what are you laughing at again? Ahem. Su Yunzi finally stopped laughing and stroked Su Xinyao's head. Seventh sister, this is called a dog-licking diary. It's very popular on the internet recently. What fifth sister meant is that your behavior just now was very much like a dog licking. What do you mean by licking a dog? I like Brother Xiaofeng, is that wrong? Su Xinyao threw herself into Chen Feng's arms aggrievedly, raised her head, puffed her cheeks and complained, Brother Xiaofeng, my fifth and sixth sisters teamed up to bully me. Chen Feng's heart melted when he heard the little girl's fake crying. Okay, I'll help you bully him back. As he spoke, Chen Feng raised his hands and slapped Su Xinyue and Su Yunzi on the buttocks, one on the left and one on the right. It's not a big deal, just a scare. Su Xinyao pulled the little skirt and said with a smile, Brother Xiaofeng, the fifth and sixth sisters are already so big, and you still spank them. Mommy only punished us like this when we were little. Chen Feng's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. This kind of punishment is very comfortable, do you want to try it? Ah. Su Xinyao looked puzzled, will being beaten feel good? Chen Feng half squatted down, come up, I'll carry you. Okay. Su Xinyao jumped and climbed onto Chen Feng's back, her two slender arms tightly wrapped around his neck. Chen Feng held the little girl's butt firmly with both hands and stood up. Bang! A crisp slap was given. The force is also not great. The little girl was caught off guard and let out a soft moan. Her mind couldn't help but think of the plot in the domineering CEO novel she had read. Then she looked at her posture with Chen Feng and her face couldn't help but turn red. How embarrassing, she thought to herself, burying her head in Chen Feng's back. Seeing this scene, Su Yunzi couldn't help but say to Su Xinyue, fifth sister, women who act like a spoiled child have the best fate. It really is true. Su Xinyue didn't say anything. She glanced at Chen Feng indifferently, ate her ice cream, and walked forward on her own. The four of them walked slowly. It attracted the attention of countless passers-by along the way. The further we walked, the larger the crowd gathered. Soon, Chen Feng and the three sisters arrived at the cruise ship. The boat cruises near the fountain. At this moment, a colorful musical fountain is being projected in the center of East Lake, accompanied by beautiful music, forming a unique viewing landscape. This is also where the most people gather. In addition to enjoying the musical fountain and luxurious cruise ships, there are also many singers setting up stalls on the spot and singing by themselves. However, it is difficult for these singers to attract the attention of passers-by. They are like the most inconspicuous beggars on the roadside. Wow, it's Wu Yi. Su Xinyao saw the large banner with the singer Wu Yi's name printed on it from afar, and she immediately jumped off Chen Feng's back excitedly. Su Yunzi also took out her cell phone and started taking pictures. At the lakeside near the cruise ship, 20 or 30 security guards were stationed to maintain order at the scene. Most of the people who came to watch Wu Yi sing were young girls. They shouted excitedly and waved silver fan cards in their hands. Chen Feng stood in the crowded crowd and waited for a long time, but did not see Wu Yi himself appear. "Handsome guy, are you here to listen to Wu Yi singing too?" a girl asked excitedly. Chen Feng nodded. "Where are the others?" The girl laughed and said, "Wu Yi has already boarded the ship. If you don't buy a ticket, you won't be able to see him in person." Chen Feng looked around curiously. "Where can I buy tickets?" The girl looked at Chen Feng as if he was a country bumpkin and said, "The tickets were snapped up in advance and sold out a month ago. I didn't get one either, so I can only stand here and listen from afar." Yes, even though he only came here to sing a few songs today, it's worth the trip as long as we can hear his voice," another girl shouted excitedly. Chen Feng chuckled. Today's fan following is really scary. Su Xinyao was short and was quickly lost in the crowd, unable to even see the cruise ship. She tiptoed anxiously, a thin layer of sweat breaking out on her forehead. Chen Feng was amused by her cute appearance. Yao, he's on the boat. You can't see him even if you stand on tiptoe." After hearing what Chen Feng said, Su Xinyao was like a deflated ball. She pouted inside. "Oh, it's all my fault that my hands were a second slower. I didn't get the ticket and couldn't see Wu Yi. What a pity." Su Yunzi smiled and comforted him. "At least we can still hear him sing. Fans from other places don't even have the chance to hear him sing." As soon as he finished speaking, a teasing voice sounded behind Chen Feng. "Heh, isn't this Chen the Green Hat?" Chapter 104 Classmate Sha Zhoujia. Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Feng turned his head. Sure enough, standing in front of him was Sha Zhoujia, one of his arch-enemies from college. Sha Zhoujia's father is the vice president of Tianqing Media. His family has some money, and he changes girlfriends as frequently as he changes clothes. During the years in college, he often found fault with Chen Feng. "I heard that your girlfriend cheated on you and that she's pregnant with someone else's child. TSK, I feel so sad for you when I heard that." Sha Zhoujia hugged the girl in his arms and smugly mocked, "I remember that your girlfriend seemed to like Wu Yi in the past. You came here alone this time. Are you reminiscing about the past?" Chen Feng chuckled. Looking at the girl in Sha Zhoujia's arms, he smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, your current girlfriend seems to be Zhang Cheng's ex-girlfriend who you dated for 3 years, right?" Sha Zhoujia smiled instead of getting angry. "Yes, so what? I just like Chanqian. That idiot Chang Zhang has been supporting me as a girlfriend for 3 years. I can't thank him enough." "Hey." Chen Feng sighed and pretended to be regretful. "Sha Xiao, your taste has been bad recently. You actually like second-hand goods. You." Chanqian was so angry that her face turned pale. "Baby, ignore him, he's just a poor loser, no one in school respects him." Sha Zhoujia comforted him and looked at Chen Feng with a sneer. "Come to the concert, do you have a ticket?" After a pause, he pretended to suddenly realize something. "Oh, now I remember, how could you possibly have the money to buy concert tickets? Even if you deliver food for a month, it still wouldn't be enough to buy one, right?" Su Yunzi couldn't listen any longer, her face was angry. "Who are you? You are not allowed to say that about Brother Xiaofeng?" "Brother Xiaofeng?" Seeing that Su Yunzi was very beautiful, Xia Zhajia's eyes lit up. Beauty, I think you are good looking, let's be friends. Are you worthy? Su Yunzi snorted coldly. Beauty, you may not know my identity yet. Xia Zhaojia fixed his hair and introduced himself handsomely. My name is Xia Zhaojia, and my father is the vice president of Tianqing Media. Beautiful girl, what's your name? Su Xinyue couldn't help but sneer. These days, there are still people who named their sons Xia Diao. It seems that your father really loves you. You. Xia Zhaojia was about to get angry, but when he saw Su Xinyue's appearance, he almost drooled. Beauty, my name is Xia Zhaojia, not Xia Diao. He stretched out his hand. Let's be friends. Su Xinyue glanced over with cold eyes. Xia Zhaojia's hand stopped awkwardly in mid-air. Although Su Xinyao didn't know what the relationship between him and Chen Feng was, she could tell from his tone that he was going to do something bad to Chen Feng. Brother Xiaofeng, let's go. Yao Yao doesn't want to listen to Wu Yi singing anymore. Xia Zhaojia was immediately attracted by Su Xinyao's sweet voice. His eyes lit up and he was so excited that he wanted to pounce on her. Who would have thought that after not seeing each other for a summer vacation, there were 3 fairy-like beautiful girls around Chen Feng, each of whom was dozens of times more beautiful than Qianqian. Could it be that all the beautiful girls nowadays are so kind-hearted that they come to Chen Feng to do charity? Chen Feng, you are really good. Xia Zhaojia naturally would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He extended his hand. Hello, beauties, I am Chen Feng's classmate and friend, so I am also your friend, add WeChat. Su Xinyue almost died of laughter. Such a silly and shameless self-introduction is indeed in line with his temperament. Chen Feng stood in front of Su Xinyue, blocking Xia Zhaojia's covetous gaze towards her. Then, he raised his hand, and the moment Xia Zhaojia raised his face, he slapped him. Bang! The crisp sound of applause was soon drowned out by the noisy crowd. Damn it, Chen Feng, are you looking for death? It's a misunderstanding, Mr. Xia. I saw that your hair was messy and wanted to help you fix it. Chen Feng held Xia Zhaojia's face with his left hand and stroked his hair with his right hand, helping him tidy up his hair that was messed up by the wind. Okay, get out of here. Xia Zhaojia pushed Chen Feng away impatiently. Snap! A bunch of car keys fell to the ground. The lights were dim and the crowd was dense, so it was not easy to pick up the keys. Chen Feng took the opportunity to shout, Everyone, please pay attention. Xia Diao's key has fallen to the ground. Please make way for it and don't step on it. If anyone finds it, please return it to me. Damn it! Xia Zhaojia's face changed and he shouted angrily, Stop yelling. Chen Feng didn't listen, and shouted even louder, You must return what you find in time, don't take things that are not yours, and remember to return them to Xia Diao classmate by the cruise ship. Many girls looked towards Chen Feng. Xia Zhaojia's face turned the color of liver. He clenched his fists and shouted in a restrained manner, That's enough, stop shouting. Xiao Xia, don't be angry. Xianxian gently stroked Xia Zhaojia's chest with her hand, and looked at Chen Feng and others with a sneer, Xiao, you see they have been standing outside for so long, obviously they don't have tickets. I really envy them, they can only stand outside and listen to the sound. After hearing this, Xia Zhaojia's expression looked much better. He looked at Su Xinyue and the other 2 and said, Beautiful ladies, I have connections. Even if you don't have tickets, I can still take you in. Su Xinyue coldly refused, No need, I'm afraid I'll get seasick if I'm on the same boat with you, right? Xia Zhaojia pressed on, Are you willing to stand outside? There's air conditioning and seats on the boat, and you can even meet Wu Yi in person. Aren't you even a little tempted? As long as I can be with Brother Xiaofeng, Yao Yao will be happy no matter where we are. Su Xinyao said firmly. Humph. Xia Zhaojia snorted coldly. He didn't know what kind of love potion Chen Feng had given to these 3 sisters to make them so obedient. Brother Xiaofeng, the air here is so polluted, let's go. Su Yunzi suggested. Okay. Chen Feng nodded. Chen Feng took Su Xinyue and the others away. Xia Zhaojia looked at the backs of Su Xinyue and the other 2, reluctant to leave. Isn't the person wearing the white skirt Su Bingyue from Shark Live? Yeah, no wonder she looked familiar to me, it turned out to be her. The person walking with her seems to be Yi Zissou. I love the novels she wrote. There is another girl who I often see on Taobao. She is a model for many stores. She is super cute. Hearing the excited discussions of the people around him, Xia Zhaojia's eyes gradually became excited. Originally, he just thought that Su Xinyue and the other 2 were pretty and wanted to get them to play with, but now when he heard that their identities were very special, he suddenly became more interested. Although they are 3 roses with thorns, he will snatch them from the poor loser Chen Feng even if it pricks his hands. Chapter 105 Wu Yi is coming. Brother Xiaofeng, that man just now looked so fierce. Does he often bully you in school? Su Xinyao asked with concern. Chen Feng smiled and rubbed the little boy's head. No, he doesn't dare. Su Xinyao took Chen Feng's hand and said seriously, Brother Xiaofeng, if he dares to bully you next time, tell Yao that Yao, the sisters, and Mommy are all your solid backers. Chen Feng was touched. He nodded, okay. Walking out of the crowded crowd, Wu Yi's singing voice gradually became unclear. Su Xinyao and Su Yunzi looked back frequently. In fact, they both wanted to listen to Wu Yi's singing, but they were afraid that Sha Zhezhao would cause trouble for Chen Feng again, so they stayed away from the cruise ship. Chen Feng naturally saw this scene. He looked towards the distance and said, You 3 wait for me. After saying that, Chen Feng strode up to a young boy who was playing the guitar and singing, and took out 500 yuan from his pocket. Lend me your guitar. The young boy looked at Chen Feng in surprise, and then handed the guitar to Chen Feng without saying a word. Thank you very much. Chen Feng took the guitar, found an open space, sat down on the ground, held the guitar and started singing. There are many things in the world. You can't bring anything with you when you're born, and you can't take anything with you when you die. All you can take with you is yourself and your temper. You have the most beautiful love. The most beautiful melody you have ever heard. Touched the fear of loneliness. I have also seen the most beautiful scenery. The slightly magnetic hoarse voice, accompanied by a sad and gentle melody, gently drifts away in the evening breeze. Just after he started singing a few lines, a group of girls gathered around Chen Feng, attracted by his singing. So handsome. What song is this? Why have I never heard of it before? It's original. Listening to the song, you can tell that he must be a man with a story. Everyone was talking about it. Su Xinyue and the other 2 walked up to Chen Feng. Is this really Brother Xiaofeng singing? Su Yunzi's face was full of surprise. Guliulu the infatuated Su Xinyao swallowed her saliva, blinked her starry eyes and said admiringly, so handsome. 7th sister, don't just be obsessed with flowers. Do you know what song Brother Xiaofeng is singing? Seeing that Su Xinyao didn't answer, Su Yunzi looked at Su Xinyue again. 5th sister, Brother Xiaofeng sings so well, why didn't you tell me earlier? Su Xinyue didn't answer either. She stared at Chen Feng in a daze, her eyes completely focused on him, and everything around him seemed to not exist. Chen Feng glanced at Su Xinyue and continued to play and sing. I stumbled towards you. You can't leave alone. We said together. No matter what, we've been through the storm together. Growing old peacefully and quietly. More and more people were attracted by Chen Feng's singing. There were 3 layers of people inside and outside, and it was even more crowded than the cruise ship. The crowds watching took out their mobile phones to record the video. What a beautiful singing. You said you would come to Wu Yi's concert, but you ended up standing here and refusing to leave. You guys are a bunch of fake fans. The clown is in the hall, the genius is wandering. I think he sings much better than Wu Yi. He's much more handsome than Wu Yi, and he'll definitely be a big hit if he debuts. Chen Feng played the guitar and sang quietly, undisturbed by the noise around him. After finishing a song, he opened his half-closed eyes and looked deeply at Su Xinyue who was standing opposite him. Although she was standing in the crowd and the lights above were dim, Chen Feng still saw her at a glance. Bang bang bang. There was warm applause all around. People kept coming up and throwing money, ranging from a few dollars to dozens or hundreds of dollars. A girl dressed in Lolita clothes walked up and put 1,000 yuan directly in front of Chen Feng. Little brother, you sing so well, can you sing another song? Chen Feng glanced at the money the girl placed at her feet and his eyes fell on Su Xinyue. Chen Feng gently plucked the strings twice and began to sing again. You accompany me into the summer of cicadas. Beyond the city noise. The song is still wandering. Your eyes like pomegranate flowers. I don't see your smile. Lost the laughter among the flowers. Time cannot stop. Waiting for the clouds. Different from the previous slightly sad song, the melody of the paper is short, but the love is long that Chen Feng is singing now is much more cheerful. I really miss you. In every rainy season. You choose to forget. It's what I hate most. The letter is short but the love is long. Too many ripples to describe. My story is all about you. When the crowd heard the singing, they couldn't help but sway their bodies along with the melody. This was a song they had never heard before, but they thought it was the best song they had ever heard. The song makes people feel like they are in love as soon as they hear it, and coupled with the light summer evening breeze, they will be intoxicated by it in minutes and cannot extricate themselves. Bang bang bang. Another song was sung and there was warm applause from the audience. Although Chen Feng could still vaguely hear Wu Yi's singing coming from the cruise ship from where he was, the people present were obviously more moved by Chen Feng's singing. Most of them were fans of Wu Yi and came from far away just to listen to him sing. But after hearing Chen Feng singing, they completely forgot about Wu Yi. Chen Feng's singing seems to have a special magic that can make people feel as if nails have grown under their feet and they can't walk after listening to it. Wow, when Brother Xiaofeng sings, not only is his voice gentle, but his eyes are also very gentle. Su Xinyo held her chin and shouted in a crazy way. Su Yunzi nodded and said, Brother Xiaofeng sings much better than Wu Yi. From now on, I will be Brother Xiaofeng's loyal fan. If I had known that Brother Xiaofeng could sing so well, I wouldn't have come here to listen to Wu Yi sing. Su Xinyo looked up at Su Xinyue. Don't you agree, fifth sister? Yeah. Su Xinyue nodded hesitantly. She was still immersed in Chen Feng's singing. She clearly felt that Chen Feng was always looking at her while he was singing. Through the crowd, through the noise, the two people's eyes confronted each other clearly, firmly, and persistently. Especially the sentence "My story is all about you," which is full of infinite tenderness and romance. Su Xinyao couldn't help but pursed her lips and smiled secretly. It's rare that fifth sister recognizes Brother Xiaofeng. In the past, fifth sister always liked to go against Brother Xiaofeng. Su Xinyue curled her lips. How could I have that? Fifth sister, you have it. Su Xinyao's words had just fallen. A loud noise came from not far away. Then, a figure strode over, surrounded by a group of security guards. The sequin clothes on his body shone brightly in the moonlight. Su Xinyao's eyes widened. She grabbed Su Yunzi's hand and shouted, Sixth sister, look, it's Wu Yi. Chapter 106, inviting you to the concert. Su Xinyue and Su Yunzi followed Su Xinyao's gaze and saw that it was indeed Wu Yi. Wu Yi. Wu Yi, I love you. The girls around were already screaming excitedly. Shoo. Wu Yi raised his hand and put it to his mouth as a gesture to signal silence. He asked the security guards to step back and stood alone among the crazy fans, listening to Chen Feng singing quietly. I tore up my dream all night. I don't know what to write tomorrow. Who are the cold lights shining on in the cold street? A rainy night. How should I give your tenderness? The cold wind blows without stopping. After singing a song, Chen Feng stood up holding the guitar. Wu Yi rushed forward first and said, Hello, what's the name of the song you just sang? Tearing the Night. Wu Yi frowned. I have never heard of this song before. Is this your original work? Yeah. Chen Feng nodded calmly. You're blocking my way, please move aside. Wu Yi did not shy away and said excitedly, Excuse me for disturbing you for a few minutes. The song I just heard you sing is like the sound of nature. You have such a creative talent and such a high-quality voice. If you just sing here, it would be a waste of your talent. Chen Feng raised his eyes. What do you want to express? I would like to invite you to be my arrangement teacher. When I hold a concert in the future, I will bring you along and let you sing on stage with me. Chen Feng refused without even thinking. Sorry, I'm not interested. Wu Yi was surprised. I will never treat you unfairly. Follow me and I can let you fully develop your talents, instead of singing in obscurity in this small place like you are now. Chen Feng looked at Wu Yi and asked coldly, Do you think you are qualified to let me compose music for you? Wu Yi scratched his head and said sincerely, I am indeed just a small singer now, but I have been working hard. If you don't believe me, you can listen to me sing a few songs first, and then decide whether you want to be my arranger teacher. Chen Feng glanced at him. Is it free? Wu Yi was stunned for a moment, then reacted and laughed. Of course it's free, as long as you are willing to listen to my singing, it's free for life. I have 3 other friends. Chen Feng deliberately stopped talking. Wu Yi immediately understood, they can also listen to my singing for free. As he spoke, he looked around curiously. Where are all your friends? I happen to be holding a small solo concert on the cruise ship today, and I can invite you to come over and listen now. Chen Feng walked up to Su Xinyue and the other two and said with a smile, Let's go. Su Xinyue asked curiously, Where are we going? Wu Yi followed and said, Hello, I invite you to go on the cruise ship and listen to my singing. Su Xinyao and Su Yunzi almost thought there was something wrong with their hearing. Su Xinyao swallowed her saliva and asked without choking, "Idol, are you really here to invite us to your concert?" "We didn't get the tickets for the concert," Su Yunzi added weakly. Wu Yi laughed. "No need for tickets, you can all come and listen to my singing for free, let's go." Chen Feng smiled and pinched Su Xinyao's cute face. "Let's go, what are you still standing there for? Let me help you get your guitar." Wu Yi took the guitar from Chen Feng and said, "Oh, by the way, what should I call you?" "Chen Feng." Wu Yi nodded. "Then I will call you Brother Feng from now on." Listening to the conversation between Chen Feng and Wu Yi, Su Yunzi raised her hand and pinched her arm. When she felt the clear pain in her arm, she realized that this was not a dream, but real. Amid the envious and jealous looks of fans, Chen Feng and 3 others followed Wu Yi onto the cruise ship. This cruise ship is the largest in the entire Chengdu city and can accommodate 500 spectators at the same time. The cruise ship was very luxurious, and the lighting and sound were no less than those in the venue. Beams of dazzling colorful lights broke through the darkness and reached the sky. When everyone saw Wu Yi coming back with Chen Feng and 3 others behind him, they all talked about it curiously. "What's going on? Leaving suddenly just to bring these 4 people in?" You probably haven't watched the video online, but the handsome guy following behind him became famous for singing. They sang right by the East Lake. Wow, they sang really well. So handsome, why do I feel he is much more handsome than Wu Yi? Most of the people on the cruise ship were female fans from Wu Yi. The moment they saw Chen Feng, they excitedly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Chen Feng. Xia Zhoujia watched Chen Feng pass by her eyes almost popping out of her head in surprise. Didn't this guy have a concert ticket? How did he come in so brazenly? Moreover, it was brought in by Wu Yi himself? Chen Feng noticed Xia Zhoujia's gaze towards him. He smiled harmlessly and followed Wu Yi to the front row of the audience. "Brother Feng, you and your friends can sit in the first row." "Okay." Chen Feng nodded. The first few rows are all feng shui thrones, and tickets are hard to come by as soon as they are released. Even someone like Xia Zhoujia, who was both rich and well-connected, could only buy a seat 10 rows away. As for the seat where Chen Feng was sitting, Wu Yi had the staff add a new row of seats in front of the first row of seats originally arranged. When the audience behind saw this scene, their eyes turned red with envy. "Sit directly in the VIP seat among VIPs, awesome. Since you're so close, you can probably even see a few hairs on Wu Yi's legs clearly, right? I've already foamed at the mouth from saying the word envy." Xianxian broke away from Xia Zhojia's hand, pouted, and said jealously, "Xiao, didn't you say that you could buy a VIP seat?" Xia Zhoujia consoled him, "I'll definitely do it next time. There was a little problem with my dad this time." Seeing Xianxian's unhappy face, he continued, "If it weren't for my relationship, you wouldn't even be able to buy a seat here. Your roommates all wanted to come, but now they can only stand outside." Xianxian immediately smiled and kissed Xia Zhoujia on the face. "Xiao, I was just joking. I just knew you were the best to me." While Xia Zhoujia and Xianxian were still being affectionate, Wu Yi had already started singing. Like other fans, Su Xinyao and Su Yunzi excitedly waved their fan badges and sang along with Wu Yi's singing. Wu Yi knew that the 3 of them were Chen Feng's friends, so he walked off the stage halfway through the performance, walked up to them and handed them the microphone. Su Xinyao and Su Yunzi joined in the chorus with Wu Yi, and their hands turned red from clapping excitedly. Su Xinyao, in particular, was invited by Wu Yi to sing on stage together. When she walked down from the stage, the little girl's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Chapter 107. Chen Feng is not a human. The concert is over. Chen Feng, Su Xinyao, and the other 2 got off the cruise ship. Su Xinyao's little face was still red, and the evening breeze by the lake gently blew her long hair, attracting the attention of passers-by. "Brother Xiaofeng, you are so amazing. You actually got Wu Yi to take the initiative to invite us to his concert." Su Yunzi nodded and said, "It's much better to listen to it live than on TV." Chen Feng chuckled, "As long as you want to listen, I will take you to every one of his concerts in the future." "Wow!" The little girl screamed excitedly. However, she frowned and sighed, "But Wu Yi is so popular now, and it's hard to get tickets for his concerts. It doesn't seem realistic to go to every show." Chen Feng rubbed Su Xinyao's head. "Wu Yi just told me that we can go to every one of his concerts for free in the future." Su Xinyao widened her eyes in surprise. "He really said that?" "Absolutely true." Chen Feng nodded. Su Xinyao swallowed. To her, suddenly receiving such a huge benefit seemed like a dream. She grabbed the corner of Chen Feng's clothes and asked again in disbelief, Brother Xiaofeng, are you really not joking with Yao Yao? Chen Feng assured earnestly, I can guarantee with your fifth sister's live broadcast popularity and your sixth sister's novel sales in the next 6 months that this is absolutely true. As soon as the words fell, two murderous gazes shot straight towards Chen Feng. Su Xinyao believed it completely this time. She smacked her lips twice and said admiringly, Brother Xiaofeng, you sang so beautifully just now, and the songs you sang were all ones Yao Yao had never heard before. What was that song, My Story is All About You? Chen Feng smiled and replied, Paper is short, love is long. Su Yunzi had already taken out her cell phone and started searching. Can't find it. She looked at Chen Feng regretfully. Chen Feng smiled harmlessly, of course you can't find it. Su Yunzi was puzzled, why? I just made them up on the spot. Knowing that Su Yunzi and the others couldn't possibly find these songs, Chen Feng just said it to show off. Since the system has bestowed such an awesome skill, if you don't use it to show off, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? Sure enough, Su Yunzi was so surprised that her phone almost flew out. Brother Xiaofeng, the song you just sang was all made up by you on the spot? Chen Feng shrugged, what's so difficult about this? Snap. This time, the phone completely flew out of Su Yunzi's hand. Feeling 3 beams of admiring gazes from the beautiful little fans, Chen Feng felt so happy. He coughed and asked curiously, why are you all staring at me? Have I become more handsome again? Su Xinyao nodded repeatedly, not only handsome, but absolutely handsome. She raised her hand and patted her chest, saying seriously, Brother Xiaofeng, from now on, you are the person I admire the most, no one else, even mommy has to rank second. Brother Xiaofeng is not a human being. Ah? Su Xinyao looked at Su Yunzi in surprise who said something shocking. Su Yunzi realized that it seemed wrong to say this. She stuck out her tongue and quickly explained, what I mean is that Brother Xiaofeng is so powerful that he is no longer an ordinary person. He is a god. Speaking of this, Su Yunzi recalled Chen Feng's amazing performance in the Writers' Association during the day. She couldn't help but describe to Su Xinyue and Su Xinyao the handsome scene of Chen Feng writing hundreds of poems during the day. Su Yunzi is worthy of being a novelist. Her narration is vivid and colorful, constantly using various rhetorical techniques such as exaggeration, parallelism, and metaphor to portray Chen Feng as even more awesome than the gods in mythology. Su Xinyao was stunned when she heard this. Even Su Xinyue couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Feng several times, her eyes full of light. Brother Xiaofeng, are you cheating? After hearing this, Su Xinyao couldn't help but be amazed. Chen Feng replied modestly, I am Chen Feng, I don't cheat. Brother Xiaofeng can't be cheating. Su Yunzi added, because I've never seen such a powerful cheat. Su Xinyao clung to Chen Feng in admiration and suggested, Brother Xiaofeng, you are so handsome and sing well, why don't you participate in a talent show, make your debut, and become a big star like your elder sister? Su Xinyue suddenly said, he is not suitable. Su Xinyao pouted softly and asked in confusion, fifth sister, why? Su Yunzi giggled, fifth sister is afraid that Brother Xiaofeng will become too famous and be pursued by too many female fans. She will be jealous. Sixth sister, you are the only one who has a mouth. Su Xinyue snorted coldly. Su Xinyao suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is. She smiled and got into Su Xinyue's arms, and her 2 little hands naughtily tickled Su Xinyue's armpits. Fifth sister, no wonder you were so depressed just now, it must be because Brother Xiaofeng carried me on his back, and you were jealous, right? Su Xinyue is most ticklish. She smiled and dodged, saying disdainfully, who's jealous? You 2 little girls, you just talk nonsense all day long. Su Yunzi watched Su Xinyue and Su Xinyao playing around, then looked at Chen Feng, Brother Xiaofeng, what Chime said is right. If you don't make your debut, you can also sing on some software platforms, and you will definitely be a big hit. Chen Feng chuckled. In fact, he had already sung a song on Douyin last night. As for its popularity, we'll have to wait and see when we get back. Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue were entangled together, chattering non-stop. Brother Xiaofeng can sing, cook, and write poetry. It would be even more amazing if he could write novels like you, fifth sister. Brother Xiaofeng is so good at writing poetry, so writing novels will definitely not be a problem for him. The smile on Chen Feng's face widened. In fact, he also wrote novels. Just a few days after Ziyuji was updated on Qidian Chinese website, it has already occupied the first place on various charts. Su Xinyao gives rewards every day, but this little girl is so stupid that she can't guess that this novel was written by Chen Feng. Ah! At this moment, Su Xinyao suddenly screamed in pain and crashed into the arms of the man who was walking towards her. She rubbed her head and looked up, and it was Wu Yi again. Wu Yi. The head hit didn't hurt at first, but when she saw Wu Yi up close, the little girl suddenly felt like she was walking on clouds, floating. Are you okay? Wu Yi asked gently. No, it's okay. Su Xinyao quickly shook her head. I'm glad you're okay. Wu Yi walked towards Chen Feng and pleaded, Brother Feng, do you agree to the arrangement teacher I told you about before? Chen Feng pretended to ponder for a while. I haven't thought about it yet, give me some time. Okay, I'll wait. When and where will your next concert be? Chen Feng asked curiously. Chapter 108, Mr. Zhang Next Door. Wu Yi answered without hesitation, there will be one in Hangzhou on the 8th of next month. Chen Feng nodded, then you should concentrate on preparing for the concert. As for being your arrangement teacher, I will think about it slowly after I return. Brother Feng, will you come to my concert in Hangzhou? Wu Yi glanced at Su Yunzi and Su Xinyao who could no longer contain their excitement, and your friends. Chen Feng pretended to hesitate, this. Wu Yi added, I will save concert tickets for you. Chen Feng nodded, okay then. Brother Feng. Wu Yi wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Feng glanced at him calmly, just tell me if you have anything to say. Wu Yi's face was full of sincerity, Brother Feng, can I buy the song you wrote? Chen Feng refused directly, no, I won't sell it. My songs will only be given to the right people. What is a destined person? Chen Feng did not answer him directly. Holding a guitar, he walked towards the young boy sitting on the ground. I give you your guitar back. The young boy raised his head and took the guitar with both hands, thank you. Chen Feng asked, what's your name? Call me Lao Zhang Next Door. Lao Zhang Next Door, yes. Chen Feng nodded, do you have paper and pen? Yes. Mr. Zhang Next Door immediately took out his school bag. Chen Feng took the paper and pen, sat on the ground, and started writing quickly on the paper. 5 minutes later, Chen Feng handed him the written paper. Mr. Zhang from next door took the paper and read it out softly. I have had countless cold winds blow through my chest. I have been forced by countless dreams to look up at the stars. I was ridiculed countless times and gave up my dream of music. I have been covered by countless yellow earth. The surging tide that drowns me. After reading it, Lao Zhang Next Door raised his head and asked in surprise, what is this? This is a song written for you. The lyrics and music are already written for you. Go and sing it. Lao Zhang from next door handed the paper to Chen Feng. I don't want it, you can take it back. Chen Feng chuckled, if I give it to you, it's yours. Take it. No one can escape the law of true fragrance. After saying that, Chen Feng said to Su Xinyue and the other two, let's go. It's getting late. Let's go home. Wu Yi, who was standing not far away, saw the scene and almost cried out of envy. After updating the novel, Chen Feng washed up, lay on the bed and turned on Douyin. Clicking on his personal homepage, Chen Feng discovered that the work he posted last night had received 320,000 likes, and the number of his fans had increased from single digits to over 100,000. This song, in which he only sang 4 verses of the climax, was used by tens of thousands of people to shoot videos and used as background music. With nothing to do, he simply started watching videos to see what interesting videos those who used his music had shot. The first video that was opened, which was also the most popular video, was Su Weiniang. She was wearing ancient costume, and it was obvious that the photo was taken during her spare time during filming. In the video, she has delicate makeup on, and every frown and smile is as beautiful as a fairy from heaven. Chen Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Scroll to the next one. The second video also received over 1 million likes. Chen Feng knew the woman in the video. She was Daigula X, who was very popular on Douyin. In the video, she is wearing a cool tank top and a light blue pleated skirt, dancing to the music with her waist twisting, looking sexy yet playful. Especially her bright smile and straight and slender long legs, which attracted many netizens to lick the screen. Scroll to the next one. The woman in the third video, no, to be precise, this is a cross-dressing guy, and Chen Feng is no stranger to him. On Douyin, this man who is more beautiful than most women is called Isabai. He has fair skin and beautiful looks, and his dancing is more sexier than that of a woman. Chen Feng opened the comments. Sure enough, the comments did not disappoint him. When I found out the man was a man, I cried for days. I want to become your sworn brother, but I'm also afraid that I won't have any chance after that. Hey, when a man becomes beautiful, there is nothing a woman can do about it. Knowing that he's a man makes me even more excited. Looking at these interesting comments, Chen Feng lamented that there are many talented people among modern netizens. In addition to those who made videos with his music, there are also those who followed suit and sang along. Some of them even tagged the original author Chen Feng after posting the videos to show their respect. There were too many private messages and tags, so Chen Feng was too lazy to read them. The first video achieved good results, so he decided to shoot another one to further increase his popularity. What song shall we sing today? Chen Feng thought about it and decided to sing a short piece of Dawn. Remember you said home is the only castle. Keep running along the rice-scented river. Smile. I know my childhood dreams. Don't cry, let the fireflies take you away. Due to the limited time for shooting the video, Chen Feng only sang the climax part of the song this time. After selecting a wallpaper and setting it as a picture, Chen Feng clicked on the video and published it. He has not decided to show his face yet. Otherwise, with his looks, his number of fans would definitely increase rapidly, and he doesn't want to be too ostentatious. Boom boom. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Chen Feng jumped out of bed and opened the door. Su Xinyue was standing outside the door holding a cup of hot milk. Thank you. Chen Feng grinned, took it from her hand, and drank it in big gulps. Soon, a cup of hot milk was drunk. After licking the last drop of milk from the corner of his mouth, Chen Feng sighed with satisfaction. Yeah, your milk is delicious, fresh, sweet, and nutritious. It was originally an exaggerated statement, but when it came out of Chen Feng's mouth, it always felt like something was wrong. Su Xinyue lowered her head, curled her lips, and whispered, "The song you sang was not bad." Chen Feng shamelessly asked, "Yeah, have you fallen in love with me because of this?" Su Xinyue raised her head. "You wish, Chen Feng, can you stop being so narcissistic every day?" Chen Feng smiled, gently grabbed Su Xinyue's waist and pushed her against the wall behind him, raised his arms, and did a handsome waldong. The distance between the two was suddenly shortened. The breaths exhaled by each other intertwined evenly. Su Xinyue's face suddenly turned red. What do you want to do?" Chen Feng came closer, lowered his head, and said with a naughty smile, "I want to do." I watched Su Xinyue's face turn from flesh pink to Fuji red. Chen Feng decided not to tease her anymore, stood up, and said with a smile, "Wash." Dry cleaning? What a weird thing to say. Ill. Su Xinyue curled her lips, picked up the cup and quickly walked back to her room. Chen Feng returned to bed, savoring the rich milky flavor in his mouth. As soon as I lay down on the bed, a familiar system voice rang in my ears. Does the host choose to sign in immediately? Sure enough, it's 12 o'clock again. Time flies so fast. You can get new pretentious skills. Sign in now. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. This sign-in reward, Invincible Chess Skills, the reward has been issued. Chapter 109 Moving into Green City. The next morning. After sending Su Xinyue to school, Chen Feng returned to the villa and began packing for the upcoming new semester. The house given by his aunt is close to Rongqing University, only 5 minutes walk away, so Chen Feng plans to move to Green City when school starts. In fact, there is not much that needs to be packed. A suitcase and a computer bag are all the luggage Chen Feng needs for school. After I took my luggage and put it in the car, Su Xinyue came up with a small light white bag on her back. She opened the passenger door. Seeing Chen Feng looking at her with a smile, she stubbornly argued, "You move your house. I also happen to be going to Greentown. I can't get a taxi, so you take me there." Chen Feng sighed silently in his heart. This fiancée, every time she talks to me, it's like she's wearing a hedgehog coat. Her heart is as soft as cotton candy, but the words that come out of her little mouth always carry a hint of pride. Chen Feng took out his cell phone and decided to tease Su Xinyue on purpose. "Then I'll call a taxi for you." Su Xinyue had already stepped into the car with one of her long legs. She didn't expect Chen Feng to give such an answer, and her eyes widened cutely. Chen Feng walked up to Su Xinyue with a harmless smile on his face. Yeah, I'm just teasing you, get in the car." Su Xinyue got into the car. Chen Feng leaned against the car door. He was not in a hurry to close the door. He leaned half of his body into the car and grabbed the seatbelt. "I can tie it myself." Su Xinyue turned her face away. "Sit still, or I'll really drive." Chen Feng's words were very ambiguous. Su Xinyue really didn't dare to move. Her two little hands grasped the sides of her clothes, and her eyes were so nervous that she didn't know where to look. Chen Feng sniffed the fragrance of her hair, then gently grabbed the seatbelt and fastened it for her. Su Xinyue was wearing a loose black short t-shirt, revealing a small part of her fair belly. After the seatbelt was fastened, the strap passed through her chest, making the originally loose clothes tight and fitting, instantly revealing her plump figure. This scene was so beautiful that Chen Feng couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Su Xinyue immediately glared. "What are you looking at, bastard?" Yeah, you are so beautiful." Chen Feng praised sincerely, and before Su Xinyue was about to roll her eyes again, Chen Feng closed the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and drove straight to Greentown. After getting off the car in the parking lot near the residential area, Chen Feng walked towards the residential area pulling his suitcase. As soon as he reached the gate of the community, Chen Feng was stopped by the community security guard. "You little brat, it's you again, delivering food again?" Zhang De knew Chen Feng. When Chen Feng was delivering food, he often went to Greentown. Chen Feng smiled and replied, "Uncle Zhang, I'm not here to deliver food this time. I'm here to move." Moving for whom?" Chen Feng replied, "Uncle Zhang, I will live in this community from now on, and I will need your care." Zhang De seemed to have heard a huge joke. "Just you, living here?" Zhang De knew Chen Feng a little bit. He knew that he was working part-time to earn a living by delivering takeout during his spare time. The housing prices of Greentown are considered very high in the whole Chengdu, about 70,000 to 80,000 yuan per square meter. To buy a house of more than 100 square meters, you cannot afford it without tens of millions. Seeing that Zhang De didn't believe him, Chen Feng smiled and said, "Uncle Zhang, if you don't believe me, you can come to my house and have a seat." Seeing that Chen Feng didn't seem to be joking, Zhang De looked at Su Xinyue who was standing next to him. Su Xinyue is young and beautiful, and she dresses fashionably. If we say that she is a resident here, her credibility will increase dramatically. "You little rascal, are you being kept by a rich woman?" The smile on Zhang Da's face gradually turned evil. Chen Feng admitted modestly, "Uncle Zhang, if you want to say so, it's not impossible." Zhang decided enviously, "Sure enough, this is an era where looks matter. If I had been as handsome as you when I was young, I wouldn't be a security guard now." Chen Feng comforted him, "Uncle Zhang, you look quite handsome now." "You don't have to comfort me, little brat. I still have some self-awareness." When Zhang De was young, he fell in love with Xiaodan, a resident here, but because her parents did not agree, he could only work as a security guard in the community where Xiaodan lived. Now, more than 20 years have passed, Xiaodan is already engaged, but Zhang De is still single. Every day he stares blankly at Xiaodan and her husband going in and out of the community. Why? Zhang De looked at Chen Feng and Su Xinyue, the golden boy and jade girl, with envy. He leaned half of his body out of the window and looked at a tall building not far away from him. "Xiaodan, when are you going to get divorced?" Chen Feng was no longer surprised by Zhang Da's appearance, but it was the first time for Su Xinyue to see it and she was obviously frightened. Chen Feng immediately took Su Xinyue into the community. A middle-aged woman in a floral dress was walking towards us, holding a well-behaved and cute little girl in her hand. "Xiao Feng, are you here to deliver takeaway again?" Chen Feng smiled and said, "Auntie, I don't deliver food anymore. I'm moving in this time." Of course, delivering food is so promising. Auntie immediately looked at Chen Feng with new eyes. "I will ask my son to quit his job and become a delivery man too." "Uncle Xiaofeng." The little girl rushed towards Chen Feng and hugged his thighs. Good girl. Chen Feng took out a handful of candy from his pocket. Auntie quickly reminded her, "Why don't you thank Uncle for the Wang Xinyobi candy?" Xiaoya called out sweetly, "Thank you, Uncle Xiaofeng." Seeing this, Su Xinyue couldn't help but tease, "I didn't expect you to be so popular." Auntie smiled and said, "Xiaofeng is a good kid. He is the most versatile one among all the delivery men. He even helped me feed my granddaughter several times before." Su Xinyue immediately looked at Chen Feng with a perverted look. Chen Feng coughed awkwardly and explained, "It's prepared milk powder, yeah, don't get me wrong." Auntie smiled and continued to praise, "Xiaofeng can play mahjong, fix light bulbs, play games, and give massages. In short, many of our residents like him very much." As she spoke, she looked at Su Xinyue meaningfully, "You are his girlfriend, right?" "I?" Su Xinyue didn't know how to answer for a moment. "Of course it is. It's normal for young people to be a little shy. Once you get married and have children, it will be much better. I've been through it, I understand." Auntie picked up Shoya and said to Chen Feng, "It's so sunny, don't stand there, go in quickly." Chen Feng nodded, "Okay, Auntie." Auntie passed by Su Xinyue, said something in a low voice, then walked out of the community laughing. Chen Feng didn't hear clearly what she said, but he knew that Su Xinyue's face turned red in an instant. Chapter 110 I'll blow you. Chen Feng and Su Xinyue took the elevator upstairs. Seeing that his fiance's face was still red, Chen Feng asked curiously, "What did Auntie say to you before she left?" Su Xinyue curled her lips, "Nothing." Chen Feng obviously didn't believe it. "Nothing, then why is your face so red?" "It's hot." Su Xinyue pretended to raise her hand and fan her cheek. "Didn't Auntie say that you two should hurry up and get married and have kids? The younger a woman is, the better she will recover." The blush on Su Xinyue's face was just about to fade away, but when she heard these words, her face suddenly turned red again like a crayfish in a frying pan. "You, how do you know?" Chen Feng laughed. "The uncles and uncles here like to say this." Chen Feng walked out of the elevator and blocked Su Xinyue at the door before she walked out of the elevator. Su Xinyue looked up. "What are you doing?" Chen Feng half bent down, smiled frivolously and asked, "Yeah, when are we going to listen to Auntie and get married and have children?" Especially when talking about the 3 words giving birth to children, Chen Feng put extra emphasis on them. "Go away. You're so dishonest all day long." Su Xinyue raised her hand to push Chen Feng away, but her strength was too weak and Chen Feng didn't move at all. "Chen Feng, let me out." Yeah, I won't go out. If you don't get out, I'm going to scream." Su Xinyue stamped her feet anxiously. The smile on Chen Feng's face deepened. "Go ahead and scream. The louder you scream, the more I like it. The space in the elevator is relatively narrow." Chen Feng's words sounded as evil as they could be. Su Xinyue felt even more uncomfortable all over, and even her breathing became a little rapid. She was afraid that a few people would suddenly walk by, so she anxiously kept pushing Chen Feng's arm away with her little hand. "Ah, that hurts." In a hurry, he hit his hand on the elevator door frame. Chen Feng immediately grabbed Su Xinyue's hand. "Yeah, are you okay?" The back of the hand was slightly red, but there was no bruise. Su Xinyue pouted. "It's all your fault." Yes, it's all my fault. Yeah, don't be angry, I'll blow it for you." Seeing that Chen Feng was really about to put his hand to his mouth, Su Xinyue immediately broke free and strode forward. "No need." Chen Feng followed with a smile. Just as I walked to the door and was about to take out the key, Fan Wanliang came out from next door. "Xiao Feng?" "Mr. Fan." Chen Feng greeted with a smile. Fan Wanliang asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" "I'm moving in, Mr. Fan. We'll be neighbors from now on." "Ha ha ha." Fan Wanliang laughed happily. "Okay, that's great. I can often exchange poems with you in the future." As he spoke, he looked at Su Xinyue. "Who is this?" Chen Feng introduced. "Su Xinyue, she is the 5th sister of the girl you met last time, and my fiancée." Fan Wanliang nodded repeatedly. "Yes, she is very beautiful." "Are you planning to live together?" "I don't live with him." Su Xinyue answered first. "We're going to live together anyway, it's only a matter of time. But you young people are full of passion and enthusiasm, so it's better not to live together, otherwise it will be too bad for your health." Old Fan nodded. The blush on Su Xinyue's face could not fade away this time. She wondered why people in this community kept saying such vicious words. No wonder that bastard Chen Feng always likes to deliver takeout to this neighborhood. Seeing Chen Feng still holding the luggage in his hands, Fan Wanliang smiled and said, "Xiao Feng, you just moved in, right?" "Fan Tong just happened to be up, so I called him over to help you pack." "Mr. Fan, there's no need to go through so much trouble." "It's no trouble. This little bastard plays games all day. It's okay to ask him to clean up and exercise him." Fan Wanliang walked into the house and shouted, "Fan Tong, come over and help clean up." "I'm playing in a team, don't bother me." Fan Tong refused in the living room. "If you don't come over, I'll call your sister back and beat you up." Fan Tong was helpless this time. He watched helplessly as the pentakill that was about to be in his grasp was lost. He threw his phone on the sofa and walked out of the house. The house has 2 bedrooms and a living room, with a kitchen, study, and bathroom. It is too spacious for Chen Feng to live alone. Moreover, the house is fully decorated and ready for moving in. The room is clean and tidy and you don't need to spend too much effort on cleaning. With the help of Mr. Fan and others, the house was cleaned quickly. Nearing noon, Mr. Fan asked the nanny to prepare a table of delicious food and invited Chen Feng and Su Xinyue to have dinner. After finishing his meal and chatting with Mr. Fan for a while, Chen Feng said goodbye and walked out of the community with Su Xinyue. Driving a Maybach, Chen Feng sped out of the community. Zhang De watched from afar in the security booth, tears of envy streaming down his face. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng, who was just a delivery boy, could be kept by a rich woman, live in a high-end residential area, drive a luxury sports car, and his living standard far exceeds that of most people. He looked at the security uniform with holes in it and decided to resign in the afternoon and start delivering food from tomorrow. Boom, boom, boom. The loud roar of a sports car rang out on the street. A few minutes later, Chen Feng stopped the car and went shopping with Su Xinyue in the mall. Although Su Xinyue said she was going shopping in the mall, all she bought were daily necessities for Chen Feng. Firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea are all essential. You can cook anyway, so cook every day. Don't order takeout too often. It's unhygienic. Okay. Su Xinyue was selecting supplies in front, and Chen Feng followed behind and nodded. Shower gel, shampoo, facial cleanser, etc. I see you don't have any. Su Xinyue paused and said, "Don't keep saying what scent do you like?" When Chen Feng bought these bath products before, he never paid so much attention to them. He thought for a moment and said, "Just the scent on you." Su Xinyue rolled her eyes in frustration. "This is a shower gel for women. I'll pick out the one with the scent of gardenia for you." Afterwards, the two walked to the snack area and picked out 2 large bags of snacks. Yeah, I can't eat so much. Su Xinyue pointed at 2 large bags of snacks and said, "These are not for you. I'm going to take them home. Eating too many snacks is not good for your health." Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Are all women so double standard? Coming out of the supermarket, the trunk of the sports car was packed full. He moved shower gel and other supplies into the house. Seeing that it was still early to pick up Su Xinyue from school, he simply went for a walk with Su Xinyue in the park near the community. In the park in the afternoon, the towering trees cast mottled shadows on the ground. Old men and women can be seen everywhere carrying tables and chairs to play chess and cards, and the scene is very lively. Chen Feng and Su Xinyue were walking side by side on the cobblestone path when a voice called them from behind. "Young man, do you know chess? Come and tell us who won the game." Chapter 111. Nothing more than that. Chen Feng and Su Xinyue stopped and turned around. Chen Feng looked at the chessboard. The black rook leads the way, followed by the cannon and the horse. The red pieces have no flanks to act as barriers, so the black pieces are unstoppable and break in unimpeded. Judging from the current situation, the black player has already won. The old man in a Zhongshan suit looked impatient. "Lao Sha, you asked a child to watch you play chess, how could he understand? Don't waste your time, just give up struggling and surrender." "That may not be the case. I don't think it's possible for me to lose to you in this game of chess." Sha Guobang frowned and stared at the chessboard closely. "It's just that I haven't figured out where to go next." The old man in the Zhongshan suit laughed. "Okay, then I'll give you some time, you can think about it slowly. He obviously looked confident of victory. He crossed his legs and drank tea leisurely from the cup. "I always feel that I have a chance to turn the tables, but where should I make this move?" Sha Guobang scratched his head anxiously. Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng. Chen Feng curled his lips slightly, half bent down, held down a red chess piece, and pushed it forward. Sha Guobang looked at Chen Feng, then at the chessboard, and his frown immediately relaxed. He slapped his thigh and laughed happily. "Ah, yes, this is the way to go. That's right, Lao Jian, you lose." Zhang Ziyuan's face was full of disbelief. He leisurely drank a sip of tea and looked at the chessboard. Puff! The next second, the tea that had just entered his mouth sprayed out immediately. Zhang Ziyuan's face suddenly changed. Looking at the chessboard that was turned upside down after just one move, his hands on his knees trembled slightly. He looked at Chen Feng with an incredible look, and there was a bit more admiration in his eyes. "Ha, Lao Jiang, you lose this time, admit defeat quickly. According to our previous agreement, you have to buy me breakfast for a month." Zhang Ziyuan waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't be complacent, you can't win, let me think about where to go next." He was so nervous that he broke out in sweat, his eyes fixed on the chessboard, his fingers suspended in the air, trembling for a long time, not knowing what to do next. This time, it was Sha Guobang's turn to leisurely pick up the teacup and drink tea. The two of them were soon surrounded by many people who came to watch the chess game. Seeing a rare hesitation on Jiang Ziyuan's face, they all started discussing excitedly. Lao Jiang is the third-place winner of the national chess competition. How come he is not doing well today? The disciple is better than the master. This young man is extraordinary. Lao Sha, what is the bet between you and Lao Jiang this time? It's rare for Lao Sha to be able to hold his head high, even though it's not at his level. Time passes by every second. Bang! Jiang Ziyuan slapped his knee. He sighed, okay, I give up this round. Bang bang bang. The onlookers applauded. An old man with gray hair looked at Chen Feng and said admiringly, young man, you are really amazing. Even Lao Jiang is not your opponent. Chen Feng glanced at Jiang Ziyuan and asked curiously, is Mr. Jiang very powerful? Of course, he is the third-place winner of the national chess competition and has trained many famous students, some of whom have won international awards. Chen Feng nodded and said calmly, nothing more than that. Hiss. The air suddenly stopped at this moment. Everyone looked at Chen Feng with surprise. Especially Jiang Ziyuan. When he heard this, he clenched his fists and his eyes became a little colder. He snorted coldly and asked disdainfully, young man, it seems that you are very good. Have you won any awards? What is your current rank? Chen Feng answered modestly, I only watched others play a few games. Jiang Ziyuan obviously didn't believe it. If he can reach this level just by watching others play a few games, then all the decades of chess he has learned would have been in vain. Especially the sentence nothing more than that made him feel very unhappy. If he can't win back the game today, he will have no face to survive in the future. Young man, do you dare to play a formal game with me? Chen Feng chuckled, why not? Good, you have courage. Sha Guobang loves to watch the fun the most. He took the initiative to stand up and give his seat to Chen Feng. He poured Chen Feng a cup of tea and said with a smile, young man, don't show mercy, kill him 800 times. If you win, I will reward you handsomely. Lao Sha, don't be happy too soon. Jiang Ziyuan saw Chen Feng sitting down opposite him. Let's make a bet before we play chess. I'll go first. If I lose, I can agree to any of your conditions. Okay. Chen Feng nodded. Jiang Ziyuan sneered, what if you lose, what do you have to bet with me? Chen Feng looked at Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I thought to myself, could this bastard be so shameless as to use me as a gambler? Just when she was about to get angry, Chen Feng retracted his gaze and smiled faintly, I can't lose. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sigh all around. This young man can really do it. At such a young age, he's already so good at pretending. This is going to be a good show. He is the first person who dares to speak to Chiang Kai-shek like this. I bet Lao Jiang will win this round. Faced with such an intense scene, Saudi Arabia naturally did not want to lag behind and wanted to participate in it. He patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and said with great respect, young man, as long as you win, I can agree to any of your conditions. As he said this, he looked at Jiang Ziyuan proudly, old Jiang, take action. Jiang Ziyuan blew out a puff of air from his nostrils, placed his hand on the chess piece, and took the first step. Chen Feng took a step immediately after. When the game just started, both players made their moves very quickly, without having to think. The people around looked back and forth between the chessboards on both sides, and exclaimed in admiration from time to time. Su Xinyue didn't know chess, and her eyes were not on the chessboard, but on Chen Feng. She found herself increasingly unable to see through Chen Feng. How many skills does he have that she doesn't know about? Gradually, she discovered that Chen Feng's speed in making moves was getting slower and slower, and almost every move took more than 10 seconds or even dozens of seconds. Jiang Ziyuan looked very confident and did not slow down his moves at all. It seems that Chen Feng is bound to lose this game. This young man looks like he's dying. I think he was lucky just now and turned the tables. Besides, the previous moves were made by Lao Sha and had nothing to do with him. This time the pretense failed. Lao Jiang is still awesome. My lifelong dream is to beat Chiang Kai-shek in chess once. Seeing that Chen Feng had been thinking about this move for a full minute and had not yet made a move, Jiang Ziyuan sneered and said, young man, you are not good enough. If you admit defeat now, it is not too late. Chapter 112, Failure. Sha Guobang was immediately unhappy when he heard this. He looked at Jiang Ziyuan and said loudly, old Jiang, what do you know? He is thinking carefully. Don't rush him. Okay, I won't urge him. I want to see how he loses. Jiang Ziyuan snorted coldly. Chen Feng smiled and moved a chess piece. I was thinking about how to delay time so that you, Mr. Jiang, won't lose to me so quickly. You. Jiang Ziyuan was so angry that he almost overturned the chessboard. He had seen people who pretended to be cool, but this was the first time he had seen someone as pretentious as Chen Feng. He slapped his thigh and snorted coldly, "Don't think about anything else, just focus on playing your own chess. Don't worry, my strength is not enough to lose to a little brat like you." The chess game continues. After hearing what Jiang Ziyuan said, Chen Feng decided not to give him any more face, and his moves became faster and more ruthless. Jiang Ziyuan gradually felt that he could not keep up with Chen Feng's speed. He raised his hand in the air and hesitated for a long time before moving a piece. The park is full of towering trees with swaying shadows and a cool breeze blowing from time to time. But Jiang Ziyuan was sweating all over. The kind old lady next to him fanned him, but his face was still covered in sweat and his lips were a little pale. "Mr. Jiang, it's your turn." Chen Feng looked at Jiang Ziyuan with a smile. This move has basically determined the outcome of the entire game. His red pieces invaded in a big way and the black pieces could not resist at all. Not to mention attacking, even defending was very difficult. Jiang Ziyuan naturally realized that he was in an unfavorable situation and could be defeated at any time. "Okay, let me think about it." His eyes were like those of a hawk, fixed on the chessboard, as if he wanted to see a hole in it. He leaned forward, his body trembling slightly, veins popping out on the backs of his hands. Lao Jiang is about to lose. No way, it's only been a short while, and Chiang Kai-shek can't stand it anymore? This young man plays every move very ruthlessly. Chiang Kai-shek is just struggling in his last moments. Watching professional games is just for fun. To learn the skills, you still have to watch today's game. Hearing the discussions from the onlookers, the most proud one was none other than Shagwabang. He took the initiative to help Jiang Ziyuan refill his tea, borrowed the palm leaf fan from the old lady next to him, and while fanning himself, he shouted with gloating, "Old Jiang, you should just admit defeat. Stop struggling, it's useless." "Shut up." Jiang Ziyuan's eyes widened, and he stared at the chessboard for several minutes. Finally, he sighed and lowered his head. "Young man, I give up." Bang bang bang. There was immediate applause from all around. This game of chess was so exciting that it made my blood boil. Just watching others play a few games can bring him to this level. This kid is a genius. If he can be guided by an expert and allowed to participate in international competitions, he will definitely win glory for the country. I never thought that I would be able to see Chiang Kai-shek defeated in my own eyes. It was so satisfying. Chen Feng stood up with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, thank you for letting me." Jiang Ziyuan sighed. "Young man, you are very talented. I am ashamed of myself." Shagwabang stood up and asked, "Lao Jiang, you promised them that you would meet any one of their conditions. Don't forget this. A man of honor should stick to his word." "Young man, tell me what the conditions are." Chen Feng thought about it. "Mr. Jiang, my condition is that you play another game with me." Jiang Ziyuan wanted to cry but had no tears. He had completely lost the last round to Chen Feng, which was already embarrassing enough. As a result, Chen Feng actually asked for another game. Didn't this make him completely embarrassed? Shagwabang almost died of laughter after hearing this. He secretly gave Chen Feng a thumbs up, meaning well done. While patting Jiang Ziyuan on the shoulder, he said, "Old Jiang, a man's words are spoken and cannot be taken back. You can't go back on your word." Jiang Ziyuan snorted coldly. "I didn't say no, come on." Chen Feng sat down opposite him again. "Mr. Jiang, what do you want to bet on this time?" "No more gambling, it's boring." Jiang Ziyuan moved a chess piece directly. "Hurry up." Chen Feng nodded and took a step forward. The battle on the chessboard was fierce and the onlookers found it very exciting to watch. Su Xinyue felt a little bored and kept checking her phone from time to time. She saw that Chen Feng's forehead was slightly sweaty, so she reached into her bag and took out a pack of tissues. But there were so many people watching around, she grabbed the tissue with 5 fingers, struggling internally, wondering whether to take it out and wipe Chen Feng's sweat. While Jiang Ziyuan was thinking, Chen Feng noticed that there was a strange expression on Su Xinyue's face. He curled his lips, raised his hand, and spread his palm flat. "Give it to me." Su Xinyue was puzzled. "Paper towel, wipe the sweat." Su Xinyue immediately took out a tissue. As soon as it was handed to Chen Feng, before he could retract it, Chen Feng grabbed it in his hand and wiped it on his face. As her fingertips touched the hot skin from time to time, Su Xinyue's face began to turn red. Jiang Ziyuan had just made a move when he saw the scene and couldn't help coughing. He is already quite old, yet we still have to feed him dog food in front of him. Is this fair? Fan faster. He looked at the old lady who was fanning him. He. Sha Guobang gave him a wicked smile. Jiang Ziyuan snatched the palm leaf fan from his hand and said, I'll do it myself. Time passes by every second. Bang! There was another familiar thigh-slapping sound. Jiang Ziyuan looked at Chen Feng and sighed, okay, I lost to you again. Thank you. Chen Feng smiled harmlessly. Sha Guobang laughed, old Jiang, I never thought you would end up like this. You can only bully a rookie like me. If you meet an expert, you still won't be able to do anything. Jiang Ziyuan glared at him coldly and looked at Chen Feng. Young man, what is your name? Chen Feng. Not bad. Jiang Ziyuan nodded. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first. Having said that, he ran away. Everyone was amazed. Didn't Lao Jiang break his leg a while ago? He can't walk properly, so how come he can run faster than a rabbit this time? It would be embarrassing for anyone. He met his match this time. He lost so badly that he will probably cry for days when he gets home. Not only was he beaten in chess, but he was also fed a wave of dog food. How could he not be upset? Sha Guobang was in a good mood. He looked at Chen Feng. Xiao Feng, you beat Lao Jiang, and I just promised you that as long as you beat him, I will meet any of your conditions. You can speak now. After a pause, he immediately added, if we still want to play chess, you must show mercy, otherwise I will not agree to play with you. Chen Feng thought for a while and said, Master Sha, then you can perform some Tai Chi. Won't. Chen Feng changed the condition, then let's sing a song. I've been tone deaf since I was a kid. In fact, Chen Feng couldn't think of what conditions he could get from Sha Guobang, and what he just said was just casually. Then recite one of your favorite poems. I have a bad memory and can't recite it. Chen Feng was speechless. What about any of the conditions you agreed on? Chapter 113 Shameless. Mr. Sha, I think we should just forget about this condition. Sha Guobang said seriously, no, I said that as long as you beat Lao Jiang, I will agree to any of your conditions. Think about it and tell me when you've made up your mind. Seeing the hesitation on Chen Feng's face, he suggested sincerely, for example, you can ask me to eat a hot pot, smoke a pack of huazi, or watch a beautiful old lady do square dance. Chen Feng couldn't help but twitching his lips. Su Xinyue has always said that she is shameless, but it is obvious that Sha Guobang is even more shameless than her. Have you thought about it? Mr. Jiang, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you next time I think about it. That's fine. Sha Guobang nodded, but the doctor said I have intermittent amnesia. I may not remember what I said next time. Xiaofeng, you have to be mentally prepared. Okay. Chen Feng nodded. What else can he say in front of the old fox? Sha Guobang is in a very good mood today. He raised his watch to check the time and said with a smile, Xiao Feng, you are not busy now, right? Chen Feng shook his head. Mr. Jiang, if you have something to say, just tell me. Sha Guobang sat down and pointed to the seat opposite him. Come, sit down and play 2 games of chess with me. I want to see how strong the one who can beat Lao Jiang is. The onlookers couldn't help laughing. Lao Sha, please stop humiliating yourself. You couldn't even beat Chiang Kai-shek, how could you possibly beat this young man? Sha Guobang said seriously, what do you know? Have you ever played beast fighting chess? Lao Jiang can beat me, Xiao Feng can beat Lao Jiang, maybe I can beat Xiao Feng. A white-haired old man leaned over and whispered in Chen Feng's ear, young man, you have to be careful when playing chess with Lao Sha. His chess character is notoriously bad here. Chen Feng chuckled and nodded lightly. Just as he was about to move the chess piece, Su Xinyue, who was standing next to him, kicked her legs slightly. Chen Feng immediately stood up and moved his chair behind Su Xinyue. Yeah, sit down. My fiancée couldn't bear making her stand for so long. Her white and tender legs couldn't bear it. Su Xinyue curled her lips, you still want to play chess with others, I won't sit down. Chen Feng smirked, either sit on the chair or sit on my lap, it's your choice. Su Xinyue's pretty face suddenly turned red. Most of the people standing by were elderly uncles and aunts. I don't know when Chen Feng, that bastard, will change his bad habits of speaking without restraint and being so dishonest wherever he goes. Aha, little girl, you don't have to be shy. It's normal for young people to show affection. We've all been there. Since my spouse passed away, I have also learned how to do CPDD on the internet from you young people. I am still the 98th Li in the district. PDD stands for Pinduoduo. What does C mean? The more heated the discussion among the onlookers, the redder Su Xinyue's face became. She sat down in the chair with her head down. Chen Feng smiled and helped her tidy up the hair on her temples, then sat down on the ground. Sha Guobang was fed a mouthful of dog food. After finally seeing Chen Feng and Su Xinyue calm down, he urged, "Xiao Feng, play chess quickly." Chen Feng nodded and moved a piece immediately afterwards. In the next hour and a half, Chen Feng deeply witnessed what others called Sha Guobang's poor chess character. His Sha Guobang frowned and moved the chess piece that he had just moved back to its original position. "I made a wrong move. I'll go here." Chen Feng smiled faintly. Next second, Sha Guobang shouted again. No, I misread it again. We should go this way." Chen Feng smiled as he watched Sha Guobang constantly regret his moves. The game of chess was not even halfway through, but he had regretted his moves so many times that he couldn't count them with one hand. Xiao Feng, rock, paper, scissors. Ha! Chen Feng wondered. Why did Sha Guobang suddenly start playing rock, paper, scissors while playing chess? Hurry up, hurry up. Sha Guobang urged anxiously, rock, paper, scissors. Chen Feng had no choice but to play with the old naughty boy. This time, he produced a piece of cloth and Sha Guobang produced a pair of scissors. Although I don't know what Sha Guobang is trying to do by playing this game, but based on my brief experience, it's definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, Sha Guobang laughed out loud. Ha, Xiao Feng, you lost, so you have to let me make 3 more moves. Chen Feng. It was the first time he knew that one could cheat in chess. Sha Guobang made 3 consecutive moves in front of Chen Feng happily, and then looked at Chen Feng with satisfaction. Okay, now it's your turn. Chen Feng raised his hand. Mr. Sha, can we play another round of rock, paper, scissors? Sure. Sha Guobang agreed generously. In this round, Chen Feng played rock and Sha Guobang played scissors, and Chen Feng won. Just as Chen Feng put his hand on the chess piece and prepared to move it, Sha Guobang suddenly shouted, "Hey, you can't move. It's my turn to move now." Chen Feng was puzzled. Mr. Sha, I just beat you. Sha Guobang nodded and said confidently, "Yes, you won, so let all your chess pieces rest for 1 minute. During this minute, it's my turn to move." Chen Feng was in tears. Su Xinyue couldn't help but pursed her lips and smiled. Chen Feng, I always thought you were quite shameless. Today you finally met your match. Chen Feng looked at Su Xinyue. Yeah, do you feel bored? It's okay, just a little boring. Chen Feng stretched out his legs. If you feel bored, help me massage my legs. Su Xinyue thought to herself, when it comes to shamelessness, Chen Feng still ranks first. 5 minutes later. The game of chess ended and Chen Feng won. Sha Guobang was unwilling to give up, so he pulled Chen Feng to play another game. After several regrets and interferences, Sha Guobang watched helplessly as he was about to lose to Chen Feng again. Xiao Feng. Chen Feng was startled by Sha Guobang's shout. Suddenly he pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, there's a flying saucer." The corner of Chen Feng's mouth twitched. This was a trick from such a long time ago, yet the old fox was still using it to play with it. But Sha Guobang obviously thought that his routine was perfect. In front of Chen Feng and everyone else, he flicked his sleeves and disrupted all the chess pieces. Ah! He sighed and said with pretended regret, "This gust of wind has blown the whole plate into a mess." Sha Guobang stood up and said, "Forget it, today is not a good day to play chess, let's just stop here." Chen Feng smiled and said, "It's really pleasant to play chess with you, Mr. Sha. You lost 2 games to me in a row, but you still feel happy. Xiao Feng, you have a good attitude." Chen Feng. Sure enough, Sha Guobang's intermittent amnesia is really severe. Seeing that it was getting late, Sha Guobang invited enthusiastically, "Xiao Feng, why don't you and your girlfriend stay for dinner today?" Chen Feng smiled and refused. "Mr. Sha, you are too polite. We won't have dinner." Sha Guobang frowned unhappily. "If you don't stay, who will treat me to dinner today?" Chapter 114 Douyin becomes popular. I have a deep understanding of the shamelessness of the Saudi state. Chen Feng and Su Xinyue took him to a restaurant for dinner and then drove home. Walk into the living room. Su Xinyue, who had already returned by taxi, was playing chess seriously with an old man in a Zhongshan suit. Although he couldn't see the old man's face, Chen Feng felt that he was very familiar from his back. Brother Xiaofeng, fifth sister, you're back. The little girl greeted them sweetly. Su Xinyue asked curiously, what are you doing? Play chess. Su Xinyao answered seriously, Mommy found a chess teacher for me. This is my teacher, Grandpa Jiang. Chen Feng asked with a smile, Mr. Jiang? Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Ziyuan's hand holding the chess piece trembled slightly. He turned around and saw that it was Chen Feng standing in front of him with a smile on his face. He smiled awkwardly, yes, it's Xiao Feng, what a coincidence. Su Xinyao blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, Brother Xiaofeng, do you know each other? Su Xinyue sat down on the sofa, they just played chess together in the afternoon. Su Xinyao suddenly realized, Mommy said that Grandpa Jiang is very good and won the third place in the national chess competition. Brother Xiaofeng, you must have lost badly in the afternoon, right? Cough cough. Zhang Ziyuan coughed. Chen Feng smiled and said, if it wasn't for Mr. Zhang letting me win, I wouldn't have been able to win. Zhang Ziyuan took a sip of tea to ease his inner embarrassment. Xiao Feng is really good at playing chess. Su Xinyao looked at Chen Feng with admiration. I didn't expect Brother Xiaofeng to be so good at chess. Brother Xiaofeng is awesome. Su Xinyue stood up and tugged at her butterfly hairband. Concentrate on playing chess. If you're not serious, I'll tell Mommy. Oh, I see. Watching Su Xinyue's back as she left, Su Xinyao grumbled in grievance, even when I praise Brother Xiaofeng, my fifth sister gets angry. She's such a jealous person. Chen Feng stood up and brought a bottle of yogurt to Su Xinyao. Yao Yao, study hard and don't let your mother down. Su Xinyao nodded seriously, yeah. Brother Xiaofeng is so good at chess, so she naturally can't fall behind. Seeing that Zhang Ziyuan hadn't moved his chess piece for a long time and seemed to be in a trance, she reminded him, Grandpa Jiang, it's your turn. Oh. Zhang Ziyuan came back to his senses, put his finger on the chess piece, hesitated for a few seconds, and looked at Chen Feng. Xiao Feng, I'll go here next, is that okay? Chen Feng chuckled, Mr. Jiang, you are Yao Yao's teacher, it doesn't matter where you go. Okay. Zhang Ziyuan moved the chess piece forward one step with trembling hands. Although the air conditioner was on in the living room, Zhang Ziyuan's forehead was covered with sweat. Su Xinyao saw that Zhang Ziyuan was playing chess more and more slowly and his expression was unnatural, so she asked curiously, Grandpa Jiang, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Ziyuan raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face and replied awkwardly, no. His eyes were fixed on the chessboard, but he was hesitant when making his move. Xiao Feng, next, I should go here, right? That's right. That's good. Zhang Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He now took every step very carefully, fearing that if he took a wrong step, Chen Feng would notice it. Chen Feng also noticed that Zhang Ziyuan became very nervous after he appeared. If he continued to sit on the sidelines and watch, Zhang Ziyuan might not be able to finish the game smoothly. Stand up. Chen Feng rubbed Su Xinyao's head and said, I'm going to cook. Yao Yao, follow the teacher carefully. Yes, I will, Brother Xiaofeng. The little girl nodded obediently. Walking out of the living room, Chen Feng went into the kitchen to busy himself. He and Su Xinyue had already had dinner outside, so they could cook less dishes tonight. By the time he prepared the meal, Su Xinyao had just finished class and Su Yunzi had also come out to type, so the three of them ate together in the living room. Chen Feng was afraid that Zhang Ziyuan would not be able to eat peacefully with him around, so he went back to his room, turned on the computer and started typing. After updating 5 chapters and publishing them all, Chen Feng started browsing Douyin. The song Dawn Sun last night has received over 2 million likes. His number of fans also increased from hundreds of thousands last night to more than 500,000. Countless fans sent him private messages, many of whom wanted his contact information. Chen Feng opened one of the messages. The person who tagged him was none other than Zhou Jiegun. I really like this song, so I'm going to cover it. The original singer is here at. In the video, Zhou Jie plays the guitar and sings the climax of Dawn in a very artistic way, making people feel as if they are in the scene. I have to say that his arranging ability is indeed very strong. When Chen Feng released the video before, he sang it a cappella, but when Zhou Jiegun sang the cover, he used guitar and the tune was obviously composed by him. Moreover, Jay Cho showed his handsome face when recording the video, so the number of likes on the video is comparable to that of Chen Feng's original version. In addition to this message, Zhou Jiegun also sent a private message to Chen Feng on Douyin. Hello, I am the new singer Zhou Jiegun. I like both of the music you released, but it's a pity that the time is too short. Do you have the complete lyrics and music? I don't have any other intentions, I just want to listen to the complete version. Of course Chen Feng knew the full version. However, he has no plans to reply to Zhou Jigun for the time being. After reading a few funny messages, one of them caught Chen Feng's attention. A clean-looking boy was sitting on the stairs in the dark, holding a guitar and singing. The evening breeze blew, lifting a few strands of his hair. The moonlight cast a thin glow, and everything around was shrouded in darkness, but only his eyes emitted a bright light in the silence. The unique sound quality, the deep and slightly hoarse voice, makes a deep impression on people at first listen. I have had countless cold winds blow through my chest. I was once forced by a distant dream to look up at the stars. I was ridiculed countless times and gave up my dream of music. I have been covered by countless yellow earth. The surging tide that drowned me. Familiar lyrics, familiar boy. When Chen Feng saw the man SID, it turned out to be Mr. Zhang next door. The video has received over 1 million likes and over 10,000 comments. I cried. All those who persist in their dreams are the cutest. Brother, come on. A series that sounds good but is not popular. You can tell from the sound of this voice that this person has a story. Come on, I wish you go further and further on the road of music. The comments were full of heartwarming thoughts. Chen Feng curled his lips and released another music video of about 1 minute. This time, he sang the climax of Blue and White Porcelain. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain. And I'm waiting for you. Smoke rises. Thousands of miles across the river. The calligraphy on the bottom of the vase imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. After singing, click post video. After brushing Douyin, Chen Feng got up and washed up. At 12 o'clock, the familiar system voice sounded in my ears again. Chapter 115, The Repair Shop. Does the host choose to sign in immediately? Sign now. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. This sign-in has gained car repair skills, and the reward has been issued. Compared with the skills such as X-ray vision and musical talent obtained by signing in a few days ago, system, your skill is really amazing. Friday. Juniors and seniors at Chengdu University have returned to school one after another. In order to maintain his usual low-key style, Chen Feng parked his car in the parking lot next to the Greentown community and walked to school. He didn't have to live on campus this semester, so he came with nothing, unlike other students who came to report, dragging heavy suitcases with both hands. Chen Feng. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Feng turned around. Su Xiaodai got off the bus dragging a lot of luggage, sweat dripping down her forehead. Chen Feng stepped forward, squad leader, let me help you. Okay, thanks. Seeing Chen Feng taking the suitcase, Su Xiaodai asked curiously, don't you have any luggage? Chen Feng smiled and replied, I don't live in school, so I didn't move my luggage here. Su Xiaodai nodded, it seems that you have worked a lot this summer and lived outside. You should have found a stable part-time job, right? I guess so. He Wei and Wang Minghua both dropped out this semester, and they didn't say why. Su Xiaodai asked curiously, He Wei is your girlfriend, do you know what happened to her? Two somewhat vague and distant names rang in his ears again, but Chen Feng felt no ripples in his heart. He smiled and said, we have broken up. As for the two of them, I guess the weather was too hot, so they went to the Arctic to escape the heat. Arctic summer vacation? Su Xiaodai laughed, you're the one who came up with this idea. The two of them walked into the school chatting and laughing all the way. Chen Feng helped her move the suitcase to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory and then prepared to go to the classroom to sign in. Hey, handsome guy. A short-haired girl called Chen Feng, my bicycle is broken, can you fix it? Chen Feng walked forward and squatted down, let me take a look. There were a lot of express deliveries waiting for me to pick up, but I didn't expect the car to break down. It's such a hassle. The short-haired girl complained. The chain just fell off, simple as that. Having said that, Chen Feng started to repair the car. In less than a minute, the car was repaired easily. Chen Feng stood up, okay. The short-haired girl's eyes lit up, wow, handsome boy, you are awesome, thank you. She took out a bottle of iced Coke from the car pocket and handed it to Chen Feng, this is for you. If it's convenient, can we add each other on WeChat? Chen Feng accepted the Coke and said with a smile, I'll take your drink, but I won't add you on WeChat. I don't want to be inconvenient right now. Ah. The short-haired girl didn't react to Chen Feng's dry humor for a moment. She pushed the handlebars and stood there in a daze. He had just taken 2 sips of Coke when another girl with big wavy hair called him over. Handsome guy, can you fix the donkey? Although they were not classmates, they were alumni after all. Chen Feng, upholding the good virtue of helping each other among classmates, squatted down and checked the fault. The battery is fully charged, but it just won't move. It's summertime and I don't know where to find a car repair shop. The girl with big wavy hair wanted to cry but had no tears. Chen Feng checked it for a while and said with a smile, "It's a small problem. The brake handle is disconnected. Just hold it up and you can drive." The girl with big waves tried it and found that the little donkey was able to continue moving again. She was full of admiration. "Handsome boy, you are amazing. Which department are you from? Can we be friends?" Chen Feng picked up the coke and replied calmly, "A floating leaf returns to the sea, and we will meet again somewhere in life. Life is full of encounters. Yes, as long as we are in the same school, there will definitely be a chance for us to meet again." The girl with big waves looked at Chen Feng's back as he left gracefully, and smiled like a fangirl. "He is so handsome and so talented, he must be from the literature department." "Handsome guy, I just saw you helping someone fix a donkey. Can you help me take a look?" "Senior, I'm sorry, please." Before he even walked out of the girls' dormitory, Chen Feng was stopped by several girls, all of whom wanted to help repair bicycles or donkeys. Su Xiaodai came out of the dormitory and saw Chen Feng squatting on the ground repairing the donkey. She smiled in surprise and said, "Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to have such a skill." "Yes, the senior is really good. He has helped many people repair their cars." A girl said gratefully, "If it weren't for his help, many of our cars would have to be scrapped. He is usually quite enthusiastic." Su Xiaodai smiled, squatted down, took out a tissue, and helped Chen Feng wipe the sweat off both sides of his cheeks. "You're sweating a lot." Su Xiaodia's voice was soft and gentle, like a clear spring running through the mountains, or like the crisp sound of wind chimes colliding with each other in the wind. Chen Feng glanced at her and said, "Thank you." After repairing another donkey, Chen Feng stood up. Since he signed in last night and gained the car repair skill, he has caused trouble in the car repair shop today. Su Xiaodai glanced at the time and said with a smile, "Chen Feng, let's go to the classroom to sign in first. Then I will treat you to lunch as a thank you for helping me move my luggage just now." Su Xiaodia's family was not well off, but she refused the school's subsidy for poor students and used her spare time and scholarships to earn a living. Chen Feng naturally wouldn't let her pay. "Class monitor, let me treat you. We don't eat in the cafeteria. We'll go to a restaurant outside the school. You can choose it yourself." Su Xiaodai looked at him with new eyes. "After one summer, have you become a rich man?" "I made some money from my part-time job, but your tiny stomach won't be able to eat much of it." Chen Feng concealed the fact that he had a mother-in-law who was the richest man in the country, fearing that Su Xiaodai would feel pressured when getting along with him in the future. "She has been very good to me during my college years. In addition to patiently guiding me in my studies, she also often helps bring me meals." How could Chen Feng not be grateful when a girl who lived frugally herself was willing to spend money to treat others to meals often? "Then I'm going to eat at KFC and buy a children's meal. The new toys they've released recently are really cute." Su Xiaodai glanced at Chen Feng. "I also want a cup of milk tea with coconut milk, a large one." Chen Feng smiled and nodded, "No problem." It is rare to find a girl who can be happy for the whole day with a cup of milk tea nowadays. Just as the two were walking towards the classroom, talking and laughing, a teasing voice rang out. "Hey, isn't this the new mechanic in our class?" Xiaojia, wearing a suit, walked up to Chen Feng with one hand in his pocket and said, "I heard that you helped repair cars downstairs in the girls' dormitory when you first arrived." "Chen Feng, you are planning something really good." Chen Feng is just eager to help his classmates. Su Xiaodai defended. Xiaojia sneered, "Squad leader, you don't need to explain for him. Men understand men best. I can see through his mind. A poor loser, you think that a girl will be grateful to you and commit to you. It's a daydream." Chapter 116 Class Dinner. "Xiaojia, we are all classmates, could you please not speak so harshly?" Su Xiaodai stood up for Chen Feng. Xiaojia glanced at Su Xiaodai and said, "Squad leader, you don't like this guy, do you? He looks so poor, no different from a beggar on the street. He is not worthy of your love at all." He straightened his high-end suit and raised his chin slightly. "Why don't you be my girlfriend? I will cover your monthly expenses. How about it? Do you want to consider it?" Before Su Xiaodai could answer, Chen Feng looked at Xiaojia with a harmless smile. "Student Xiaodiao, I think you are a bat with feathers stuck on it." "What do you mean?" Xiaojia squinted. Chen Feng shrugged. If you don't understand, just look it up on the internet. If you really want to know, call me Dad and I can tell you the answer directly. Sha Zhoujia clenched his fists. Chen Feng, don't be so arrogant. I should give this to you. Chen Feng curled his lips slightly. Also, I thought carefully about what you said just now, and it does make some sense. To make a girl grateful does not mean you can marry her, because. Sha Zhoujia stared. I can do nothing and just let them fall in love with me. After that, Chen Feng said to Su Xiaodai, class monitor, let's go and sign in the classroom. Yeah. Su Xiaodai nodded. Looking at Chen Feng's back as he walked away, Sha Zhojia's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He always felt that after not seeing him for a summer vacation, Chen Feng seemed like a different person, no longer the cowardly and incompetent poor loser he used to be. After signing in the classroom, Chen Feng and Su Xiaodai left the school and had lunch at KFC. After lunch, Chen Feng accompanied Su Xiaodai to the milk tea shop to buy milk tea. The two of them drank and talked and laughed as they walked around the campus. School will officially start next Monday, so there will be basically nothing to do this weekend, so students can do as they please. Chen Feng, check the class group, there is a message. Su Xiaodai opened her cell phone. Chen Feng took out his cell phone and took a look. It turned out that Sha Zhoujia tagged all the classmates in the class group. He invited the whole class to dinner at Monhao Villa at 7 o'clock tonight, and he also called a bus. After reading the message, Su Xiaodai looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, are you going tonight? Chen Feng chuckled. You can eat and drink for free, why not go? Su Xiaodai was a little worried, but I'm worried that he might do something bad to you. He doesn't dare to do anything to me. Chen Feng now didn't take Sha Zhoujia seriously at all. Putting aside the fact that he has an invincible sign-in system, the identity of his mother-in-law is enough to scare Sha Zhoujia's family to death. Seeing that Chen Feng had no fear on his face, Su Xiaodai smiled and said, if you go, then I will go too. He has also posted a vote, and now 21 people have voted to participate. The class dinner in the evening was happily decided. In the afternoon, Chen Feng returned to the dormitory and played cards with his roommates for the whole afternoon. When night fell, all the classmates in the class gathered at the school gate. The bus that Sha Zhoujia called had already stopped at the school gate early. After a summer vacation, the girls in the class started wearing shorter skirts. The evening breeze lifted their skirts, causing the students passing by to look back frequently. Only Su Xiaodai was without makeup, wearing a simple white t-shirt, washed-out cropped jeans, and a pair of canvas shoes. Compared with other girls who are wearing heavy makeup, she looks more outstanding with her clean appearance like a magnolia flower. The class monitor is so pretty. Chen Feng's roommate Qin Zhengwei exclaimed with envy. Chen Feng smiled and punched him. A toad wants to eat swan meat. The squad leader is a woman you will never get. If I can't get it, then you can't get it either. Qin Zhengwei was dissatisfied. Su Xiaodai was in charge of counting the number of people and just happened to walk in front of Chen Feng. She handed over a bottle of drink with a smile, then walked behind Chen Feng and continued counting the number of people. Chen Feng opened the bottle cap in front of Qin Zhengwei, took a big sip, and exclaimed, "Great!" Qin Zhengwei's eyes almost popped out of his head with envy. Brother Feng, why did the monitor only give you a drink? Maybe because I'm handsome. Then can you give me a sip? I want to taste what the drink given by the goddess tastes like. Wait a minute. Chen Feng took out his cell phone and took a picture of the drink bottle. I have sent you the picture. If you want to drink it, go to the supermarket and buy it yourself. Qin Zhengwei wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother Feng, I haven't seen you for a summer vacation, and you are still so sinister. Just as the classmates were talking excitedly, Sha Zhoujia walked in front of everyone with his arms around his girlfriend. He raised his chin slightly like a leader and looked at everyone. Everyone is here, you can get on the bus now. The students in the class got on the bus one after another. When it was Chen Feng's turn, Sha Zhoujia called him with a sneer. Chen Feng, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Brother Feng, I'll go upstairs and wait for you. Qin Zhengwei got on the bus. Chen Feng walked in front of Sha Zhoujia, but he didn't speak. After all the classmates got on the bus, Sha Zhoujia smiled and said, Student Chen Feng, I'm really sorry. I've been thinking for a long time and forgot what I wanted to say to you. Su Xiaodai was the last one to get on the bus. She counted the number of people on the bus and then got off. There's only one seat left on the bus. It's okay. Shanshan and I will drive over. Squad leader, just get in the car. Su Xiaodai knew that Sha Zhoujia was deliberately targeting Chen Feng. Chen Feng, then you get in the car first. Chen Feng asked, "Squad leader, what about you? There will be many opportunities for us to get together in the future. I won't go this time. You guys go." Shazhojia shouted, "You are the class monitor, you can't not go. It's understandable that some unimportant students don't go." When saying this, Shazhojia deliberately looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Squad leader, please get in the car. I can go there by myself." Su Xiaodai firmly disagreed, "Then I will take the bus with you." TSK. Shazhojia sneered, "It will take at least an hour and a half to get there by bus. The private room I booked is for 7 o'clock. It's not good to let the whole class wait for you too, right?" Xianxian stuck to Shazhojia and laughed, "Don't let a bad apple spoil the whole barrel." Chen Feng pretended not to hear and looked at Su Xiaodai, "Squad leader, just get in the car. I'll drive over there myself." "Drive?" Su Xiaodai looked surprised. But seeing that Chen Feng was serious, she nodded, "Okay then, be careful on your way and send me a message when you arrive." Su Xiaodai got on the bus, and soon the bus carrying her classmates left the school. Shazhojia snorted disdainfully, "Chen Feng, didn't you say you would drive there by yourself? Where is your car? Let me see it? My car isn't here, you go first." "Humph, you're really good at pretending. Let's see how long you can keep pretending." Shazhojia sneered in his heart, then hugged Xianxian and walked towards the school parking lot. Chapter 117, All of Them. Shazhojia and his girlfriend got into a Bentley and sped away. Chen Feng walked towards the parking lot with a smile, got on the Koenigsegg, and headed straight for Manhao Villa. Manhao Villa is surrounded by mountains and forests and has elegant furnishings. It is a unique natural resort in Chengdu. Those who can come here to eat are either rich or noble, and it costs tens of thousands of dollars just to book a private room. Boom boom boom. The loud roar of a sports car was heard. Chen Feng parked his car in the parking lot inside the villa. When he got out of the car, he immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Although there are countless luxury cars in the parking lot, and cars worth millions are everywhere, compared with Koenigsegg, of which there are only a few in the world, the grade of these cars is obviously far behind. I actually saw a Koenigsegg in my lifetime, of which there are only a few in the world. The owner of the car is so young. Whose rich second generation is showing off? It's incredible that he doesn't have a woman with him. He looks unfamiliar. Do you know who his father is? Chen Feng was no longer surprised by this scene. Some were taking photos, some were recording videos. Chen Feng walked past them calmly. As soon as he reached the hotel entrance, the lobby manager Hu Wenbin ran out with a smile on his face. "Hello, what's your name?" "Chen Feng." Hu Wenbin groveled and said, "It turns out to be Mr. Chen. Welcome. May I ask if you have reserved a private room in our hotel in advance?" Chen Feng really didn't know which box Shazhojia had booked. However, based on his understanding of Shazhojia, this guy either doesn't pretend to be cool, or if he does, he will definitely do it thoroughly, so the box he booked will naturally not be bad. Chen Feng took a look at the luxurious decoration of the hotel and replied, "It's the most expensive box in your hotel." "Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll take you there right away." The most expensive private room in the hotel was booked by a big shot, and the people who came to dine with him were all big shots that ordinary people could not afford to offend. Since Chen Feng was going to this private room to eat, his status must be extraordinary. While Hu Wenbin was speaking, he lowered his head a little more. "Take the elevator to the 3rd floor, where the decoration is even more luxurious than the lobby on the 1st floor, magnificent and grand." Hu Wenbin brought Chen Feng into the box, served him tea and water, and showed him all kinds of courtesy. Chen Feng smiled and said, "You go out, I'll wait here by myself." "Okay, Mr. Chen, just let me know if you need anything." Hu Wenbin bowed and then respectfully left the box. Su Xiaodai and her group came by bus, so they didn't get to Manhao Villa so quickly. Chen Feng took out his mobile phone and started watching videos. After a while, Chen Feng received a text message from Su Xiaodai. "Chen Feng, we've arrived, are you still on the way?" "I'm already here. I'll be waiting for you in the box." After waiting for a few more minutes, Chen Feng still didn't see Su Xiaodai and others come in. Just at this moment, the cell phone rang. It was Su Xiaodai calling. "Hey, Chen Feng, we've arrived at the box, but we don't see you. Where are you?" Chen Feng recalled the name he saw when he entered the box just now. "I'm in Linglong Waterfall." Su Xiaodai exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Feng, you've walked into the wrong box. We are all in Shuiyuishan, which is the first box on the left when you get out of the elevator on the second floor. Come quickly, we are all waiting for you. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng strode out of the box. A Cheongsam woman walking towards him looked at Chen Feng with complicated eyes. 2 minutes later, Chen Feng walked into Shui Yuishan. Chen Feng, how did you get here? Did you take a taxi or bus? Someone asked curiously with a hint of sarcasm in the tone. Why ask? He's so poor, he must have come here by bus. It's rush hour now, the bus should be very crowded, unlike us who came here by bus, where each person has a seat and it's as comfortable as you want. Sha Jojo watched coldly from the side, and felt so happy when he heard the classmates mocking Chen Feng. He walked up to the crowd and said loudly like a leader, Okay, now that everyone is here, you all sit down. I'll ask the waiter to prepare the food. Qin Zhengwei handed Chen Feng a glass of juice. Brother Feng, I'll sit at the same table with you. Sha Jojo stepped forward and said, No need. Chen Feng, please sit at the same table with me. I haven't seen him for a long time and I want to sit with him and reminisce about the past. Qin Zhengwei knew that Sha Jojo would definitely make things difficult for Chen Feng again, so he whispered be careful in Chen Feng's ear, then found a table and sat down. Squad leader, please sit with us. Su Shaodai glanced at Chen Feng and nodded, okay. Sha Jojo booked 4 tables this time. The other classmates in the class sat at 3 tables, and he, Qian, Chen Feng and Su Shaodai sat at a table alone. Other tables started to receive their dishes one after another. Sha Jojo handed the menu to Chen Feng with a smile. Chen Feng, I heard from other classmates that you often only eat pickles and steamed buns in the school cafeteria. How can this be allowed? Come, I'll treat you today, you can order whatever you want, it will also help you broaden your horizons. Chen Feng smiled harmlessly and took the menu without hesitation. Since it's Master Sha who's treating us, I won't be polite. Opening the menu, Chen Feng started ordering. Mashed garlic cabbage. 3 fresh vegetables. Ants climbing a tree. Sha Jojo originally thought that Chen Feng would order some famous dishes, but when he opened his mouth, he ordered all the cheapest vegetarian dishes on the menu. He almost died of laughter. Chen Feng, go ahead and order something more expensive. I'm not someone who can't afford to spend that little money. When saying this, Sha Jojo deliberately raised his voice so that all the students in the class could hear it clearly. Mr. Sha is really rich. I'm so envious. He is so nice to Chen Feng. Such friendship between classmates is really touching. Chen Feng naturally listened to these words. Since Mr. Sha has said so, I'll add another soup, tomato egg drop soup. Ha ha ha. Sha Jojo and Qian both laughed until tears came out. Sha Jojo looked at Chen Feng as if he were a bumpkin. I've ordered. Is that all? Yes. Chen Feng looked at the waiter. I don't want these, I want everything else, thank you. As soon as the words fell. Brush. Sha Jojo's face suddenly changed drastically. I originally thought that Chen Feng only ordered 4 vegetarian dishes, but who knew that his next words would be a bombshell? If all the other dishes on the menu were served, it would cost at least 100,000 yuan. The waiter asked curiously, would you like to order the drinks on the menu as well? Yes. Chen Feng nodded without hesitation. Sha Jojo couldn't bear it anymore. He smiled awkwardly and said to the waiter, no need for drinks. I've already ordered them in advance. Since Mr. Sha can't afford it, forget it. Chen Feng closed the menu. Damn it! Sha Jojo cursed in his heart when he heard this. Then serve them all. Chapter 118 Whose car? Soon, the dishes ordered by Chen Feng were served on the table one after another. Even after the entire table was piled high with plates, waiters continued to come in with freshly prepared dishes. Box after box of wine was brought in and placed beside the dining table, soon piling up into a small mountain. When Sha Jojo saw this scene, his face turned uglier than the color of pig liver. Originally, he asked Chen Feng to order the food because he wanted to show off and at the same time, deliberately embarrass him in front of the whole class. Who knew that Chen Feng was so shameless that he ordered everything on the hotel menu? Who could resist this? Chen Feng saw that there were already a dozen waiters standing nearby, each holding a dish in their hands, and pointed to the tables nearby. If there is too much food to put down, take it to other tables. The boys at other tables stood up excitedly and served the dishes. Chen Feng glanced at Sha Jojo's expression, which changed as fast as a palette, and stood up, saying loudly, Master Sha, please add more dishes for everyone, how generous. Master Sha is awesome. Master Shah, I wish you and your girlfriend a long and happy marriage and a baby soon. It would have been fine if he hadn't called out, but once he did, Shah Joja felt even more upset. He raised his glass, drank the wine in it, and said irritably, "We are all classmates, I'm just treating you to a meal, just be happy." He glared at Chen Feng, "Especially you, classmate Chen Feng." When Su Xiaodai saw this scene, she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth when she lowered her head. Shanshan peeled the shrimp meat, scooped it up with a spoon, and carefully handed it to Shah Joja's mouth. "Joja, come, eat shrimp, I peeled it for you personally." Shah Joja looked at Chen Feng, swallowed the shrimp meat into her mouth, and deliberately praised loudly, "Baby, the shrimp you peeled is delicious. This should be the delicacy that only people in love can experience. It's annoying. You keep showing off in front of so many single guys. Others won't be happy." Shanshan pretended to be annoyed and lightly hit Shah Joja's shoulder with her pink fist. "Who dares to object?" Shah Joja pretended to be very excited. Seeing Chen Feng said nothing, he opened his mouth and said, "Baby, I want to eat more. Keep peeling it for me." The two of them were in love. Little did they know that in Chen Feng's eyes, their behavior was no different from that of idiots. Seeing that Chen Feng was eating quietly and not saying anything, Su Xiaodai thought that he was depressed because he was recalling the past, so she took out a tissue and reached out to Chen Feng's wrist. A few drops of red wine dripped onto Chen Feng's wrist, and she gently helped wipe it clean. Shah Joja saw this scene. The smile on his face suddenly froze. He pushed away Shanshan, who was feeding him shrimps, and poured a full glass of white wine into the wineglass. He had pursued Su Xiaodai when he first entered university. This was something that everyone in the class knew about. However, Su Xiaodai was so focused on her studies that she never even glanced at him except for normal communication with her classmates. But what made Shah Joja unhappy was that Su Xiaodai took special care of Chen Feng, tutoring him in his studies and helping him with his meals. People who didn't know her thought she was Chen Feng's girlfriend. Although he is rich and has a lot of girlfriends who come to him voluntarily, the only one who was attracted to him is Su Xiaodai, whom he cannot pursue. Now she was wiping Chen Feng's wrist in front of him. How could he not be angry? Chen Feng. Shah Joja looked at Chen Feng. "We are all about to graduate soon. Do you have any plans for the future?" Chen Feng shook his head. "Not yet, I'm just a gigolo for now." "You've read too many novels and daydreamed all day long." Shah Joja spun his wineglass and said proudly, "You have no parents, no support, and your grades are not outstanding. Are you willing to be a delivery boy for the rest of your life after graduation?" Chen Feng frowned in pretended worry. "Does Mr. Shah have any good job recommendations?" "You asked the right person this question." Shah Joja leaned lazily back in his chair, with his chin slightly raised as he spoke. "My dad is the vice president of a media company. I can go directly to his company after graduation. I just happen to be in need of a bodyguard. How about letting you be my bodyguard and paying you 3,500 yuan a month?" Chen Feng pretended to be surprised. 3,500, so much? Shah Joja likes Chen Feng's naive look. He laughed and said, "If you do a good job, I can give you an extra commission every month, but you must help me pour the foot washing water every day." A boy heard this and came forward excitedly. "Master Shah, I also want to be your bodyguard. Not only will I help you pour the foot bath water every day, but I will also be fine if I drink it all." Shah Joja looked at Chen Feng proudly. "Did you hear that? Other students are vying to be my bodyguard. I took the initiative to invite you, so it shouldn't be considered unfair to you, right?" Chen Feng chuckled. "Master Shah cares about me so much, I am really touched, I will consider it." Shah Joja laughed proudly. "We are all classmates, it is my duty to care about you. Then please remember what you said now. I will make you fulfill it one day." Shah Joja didn't understand the deeper meaning of Chen Feng's words, and slammed the table. "Okay." As everyone was toasting, a waiter walked into the box and asked loudly, "Whose Koenigsegg is that in the parking lot?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Many people had never even heard of this brand of car. The waiter continued, "This car is parked in the parking lot, and there are too many people watching and taking pictures. I'm afraid your car will be scratched. I suggest you go out and drive the car to another private parking lot in our villa." Shah Joja laughed. "Don't ask, I am the only one who drove a Bentley here, the others all came by bus, and some by public transport, but no one drove a Koenigsegg as you said." "What kind of rubbish car is Koenigsegg? How come I've never heard of it?" "It's probably a junk domestic car worth tens of thousands of dollars. It's obviously not in the same class as Mr. Shah's Bentley." No, don't ask. Only Master Sha can drive a car here. Amidst the discussion among the crowd, a fat boy stood up and walked towards the waiter. Someone screamed, "Fatty, didn't you come here on the bus with us?" "I just want to go to the bathroom, don't get me wrong." The fat boy bowed to Sha Joja apologetically, then ran out of the box. Everyone laughed. "TSK, I almost thought that was Fatty's car. I just checked online. This car costs tens of millions. There are only a few in the world. Who here is qualified to afford it?" Seeing no one responding, the waiter said, "Since it's not yours, sorry to bother you, please continue." As soon as he finished speaking, Shinfeng slowly put down his wineglass, stood up, and walked towards the waiter who was about to leave the box with a smile. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and said with a smile, "Come on, take me to see it." Chapter 119. Check out the circle of friends. Hiss. The box suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Chen Feng with surprise until they saw him follow the waiter out of the box. Didn't that bumpkin come here by bus? He was so pretentious that even he almost believed it. I guess it's just like going to the bathroom like the fat guy. If he comes here in a Koenigsegg, I'll eat this table right now. Sha Joja laughed so hard that tears came out. He hugged Shanxian in his arms and said with a smug smile, "This poor loser has to pretend even though he shouldn't. I want to see how long he can pretend." Chen Feng followed the waiter to the parking lot. Sure enough, his car was surrounded by a lot of people, many of whom were taking photos and recording videos. One of them, a middle-aged man with a beer belly, stared at the car with greedy eyes. He raised his hand to touch it from time to time, and he wished he could stick his whole body to the car. The waiter came forward and, together with several security guards, pushed the crowd away. "Damn, there's only one photo left. Just wait until I finish taking the photos," the middle-aged man shouted in dissatisfaction. After getting Chen Feng's permission, the middle-aged man raised his mobile phone and took several more photos of the car before leaving satisfied. Following the security guard's instructions, Chen Feng drove the car to another secret parking lot in Manhao Villa. Although this parking lot is far smaller than the ones outside, with only a dozen parking spaces, it is decorated very luxuriously, and each parking space is guarded by 2 security guards. The cars that can be parked here are all luxury sports cars worth tens or even hundreds of millions. Chen Feng parked the car in the parking lot and strode back to the box. As soon as I returned to the box, someone stood up and asked jokingly, "Chen Feng, where did you drive your Koenigsegg? That's awesome. You're driving a top-notch sports car. But it's not time to go to bed yet. Wake up and stop dreaming. I once had a luxury sports car, but then the battery died." Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter in the box. Chen Feng ignored these people's ridicule. As soon as he sat down next to Su Xiaodai, a security guard rushed in hurriedly. He glanced around the box, and when he saw Chen Feng, he rushed up to him happily and handed him a pair of car keys with both hands. "Hello, your car keys were just left in the parking lot." "Thank you." Chen Feng took the car keys, put them in his pocket, and continued eating calmly. By the time the security guard left the box, Sha Zhoujia and others had not yet recovered from their surprise. The expressions on their faces were all stunned as they looked at Chen Feng. Even the car keys were delivered, so this shouldn't be fake, right? But how can he afford a sports car worth tens of millions? It must be rented. Go rent a sports car of this level and show it to me. Everyone in the class discussed quietly. Sha Zhoujia looked at Chen Feng with some trepidation. "Chen Feng, did you really come here in a Koenigsegg?" Chen Feng nodded. "I just picked one when I went out." "Just picked one?" Sha Zhoujia continued to ask tentatively, "Did you win the lottery?" "No." "So your parents suddenly came back and gave you a large sum of money?" "Neither do I." Seeing Sha Zhoujia's puzzled expression, Chen Feng took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "Sha Xiao, I just told you that I'm a gigolo, but you just don't believe it." Looking at the meaningful smile on Chen Feng's face, Sha Zhoujia remembered the 3 beautiful girls he saw by the East Lake that day. They all called him Brother Xiaofeng in an extremely affectionate manner, and their looks were comparable to those of the popular young actresses in the entertainment industry. Is it true that there is such a good thing as pie falling from the sky? Just as everyone was talking about Chen Feng, a boy stood up and said loudly, "Sha Xiao, we are all about to graduate, but we are all still single. You have a wide circle of friends, can you introduce us to some beautiful girls? The girls Mr. Sha knows are all goddess level. How could they be interested in a fat otaku like you? That may not be the case. We still have to have dreams. What if they come true?" This person has always been Sha Zhoujia's follower. By asking such a question, he was obviously trying to help him show off from the side. He pointed to the big screen in the box and said, "Master Sha, we can project the image here. Please open your WeChat moments and show them to us so that we can learn more." Sha Zhoujia pretended to be embarrassed. "Let's just forget it." Shanshan poked Sha Zhoujia's chest with her finger and said coquettishly, "Jia, just show us. I also want to see who your friends are." "Oh well." Sha Zhoujia turned on his mobile phone, projected the screen onto the big screen, and opened his moments in front of his classmates. "Oh my god, there are so many beauties. Master Sha is indeed not an ordinary person. Sha Xiao's notes for his friends are really special. 3.18 Hangzhou Heidaleo, 4.05 Xianzhou Bar. What do these mean? There are so many beautiful young ladies, it would be great if I could have one." Sha Zhoujia scrolled through several updates in a row, all of which were selfies posted by female friends on WeChat. Some were cute, some were sexy, and all had different styles. He smiled modestly and said, "They kept pestering me to join them, and I couldn't do anything about it. Sha Xiao's circle of friends is really amazing. It's all about beautiful women and luxury cars and villas. It's nothing like my circle of friends. Everyone is depressed at night. How can we compare with Mr. Sha? Look at the kind of people he usually interacts with. It's great to have a rich father, but unfortunately my father died before I was born." While drinking, Chen Feng looked at Sha Zhoujia's circle of friends with interest. Chen Feng. Su Xiaodai doesn't drink, but when she saw Chen Feng drinking one glass after another, she poured herself a full glass. She raised her glass and said seriously with a fearless expression, "If you are in a bad mood, let me drink with you." Chen Feng chuckled, "Squad leader, how can you tell that I'm in a bad mood?" Su Xiaodai looked at the pile of empty wine bottles beside Chen Feng. "You've drunk so much, and you're still forcing yourself to smile." "I was a little thirsty, so I drank a little more." Su Xiaodai obviously didn't believe it. Who would drink liquor when they are thirsty, and drink several bottles at a time? "Chen Feng, I know you have always been very patient and you always keep unhappy things in your heart." Su Xiaodai hadn't started drinking yet, but her cheeks were already slightly red. "Let me drink with you today, we won't leave until we are drunk." As she spoke, Su Xiaodai, like a female knight, picked up a full glass of white wine and tried to pour it into her mouth, imitating Chen Feng's example. Seeing this, Chen Feng immediately stepped forward to stop him. This scene happened to be seen by Sha Zhoujia. He was so angry that he quickly swiped the screen of his phone. The next second, the scene that appeared on the big screen stunned everyone. Chapter 120. Your dad is really rich. Finally, there's a man's face in Mr. Sha's circle of friends, and it's a 9-square grid selfie. This car looks so familiar, it seems to be the one we saw in the parking lot when we just came in. Yes, the surrounding environment is also very familiar. This man looks a bit like Mr. Sha. Hearing everyone's discussions, Sha Zhoujia lowered his head and glanced at the screen of his mobile phone. Just one glance and his pupils widened. He looked at the big screen in disbelief, and his friend's note "Dad" was enlarged and jumped into his sight. The 9-grid selfie is accompanied by a simple sentence: "Congratulations on getting a new car." The car in the photo with Sha Guangliang is the Koenigsegg, which is very rare in China. Suddenly, Sha Zhoujia's unhappy mood suddenly cleared up at this moment. Just now, seeing Chen Feng pretending so well, parking the car and handing over the car keys, people who didn't know him would think he could really afford a luxury car. So this car belongs to us. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when I passed by it just now. Sha Zhoujia looked at the luxury car in the photo, his mouth almost grinning to his ears. The classmates nearby expressed their admiration. "Sha Xiao, your father is really rich. There are only a few Koenigseggs in the world. Once Mr. Sha drives this car, he will instantly become a leader. I've said it before, except for Master Sha, no one here is qualified to drive such a luxurious car. Mr. Sha is richer than we thought." Sha Zhoujia was so happy to hear these flattering words. But what made him happiest was, Sha Zhoujia looked at Chen Feng and said casually, "They say there are only a few Koenigseggs in the world. How come it's such a coincidence today that I came to have a meal and saw 2 of them at the same time?" He deliberately said this loudly in order to severely humiliate Chen Feng in front of the whole class. There's only one car in the parking lot. Chen Feng must be lying. As poor as he is, he can't even afford a donkey, so why would he buy a sports car? You wouldn't deceive everyone just to show off, would you? Chen Feng pretended not to hear these words, looked at the 9-square selfie on the big screen, and said with a smile, "Your father's selfie skills need to be improved. It doesn't matter what my dad's face looks like. The important thing is the car behind him, a Koenigsegg. There are only a few of them in the world. He must have bought it to give me a surprise." Xiaojia said smugly, "Chen Feng, I know you care about your reputation, so I even forged the car keys in advance, but what's the use? You are still a poor guy who can't even touch the steering wheel." Chen Feng remained calm and said with a smile, "Like father, like son. I have witnessed this today. Mr. Xia, you are great, and your father is even better." Xiaojia didn't understand this praise. But his intuition told him that this compliment must be a mockery of him. However, having just learned that his father had bought a new Koenigsegg, Xiaojia was in a very good mood and didn't think much about it. He raised his glass, stood up, and said loudly to all the students present, "Everyone, congratulations to my dad for buying a new car. Let's have a toast." Everyone stood up and raised their glasses. After all, one should be grateful to the person who brought him the favor. This meal was treated by Xiaojia, so they still had to flatter him. "Congratulations. I wish I had such a good father. I wish Mr. Xia's father makes more and more money, and Mr. Xia picks up prettier girls. Xia Xiao, when can you drive your sports car to school for a spin? Drink up a glass of wine." More and more people came to toast Xiaojia. Xiaojia was in a good mood and drank one cup after another. When Xiaojia was drunk and his face was red, he wanted to hug Qianqian, but he found that Qianqian was not sitting there. Just at this moment, a girl rushed into the box in a panic, with a look of horror on her face. "Xia Xiao, it's bad, your girlfriend was bullied at the door of the bathroom." Bang! An empty wine bottle fell to the ground. "Damn it, you even dare to touch my woman, you are tired of living." Xiaojia cursed loudly and staggered out of the box. Many classmates in the class ran out to watch the fun. After all, Su Xiaodai is the class monitor, and Qianqian and Xiaojia are classmates. If something happens, she will definitely feel guilty. Seeing Chen Feng sitting there drinking without changing his expression, she stood up and said, "Chen Feng, I'll go over and take a look too." "I'll go with you." Chen Feng and Su Xiaodai walked out of the box. The bathroom door was crowded with people, and Xiaojia's cursing could be heard from far away. "You dare to set your sights on my girlfriend? Let me tell you, my dad is Xia Jiangwo." The other party was also aggressive. "What kind of idiot is Xia Jiangwo? I have never heard of him. The Koenigsegg supercar in the parking lot is driven by my dad. He is someone you can't afford to offend. Little bastard, stop talking about your dad all the time. Today I'm interested in your girlfriend. Let her accompany me for one night. Get lost." The quarrel was mixed with the sounds of punching and kicking. Su Xiaodai was terrified. She rushed forward and shouted, "Stop fighting. Let's talk it out." The middle-aged man took one look at Su Xiaodai, and immediately his eyes were filled with greed. "Oh, this girl is so attractive. As long as you come to my box and have a couple of drinks with me, this matter will be settled." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp and sharp slap was heard. The middle-aged man looked at the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him in disbelief, covering his swollen face and shouting angrily, "Damn, who the hell are you?" When he looked at the palm of his hand, he saw several shocking bloodstains, which showed that Chen Feng's slap was not light. "You bastard, you even dared to hit me, your grandfather. I think you are tired of living." The middle-aged man waved his fist and punched Chen Feng in the face. Unfortunately, before his fist could touch Chen Feng's chest, Chen Feng kicked him 4 or 5 meters away. He fell to the ground with a bruised face and his facial features twisted in pain. He knew that he was no match for Chen Feng, and glared at Xiaojia. "Damn it, I'm not done with you today. I don't believe I can kill you students." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was so scared that they took 2 steps back unconsciously. Xiaojia pretended to be calm, but he was actually very panicked. He looked at the middle-aged man approaching him step by step, and reached into his trouser pocket for his cell phone with trembling hands. "If you have the guts, let me make a phone call and I'll ask my dad to come and take care of you." Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man felt like he had heard a huge joke. "Okay, then go ahead and fight. I'll give you 15 minutes at most. If your dad doesn't come within 15 minutes. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. "All of you will be buried with him." "Okay." Xiaojia confidently took out his mobile phone and started calling Xia Jiangwo. He had seen Xia Jiangwo's circle of friends, and he knew that he was also having dinner at Manhao Villa today. Wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to ask him to come over? Chapter 121. Sha Jiangwo is scared. Hey, Dad. After the phone call, Sha Jiajia's face was full of pride. He looked at the middle-aged man and shouted arrogantly, "Just wait, my dad will be here in 5 minutes and will teach you a lesson." Shanqian excitedly threw herself into Sha Jiajia's arms. "Sha Xiao, I knew you would protect me. It's all because of a word from my dad. In Rongqing, there are few people who dare not give my dad face." Sha Jiajia hugged Shanqian and kissed her on the mouth as if no one was around. "Master Sha is really awesome. He's so manly. With Master Sha here, I'm not afraid even if the sky falls." Everyone blew hard, making Sha Jiajia feel very comfortable. Within a few minutes, Sha Jiangwo hurried over. His face was red, he reeked of alcohol, and his mouth was greasy. "Son, whoever dares to bully you, tell me your name." Sha Jiajia pointed at the middle-aged man and said, "Dad, it's him. He flirted with my girlfriend. Damn it, I'm tired of living, I'm going to take care of you today." Before he could finish his harsh words, Sha Jiangwo's face suddenly changed after seeing the appearance of the man opposite him. He immediately ran up to him and asked, "Boss Lu, why are you here?" Seeing Lu Debiao's face covered in bruises, Sha Jiangwo was terrified. "Boss Lu, who beat you like this? Does it hurt? Do you want to be sent to the hospital? Roll." Lu Debiao's face was full of anger, and he sneered, "Well, Sha Jiangwo, this is the good son you have trained. Didn't you say you would deal with me? Come on." Misunderstanding, Mr. Lu, this must be a misunderstanding." Sha Jiangwo was so frightened that his back was soaked. He glared at Sha Jiajia and said, "You little bastard, get over here." Sha Jiajia was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Sha Jiangwo grabbed him by the collar and pulled him forward. "Boss Lu, you heard me wrong. I didn't say I was going to punish you, but I was going to punish this little bastard for you." After saying, "Bang!" a loud slap hit Sha Jiajia's face. "You little brat, I think you've grown too powerful. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll forget who you are." Bang! Another slap. "Sha Jiangwo, you don't have to put on an act in front of me. Since you are an employee of the company, I will not pursue the matter of your son." "Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you, Mr. Lu. But..." Lu Debiao was still angry and looked at Chen Feng. "This kid slapped me and kicked me. This account is not so easy to settle." Sha Jiangwo was so frightened that he trembled all over and looked at Chen Feng following Lu Debiao's gaze. He felt that Chen Feng's face was somewhat familiar, as if they had just met before, but he couldn't remember where they had met. "Boss Lu, I don't know this guy. He has nothing to do with us. Since he beat you, you should go and settle the score with him." "Really?" Lu Debiao was a little unconvinced. "Isn't he in cahoots with your son?" Sha Jiajia was so scared that he waved his hands repeatedly. "I don't know him, I don't know him." Chen Feng looked at Sha Jiangwo with a harmless smile. "Uncle Sha, we have known each other for so many years, how come you suddenly don't recognize me? Didn't you say that if I get into trouble, as long as I say your name, everyone who hears it will be scared to death?" Lu Debiao immediately glared at Sha Jiangwo. Sha Jiangwo was so scared that he was shaking all over. "Boss Lu, don't listen to his nonsense. I really don't know this guy." Chen Feng sighed and said in pretended disappointment, "You always say in front of us that Mr. Lu is a loser and you don't take him seriously at all. It turns out that all this is fake. Damn it. When did I ever say something like that?" Sha Jiangwo cursed in his heart. "Sha Jiangwo." Lu Debiao shouted these 3 words coldly. "Mr. Lu, I'm..." Thump. Sha Jiangwo was so scared that he fell to his knees, his crotch wet. "Boss Lu, I promise, I never said such a thing, you have to believe me." Bang! Lu Debiao kicked up and fiercely kicked towards Sha Jiangwo. Sha Jiangwo screamed in pain and rolled over on the ground. Sha Jiajia rushed forward and stood in front of Sha Jiangwo. "So what if you are Mr. Lu, you have no right to hit my dad." "Shut up, you little brat." Sha Jiangwo had just been kicked and his whole body was sore. When he heard Sha Jiajia's words, he was so scared that he almost fainted. Lu Debiao is the president of Tianqing Media, and he is just a vice president. He can be fired by the company at any time with just one word from Lu Debiao. "Dad, I don't allow him to hit you." Sha Jiajia was filled with indignation. "This matter is none of your business, just get out of here." Sha Jiangwo shouted angrily. Lu Debiao looked at the father and son coldly, shouting impatiently, "Are you two done yet? His eyes were wide open, and his expression was as angry as if he wanted to eat someone alive. Sha Jiangwo, I didn't realize you were so capable. From tomorrow on, you don't have to work in the company anymore. Sha Jiangwo rolled over and crawled forward, hugging Lu Debiao's thigh. Boss Lu, please listen to my explanation. I really don't know this guy, he is clearly framing me. Roll. Lu Debiao showed no mercy and kicked Sha Jiangwo away, glaring at Chen Feng. You little bastard, if you slap me, I will break one of your arms. If you kick me, I will break one of your legs. No! Su Xiaodai screamed in fear. Lu Debiao glanced at Su Xiaodai with a lecherous look. If you want me to let him go, that's fine. Beautiful lady, come to my box and have a few drinks with me. As soon as the words fell. Bang! Chen Feng raised his fist and punched Lu Debiao in the eyes. The speed is so fast that people can't react at all, let alone dodge. Ah! Lu Debiao screamed and covered his right eye, blood flowing out from between his fingers. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Lobby manager Hu Wenbin hurried over and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Chen Feng was safe and sound. Boss Lu, why are you here too? After hearing the scream, Hu Wenbin looked at Lu Debiao. What's wrong with your eyes? He was beaten by this brat. Damn it, why don't you call the security guard to kill him? Hu Wenbin gasped in fear and whispered in Lu Debiao's ear, Boss Lu, he is not an ordinary person. You can't afford to offend him. I think we should just let this matter go. Just let it go like that? Stop giving me shit. Lu Debiao endured the pain and shouted angrily, if you let this guy walk out of the hotel alive today, I will have your hotel razed to the ground. Boss Lu, this. Hu Wenbin was in tears. People on both sides are not easy to deal with. He is just a small manager, and if he stands on one side, he will offend the other side. Hurry up and call someone. Lu Debiao roared. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice sounded behind everyone. Lu Debiao. Chapter 122 I can't pretend anymore. These three short words sounded like a bolt of thunder above my head. It seems to penetrate the sky. Chen Feng and others turned their heads to look. A shirtless, muscular man appeared. He was about 1.9 meters tall, with dark brown skin, a long face, sharp eyes, and a fierce look. Wu Lu's upper body was covered with dark blue tattoos, her limbs were muscular, and her clenched fists were like two pieces of hard ironstone. As soon as he appeared, the air around him seemed to suddenly solidify and the temperature dropped sharply. Except for Chen Feng, everyone was so frightened that they froze in place, holding their breath. Tai Dar? Lu Debiao was stunned. How could Tai Dao, the murderous demon who frightened the entire Chengdu people more than 10 years ago, appear in Manhao Villa? Yes, it's me. Tai Dao approached Lu Debiao step by step, and the ground shook with every step he took. He picked up Lu Debiao and threw him over his shoulder mercilessly. I have no grudge against you, what do you want to do? Lu Debiao was so scared that 6 of his 7 souls flew away. Tai Dao snorted coldly, I am here on Tao Yao's orders to take your life. Tao Yao. This time, Lu Debiao was so scared that he fainted. Ding! 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 Until Tai Dao carried Lu Debiao out of the hotel, everyone had not recovered from their shock. The faint smell of blood gradually dissipated. Chen Feng curled his lips. He was somewhat curious about what kind of person Tao Yao was, who could scare Lu Debiao so much that he fainted. Su Xiaodai stepped forward and grabbed Chen Feng's hand. Seeing the undried blood on Chen Feng's hand, she shed tears nervously. Chen Feng, your hand is bleeding, what should I do? What should I do? Chen Feng raised his hand and wiped it. It's not my blood, look, it's gone, right? After confirming that there were indeed no scars on Chen Feng's hands, Su Xiaodai breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I was scared to death. Everyone gradually came to their senses and began to discuss curiously. Who is Tai Dao, and who is Tao Yao? He must be a very awesome person. Why would such a powerful person come to save us? It must be the expert called by Mr. Sha's father. Yes, that's right, Mr. Sha, this time it's all thanks to you and your father for saving us. Sha Jiangwo thought to himself, I don't even know him, how could I have called him? Sha Jiojia stepped forward and shouted excitedly, Dad, I knew you must have a trick up your sleeve. You slapped me on purpose just now to lure out the expert you called. Son, this Tai Dar. Sha Jiangwo hesitated for 2 seconds, straightened his back, and said loudly, Yes, I was the one who called him. Xianxian said gratefully, Uncle, you are so awesome. If you hadn't shown up in time, I wouldn't know what to do. My dad is like this. He suppresses others before praising them. He pretends to be bullied by that damn Mr. Liu. But in fact, he has many tricks behind the scenes. Sha Zhoujia looked proud. Uncle is awesome. Uncle is mighty. Uncle, are you still in need of a son? Sha Zhangwo was flattered by the compliments. He waved his hands and pretended to be low-key. It's a small problem. You guys just haven't seen the world. Sha Zhoujia looked at Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, if it wasn't for the expert my dad called to save your life, you would have been crippled by now. Why don't you come over here and thank my dad? Chen Feng smiled harmlessly, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. You. Sha Zhangwo patted Sha Zhoujia on the shoulder and said, okay, son, we don't have to bother with the bumpkin. As long as you are okay, I will be relieved. Thinking of the luxury cars that Sha Zhangwo showed off on his social media, Sha Zhoujia pretended to be angry. Dad, you bought such a cool car but didn't tell me, you were so mean. What car? Sha Zhangwo didn't react for a moment. It's that Koenigsegg. All the students in my class know about it. There are only a few in the world. They are all very envious. Oh, that one you mean? Sha Zhangwo said with a smile, it's just a small amount of money. I don't really care about the brand of the car. I just bought it for fun. When the classmates nearby heard this, they were all envious. Uncle is so awesome, he can even say that tens of millions are just small change. If I had a father like this, I wouldn't have to struggle in my life, right? I've said the word envy so many times that my mouth is almost foaming. I really envy Chen for finding such an outstanding boyfriend like Sha Xiao. As everyone was praising him, Hu Wenbin looked at Chen Feng curiously. Mr. Chen, isn't that Koenigsegg your car? The smile on Sha Zhangwo's face suddenly froze. Hu Wenbin continued, Boss Sha, if I remember correctly, you drove a BMW today, and I was the one who greeted you at the door. Sha Zhangwo's face turned even uglier, and he thought to himself, will you die if you just shut up? Chen Feng smiled faintly and said nothing. Sha Zhoujia was incredulous. Impossible, that's my dad's car. How can a poor guy like Chen Feng afford such a nice car? As he said that, he took out his phone and opened his moments. Look, this is what my dad just posted. He's happy to get a new car. Cough cough. Sha Zhangwo wished a crack in the ground would appear immediately so he could crawl into it. Hu Wenbin took a look and suddenly realized. Boss Sha, it turns out that the person who stayed in the car and took pictures and refused to leave was you. I was wondering who the person in the surveillance video was. Now that I see this figure, it is definitely you. Ahem. Sha Zhangwo was so embarrassed that he couldn't even smile. Well. He whispered to Hu Wenbin, you can get out of here now. But the people around obviously heard it. Sha Xiao, isn't this car your father's? So it really belongs to Chen Feng? Since it's not yours, why are you pretending to be so? It seems that I misunderstood Chen Feng just now. Sha Zhoujia was confused. Dad, what's going on? I got a new car. Isn't this your car? Son, actually, I saw this car when I was passing by and thought it was pretty cool, so I couldn't help but take a photo with it. Sha Zhoujia was speechless. Isn't this cheating your son? I thought I could show off, but ended up being laughed at by my classmates. Then the Tidal just now wasn't someone that Uncle called either, right? Uncle was so cowardly just now, he shouldn't know such a powerful person. Sha Xiao, please ask your father if he knows Tidal? Tidal glanced at us when he left. Do you know who he was looking at? Sha Zhoujia was no longer calm. Dad, about Tidal. Sha Zhangwo thought that Tidal was gone and there was no evidence, so he had to keep pretending. Tidal was the person I called. What's wrong? Is there a problem? As soon as the words fell, Tidal, who remembered that he had not yet delivered his orders and returned to the hotel, shouted at the stairs, Chen Feng, Ling Longpu, the third floor box, invites you. Chapter 123 Mother-in-law's Gift. Bang bang bang. Countless loud slapping sounds seemed to echo in the quiet air. Now over 50, Sha Zhangwo feels that he has never been as embarrassed as he is today. Hu Wenbin suppressed his laughter, bent down and bowed, and said to Chen Feng respectfully, Mr. Chen, I will take you to the Linglong waterfall box now. Let's go. Chen Feng nodded. Before leaving, he said to Su Xiaodai, squad leader, be careful when you go back. Yeah, you too. Su Xiaodai looked at Chen Feng's handsome back as he left, and had not yet fully recovered from her shock. Sha Zhangwo frowned and said to Sha Zhoujia earnestly, son, don't mess with this person in class in the future. Sha Zhoujia didn't understand. Why? You just need to remember that those who can go to Linglong Waterfall are not people we can afford to offend. Led by Hu Wenbin, Chen Feng came to the door of Linglongpu box. Hu Wenbin helped knock on the door of the box. The door opened immediately. A fragrant breeze mixed with the aroma of milk blew over. Brother Xiaofeng. Su Xinyao cried in a childish voice and threw herself into Chen Feng's arms. She kicked her slender legs and wrapped them tightly around Chen Feng's waist. Hiss, this is too shameful to watch. This is too shameful to watch. Hu Wenbin muttered to himself, closed the box door, and left quickly. Chen Feng looked into the box. Su Xinyan, Su Xinyue, Su Yunzi, and even Zhang Lindi were sitting at the table, looking at him with smiles. Chen Feng was surprised. Mom, why are you all here? Yao Yao, come down quickly and don't tire your brother Xiaofeng out. Zhang Lindi said lovingly. Su Xinyao obediently got off Chen Feng, pulled him to a seat, and explained, Mommy knows that you start school today, so I prepared a surprise for you. But since I saw you were also here attending the class reunion today, I didn't want to disturb you, so I kept it from you just now. Su Xinyan continued to explain. Chen Feng was puzzled. Mom, how did you know I was here? Brother Xiaofeng, there is only one car like yours in the whole city of Rongqing. Su Yunzi stood up and poured Chen Feng a glass of iced drink. Looking at the table full of almost untouched dishes and a 3-layer cake in the middle of the table with the words celebrating Xiaofeng's starting school written on it, Chen Feng was deeply moved. He raised his glass. Thank you, Mom. As he spoke, he looked at the Su sisters present. Thank you Yan Yan, Yaya, Yunzi, and Yao Yao. Zhang Lindi looked at Chen Feng lovingly. Xiao Feng, blow out the candles and make a wish. Okay, Mom. Chen Feng stood up and made a wish loudly. I wish my mother to be healthy and happy forever, and I wish my fiancés to be forever young and beautiful. After making a wish, Chen Feng blew out the candle and sat down. Su Yunzi asked in surprise, Brother Xiaofeng, have you fulfilled your wish? Su Xinyao was puzzled. Brother Xiaofeng, you can't say it when you make a wish. Chen Feng chuckled. It's okay, sincerity will work. Xiao Feng, all the wishes you make are for us, why don't you make a wish for yourself? Zhang Lindi blamed with heartache. It's okay, I'm cheating, Chen Feng answered in his heart. But he still replied, Mom, I am where I am now because of you. As long as you are healthy and happy, I will be happy too. Good boy, such a sensible and good boy. Zhang Lindi praised repeatedly. She took out a beautifully packaged small box from her bag and handed it to Chen Feng. Xiao Feng, I don't know what to give you when school starts. Please accept this little gift. I don't know if you will like it. Chen Feng was flattered. Mom, what is this? Zhang Lindi smiled and said, You'll know when you open it. Chen Feng took the small box and opened it. It's a Ferrari key. Xiao Feng, this sports car is the only one in the world. I asked someone to customize it overseas. If you like it, you can drive it. If you don't like it, just leave it in the garage. Mom will give you something else next time. Brother Xiaofeng, Mommy spent 120 million on this sports car. She has never given me such an expensive gift. Su Xinyao whispered in Chen Feng's ear. The limited edition sports car worth 120 million yuan was actually described by Zhang Lindi as a small gift. My mother-in-law is really generous and domineering. Chen Feng accepted the gift with great emotion. Thank you, Mom. I like this gift very much. Zhang Lindi smiled happily. As long as you like it. Mom asked a lot of people, but she didn't know what gift to give you. She heard that boys your age like sports cars, so she asked someone to customize it overseas. It's a limited edition, and it also represents your uniqueness. Su Xinyan said this and took out the gift she had prepared. Xiao Feng, this is the gift I brought back for you from abroad. It's just a razor, which is not as valuable as my mother's sports car. But the thought behind it is so great. Thank you, Yan Yan. Chen Feng took the gift. This is a limited edition razor with only 99 pieces in the world. Each one costs about 700,000 yuan. The razor is made of sapphire and is exquisite and luxurious. Brother Xiaofeng, I wanted to give you a razor, but it was too heavy for fourth sister. When Su Yunzi spoke, her tone was a little aggrieved, so I prepared this for you, open it and take a look. Okay, let me take a look. Chen Feng took the gift with a smile, opened it and saw that inside the box was a very dazzling pen. The fountain pen is made of platinum, the body of the pen is inlaid with diamonds, and the nib is 18K gold. This is a pen that looks expensive. Thank you, Yunzi. I will treasure your gift. Brother Xiaofeng. The little girl was not willing to be left behind. This is the gift I prepared for you. I carefully selected it for a long time. It will definitely make your eyes light up. Then let me see what it is. Chen Feng opened the gift with a smile. It is a long glass bottle with a strange shape, filled with white transparent liquid. Seventh sister, what is this? Su Xinyan looked puzzled. Su Xinyao blinked proudly. Hee, this is the perfume most commonly used by CEOs that I found while studying novels about domineering CEOs. You only need to spray a little on your body to give off a charming fragrance that will make the heroine completely obsessed. I want nothing more. Zhang Lindy. Su Xinyan. Su Xinyue. Su Yunzi. Chen Feng. Su Xinyao pouted aggrievedly. Why, Brother Xiaofeng, don't you like Yao Yao's gift? Chen Feng immediately smiled and said, I like it. I like Yao Yao's gift very much. Brother Xiaofeng, you must spray some on yourself next time we meet. Good. Everyone's gifts have been given out, except Su Xinyue. Su Xinyan asked curiously, Fifth sister, didn't you prepare a gift for Xiaofeng? I. Su Xinyue pouted and replied arrogantly, it's just the beginning of the school year, why do you need to give gifts? Chapter 124 Aunt becomes a fangirl. Zhang Lindy saw through it at a glance. Yaya has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She said she was not prepared, but in fact she had been prepared for a long time. Su Xinyue curled her lips. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? You are my child, how can I not understand you? Zhang Lindy laughed. You are just embarrassed to give it to Xiaofeng in front of us, so you want to give it to Xiaofeng privately, am I right? Su Xinyue blushed, lowered her head and ate her meal quickly. You can say whatever you want. Chen Feng peeled a small plate of shrimp meat and handed it to Su Xinyue, saying with a smile, Yaya being able to stay by my side is the best gift for me. Zhang Lindy was delighted to see that Chen Feng and Su Xinyue were still as loving as ever. She took out another beautifully wrapped box from her bag and handed it to Chen Feng. Oh, by the way, Xiao Feng, Wei Ning didn't have time to come because she was filming, but she asked someone to bring a gift over. Su Wei Ning's gift. Chen Feng took the gift and opened it. This is a watch that looks very rare. Beautifully crafted, each watch contains moon rock inside. Chen Feng remembered that he had seen this watch in a magazine before. There are only 4 of them in the world, and each one is priced at $4.6 million. Wow, what a beautiful watch. Once the eldest sister takes action, she is different from us. Just as Su Xinyao finished her praise, Zhang Lindy's video call rang. She took a look and handed it to Chen Feng with a smile. It's Wei Ning calling. She has something to tell you. Chen Feng immediately picked up the phone. On the other side of the video, Su Weining was removing her makeup in the dressing room, still wearing a complicated ancient costume. We have seen her many times on TV screens with exquisite makeup on, but now without her makeup, Su Weining looks more gentle and tender. Xiao Feng, did you receive my gift? Sister, I received your gift. I like it very much. Thank you. Chen Feng said as he showed his watch. Su Weining smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. I was a little worried when I told Mom about it before, because I was afraid you wouldn't like it. How could that be? Chen Feng felt a little shy in front of the goddess. Xiao Feng, don't follow them and call me big sister from now on. Just call me Weining. Otherwise, I feel like I'm getting older the more you call me that. Su Weining pretended to be displeased. Chen Feng nodded, okay, Weining, you will always be the goddess in my heart. Hearing this, Su Weining laughed so hard on the other end of the phone that her shoulders trembled, and even her assistant beside her started laughing. The two chatted for a while on the video, and then Su Weining hung up the phone. Chen Feng thought of Taidaer whom he had just met, and Tao Yao who he mentioned was a bit mysterious, and asked curiously, Mom, do you know Tao Yao? Zhang Lindy paused, then shook her head, I don't know him. Chen Feng felt a little suspicious and looked at the Su sisters again. They all avoided Chen Feng's gaze, shook their heads, and said they didn't know him. At this moment, the door of the box was opened from the outside. A middle-aged man in a suit walked in with a beautiful woman in Cheongsam. Chen Feng remembered this Cheongsam woman. They had met each other when he first walked out of the box. Su Xinyao stood up excitedly and called out sweetly, Uncle, Aunt. Yao Yao has such a sweet mouth. Lu Qingqing touched Su Xinyao's head with a smile and sat down beside her. Zhang Lindy smiled and said, Brother, sister-in-law, you are here. Zhang Chongguang smiled and nodded, then sat down next to Lu Qingqing. Now, the 2 vacant seats were filled. Zhang Lindy pointed at Chen Feng and introduced him, "This is Xiao Feng." She pointed at Lu Qingqing and Zhang Chongguang and introduced them to Chen Feng. "Xiao Feng, they are your uncle and aunt." Chen Feng stood up, "Uncle, aunt." Zhang Chongguang waved his hand lovingly, sit down, we are all family, no need to be so polite. This is our first meeting, and I don't know what you like, Xiao Feng. You'll need money for a lot of things when school starts, so your uncle and I will give this to you. Take it and keep it for when you need it. Lu Qingqing said, taking out a card and handing it to Chen Feng. Black card. Unlimited, wireless black card. Chen Feng suddenly felt that the thin black card in his hand weighed 10,000 pounds. Seeing Chen Feng standing there in a daze without saying anything, Zhang Chongguang asked curiously, "Xiao Feng, don't you like this gift?" Chen Feng shook his head, "No, uncle, aunt, this gift is too expensive, I can't accept it." Lu Qingqing laughed, "What's the big deal? Take it. It's okay. Yes, if you don't accept it, your aunt will make me kneel on a durian as punishment when I go back." Zhang Chongguang said depressedly. Having no choice, Chen Feng had to accept the black card. "Thank you, uncle and aunt." Lu Qingqing kept looking at Chen Feng, showing a fangirl smile. "Xiao Feng is so handsome. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely like Xiao Feng." Ahem. Zhang Chongguang coughed unhappily. "You're already old and ugly, but you still fantasize about all sorts of things all day long. You must have watched too many TV dramas. I'm telling the truth. Xiao Feng's looks are 100 times better than yours when you were young." Zhang Chongguang was not convinced. It would take a niece like ours to be worthy of Xiao Feng. Look at yourself in the mirror. Don't even think you are 20 years younger. Even if you are 30 years younger, Xiao Feng will not be attracted to you. Seeing that Lu Qingqing was about to quarrel with Zhang Chongguang, Chen Feng stood up to smooth things over. "Uncle and aunt have a really good relationship." Lu Qingqing didn't bother to pay attention to Zhang Chongguang. She looked at Chen Feng with a smile and said, "Xiao Feng, now everyone says that you are good at writing poems and are a new poetry god. Auntie has a small request." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Aunt, just say it." Lu Qingqing asked in a fangirl tone, "Can you write a poem for me, just one?" "No problem." Chen Feng agreed immediately. "Think about it for 2 seconds." Chen Feng began to recite. The embroidered face of the lotus blossoms with a smile, the slanting precious duck sets off the fragrant cheek, and the movement of the eyes is guessed by people. On one side is a sentimental poem, on the other is a piece of paper with a tender sorrow, and as the moon moves, the shadows of the flowers appear again. Finish reading. Chen Feng looked at Lu Qingqing with a smile. Lu Qingqing nodded in surprise and praised, "Great, so great." Zhang Chongguang mercilessly attacked from the side, "Do you know what Xiao Feng's poem means? Why do you keep saying it's wonderful?" "Shut up, how could I not understand?" Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. She looked at Chen Feng with a smile, "Xiao Feng, your poem is so well written. Auntie loves you." Zhang Chongguang was jealous in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He said to Chen Feng, "Xiao Feng, let's eat first. Just tell me what you want to eat and I'll ask the chef to make it right away." "No, uncle, these dishes are enough." "You're welcome, it's just like home." Chen Feng thought Zhang Chongguang was being polite. Su Xinyo explained, "Brother Xiaofeng, Manhao Villa is owned by my uncle, so you can just treat it as eating at home." Chapter 125 The Envy of Others. The family finished their meal happily. Chen Feng stood up and just in time received a text message from Su Xiaodai. "Chen Feng, we are going back to school. Bye, please be safe." "Good." After replying, Chen Feng looked at Zhang Lindy, "Mom, thank you for taking the time to have dinner with me today. Don't be too tired, go back and rest early." After saying that, he looked at Lu Qingqing and Zhang Chongguang again, "Uncle, aunt, thank you for your warm hospitality. I will come to see you often when I have time. What I mean is that I will come here often to eat." Zhang Lindy smiled from ear to ear, "Xiao Feng is always so sweet. Yes, with a good son-in-law like Xiaofeng, your brother, and I feel very relieved." Lu Qingqing looked like a fangirl. Zhang Chongguang felt an additional sense of crisis. He wanted to stop Lu Qingqing from staying with Chen Feng. Ahem. Zhang Chongguang winked at Chen Feng, "Xiao Feng, it's getting late. You should go back to school early and be careful on the road." "Yes, uncle." Chen Feng nodded, said goodbye to his fiancés one by one, and was accompanied by them all the way to the hotel lobby. Su Xiaodai sent the text message 10 minutes ago, and Chen Feng thought they had already taken the bus back to school. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at the hall, Su Xiaodai and others were still chatting in the hall. Chen Feng stepped forward and asked curiously, "Squad leader, has the bus not arrived yet?" Su Xiaodai glanced at Xia Zhoujia and whispered to Chen Feng, "The classmates in the class refused to leave because they wanted to see you drive a Koenigsegg." Chen Feng curled his lips. It seems that there are still some classmates in the class who don't believe that he can afford a sports car. "Squad leader, I'll be going back too. See you tomorrow." Chen Feng deliberately raised his voice when saying this. Sure enough, the students who were chatting in groups of 3 or 5 all looked at Chen Feng expectantly. Chen Feng walked to the parking lot and drove out of the sports car. When passing the hotel, he stepped on the brakes, leaned on the car door with one hand, and took off his sunglasses. When the classmates heard the roar of the sports car, they ran out excitedly and took out their mobile phones to take pictures frantically. "Wow, this car really belongs to Chen Feng. Why didn't I realize Chen Feng was so handsome before? Who said he was a bumpkin? He is clearly a hidden rich second generation. This car is much more handsome than the Bentley with less sand." Xia Zhoujia put one hand in his pocket, his face as red as liver. Shanxian leaned close to his arms and comforted him tenderly. "Xiao, no matter whether you have money or not, I will follow you all my life, until death." Shanxian is one of the top 3 girls in the class in terms of appearance. Plus, she knows how to dress herself up, so she can be considered a beauty. The boys in the class saw Xia Zhoujia and Shanxian showing their affection and said enviously, "Even if Chen Feng drives a luxury car, he's still a single man. Xiao is the real winner in life. We are the same age, but I don't have a car or a girlfriend. How sad." After hearing these words, Xia Zhoujia's unhappy mood barely improved a little. He hugged Shanxian and looked at Chen Feng proudly, with a bit of disdain and boasting in his eyes. Only. The next second, the smile on his face froze. "Brother Xiaofeng." Su Xinyao rushed to the front of the car in a baby voice, "Yao can't bear to see you go." Chen Feng raised his hand and touched her head, "Be good, I just moved to a new place, I'm not leaving Yao, don't be sad, Yao." Su Xinyao's tears were already welling up in her eyes. When can brother Xiaofeng come back to live with Yao? Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "Weekend." Seeing the tears about to burst out of the little girl's eyes, Chen Feng promised seriously, "As long as you miss me, I will come back." Su Xinyao sniffed and stretched out her soft little hand. "Brother Xiaofeng, then you are not allowed to lie to me." "Pinky promise." "Okay." Chen Feng smiled dotingly and stretched out his hand to hook his fingers with hers. Xia Zhoujia's face looked ugly. Sisters Su Xinyan and Su Yunzi walked to the front of the car at the same time and ruthlessly pushed away Su Xinyao, who was reluctantly parting with Chen Feng. "Su Xinyan, Chen Feng, you moved away right after I came back, and I didn't have time to have a good chat with you. Next time you come back, I will definitely drag you to chat all night." "Okay." Chen Feng agreed with a smile. "Brother Xiaofeng." Su Yunzi pouted, "I won't act like a spoiled child like my 7th sister, but I will always think of you. You have to take good care of yourself in school." "Sure." Chen Feng nodded. Xia Zhaojia's expression became even uglier. Lu Qingqing walked to the front of the car, swaying her slender waist. "Xiao Feng, you should come to see your aunt often. Don't worry, your aunt will also visit you at your school often. You must not forget your aunt." Chen Feng nodded. "Aunt, you are so beautiful, it's hard for me to forget you even if I want to." "You are so sweet." Lu Qingqing smiled happily, making Zhang Chengguang, who was staring at her not far away, jealous. Xia Zhaojia's face was so dark that he almost blended into the darkness. "Xiao Feng." Seeing Zhang Lindi coming over, Chen Feng immediately got out of the car. "Mom." Zhang Lindi immediately took Chen Feng's hand and asked him to sit back in the car. "Good boy, go back to the car and don't get tired. Be safe on the way back. Take good care of yourself at school. If you don't have enough food or clothes, just tell me. Mom has money." Chen Feng couldn't help but hug Zhang Lindi and agreed repeatedly, "Thank you, Mom. I understand. You have to take care of yourself too." Seeing this scene, not only Xia Zhoujia was jealous and crazy, but also the classmates and people passing by also had red eyes. Damn it. They have never seen such a few beautiful women in their lives. How come this guy has so many of them at the same time? From middle-aged to young children, why do they all throw themselves into his arms? It's not fair. It's so unfair. And what is even more unfair is yet to come. Is that person Ms. Zhang Lindi, the richest person in Chengdu? Impossible, don't talk nonsense. The talented female painter Su Xingyan, yes, it's her. That's her sister next to her. She's a best-selling female author. She's already making more than the average person right after she started college. Hu Wenbin listened to everyone's discussion and suddenly said, if that's the case, the one wearing the cheongsam is the wife of our villa owner. Hiss. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is all-star lineup? Su Xiaodai could no longer connect the current Chen Feng with the Chen Feng who ate KFC with her during the day. Mom, I'm leaving now. In order to avoid being watched by too many people, Chen Feng put on sunglasses in a low-key manner. Etc. Su Xinyue called him in time, opened the passenger door and fastened his seatbelt. Okay, let's go to Green City. Yes, my dear yeah. Chen Feng curled his lips, stepped on the accelerator, and left suddenly. Only a group of stunned onlookers were left. Chapter 126 Staying for One Night. Boom boom boom. The huge roar of the sports car tore through the silent night, and it sped along unimpeded. The moonlight is alluring and the evening breeze is blowing. There was also a beautiful fiancée sitting in the passenger seat. Life is like this, what more could one ask for? After getting out of the car, Chen Feng took Su Xinyue and walked towards the community. Both of them are very good looking and attracted a lot of attention from passers-by along the way. Oh, Chen Feng sighed. Su Xinyue glanced at him. Why are you sighing? Yeah, I'm so worried. Chen Feng frowned and said in a heavy tone, from the time we had dinner at the hotel just now to now when I went home with you, I felt very depressed. It was the first time that Su Xinyue saw Chen Feng upset. She pouted and said, what are you unhappy about? Tell me and make me happy. Hey, you won't understand. Chen Feng shook his head and walked into the elevator. Why can I have such a handsome face and perfect body when I was born, but other men don't have it? Su Xinyue almost didn't want to get into the same elevator with Chen Feng. Why should I become the object of others' envy just because I am alive? Chen Feng was sad and looked at Su Xinyue. Yeah, do you know why this happened? Su Xinyue raised her hand and slapped Chen Feng's face to the other side, because you are narcissistic. She should have expected it. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, and this is exactly what people like Chen Feng are like. Get out of the elevator. Su Xinyue went straight to her room. Chen Feng smiled, took out the key and opened the door. I'm sweating all over, I need to take a shower quickly. A few minutes later, Chen Feng finished taking a shower and came out wrapped in a bath towel. As he was drying his hair with the towel, there was a knock on the door. Chen Feng opened the door. When Su Xinyue saw Chen Feng opening the door for her with his upper body naked, she screamed in fright. Chen Feng subconsciously covered her mouth with his other hand, fearing that it would disturb other residents of the building too late. Result. The towel slid off shyly. Fortunately, Chen Feng covered Su Xinyue's mouth in time to prevent her from screaming even louder. Chen Feng quickly picked up the bath towel and wrapped it around her, then brought her into the house and closed the door. Only then did he feel at ease and let go of Su Xinyue's mouth. Looking at his fiancée's flushed face, Chen Feng couldn't help laughing. Chen Feng, are you sick? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? I'm wearing a bath towel. Chen Feng lay down on the bed innocently. Besides, I'm in my own room, so it's okay even if I'm naked. Exhibitionist, you pervert. Su Xinyue rolled her eyes. I didn't bring my keys with me. I'm staying at your place tonight. Do you have any objection? Chen Feng curled his lips mischievously. How dare I have any objection? I'm going to take a shower. Su Xinyue said this and walked towards the bathroom. Halfway through the walk, she turned back, looked at Chen Feng, and asked in a low voice, my clothes are locked in the room. Can you lend me one as pajamas? I'll look for it. His fiancée had a need, and Chen Feng didn't dare to delay for even a second. He jumped out of bed, rushed to the closet and found a brand new white t-shirt. Chen Feng removed the tag in front of Su Xinyue and handed it to her. Thanks. Su Xinyue avoided Chen Feng's gaze and quickly walked into the bathroom. Immediately, the sound of rushing water could be heard. Chen Feng turned on the computer and started typing. Just after finishing 2 chapters, Su Xinyue came out of the bathroom with a bun on her hair and wearing a white men's t-shirt. Chen Feng's t-shirt was worn on her, barely covering part of her thighs. The neckline was loose, which made her look cute and sexy. She had no slippers and was barefoot, with round toes and white and tender insteps. Hearing the typing sound, Su Xinyue walked closer curiously. What are you doing? Chen Feng immediately closed the web page. Nothing, are you done washing? When I turned my head, the refreshing scent of shower gel hit my nose. It was obviously the same bottle of shower gel, but Chen Feng found that it smelled particularly good when used on Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue didn't believe it, so she grabbed the mouse and opened the web page. What does it mean when a girl asks you to share a room with her? When a man and a woman are alone in a room together, what should they pay attention to at night? Can a man stand his fiancée wearing his pajamas? What should I do if my fiancée grinds her teeth and talks in her sleep? Pregnant. Looking at the disgusting search records in the browser, veins bulged on Su Xinyue's forehead. Chen Feng. Chen Feng immediately raised his hands above his head. Yeah, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Rather than listening to your excuses, I would rather believe what I see with my own eyes. Su Xinyue was so angry that she threw the mouse away and walked out of Chen Feng's room. Fortunately, the house that my aunt bought had more than one room for Chen Feng, so Su Xinyue ran to another room, lay down on the bed and prepared to sleep. The room was filled with the scent of shower gel. Chen Feng walked out of the room with a smile, went to the door of Su Xinyue's room and knocked. No response. Chen Feng continued knocking. Su Xinyue replied sullenly, I'm already asleep, don't bother me. Chen Feng asked with a smile, do you want me to help you wash the clothes in the bathroom? Su Xinyue suddenly sat up from the bed. It's okay if the other clothes are okay, but if Chen Feng sees the clothes underneath, it will be so embarrassing. No need, I can wash it myself. She didn't have her key and no other change of clothes, so the clothes she had just taken off had to be washed tonight, dried at night, and worn again the next day. In other words, at this moment she was only wearing Chen Feng's white t-shirt, nothing else. After opening the door, Su Xinyue ran back to the bathroom and started washing clothes. Chen Feng continued typing with a smile. At this time, the cell phone rang. Chen Feng picked up the phone and saw that it was Su Xiaodai calling. Hello? Chen Feng, are you home yet? Chen Feng glanced out the window. I'm home, how about you? I'm already in the dormitory. There was a brief silence. Chen Feng, you really surprised me tonight. Chen Feng smiled and said, Class monitor, there will be many things that will surprise you in the future, but in front of you, I will always be the poor boy who often eats pickles and steamed buns and needs your tutoring before the exam. These words made Su Xiaodai laugh. Okay, now that you're home, I'm relieved. Go to bed early. I won't disturb you. Good night. Well, good night. Hang up the phone. Chen Feng found that Su Xinyue had finished washing the clothes and was standing behind him. Yeah, are you done washing? I didn't expect there are so many girls who care about you. Su Xinyue snorted sullenly. Chen Feng stood up and moved closer with a smile. Why, are you jealous again? Who's jealous? When will you get rid of this self-conceited habit of yours? Su Xinyue dodged. Chen Feng saw through it but didn't say anything. He changed the subject and asked cheekily, Mom said you prepared a gift for me. Where is it? Chapter 127. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Su Xinyue avoided Chen Feng's warm breath and pouted, I didn't prepare a gift for you, that's all nonsense from Mom. No? Chen Feng continued to get closer to Su Xinyue, sniffing the pleasant scent of shower gel on her body. Does Mom mean that you plan to give yourself to me as a gift tonight? Su Xinyue stared with her eyes wide open and blushed as she defended herself. Chen Feng, I came here today just because there was a hole in the quilt at home that was bitten by a mouse. Yeah. Chen Feng smiled and cooperated with his fiancée's lovely performance. I moved my luggage here this afternoon, but because I had too much luggage, I was so busy that I left my keys at home. Su Xinyue glanced at Chen Feng's room with disdain. Otherwise, who would be willing to live with a bastard like you? Chen Feng laughed. Yeah, when you can speak sweet words to me as well as you do now, I will be very pleased. Wishful thinking. She didn't want to marry him, a shameless and perverted narcissist. It is even more impossible to say lots of sweet words to his annoying face every day. Su Xinyue pushed open the balcony door, nestled comfortably in the hanging chair, and deliberately said in front of Chen Feng. Everyone can say sweet words, but you should say them to the person you like. When I get married, I will say a lot of sweet words to him every day. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't respond, she raised her voice and continued, for example, the life I want is to have you by my side before I go to bed and kiss you when I wake up. Chen Feng sat in the room and listened quietly, with the corners of his mouth raised mischievously. It turns out that my fiancé has this need. Also, it's not that I won't be attracted to others, it's just that because I have you, there's no need to be attracted to others. Chen Feng chuckled. Is she warning herself? Also, I think you are as beautiful as the stars in the sky, but the difference between you and the stars is that the stars are in the sky, and you are in my heart. Got it, yeah. Chen Feng smiled even more deeply when he heard it. Also, there was no desert in the world. Every time I thought of you, a grain of sand fell from the sky, so the Sahara was formed. Chen Feng couldn't help but stand up, walked to the balcony and looked at Su Xinyue. There was no ocean in the world. Every time I thought of you, a drop of water fell from the sky, so there was the Pacific Ocean? The thin moonlight refracted and shone on Chen Feng, and his whole body was shrouded in the hazy moonlight. From Su Xinyue's perspective, Chen Feng's face looked more angular and handsome. She lowered her head and gently fiddled with the corner of her t-shirt with her fingers. Yeah, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Chen Feng smiled and walked to Su Xinyue. Give me half a seat. The hanging chair is spacious and can accommodate 2 adults at the same time if they squeeze in. What are you doing? Although Su Xinyue said with disgust, she still moved her butt to the side obediently. Chen Feng sat down with a smile, put one arm freely on Su Xinyue's shoulders, and hugged her tightly. Su Xinyue looked disgusted and struggled to stand up. Don't move, Chen Feng said softly in her ear. At first, Su Xinyue didn't understand what Chen Feng said. She twisted her body restlessly, trying to break free from Chen Feng's dirty hands. Soon she discovered that as her body moved, the hanging chair that carried the weight of 2 people would make sounds. This sound inevitably sounds strange when heard in the quiet night. Su Xinyue blushed, and seeing that there was no way to break free, she could only let Chen Feng hold her in his arms. Chen Feng smiled and couldn't help but said, Yeah, I want to sing a song for you. What song? Little love song. Su Xinyue had no way to break free, so she thought of the saying life is like this, if you can't struggle, then just accept and enjoy it. After all, Chen Feng's singing is really nice, and it's not bad to listen to him singing in the evening breeze. Oh, then you sing. Chen Feng cleared his throat and began to sing gently. This is a simple little love song. Singing the twists and turns of people's hearts. I think I'm happy. When there is your warmth. The air around my feet has turned. The song Little Love Song sounds particularly beautiful when Chen Feng sings it with true feelings. The gentle evening breeze listened, hung intoxicatedly among the branches, teasing the tender green leaves. The moon listened and shyly hid in the clouds, revealing only a corner of it and smiling softly. But the stars in the sky couldn't help but emit a brighter light after hearing it, like the clear eyes of the fans. Su Xinyue listened to the singing close to her ears, felt Chen Feng's heartbeat and breathing, and felt that this moment was the most wonderful she had ever experienced. Although she had never heard this song before, she thought it was the best song she had ever heard. You know, even if the rain turns this city upside down, I will give you a hug. I can't stand seeing your back coming. I wrote down my Lisa, which was so difficult that every second seemed like a year. Even if the whole world is kidnapped by loneliness. Su Xinyue's heart was beating thump-thump along with the singing. She couldn't help but look sideways at Chen Feng. Soulful eyes, a straight nose, thin but sexy lips, and especially the thin beard around his mouth, make him extremely manly. When did this bastard become so handsome? Su Xinyue thought to herself. A song is finished. Chen Feng looked at Su Xinyue and found that she was looking at him with eyes as clear as a deer. The 2 of them were less than 5 centimeters apart. Su Xinyue, without makeup, looked as simple and clean as a peeled delicious egg. Chen Feng swallowed and couldn't help but kiss her little mouth. Boo! This feeling is so wonderful. Su Xinyue's face turned red. After being stunned for a few seconds, she immediately stood up and ran back into the house. Chen Feng didn't have time to savor it. He stood up with a smile and walked into the house. I originally thought that Su Xinyue would be angry, or would just shyly run back to the next room to sleep. As a result, Chen Feng found that she was lying obediently on his bed, with her bun let down and her hair hanging loosely on her shoulders. Seeing Chen Feng staring at her without blinking, Su Xinyue said coquettishly, Why are you staring at me like that? Close the curtains. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Chen Feng suddenly realized what Su Xinyue meant. He smiled and immediately closed the curtains, then jumped onto the bed at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, pulled the quilt, and hugged Su Xinyue tightly in his arms. At this moment, in this situation, he can't bear it anymore. Turn off the lights. Yes, sir. I'm afraid of being blocked, so I use Japanese instead. Everyone knows what it means. If you don't understand, you can go to Baidu. The remaining 10,000 words are omitted. But it's still different from when I first posted it. I found that 200 words were deleted. It feels bland enough, woo-woo. Chapter 128 Strawberry. The next day. When Chen Feng woke up, he felt refreshed and full of energy. Even breathing feels twice as smooth as usual. The air conditioner was on in the room, but the quilt beside me still retained a hint of warmth. Chen Feng recalled the madness and beauty of last night and couldn't help but curl his lips. Get out of bed and go to the bathroom. Su Xinyue had already changed into dried clothes and was washing in front of the mirror. Yeah, good morning. Su Xinyue saw Chen Feng's harmless smile in the mirror, and thinking of what happened last night, she blushed and lowered her head to brush her teeth. Chen Feng picked up the toothbrush and squeezed the toothpaste while smiling with satisfaction. Yeah, I like the gift you gave me. Brush your teeth. Su Xinyue curled her lips, not wanting to pay attention to this well-fed bastard. Chen Feng knew that Su Xinyue was shy, so he decided not to tease her anymore. After washing up, Chen Feng saw Su Xinyue sitting on a chair and browsing her phone. When I got closer, I found that she was giving rewards for a novel. And this novel is Zyuji, written by him. Taking another look, Chen Feng discovered that the blinding person who had always occupied the top 3 of the fan list was Su Xinyue. After giving the reward, Su Xinyue exited the reading with satisfaction. She stood up and found that Chen Feng had been standing behind her with a smile on his face. She hid her phone behind her back and spoke hesitantly. You, go change your clothes. I'm hungry and want to have breakfast. Yeah, you've worked hard. What would you like to eat for breakfast? Su Xinyue thought for a moment and said, let's have some porridge, preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Okay, I'll do it for you right away. Chen Feng smiled and was about to go into the kitchen to cook when Su Xinyue asked in a low voice, do you know everything? Chen Feng pretended to be confused. Know what? That's right, the reward thing. I just found out. After saying that, Chen Feng realized that something was wrong with Su Xinyue's words. Yeah, did you already know that Zyuji was written by me? Su Xinyue nodded. This time it was Chen Feng's turn to be surprised. How did you know? Su Xinyue curled her lips and sneered. Who else can write such a shameless male protagonist in your book except you? Hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help laughing and kissed her on the face. Yeah, then, do you love me, who is so shameless? I love you so much. Su Xinyue rolled her eyes at Chen Feng and decided to ignore him. This bastard is like this, give him some color and he can open a dyeing factory, give him some sunshine and he will be extremely brilliant. Soon, a pot of steaming and fragrant century egg and lean meat porridge was ready. Chen Feng filled a big bowl for Su Xinyue. Seeing her eating with great satisfaction, Chen Feng felt that life was particularly beautiful. Today is the final of the MasterChef contest. In the morning, Chen Feng took Su Xinyue home to get the keys. Su Xinyan drove Su Yunzi and Su Xinyao to follow Chen Feng back to Greentown. After shopping in the mall and watching a movie, Chen Feng and the 4 sisters of the Su family had hot pot at noon, and then drove to Rongqing Gymnasium together. Su Xinyan was sharp-eyed and asked mischievously, "Fifth sister, why didn't you change your clothes?" Su Xinyue blushed. I was tired yesterday, and fell asleep on the bed. Then how do you explain the strawberries on your neck? Su Xinyan asked desperately. Where? Su Xinyan was so scared that she immediately reached into her bag for a mirror. She had clearly checked very carefully when she looked in the mirror in the morning. Although there were indeed some faint marks on her neck, she had already covered them with several layers of foundation, so they should not be visible. Su Xinyan laughed. I'm just kidding, no, don't worry, you can't tell. Su Yunzi cast a gossipy look. Brother Xiaofeng, did you and fifth sister have sex last night? Ahem. Chen Feng coughed and gave him a guess look. I understand, Brother Xiaofeng, well done. Su Yunzi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Su Xinyao, who is usually very active, said nothing today and behaved a little abnormally. Chen Feng looked over curiously and found that the little girl was looking down at her phone. Su Yunzi asked curiously, Seventh sister, what are you searching for? Su Xinyao hesitated and couldn't answer. She held the phone tightly in her arms. I won't tell you. Even if you don't tell me, I have already seen it. Su Yunzi blinked proudly. Su Xinyan asked curiously, Sixth sister, what are you looking for, seventh sister? Su Yunzi glanced at her and replied, Seventh sister is checking whether it is illegal for a minor to have sex with a fiancé. What should a minor pay attention to when having sex with a fiancé? And also, minors, Su Yunzi was about to continue speaking when a pair of small hands reached out and suddenly covered her mouth. Seeing Su Xinyao's aggrieved expression, almost about to cry, Su Yunzi nodded repeatedly and promised to shut up, and only then did Su Xinyao let go of her hand. Su Xinyan changed the subject and asked Chen Feng with a smile, Xiao Feng, although I was not there when you competed last time, I watched it online. Today is the finals. Are you nervous? Chen Feng asked in confusion, what's there to be nervous about? That's right. Brother Xiaofeng is such a good cook. The other contestants should be nervous. Su Yunzi nodded in agreement. Su Xinyan smiled and said, neither mommy nor auntie will be judges in this final. I heard that there will be a beautiful foreign chef joining as a judge. I am looking forward to it. Su Xinyao frowned and was speechless. Why is there another beautiful woman? She is under so much competitive pressure. Chen Feng and the four sisters of the Su family were chatting in the waiting area, and other contestants also came to report. Su Xinyan crossed her arms and looked at the other two curiously. Originally, there were supposed to be 4 people participating in the finals, but Lun Yo suddenly announced that he would withdraw from the competition. Chen Feng, do you know about this? Yeah. Chen Feng nodded. No one knew better than him why Lun Yo withdrew from the competition. Su Xinyan didn't think much about it. She looked at the other 2 contestants and said with a smile, Xiao Feng, you are so handsome, but you don't look like a chef. Su Xinyao grabbed the corner of Chen Feng's clothes and asked curiously, Brother Xiaofeng, have you decided what dish to cook today? Chen Feng shook his head, not yet. As soon as the words fell, a teasing voice sounded. Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to be so talented. You can write poetry and cook. I really admire you. Chen Feng was not unfamiliar with this voice. He turned around and saw that it was indeed Wang Zhang, and his son Wang Su was also there. I originally thought that after meeting at the Writers' Association last time, the two would never have the chance to meet again, but unexpectedly, they met again today at the final of the championship. As soon as Wang Su saw Su Xinyao, 2 beams of jealous anger rose in his eyes. Chen Feng pretended to be curious and asked, Uncle, who are you? Chapter 129 Indeed. Seeing Chen Feng pretending not to know him, Wang Zhang frowned and sneered, Chen Feng, you don't remember me, but I will never forget you even if I turn into ashes. Su Xinyan looked at Wang Zhang and said with a smile, then why don't you put on some makeup for us to see? You. Seeing that there were too many beauties around Chen Feng, Wang Zhang shook his sleeves and snorted disdainfully, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Since you are a woman, I am too lazy to argue with you. Oh, I remember now, you are the one. Chen Feng looked at Wang Zhang, Writers' Association, I remember now. Yes, it's me. Wang Zhang put one hand behind his back. Although he was expelled from the Writers' Association, he still had an arrogant look on his face. Chen Feng pretended to be lost in memory, let me think about it again. You're the one who plagiarized in the Writers' Association and was kicked out by Mr. Fan. Ahem. Wang Zhang coughed loudly, his face looking very ugly. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand a word you say. Wang Su was puzzled, Dad, what about being kicked out of the Writers' Association for plagiarism? Is this true? Wang Zhang's face turned pale as he shook his head and said, don't listen to his nonsense. It's not true. As soon as the words fell. It's really lively here. I can hear your conversation from far away. It's really interesting. A middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat walked up to Chen Feng and bowed, I'm Wang Gang, the head chef of Tiangxi Yangzhou, and the champion of the first round of the chef competition. What's your name? Chen Feng didn't watch the first round of the competition. He looked at Wang Gang and Wang Zhang, and seeing that they looked somewhat similar, he knew why Wang Zhang came to the finals this time. Chen Feng. Which hotel are you from? House husband. Wang Gang was stunned, why haven't I heard of this hotel's name? Wang Su laughed and explained, Uncle, a house husband means he is the one who cooks at home. I see. If it were you, at your age, the hotel wouldn't dare hire you as a chef. Wang Gang sighed, looked at the recording site, and said, the threshold for contestants to participate in the competition this year is lower than in previous years. Chen Feng agreed, indeed, otherwise you wouldn't be standing here now. Damn, this kid has a very poisonous tongue. Wang Gang clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. A brief confrontation. Chen Feng and two other chefs went into the dressing room to put on makeup. The staff members took their positions at the recording site to adjust the sound and lighting. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the final of the Chef God contest officially began recording. Chinese cuisine is extensive and profound, and the cooking skills are unmatched. Hello, everyone in the audience and in front of the TV, welcome to watch the exclusive broadcast sponsored by Tenenglu. Not all milk is called Tenenglu. I am the host Xiao Hong. After the familiar opening remarks. Next, I would like to introduce the judges of this finals. They are Mr. Jiang Yue, the gourmet cooking master. Welcome. Veteran food blogger Ms. Hulan, welcome. Chen Feng knew both of these people. Mr. Wei Songhai, who is well known in the culinary world, welcome. As well as the beautiful celebrity chef Bella from Finland, let us welcome them with the warmest applause. The four sisters of the Su family were sitting in the audience. When the camera on the big screen cut to Bella, Su Yunzi couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, so beautiful. I envy her nose." Su Xinyan followed suit and exclaimed, "Such a beautiful woman, the dishes she cooks must be delicious too." Su Xinyao supported her chin with one hand in distress, frowning, "What if brother Xiaofeng is being taken advantage of by her?" Su Yunzi laughed, "Seventh sister, you are thinking too much. Brother Xiaofeng is not the kind of person who will be easily taken advantage of. I believe in brother Xiaofeng, but I don't believe in procrastination. What if she sees that brother Xiaofeng is so handsome and wants to pay for him?" The little girl's brows were wrinkled into a shape. "Don't worry, the beautiful judge looks very cool, how could she possibly fall for you?" Su Xinyan reminded, "Besides, her name is Bella, not Tola." Su Xinyao pouted her lips and said "Oh" in a muffled voice. The big screen began to play the videos of the contestants who entered the finals, and the host introduced them one by one in the order in which the videos were played. Chen Feng walked calmly onto the stage during the introduction. With simple makeup on, he looked particularly handsome and impressive. If you were a viewer who had just tuned into Chengdu TV, you would have thought you were not watching a cooking competition but a movie press conference. Then, the host Xiao Hong began to introduce the rules of the finals. Unlike previous group matches, this final is divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, the program team gives designated dishes, and each contestant needs to make delicious food using existing ingredients within the specified time. Once the time is up, the 3 dishes will be served to the judges at the same time, who will taste, comment on them and give scores. Before the scores are announced, the judges do not know which dish was made by which contestant. They judge based solely on the taste of the dishes, which ensures the fairness of the competition. In the second round, contestants are given full freedom to express themselves and be creative. There are no restrictions on dish names or ingredients, and each contestant is required to make a delicious dish. The person with the highest combined score from the 2 rounds will become the champion of this year's Chef God competition. After introducing the competition rules, Xiao Hong smiled and asked the contestants, "The competition is about to begin. I would like to ask all the contestants, do you have the confidence to win the title of this year's Chef Master?" Wang Gang was very confident and answered loudly, "Yes." Chef Lu Xiaoqing from Tianlan Hotel was not to be outdone, "No problem, let's try." It can be seen that our players are very confident. Xiao Hong walked up to Chen Feng with a smile, "Then I would like to ask the last contestant, Chef Chen Feng, you are the youngest among all of us contestants. Many viewers here and in front of the TV are looking forward to your performance. Compared to experienced chefs like Chef Wang and Chef Chen, do you feel any pressure in this competition?" Chen Feng smiled and nodded, "There is definitely pressure. Part of the pressure comes from my family's expectations of me, and another part of the pressure comes from my family's expectations of me." He looked at Bella, who was sitting on the judges' panel, and said in pure Finnish, "From the beautiful judge sitting opposite me." The camera on the big screen cut to Bella. Although Bella still had a serious face, many sharp-eyed viewers noticed that there was a brief surprise in her eyes. Finnish grammar is very complex and is recognized as an extremely difficult language to learn. There are less than 100 people in China who can master Finnish. The audience didn't understand what Chen Feng said and they all whispered to each other curiously. Su Xinyao asked Su Xinyan curiously, "Fourth sister, you often go abroad, do you know what brother Xiaofeng just said?" Chapter 130 Mastering Foreign Languages. Su Xinyan recovered from her surprise and replied, "Xiaofeng is beautiful in qua Bella." She looked at Chen Feng and muttered in a low voice, "But how come he can speak Finnish so fluently? Brother Xiaofeng is so amazing, he is simply an all-round genius. I don't find it strange at all that he can speak Finnish." Su Yunzi disagreed. The 4 sisters of the Su family were communicating below, and the host Xiao Hong on the stage also cast a surprised look at Chen Feng. Chef Chen, I didn't expect you to speak Finnish so fluently. If I didn't listen carefully, I would have thought you were a local. No, no. Chen Feng shook his head modestly. What others don't know is that Chen Feng just signed in before going on stage. The reward for this sign-in is being able to speak a foreign language fluently. No matter whether it is a popular or niche foreign language, as long as it comes into Chen Feng's mouth, he can speak it as fluently as a native local. Our chef Chen is still as humble as ever. I wonder if the judge Bella will give you some extra points for your performance just now. Let's wait and see. After Xiao Hong finished speaking, she invited Tao Chong, the champion of the previous Chef God contest, to announce the topic of the first round of the competition. Tao Chong walked onto the stage and said loudly, "The first round of the finals of the chef competition is about beef and sour soup." Seeing the topic, Wang Gang, who had just washed his hands and was eager to try, couldn't help laughing proudly. "Beef and sour soup, I almost vomited when I made this dish. I know what to do with my eyes closed." Lu Xiaoqing laughed. They both looked at Chen Feng at the same time. "Boy, do you want me to teach you how to make this dish? We at Tiangxi Angju have a unique approach to the sour beef soup, especially the sour soup. All the guests who have eaten it have praised it highly. Boy, do you want me to teach you the secret soup recipe?" Chen Feng could naturally hear the sarcasm in the words of Wang Gang and Lu Xiaoqing. He smiled faintly and said, "I am very grateful for the enthusiasm of the two chefs, but I won't bother you too. When I cook, I emphasize following my heart. Humph, the food isn't even cooked yet, but you're already packing it up for me." Wang Gang snorted, "I wonder how long you can keep packing it up." In the first round, only 1 hour was given, and all three of them seized the time and started cooking beef and sour soup. The quality of the beef is naturally the first factor, but the preparation of the sour soup is also crucial, and the sourness and spiciness must be just right. Chen Feng curled his lips, cut the roots of the enoki mushrooms and washed them, soaked the vermicelli until soft, and chopped the ginger, garlic and wild pepper for later use. Add a little salt and dry starch to the egg white, and gently spread it on the beef slices to evenly coat them with seasoning. Pour oil into the pot, add ginger, garlic and wild pepper, stir fry until fragrant, then add a large bowl of water and bring to a boil, then turn to low heat and cook for 15 minutes until the soup becomes milky white. Next, Chen Feng used a colander to filter out impurities such as ginger and garlic, poured the soup back into the pot, and added salt and white vinegar to season. After boiling, add enoki mushrooms and vermicelli, pour in the marinated beef slices, stir with chopsticks, and turn off the heat as soon as the soup boils. Chop green onions into sections and spread evenly. In this way, a fragrant and delicious sour soup beef is ready. What a nice smell! Lu Xiaoqing couldn't help being attracted by the aroma. "Chef Wang, the sour soup beef you made has tempted me." Wang Gang pretended to be low-key while looking at the dish that had not yet been cooked, and said with a smile, "We at Tiangxi Angju are very good at making this dish. It hasn't been served yet. If it is served, it will be even more fragrant." "Chef Wang, it seems that you are the chef god this year." Lu Xiaoqing flattered him. No, Chef Lu, your cooking is also very good. Just looking at it makes me drool." After a round of business flattery, Wang Gang looked at Chen Feng. When he saw that the sour soup beef made by Chen Feng was already out of the pot and looked very tempting, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. 1 hour is over. 3 dishes of beef and sour soup were served to the judges. The camera on the big screen switched back and forth between the 4 judges, recording the changes in their facial expressions as they tasted the dishes. When one of the dishes, beef and sour soup, was served to them, they all showed surprised expressions. Zhang Yue was the first to praise loudly, "It's delicious. The beef is tender and the soup is delicious. It would be great if you could give me 2 bowls of rice." Hu Lan smiled mischievously at the camera. Even the serious Finnish beauty Bella couldn't help but nod and give a thumbs up after tasting it. The 4 sisters of the Su family looked at the big screen nervously in the audience. Su Yunzi observed the judges' expressions and said, "I don't know which dish was made by Brother Xiaofeng. It must be this one." Su Xinyao answered confidently and affirmatively, "Brother Xiaofeng's cooking is so delicious. Only after eating his cooking can people have such an intoxicated expression." Su Xinyan looked at Su Xinyue, who had said nothing from beginning to end, and asked curiously, "Fifth sister, are you feeling unwell?" "No." Su Xinyue shook her head. "Then why don't you say anything? Are you worried about something?" Su Xinyan continued to ask. Su Xinyue shook her head, "No." Su Xinyan looked at her expression and thought to herself, it would be strange if there wasn't one. However, she saw through it but didn't say anything. She just smiled and said nothing, letting Su Xinyue hold her phone and stare blankly. Soon, the 4 judges tasted the sour soup beef made by the 3 contestants and gave the final scores after a brief comment. Xiaohong announced the scores of the 3 contestants after the first round of competition. Wang Gang, 8.93 points. Lu Xiaoqing, 8.46 points. Chen Feng, 9.85 points. Bang bang bang. Chen Feng's score won warm applause from the audience. Jiang Yue commented excitedly, "This is the most delicious beef and sour soup I have ever eaten. If the full score is not 10, I really want to give it 100 or 1,000 points." Chef Jiang, don't get excited. I can see that you think highly of Chef Chen's beef and sour soup and gave it a perfect score of 10. Xiaohong said, looking at Bella, "Bella, what do you think of the sour soup beef that Chef Jiang praised so highly?" Bella glanced at Chen Feng and commented, "I have eaten a lot of your Chinese dishes, but this beef and sour soup is the best dish I have ever eaten." Bang bang bang. As soon as he finished speaking, there was warm applause from the audience. Damn, do you know what the foreigners said? Why are you clapping? I don't know. I saw everyone clapping. If I didn't, it would seem like I was uncultured. Anyway, it sounds like a compliment. Thank you. Chen Feng thanked with a smile. After the first round of the game, there is a half-hour break. Chen Feng was touching up her makeup in the dressing room when the 4 sisters of the Su family came in, chatting and laughing. "Brother Xiaofeng, you are so great. Even Bella has been conquered by you." Su Yunzi praised loudly. As a real foodie, Su Xinyao was savoring the beef and sour soup shown on the big screen, smacking her lips. "I really want to try what Brother Xiaofeng's beef and sour soup tastes like, it must be delicious."